Sherman. Sherman made the play and Smith was waiting for it. Flags came in at the end of the play for unsportsmanlike conduct.
How dare Joe Spadoni, you silver and crack, silver and whack fan out in Vegas, start our show off with that highlight? That highlight? Unbelievable.
Am I wrong for saying?
Unreal.
2011 hurt. 2012 losing the Super Bowl hurt bad. That 2013 loss in the NFC Championship game, not the turkey night, the 2013.
This is how we're opening up the morning?
That might have been the lowest, like World Series 2002, losing to the Dodgers. 2016, Father's Day. That one is as low as I've ever felt.
That's how we're going to start the morning.
What about you?
Go ahead, Spadoni. I want you to explain yourself.
You want to feel better?
And the play clock is down to 3. And here we go. And Wilson throws, caught, and it is going to be Hollister. Then the ball winds up in the hands of a 49er, Jimmy Ward. But they're going to say Ward's going to run all the way into the end zone. But what's the call down at the goal line here?
This is like the Atlanta game. The goal line, if he does, none of the rest of that even matters.
Hollister gets taken down. Ooh.
I don't think short you to can say he was across the line. It's just the opposite of the Atlanta game that they... Holy cow. What a way for the 100th year to end.
It all works out, Bonte.
How dare you, Spadoni, get this morning off on the wrong foot playing that Richard Sherman highlight? Because to answer your question, Shasky, that was as low as I've been as a 49er fan in a very long time. I could think about the losses, the 2011 NFC Championship to the New York Giants is as low as I was. That's your game right there because that was the end of the Harbaugh era.
Thank you.
That ended the Harbaugh era. Although they were 7-4 the next season, turkey on the 50, losing to the Raiders. That was the unofficial end to the Harbaugh era. 3 straight NFC Championship games. You lost 2 of them. You lost the Super Bowl the year before to Baltimore. You lost Bowman in that game. You lost Mike Iupati in that game.
Yep.
I mean, it was just a brutal, brutal, brutal loss. Brutal. And it was a bloodbath. It was one of the most physically played football games in the history of the NFL. We talk about game 162 in 1993. Giants-Dodgers. 2020-21, I felt like that was house money. I never really expected to beat the Dodgers in that 5-game series.
I'm just kind of with you.
Kind of came out of nowhere.
They were the better team.
Yeah, no doubt. But that loss, and this is why I hate the Seattle Seahawks. Oh, and this is why when Richard Sherman started showing his ass his last year with the Niners, counting people's money, talking about how he wasn't going to be back, I said, get this guy out of here. Get this guy out of here. Richard Sherman, I still can't stand him.
Let's send you down to the field and Aaron Andrews.
Joe, thank you so much. Richard, let me ask you the final play. Take me through it.
Well, I'm the best corner in the game. When you try me with a sorry receiver like Crabtree, that's the result you're going to get. Don't you ever talk about me.
Who was talking about you?
Crabtree, don't you open your mouth about the best. Or I'm going to shut it for you real quick. LOB.
All right, and Joe, back over to you.
All right, well,
where were you watching that?
Honestly, It's one of the few times I was at a watch party. I was at my ex-girlfriend's house. They had a bunch of people over, and I was like one of the only diehard Niner fans in there.
Oh, that's the worst setting to watch that in. My God.
And so
I'm so sorry.
my co-host of the Versus podcast back in the day, Eddie Mysonet, who's over at ESPN now and a sports fan, he said, man, I gained a lot of respect for you. He goes, the way you stomped after that interception, it felt like an earthquake. I was so triggered, so mad. My ex-girl was like, well, it just never really felt like that year. Never really felt like that year, blah, 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 blah. That pains me to this day to lose to Seattle. So tomorrow night is personal on many levels. Many levels. We have a built-in rivalry. These guys, we smoked them last year 3 straight times in the playoffs, but it still wasn't good enough. Still wasn't good enough. They're still chirping up there in the 209. I want this one bad tomorrow to send the first blow, to set the tone to say the West comes through the Bay Area. That's what tomorrow night's about. It's not about Philadelphia, not about home field advantage. It's not about any of that stuff. It's about letting everybody know that the NFC West comes through Santa Clara. It comes through Levi Stadium. You want to beat a man, you got to beat the man. And I'm expecting the Niners to go up there and do what they did last year to them.
The way that NFC Championship game ended, and then the subsequent Thanksgiving game where Kaepernick just melted down and they had turkey on the 50 9 years ago at Thanksgiving. 9 years ago. And then everybody remembers this. And Jed, I hate to do this to you. At 8:31 on November 27th, 2014, Jed York tweeted, thank you, #49er Faithful, for coming out strong tonight. This performance wasn't acceptable.
I heard it was put on a video board at Levi Stadium.
I apologize for that.
Rumors had it that it was on the video board at Levi Stadium. Now, I don't know if that was true or not, but he did send that tweet out. And it signaled the end of Harbaugh. It signaled the end of basically the 49ers that were Patrick Willis, Navarro Bowman, Michael Crabtree, Anquan Bolden. It was just a mess of a year. That Thanksgiving was hard. That was hard. I remember that was the old Snapchat days. I know people still Snapchat.
Yeah.
But I was on the Bay Bridge, stuck in traffic that day after that game, and I had like a meltdown on Snapchat. I was irate about that loss. Irate. There was nothing worse than losing to the Legion of Boom. That's why when having a meltdown. Yeah, I did have a meltdown. On the Bay Bridge, I had a meltdown in my Toyota Camry that had about 160,000 miles on it that I bought for $4,000. Listen, that day, that whole LOB, when they lost the Super Bowl, I may have celebrated like the Niners won.
Oh, 100%. But that was, that 2014 season. 2013, they had the snap over Peyton Manning's head right after they beat the Niners. And that entire,
you were talking about Thanksgiving, that year.
Yeah. Let me read you some of these tweets underneath the Jed York tweet, just to see how far we've come. I want you to listen to this. Fire Greg Roman, get better wideouts, keep the O-line healthy. The next one, Crabtree is mediocre, has a bad attitude. Bolden is good but old. Vernon Davis is old. Need to get bigger and faster. Greg Roman sucks. Hire me as offensive coordinator. Next one. I fully support Trent Baalke's daughter on what she said about Greg Roman. Way too much talent. Remember when Baalke's daughter was out here tweeting?
Yeah. Yep.
Thanks for the apology. Agreed. I spent too much money on this team. Team wasn't ready at all. Hire me as offensive coordinator. I mean, it's just... Think about where we were, Niner fans, 9 years ago.
And you know what? Greg Roman wasn't all that bad. The Super Bowl, he called a great game.
It beats all offensive coordinator firings.
Of course, that's what we do. That's what we do.
Unreal. And then, of course, get a new quarterback. Kaepernick can't read a defense. I mean, it's unbelievable. I can't believe how far we've come.
Well, we've come a long way. Because Jed York's done a great job of building the bully. John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan, Jed York being able to take a step back and just basically not saying anything, but just showing us that, hey, if you want a player, I'll back it with my money. I'll back it. If I need to put some things in escrow, I'll do that. If I need to pay some guys upfront money, I'll do that. He's headed out over $355 million in guarantees, and that's without the contract of Nick Bosa. Think about that. So we got Joe Lacob, and we have Jed York spending all kind of money, and they spend it wisely. Unlike the San Francisco Giants.
You left me an opening.
What?
There was an article this morning. Top 10 teams that have to have Shohei Ohtani. They need to have him. Who do you think number one was?
The Giants.
Yes. Just you keep going. Whatever. I just wanted to give you. I knew you'd get a laugh.
No, I just whatever with the Giants. I don't
but
even
it
know
was
why
for all the reasons you just said.
It's just like whatever. Show me. Show hey. Show me. Show me. Show hey.
I'll take yo-yo.
I'll take anything. I'll take anything. Just try to get me to. I want to be able to spend money on a ticket next year, Giants. That's the goal. How can you get Bonte Hill to spend money on a ticket to go to the yard? Or I guess I could just use a credential.
Well,
that's what I'll do.
Forget them. Yeah, let me ask you this question, Bonte. Does Seattle still hit the same way?
Absolutely.
For you, it does?
Yes, it does.
You think
it will never go away?
You think the fans agree with you?
Absolutely. I saw a lot of Niner fans up there last year.
Okay.
We took that stadium over. We took Lumen Field over. And it felt so damn good. And the snarkiness.
You're so happy.
When I got on that subway from the airport straight to Lumen Field, and the smug on the Seahawks fans looking at me with disdain, like we're just nothing, like we're not even in their league. And to go in their stadium and take it over. That was the game. You know, we played the highlight with Chris Collinsworth and Al Michaels on NBC Sports with Dre Greenlaw as a rookie. Saved the NFC West. And clinched home field advantage for the 49ers in the all-white throwbacks that we all watched at the old studio.
Amazing.
And we did the post-game show knowing that we have a bye week and we have a number one seed. Drake Greenlaw, as a rookie, made that play. Well, you know what? Last year on Thursday Night Football, it was Drake Greenlaw off to the side on the sideline, right in front of my seats. And that's when he looked over at the Seattle Seahawks sideline and he went like this, double tapping his helmet. And you know what he did that day? He was decapitating guys. I mean, the guy was an absolute maniac. So, is it still personal? You damn right it's personal tomorrow night. I want this one. Forget Philadelphia for now. We'll get to Philadelphia all next week, and trust me, we've got some great things planned for Philadelphia. We'll set the tone that week. Trust me on that one. But right now, it's all about Seattle. It's all about going up there and letting them know. You guys are afterthoughts. You guys are a startup franchise. You were nothing before you moved to the NFC West. You were nothing before Mike Holmgren. You were nothing. All you had was Steve Largent and Dave Craig, and it was a little cute story. That was that. Well, you know what the Seahawks are known for? It's for Brian Bosworth being trucked by Bo Jackson and the L.A. Raiders at the time. Not even the Las Vegas Raiders, not even the Oakland Raiders, the L.A. Raiders. So Seattle, yeah, it is personal. It is personal.
So in the last two complete seasons, 2021, 2022, Nick Bosa has had at least one sack in every game against the Seahawks. Regular season, 2 sacks in the 2 games in 2021. Last year, he had 3 sacks in the 2 regular season games, plus another sack in the playoffs, plus a forced fumble. You want to talk about a guy who shows up against Seattle? And you bring up Dre Greenlaw, which is an excellent one. Nick Bosa shows up against Seattle. Do you know who their right tackle is tomorrow? Does anyone know? You want to know?
Do you know?
Spadoni?
Jason Peters?
41-year-old Jason Peters.
Future Hall of Famer, though. He's still
I'm just
yeah.
he's
all
saying.
right, though.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, no, he signed. He just got off the practice. He just got activated a couple weeks ago, Jason Peters. So, look, Seattle's going to bring it. They have DK Metcalf. They have Tyler Lockett. But you know what happened on Thursday Night Football last year?
Huh.
Charvarius Ward actually shut down DK Metcalf.
He did.
And he shadowed him. He went everywhere on the field with DK Metcalf. Now, DK Metcalf got the last laugh in the playoff game. And look, the playoff game was close. 17-16 Seattle at the half.
It was closer than the ending was.
No doubt. The game became a blowout. But it was a close game. But we beat them 3 times. 3 times last year.
You know what the plus minus was? Plus 64 for the Niners last year against them, and plus 6 turnovers regarding how they kept on the ball. Now, it's tough to take the Jimmy game. The Jimmy game where Trey Lance got hurt, very different game. You know what I mean? Like, it was odd, you know? So, Debo
the energy was weird.
It was. Do you know who the leading rusher was in that game?
Debo Samuel. Who's Debo?
Jeff Wilson Jr.
Was it Jeff Wilson Jr.? Because Debo had a long run.
He did. He had 53 yards rushing. He also had 40 receiving.
What did Jeff Wilson Jr. end up rushing for?
84 yards rushing.
Right. That's right. He did have a big game.
I couldn't believe that. I was looking back at some of this. The other thing is Tyler Lockett, who you referenced DK Metcalf, who went off in the playoff game. Tyler Lockett actually really nicked them up on the short and deep stuff in the 2 regular season games.
And look, Jackson,
it wasn't as good in the playoffs.
And now you add Jackson Smith and Jigba, who's starting to find his rhythm. He's starting to find his role in the NFL. He's a problem. He's a very good wide receiver out of slot. So Diablo Lenore against Jackson Smith and Jigba's going to be huge.
That's a good
Aubrey Thomas on the edge. I mean, Aubrey Thomas against Tyler Lockett or DK. This is a big game for Ambry Thomas.
Oh, my
Huge game
God.
for him. Huge game. But you talk about their offensive line, and that's, every game from here on out, whether it's Seattle, whether it's Philadelphia, whether it's Arizona, whether it's Baltimore, it all starts up front.
Yes.
It all starts with Hargrave. It all starts with Chase Young. It all starts with Armstead. And it all starts with Nick Bosa. They set the tone for this football team. So when we look at their offensive line, Charles Cross at left tackle. Of course, you got the right tackle, Stone, Forsythe, and then Jason Peters, of course, at right tackle. You got Phil Haynes and Evan Brown in the middle, and Damian Lewis. It all starts up front with the 49ers. If they dominate this football game, because Geno can't get hit. Geno gets hit a lot, and he doesn't like to move around in the pocket. He doesn't like to scramble like he used to. It all starts with the big boys up front. And if they set the tone, and they make things happen alongside Fred Warner, where the DPOY conversation is back. Did you hear Peter King yesterday?
Yes.
Peter King said it's Fred Warner and Myles Garrett.
Well, I personally believe if there ever was a year where a defensive player should be in the MVP conversation, I think it's this year.
Fred Warner's playing at a high level.
I know we won't give an MVP to a non-quarterback. Like, it's almost impossible. Myles Garrett, if they win 12 or 13 games, how is Myles Garrett not in the top 2 of defensive player of the year? They're doing it with backup quarterbacks.
Yeah, no. P.J. Walker, Dorian Thompson-Robinson.
So, like, I love that Fred Warner's getting his flowers. He deserves it. I'm here for the defensive player MVP award.
Yeah,
I personally am.
I would love that.
I would, too.
I don't think it's going to happen.
I kind of agree with you. Charbonnet is going to be in there running for Kenneth Walker.
Yeah.
Charbonnet is quietly a good player.
Charbonnet is really good. He's a 3-down back. But you know what?
I'm worried about
the Niners haven't allowed. Don't be worried.
I know.
The Niners haven't.
They haven't run the ball well against us.
The Niners haven't allowed a 100-yard rusher in 37 games. Charbonnet beat Fred Warner. Charbonnet beat Drake Greenlaw. And you know what's happening in the first quarter? He's going to run the ball up the middle. He's going to lower his shoulder. And he's going to try to truck somebody. And you know what happens when you try to truck Fred Warner? Ask Najee Harris. Ask Travis Etienne. Ask any running back that's trying to run against Fred Warner this year. So, don't be worried. Don't be worried about Charbonnet. He's a good player. But when you got this defense that, again, they only allowed, you could say yards and this and that, but I look at point totals. 14 against Tampa Bay. 22 against Minnesota, 6 in the second half. All right? Cincinnati was a bad game. You throw that out the window, but they gave up 31. It is what it is. But Cleveland, they gave up 19. It really was an ugly 19. Cleveland was struggling. Seattle's going to have a hard time scoring against this defense.
There's no doubt. But the thing is, like, our offense, if you just look at the numbers in each game, whether it's the Jimmy game or the 2 Brock games, everybody kind of went off. Debo went off in the 2 games that he was healthy.
Right.
CMC and Kittle went off in the 2 back-to-back games.
The Thursday night game, the screen game was unbelievable.
They have 8 new starters on defense.
Also Jordan
8
Mason.
new starters.
Well, Baldy, when he joined us yesterday, said they played 15 rookies. They played 15 rookies.
Pete Carroll was saying yesterday that they've waited 10 months to get a chance at the Niners because the way that they lost those 2 games back-to-back sat with them, and they knew that they couldn't roll back the same game. They still got old man Bobby Wagner in the middle, and he's really showing his age. Giving up 400 yards receiving this year.
Yeah, he can't move sideline to sideline like he used to. There's no doubt he's a little older. I think he's going to retire after the season. He's about on his last leg. Though. But Jordan Mason had a big game late in the year. He sealed the deal late in the game. Running all over through the Seattle defense. But that game last year on Thursday Night Football, it was 7-3 Niners. It really could have flipped. Quandre Diggs dropped an interception right before the half. And if he doesn't drop that interception, Seattle's cooking with at least a field goal. The Niners, they were able to take advantage of that, and they go down the field and score, and they take a 14-3 at the half. 14-3 lead.
My favorite play call was the double screen throw to the middle of Kittle where he's wide open. Brock executed it perfectly. It was one of the best play designs Shanahan's ever drawn up.
No, it was a great screen. The screen game that whole game, like I just said, they were rolling with that. Does Seattle hit for you? Because I know we were back and forth.
No, now that we're here, now that we're here, it does hit for me.
We own the Rams. The Rams, we got them in our back pocket. They don't even have a home. They don't even have a home. They don't have a home stadium.
I know, but for me, like, Arizona's so below Seattle and the Rams in terms of hatred. I kind of want the Rams to be bigger than it is. Maybe I'm kind of hyping.
No, I do want it to be bigger. I hate LA.
Yeah,
I hate SoCal.
Yeah.
So,
but Seattle still hits.
Seattle hits hard. This is the one because they view us as the number 1 rival.
DK 10 for 140 last year.
Yep.
I'm very interested to see how they mark him up. And then Tyler Lockett has had 5+ catches in every matchup the last 2 years.
But you know what, though? Get to the quarterback.
I know.
Get to the quarterback.
And that's where Bosa comes in.
All right, it is Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Freeman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit freemansappliance.com today. And also, shout out to the Comcast Business Text Line, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Anthony Slater coming up at 8 o'clock. Dick Fan coming up at 9:20 from KJR up in Seattle. We'll stroke the flame with him at 9:20. That's what's coming up on the game. Sponsored by Caltrans Stormwater.
Let's change this to that by picking up after our pets. Reduce.
Bay Area is Draymond Green. The Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky is live on YouTube and Twitch right now. Time for you to like and subscribe.
So Draymond Green is down in Phoenix practicing with the team. He traveled with them. He's starting to get his win back.
Did you see what the internet did to me last night?
No, I did not see. I was off the internet
A bunch
yesterday.
of people tagged me, and so I saw it this morning, basically. And the internet got me. It was a video of Draymond Green with LeBron James, and something about Draymond calling him the king or whatever. And it's a grainy video. And I was like, is this really from last night? And come to find out, it's a very old video.
I thought it was from last night.
Yeah, because, LeBron scored 39,000 points last night. And
yeah.
I was like, this guy really did it.
Oh, I got tagged in something about that.
You see what I'm saying? I got
that.
multiple tags in it.
Oh, okay. Right.
But it's not true. The internet got me.
Yeah.
Stop tagging me in old Draymond videos.
Or this is where journalism school comes into play. Cite your sources, son.
Who, me? Well, that's
Absolutely incredible.
I triple checked.
Oh, man. The Niners have an opportunity to do something they haven't done since 1976. And that's beat Seattle, up in Seattle, for consecutive seasons.
Wow.
That place has been a house of horrors for the 49ers. Since Seattle moved back to the NFC West, yes, folks, they have not won 2 straight years in Seattle.
That's surprising.
That's not really when you think about it.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
I mean, think about it. Seattle moves back into the NFC West in 2002. So the Niners beat them 28-21 the Sharpie game, right? Then they lose 19-20. Then they lose 1, 2, 3 in a row. Then all of a sudden, they win 1, they lose 1, they win 1. Then you think about what happened in the 2000s with the Legion of Boom, the 2010s. First time. They have an opportunity since 1976 to win 2 straight games in back-to-back seasons in Seattle. That's crazy. They've not won up there. It's been a house of horrors.
I'm kind of jaw-dropped on that one. I know that they had lost so many in a row to Russell Wilson, and Russell Wilson I believe to be a big part of the rivalry.
Right.
And, I mean, I'm still hating Russ, even though he's playing for the Denver Broncos. So it lost a little. I think at the beginning of last year, it was early in the season.
Right.
You still had that taste, and then obviously fighting for the NFC West crown the way that the two teams did. When we thought it would be the Rams, who were the defending Super Bowl champs, heading into that season. I'm here now for this Seattle thing, and I'm glad that they've spaced it out toward the end of the year.
Yep.
I don't like when they have one game at the beginning, 17 weeks, and then we play them at the end. I like these 2 games impacted in between each other.
So, 1976, they won 37-21 up at the Kingdome. 1988, they won 38-7. The Montana years. 1991, they won 24-22. And then it's been a lot of losing up there in Seattle. A lot of losing. And so, Pete Carroll's going to be chewing his gum, walking up and down the sideline. Can't stand him. That little clown.
I kind of like him now.
Well, that's embarrassing.
I know.
When you think about, this is how much.
It's a shame.
It's
embarrassing.
When you guys think about me and my hatred for USC, I don't hate USC. But one thing I don't like about Pete Carroll is he left USC high and dry.
Well, come on.
He left them high and dry.
Everybody was cheating.
Yeah, but he left them high and dry. He left them in disarray. And he got up to Seattle, and he started chewing his gum, and he got lucky with Russell Wilson. Like the Niners got lucky with Brock Purdy, he got lucky with Russell Wilson because they went out and signed Matt Flynn. And they figured out right away, oh, no, Matt Flynn's not the guy. And so, no, I respect Pete Carroll, but I don't like him at all. The hell no. Never have, never will.
I see, for some reason, the older...
He stuck it to us with Matt Leinart.
I know.
When Matt Leinart was going to leave, he said, no, you don't want to go up there. He wanted to get the job in San Francisco, get total control. He didn't get it.
Well, he claimed that Bill Walsh told him not to go work.
Right, yeah, that's what he claimed. He's lying on Bill Walsh's
That's
name.
that's what he claimed at the time.
Lying on Bill Walsh's name. So you know what? Screw Pete Carroll and everything that he's about. And his New Balances and his old man game, trying to throw footballs
the Nike
in
Monarchs?
practice. Dude, I don't even know if he's coaching up there. He's like a little cheerleader.
My favorite video of the offseason was him running around with the flags on either side as he's throwing passes. Come on, you guys seen it.
How do you like Pete Carroll?
I don't know. The older I get, the more I like him.
Oh, my gosh.
I can't believe, because I respect him. You know why? The older I get, the more I try to have a young soul. And I see Pete Carroll, and I'm like, dude, that guy's in his 70s and is still relating to people in their 20s. I don't know. I respect him.
Forget him. Forget him and everything he's about.
Is that really surprising that I'm turning around on Pete?
You are Sausalito Shasky sometimes, so it's not really that surprising. Yeah. It's not that surprising.
Pivot, don't panic.
Okay. Yeah.
Who's the one guy you fear the most in this matchup against Seattle?
I don't fear anybody, but I tell you what, because you know what, the Niners, and I don't fear anything on this team. I don't. Here's how I look at things. When I have a team like the 49ers, and I've got premium players at multiple positions, it's about what we do. And Eric Armstead said this on his podcast. What was it? Third Log, I think his podcast. It's called Third Log. He had Nick Bosa on not too long ago. It's about what we do. So what is Brock Purdy going to do? If he takes care of the football, what is Brandon Ayuk going to do? What is McCaffrey going to do? How's this offensive line going to hold up against his Seattle front? How's his front four going to get after Geno Smith? It's about what we do. So I don't fear anything with freaking Seattle and what they do and how they run their offense and how they run their defense. It's about what the 49ers do. What type of team am I getting up there Thursday night? And you know what? I think we're getting the team up there in the 206, not the 209. That's Modesto Stockton. The 206 up there in Seattle. It's about what we do and how we're playing. It's about us, Shasky. It ain't about them. It's about us.
Oh, well, I do worry about their wide receiving core because that's kind of the soft spot of the 49er team in general, outside of maybe the right side of the offensive line. So I do worry about Lockett. He has had a propensity to get behind our guys and rack up some yardage, and DK's a monster. So those two in particular, I fear, but that kind of plays into the pass rush strength of the Niners if you drop back that often. Like if Geno drops back 40 times in this game, I think we're winning. I don't think that they have to be more balanced than that. I don't think they can just drop back and beat us the way that like Seattle was trying to earlier this year. You reference like what we do. Since adding CMC, he's basically had 150 plus all-purpose yards against Seattle in both games, ran for 100 in both of them, the playoff game and the late game at the end of the year last year. And he's been efficient. I mean, 15 for 119 on the ground in the playoff game and 108 on 26 carries. A little more difficult on 3 days rest on the Thursday night game.
Well, this is where
he's been a big time addition.
This is where I'll listen to the argument of getting Elijah Mitchell or Jordan Mason some carries because it is a short week. And by the way, the NFL, these Thursday night games, you talk to NFL players. I remember talking to Ian Williams about this. Your body doesn't recover until Thursday for a Sunday game. And now we're back. Now we're squeezing in 3 games because we're just so money hungry. And the Thursday night football games are a joke. But anyway, Seattle, 25th in the run game, 25th when it comes to rushing yards per game.
Yeah.
So if you want to go one-dimensional on the 49ers like Tampa Bay did last week, it's not going to go well for you. It's not. So go ahead and pass the ball every single play. Go ahead and throw it around the DK back half and try to throw the ball. See, the thing about throwing the ball deep is you need those routes to develop.
Yes.
You need about 4 seconds of time. Are you going to have 4 seconds of time to throw the football against Nick Bosa, Chase Young, Javon Hargrave, and Eric Armstead? I don't think so.
Coming off of season high in terms of pressures? No. Because Hargrave and Armstead were setting records for this year for pressures in a game. You know, I think quietly in the first half of the playoff game, Kenneth Walker, the fourth, ran really hard. Really hard. You look up, the numbers weren't eye-popping, but he was efficient, and I thought that he was a load to take down, and they made them one-dimensional in that second half, and they had to chase a little, and that's where it fed right into the 49ers' hands. Geno made plays in that first half.
He did, but it's a 4-quarter game.
I agree.
And when it came down to money time, Brock Purdy was the better quarterback.
I mean, he threw for 330 in that game.
Brock Purdy was unbelievable in that game. So
with an Ayuk drop in the end zone that could have got him up to 350.
So as we get ready for Thanksgiving and we get ready for our sides and our stuffing and our mac and our turkey and our ham and our smoked turkey and our deep fried turkey, 888-957-9570. How are we feeling about Seattle? Are they still number one on your list when it comes to hatred? Are they still the number one rivalry, or has it shifted to Philadelphia? Is it the L.A. Rams? Is it the Dallas Cowboys, who we've pip-slapped 3 times in a row? Is Seattle still that top dog? I wonder. I wonder. 888-957-9570. 888-957-9570. The Cowboys, they're just our little brothers. They're so jacked up in the brain. I'm not worried about them. To me, they're not the number one rival right now. We dominate them.
Well, it's interesting to watch Dak perform very, very well, and it feels like in all the games, he's the reason that, at least the playoff games, that Dallas didn't advance.
When you talk about front runners, that's who the Cowboys are. They'll beat up on the Carolina Panthers. They'll beat up on the Washington Commanders. They'll beat up on the New York Giants. When it comes down to big boy football, we know how they perform. We know how they wilt under pressure. So I'm not worried about the Cowboys. They're not my number one rival right now. It's between Seattle or Philadelphia. Because Seattle did some things to me psychologically as a kid. You know, young adulthood, keeping the Harbaugh era for winning a Super Bowl, starting that rivalry. Yeah. Earl Thomas and Richard Sherman.
Cam Chancellor taking the soul of Vernon Davis.
Malcolm Smith. Michael Bennett. Cliff Averill. And Russell Wilson running around, making plays. Doug Baldwin. I hate Seattle.
Who was it? Was it Brandon Mebane? Who was the D tackle?
Brandon Mebane. From Texas?
I thought he was Cal.
Was he Cal?
Maybe I'm wrong.
I do remember Brandon Mebane.
Yeah, you remember him, right?
They were an all-time good defense.
They really were.
And they took something that was ours. They got a Super Bowl. Well, so we would have talked about Super Bowls and making NFC Championship games. They were able to get one. They took our Super Bowl. And I haven't forgotten about it. So tomorrow night, winning 2 straight games in Seattle is imperative. Leaving there alone in first place is imperative. Setting the tone against them and letting them know that the NFC West continues to come through the Bay Area, it's imperative, folks. 888-957-9570. It's Seattle week. Let's go.
Looking for the best turkey prices? At Lucky, Jenny-O whole frozen turkeys, 12 to 24 pounds, are just $40.
The Morning Roast is live on YouTube right now. Take it away, Bonte.
All right, this segment is sponsored by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Don't forget it's Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Freeman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit Freeman'sAppliance.com today. Warriors in Phoenix to take on the Suns tonight. It'll be a fun game. Phoenix coming in on the back end of a back-to-back. They played last night against Portland at home. They beat up on Portland. Game was a little closer at the half. They were only up 5 after blowing a big first quarter lead. Kevin Durant did his thing, but he played 36, 37 minutes last night. So where will his legs be at tonight down in Phoenix? The Warriors with a day off. Of course, they beat the Houston Rockets, trying to stack some wins. Phoenix 7-6, Warriors 7-8. So this is going to be an interesting contest. We haven't seen them since opening night when they won at Chasing. Remember, they were up 15 at the half. They outlasted them in the fourth quarter. Some big plays. Devin Booker, late pick and rolls there.
Have you seen the numbers he's averaging?
His numbers are ridiculous.
28 and 9.
You know what? Overall, we're going to get right back into the
28 and 9.
No, we're going to get right back into football because I don't know if it's the in-season tournament. I don't know what's going on in the NBA. But the start of the regular season has been fire. And I'm telling you, Tyrese Halliburton yesterday, Sacramento Kings fans, I know they have some bonus, and he's playing well for them. But Tyrese Halliburton dropped 37-16 yesterday. He hit 9 threes. I mean, that game was an old school Western Conference game. 150, it was 157, or it was 155, 152 at one point late in the game. But Tyrese Halliburton, these young players, man, and Anthony Edwards, Devin Booker, Tyrese Halliburton, Anthony Edwards, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Chet Holmgren. These young Bulls are balling right now.
It's interesting, the Halliburton trade, because I get where you're coming from, where they gave up a very good player. He's a very good player. But Sabonis has filled a role for the Kings. Like, those are the kind of trades. They're very rare. I feel like both teams got what they were looking for.
Yeah, no, they did. They did.
Like, there was a trade in baseball where Arias went to the Marlins. He ended up being a batting champ. And then
Rice.
Yeah, and Minnesota gets Pablo Lopez. And Pablo Lopez was really good this year.
Paulo Banchero yesterday, 25 points, 5 rebounds, 3 assists. Orlando's 9-5. So these young teams.
Where are the bad teams?
These young teams are coming. They're coming. I don't know if they're winning championships, but I got to say the NBA is off to a rollicking start. Yesterday was a good day of hoops. Philadelphia loses to Cleveland, and Cleveland didn't have Donovan Mitchell.
You see LeBron?
LeBron's doing his thing. Anthony Edwards, he's a front runner though.
What? Now we're mad at Anthony Edwards?
No, I mean not Anthony Edwards. Anthony Davis.
Oh, okay. I was going to say.
Wrong Anthony. I love Anthony Edwards.
Yeah.
I think he's good for the game.
I was surprised.
Anthony Edwards came out and said,
favorite players.
He's old school. He goes, I want to play in every single game. I respect Anthony Edwards. But Anthony Davis, Utah doesn't have real big. So I'm going to go out there and dominate. I'm going to laugh. I'm going to do too small. I'm going to dunk. Do that against Jokic. All right? Do that against some of the other bigs in the league. Right? Do that against Sabonis, for crying out loud. He let Sabonis eat his lunch. You know how I feel about Sabonis. The Lakers. The Lakers. I can't stand that damn team. I turned that game off so fast. The Lakers.
I have to say, as much as I, am fatigued by LeBron, as much as it does become nauseating to see everybody on the clutch payroll talk him up, the guy is an all-timer, and I still enjoy watching him. I do. I hate admitting it, but I do. I still enjoy watching him because I feel like one day he's going to be gone and we're going to miss him.
Let me guess. Do you love let me figure out a Dodger. Did you love Mike Piazza?
No, but I do enjoy watching Mookie Betts play.
All right.
No, like Mookie Betts, I enjoy watching play.
He's about to be 39 years old.
That's what I'm saying.
And he's averaging 26 points, basically. Look, he's shooting 58% from the field, 41% from three, 8 boards, 6 assists.
My relationship is complicated. Yeah, my relationship is complicated with LeBron, but at the very, I do love watching him play basketball. I don't love the theatrics and the screaming and yelling at the referees and just a lot of the other stuff. But in terms of watching the guy play, I mean, come on, man. He's one of the most compelling watches in sports history.
Well, he used to be. I don't like.
Okay, maybe he's not what he was.
But no, LeBron's an all-time great. I got that. I mean, how can I not say that? So, yeah. I mean, LeBron's good.
Almost 40,000 points is.
It's insane. His resume is going to be all time.
It really is.
Look, he may go down as a top player ever, and he's overachieved because of the expectations coming into the league.
It's unreal.
But you know what? I'm still taking Jordan over LeBron for one game.
I don't think that's egregious, though. Jordan was look at the defensive player of the year metrics and look at some of his. And that's the part with Kobe I think we've kind of forgotten how great and how elite defensively he was. Yeah. I mean, I think he was like a 9-time defensive first team. Jordan, same thing. Jordan was amazing. LeBron also had those elements, but the body of work that LeBron's put together is just unreal.
No, he's all time, and he's a pass-first guy. Let's go to SF Bay Drummer in Houston.
I'm kind of with you on the Jordan thing. Like, I think I am taking Jordan's prime over him, but that's not a slide on LeBron.
Yeah, no, it's not. LeBron's an all-time player. He's in the argument, which is, like with the whole top 10 list, if you're in the argument for top 10, you're pretty damn good. Yes. SF Bay Drummer, what's happening?
What's up?
Hey, what's up, guys? Happy Thanksgiving to you guys.
Happy Thanksgiving, man.
Yeah, man. I don't like Seattle. I always hated Seattle. I was like just coming out of college when the rivalry was hot in the Harbaugh years, and I didn't like Richard Sherman, man. Tomorrow we owe him. I could see Bosa, Armstead, Hargrave, pretty much the whole D-line because them some big boys, and maybe we can add some offensive linemen. We eating turkey on their 50 tomorrow. We have to smoke the fried Seahawks however they want it. I'm not scared of Geno, and I'm not scared of the Seahawks. Like, we really should dominate them. Hopefully we can have a Warriors-esque third quarter and just blow it out and just rest our guys in the fourth quarter so we can get ready for some more birds so, we don't have leftovers when we play Philly the next week. So while y'all eating y'all good food, remember food don't slap, it smacks.
I love that. Happy Thanksgiving, S.A. Bay Drummer, one of our P1s here on the Morning Roast. He's a day one roaster. Look, man, it is the Battle of the Birds over the next 5 weeks. And I want to smoke these sea chickens or pigeons or whatever you want to call them. And you know what, Shasky, again, you can look at all their numbers. They're 25th in rushing the Seattle Seahawks. Let's just do what we do. That's what the great teams do. When the Warriors were humming, it was about what they did, not what you do. We dictate how this game is going to turn out. You know what I'm saying? The great Niner teams, we dictate how this game's going to be played. We play on our tempo, with our tempo, our pace. You're playing on our speed. So tomorrow night, it's about what we do. Do we turn the ball over or not? Do we get after the quarterback? Do we cause turnovers? Do we shut down the run? Forget the Seahawks. They're the afterthought tomorrow night. It's about what we do tomorrow night because we're the top dog tomorrow night. Again, the West runs through San Francisco. It runs through the Bay Area.
I would agree with that.
So let's just play our game. Play our game, and we're coming out with the win. Because I don't fear Geno.
That's what it feels like it boils down to is if I put Russell Wilson there, even this year's Russell Wilson, instead of Geno, I think everyone fears them a little different.
Yeah. Yeah, Russell struck fear in me.
Yes.
He was he was
Brett Favre.
Brett Favre could not be Brett Favre. Whenever Brett Favre dropped back to pass, said, oh, God, here we go.
I know. That's exactly.
Russell Wilson, he dropped back, oh, God, here we go. Here we go again.
So, to me, I feel like the Geno Smith at quarterback thing, I think that is the big, not letdown, but I think that's the big thing where, nobody believes in them. Nobody really, truly believes. See, and I get what you're saying in terms of it's about what we do. I just look at DK Metcalf, and I will always fear that guy. Individually, I just think he's a monster. At any moment, he can go off. I mean, he had the rookie record for receiving yards in a playoff game. The guy is a beast, an absolute beast. And I've always had an affinity for him. And then Tyler Lockett, I just think is very good. He's an excellent player. And so the one thing that the Niners have struggled at times this year is defending the pass on either the short and deep stuff. And I think those explosive plays can be there, especially given how handsy our DBs have been. I just worry that some funky, weird stuff might happen up in Seattle when it comes to the passing game.
Don't be worried. When you sit down for your meal tomorrow night, 888-957-9570. If you got any Seahawk trash talk, let me know. how much you hate Seattle.
Did you know that they're going to be wearing their action green uniforms?
Which is why we should put it on them. For them disrespecting the football gods and wearing those hideous uniforms. Those lime green highlighter uniforms. Seattle's really going to wear that on Thanksgiving night.
I kind of like them.
What is wrong with you?
Well, if you're around
I mean, you like everything
13,
with the rivals
12,
now.
11-year-olds, they'll tell you that the highlighter colors are in.
It's the season of giving, Bonte.
Exactly.
All right? And being appreciative of
What
things
is
that
wrong
you
with
like.
this guy? He loves Pete Carroll. He fears DK. He likes the highlighter uniforms.
LeBron's greatness.
LeBron's greatness in the Lakers bread. Who is this guy? Who am I working with?
The Niners are wearing the all whites. Those are sick. Spadoni, as a non-Niner fan, the all whites are clean.
Oh, of course they are. I like the Niners uniforms. I think they get slept on in the highlights.
Totally agree.
Get to the car. I can't believe Shasky right now.
All I'm saying is
those uniforms, they're disrespecting the guys. They got great throwbacks. They got good uniforms.
I do like the
and they're going to
throwbacks.
disrespect everybody on Thanksgiving night, the national audience, and freaking wear those highlighters, those lime green uniforms.
I just don't think they're as bad as everyone makes them out to be.
You know what? What's the spread tomorrow?
Like, they're not the Yankees. They're the Seahawks. They don't have much history. So, to me, going outside the uniform, staples, it's not the worst crime in the world.
Those things are hideous.
I know, and I love that everyone hates them.
What is wrong with you? It's the season of giving, but damn, not to the rivals.
I would have rather them worn their 1980 throwbacks, because they did unveil those.
I still hate Galileo High School. And I got a lot of buddies from Galileo High School, but that was my number one rival in high school. We could not lose the Galileo game because we would never hit the end of it. And I still hate Galileo to this day, even though I covered them. And Kyle Nelson, shout out to Kyle Nelson, Arizona Diamondbacks. I had a lot of fun covering Galileo High School. But I still can't stand that purple. All right? Lincoln High School. They've been kicking our ass in the Bell game for 11 straight years, but you know what? I still can't stand Edison and Coach Walker and Coach Farino and all those guys up there. There's no love for the rival. No love.
Niners 7-point favorites on the road tomorrow.
7?
That's a lot.
That's a lot of points lay on the road
for a Thursday game.
Yeah, that's a lot of points lay on the road.
Opponent?
I will say that.
That's a lot.
Oh
of points.
gosh, let me guess you're worried. Larry in San Francisco. Get Larry out here. I want to hear some smack talk. Let's go, Larry. What you got? Oh wait, he's on the phone. Oh, Larry, let's go, Larry.
Hey, what's up, fellas?
Hey, buddy.
Hey, God, I miss you guys, man. I wish you guys would go back on to the evening show. But anyway,
hell no. Why would you want me to work? Hey, whoa, Larry. I never worked the evening show. It's been middays. I'd love to go back to the afternoons, get some sleep every now and then.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, the afternoon, man. But I know you're doing big things now, Monte, with the Warriors and stuff. So, but hey, check it out. Yesterday I'm doing Uber, right? I got this young cat in my car, Seahawks fan, right? Got to talking about how he's going to smack down the Niners tomorrow and everything. And we were just happening to be talking about C.J. Stroud. And he was telling me, man, this kid is an MVP. This kid is the second coming of Russell Wilson. I mean, not Russell Wilson, but Patrick Mahomes and all this stuff, right? I said, but isn't the sample size too small? And he goes, what? I go, but didn't you just tell me that you thought Purdy was okay, but the sample size of his wins are too small? You know, how can you tell me after 9 games that this cat is the MVP Patrick Mahomes, you know? Which I do think he's very, 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 very good, you know?
Where are we going, Larry? Give me some smack talk, Larry. Give me some smack talk. Come on.
Tomorrow when we go in and we beat down Drew Lock, make him look like Jimmy G against Jimmy G getting beat down against the Seahawks, we're going to kill him, dude. I mean, it's going to be
You know what?
It's going to be a statement game.
Larry, I love you. Larry, I love you. Where's Juice in Fremont? Where's the heavy hitters? I know it's Thanksgiving, but the Seahawks are in my way, and I'm not letting them ruin my Thanksgiving. Because that's what can happen tomorrow night. We're going to all be having fun, food, turkey, yada, yada, yada. And if they steal Thanksgiving from us in those damn highlighter uniforms, the human highlighters, really? They ain't the Oregon Ducks. Who the hell does Seattle think they are?
You think there's a chance that Niner fans are looking up to next Sunday already?
They bet
and
not.
The big one.
They better not be.
And by the way, I need to play it since we brought it up. the Philadelphia head coach, Nick
this
Sirianni.
guy, Sirianni.
This is what he had to say after the game, walking off against the Kansas City Chiefs.
In the tunnel. In the tunnel. Not on the field, but in the tunnel.
In the tunnel.
We'll deal with that clown next week. We'll deal with him next week. We'll deal with him next week. We'll deal with him next week.
When he's like this, or when like there's as I'm like fist pumping for the radio audience, he also does this thing when like a quarterback overthrows a pass and no one breaks it up. He does the nope, where he like does the chop, like he's a DB. I'm like, Sirianni, you are such a clown. Such a clown.
But you know what? They're 9-1. They're 9-1.
I know.
So we'll get to them next week. Don't worry.
Perfect representation.
Don't worry. We got something for Philadelphia. Next week is definitely personal. It's personal. But I need this one tomorrow. I hate the 12s. They stole that from Texas A&M. All right? They pump in fake crowd noise. Their in-game entertainment sucks. Lumen Field. Lumen Field. The Softy Mahlers and everything. Oh, my God. Duke and San Bruno. Duke, what's happening?
Hey, Duke.
Hey, guys. Sausalito Shasky's got me rolling while I'm driving this morning because it's driving Bonte nuts. Sorry, Bonte, I got nothing for you as far as hate, other than I do agree with Shasky about Pete Carroll. Hey, man, if I'm that old,
that's what I'm saying.
When I am getting near Pete Carroll, you can run up and down the field like that. You got to give the guy credit.
Oh, because he's healthy. Great. He took care of his body. Awesome.
No.
Awesome.
He carries himself as a young man.
You got to give the guy credit.
Yeah. You know? And he's also, like me, he's got the broken beak. You know, we both have the messed up Irish nose.
Hey, Pete Carroll, how about you grow up and at your age? How about that?
Comment about yesterday. You guys were talking about the young Japanese pitcher throwing the breaking ball.
Yeah.
And I don't know if anybody picked up on it, but Shasky dropped a "Is it real?" and they're spectacular. And I got to thank you for that.
Seinfeld. It always comes back to that. My wife's rewatching Seinfeld on Netflix right now, and I got to say, that catalog of Seinfeld, it's pretty timeless.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMG FM and AC1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game. And for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage, don't forget, you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams, sponsored by our very good friends at First NorCal Credit Union. Just log on to search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Trusted name since 1922. Visit freemansappliance.com today. I do want to rewatch Seinfeld because when I started watching Seinfeld, they were already in reruns. And so I would watch them late night on KTVO. So I didn't start at the very beginning. I was kind of in and out.
First season isn't even that great.
But no, I want to go back and watch them. I almost bought the entire DVD set, but DVDs were going out of style. So,
the box set. You know, that's one thing real quick. I'm going to let you finish. Why I'm in such a good mood this morning. I went straight to the Jay-Z catalog this morning, and I just played Jay-Z on my way in. And you are correct. Bonte, your assessment is proper. Jay-Z's music ages as well as any other artist in any genre. It doesn't matter. Like, his catalog is unreal. Not all of it, but the majority of it ages very, very, very well, and he's still got hitters. His catalog's pretty unbelievable.
Oh, man. Let's go. Let's go, Niners. This is Seattle. We got
that's
a lot of
why
calls
Seinfeld
there.
hits.
Seinfeld does hit. It does age well.
Day, and it ages well.
Seinfeld's a very good show.
A lot of comedies don't age well. Like MASH doesn't age well. Seinfeld ages
Does
well.
Friends age well?
I never liked Friends in real time. I will be The Office and Friends. I don't get it. Either one of them.
The Office is good.
I
like The Office.
I don't find it funny.
I did like The Office. The Office is good. Let's go to Markeisha in Livermore. Markeisha. Good morning, Markeisha. What's going on?
Oh, my goodness. You guys always say my name wrong. It's Marshika.
Marshika. My bad. Marshika. Blame me for that. I misread that. I saw some. I used to have a classmate named Markeisha. I was just assuming. My bad, Marshika. My apologies. Next time you call, I'll get it right.
Yeah, my name is unique.
No, it's a beautiful name. It's a beautiful name. It's a beautiful name.
Thank you. And I listen to you guys all the time.
Thank you.
I love Monster, Mondays, all that. Thank you for taking my call.
Anytime.
Today is my lovely birthday. I'm a turkey baby.
Sagittarius.
Happy birthday.
Yes. Actually, Sasky, I'm a sports Sag. I'm on the cusp.
Oh, I didn't know that.
But,
well, happy birthday.
So, thank you so much. So next year on Thursday, I'll be on Thanksgiving. So that's why I call myself a turkey baby. I just want to say they need to win for my birthday, number one. Number two, we need to eat turkey on the field, like Monte said, like they did us. And I never forgave what's his name, that ate the turkey on the field?
Richard Sherman.
So, I never forgave him. Yes, when he came to our team, I never forgave him. Even though, hey, he caught catches and did great with our team, and he rides with us all the time. And so we need to win. We need to win. We need to do this and just be the sole number one team, all that. And not afraid of Geno Smith, and we're going to get it done. Let's go, Niners.
Let's go. Let's go, Marshika. Good call. Good call. Lucky in San Francisco. I got to hear from Lucky before the break. Lucky in San Francisco. Talk to me, Lucky. Talk to me.
Bonte, Shasky, good morning. What I'm hearing, man, is blasphemy from my man Shasky, man. You're loving Pete Carroll. You're loving anything with blue and light green and blue and silver. Come on, man. Seattle and Dallas are our biggest rivals, period. It'll never stop, man. Let's go get these dudes, man. Eat the sea chickens on the 50, and let's go get ready for these birds, man. These other birds, them green birds, man, so we can fry them too. Let's go,
I
man.
am ready for some green.
You know, Richard Sherman, let that turkey juice, that turkey grease just drip all over the 49ers logo, has scarred me. Well, it was hard for me to accept Richard Sherman as a 49er. 2019 was good, and then he got cooked in the NFC Championship game by Devontae Adams. Then he got cooked in the Super Bowl, and he was MIA in that season. So it's hard for me to accept Richard Sherman as a 49er. I know he rides with us. He rides with us on media and talks about the Niners and John Lynch and whatnot. But it's hard for me to accept him for what he did as a member of the Seattle Seahawks. All right? He talked trash about our city. Talked trash about Crabtree. Ate that turkey leg on our logo. So there's nothing I like about Seattle. Nothing. Nothing, Shasky. I can't stand it. The Pete Carroll, that clown who left USC high and dry, all those kids who paid tuition and left them high and dry. And he sold Reggie Bush out to dry. He did.
He helped Reggie Bush become a first-round pick, and so did Reggie Bush.
No, Reggie Bush helped Pete Carroll become a head coach of the NFL.
Are we really acting like Pete Carroll is the big bad criminal of the college football?
Pete Carroll, the guy who on 4th and 2 didn't even have Reggie Bush on the football field.
That was egregious.
In the Rose Bowl.
That was egregious.
And you ran it right at the middle with Lindell White.
I did like Lindell White, though.
I love Lindell White.
Bonte, I mean, come on. Like, Pete Carroll, of all the villains of NCAA history, Pete Carroll is not one of them.
Oh, he's a villain.
No, he's not.
He's a villain.
That's not.
He's a villain.
No.
He's a villain.
Players swear by him.
Has he even been back to USC since he left there high and dry?
I mean, he's no Bobby Bowden as far as villains go.
No, Bobby Bowden is one of the greatest coaches in NCAA history.
He's no Rick Pitino. He won't take your wife out for a dinner.
Well, Rick Pitino's something.
He was taking those recruits out to some nice dinners too.
Yeah. Well, they call him the vampire.
He's not taking your wife to the bathroom or the laundry room either. What's coming up in the game sponsored by AC Transit? We got more of your phone calls. It's Seattle Smack Talk Week.
Also, a special food with Butcher at some point.
Yeah. I don't know if it's going to happen.
Ask me any question you want, people, regarding food.
Ask him why he loves the highlighter uniforms. What is wrong with Sausalito Shasky? Who likes Seattle? Get the Space Needle. I got to go to Gay Bridge.
Are you a mechanic with at least 4 years under you?
Now back to the morning roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky. Take it away, Bonte.
You know what? King of the Hill's coming up in the 9 o'clock hour. I'm just going to do my 7 most hated Seahawks.
Oh, I think I do top 7 Pete Carroll moments in life.
No, that cheater from Stockton. You cheater. I do like this song, though. I don't hate USC. See, that's the big misnomer about me. I actually have the Heisman Trophy book with Reggie Bush. I have a Matt Leinart jersey in the closet that I've worn here to the studio with the Orange Bowl patch when they smoked Oklahoma. Let that rock. I love this song. But you know what? They can't stop a nosebleed. They couldn't even beat UCLA last week.
Lincoln Riley is allergic to defense.
Yeah, well.
My guy is literally allergic to defense.
Well, it looked like they didn't play much offense last week.
No, well, that's all.
That boy Latu coming off the edge. I didn't know who Latu was. Somebody hit me and was like, you don't know who Latu is? Yes, I'm not watching UCLA football. The only UCLA football game I watched this season was when they lost to Arizona. And why did I watch that game? Because I had money on Arizona.
Can I give you, and this isn't even a hot take, this is just a real take. I personally believe, like, Brian Kelly doesn't fit LSU. He's
you guys did.
What?
You guys thought he did?
No, but I'm saying, like, he just doesn't fit. USC needs a coach who understands, like, it's superstars. Snoop's got to be on the sideline. People like Dion fits USC better than Lincoln Riley. Lincoln Riley, if I was you, I would go to USC and say, hey, this isn't working out. You know where he should go?
Where should he go?
The open Texas A&M job. He is a Southern coach.
Right, who's that?
I'm talking your guy who's Lincoln Riley.
No, I don't think he can handle the SEC. Oh, no.
I don't think he can handle USC.
Oh, no.
He's closing off the media to practice. Anyway, we'll go way off topic.
Oklahoma warned us all about this. The Oklahoma Sooners warned us all about how he got down.
I'm telling you, if I was him, I would tell USC, I need to go. I'm going to go to A&M. Well, to me, I think he fits A&M better.
He'll go to A&M and get fired in 3 years.
Probably, because that's what they do.
Well, he's just not able. You imagine him coaching against Kirby Smart?
No.
You imagine him coaching against Nick Saban? You imagine him coaching
against Lane Kiffin?
against Steve Sarkisian in Texas. No, Lincoln Riley. You know where Lincoln Riley's going to go? I think he's going to the pros next. Somebody's going to take the
Why? He doesn't like defense. Anyway,
he'll hire a defense coordinator. But USC, I mean, I tried to warn you guys about USC and Caleb. Caleb's going to be fine, but obviously Caleb, he took a step back this year. Maybe we could blame Lincoln Riley, but they weren't playing much offense down the stretch. That's for sure. They got smoked last week by UCLA. I'm telling you, this Latu kid coming off the edge.
I know.
Oh, my God. I said, who is this guy? Get him on my team right now. My wish list, and I always have wish lists. Like I wanted James Cook for a long time. Mm-hmm. James Cook's playing well at Buffalo.
Oh, I thought it was personal wish list.
Personal wish. This is personal wish list. But James Cook, Brock Bowers, Georgia.
Okay.
And then this Latu kid. I only saw Latu play 15 snaps. He had 3 sacks in like the 15 snaps I watched. I said, damn.
Okay.
Who is this guy?
All right.
So, were you watching Latu?
Well, I mean, I thought you were going to go Shedeur Sanders or something.
Why would I go Shedeur Sanders?
Well, because you're like Mr. Colorado.
Why am I Mr. Colorado? I've never been Mr. Colorado.
Well, I thought you were rooting for team.
I do root for Deion.
Oh.
I do root for Deion to have success. But I don't watch Shedeur. Why would I watch Shedeur Sanders? I'm a Florida State guy, homie. Come on.
Oh, dude, that injury for that kid.
I'm a Seminole.
Dude, Travis's injury was so
Jameis
bad.
Winston's got his number retired now.
The poor guy, the quarterback, that leg was sideways, bro.
Yeah, it was not good.
No, it was horrible. Oh.
FSU on the outside looking in currently, too. Not good.
No, it
OLI? Outside looking in?
No,
it's Washington's just clearly the better resume.
Well, Washington's going to lose to Oregon. Number one in the Pac-12 championship game. They're going to lose to Oregon. And then Michigan and Ohio State's got to cancel each other out. And then Georgia's playing Alabama. So, you know what? Florida State, all they got to do is win. Just win, baby. And we'll be in that top 4. And hopefully you're at the Rose Bowl January 1st because I'm going down to the Rose Bowl if they're in that bad boy. Go see that great grass. Go play the playoff game. Woo! Let's go. Woo! Woo! Seattle.
Least productive workday of the year is today. That's what Forbes said.
Well, I got 2 jobs today. 2 jobs. We don't mail it in on the morning roast. 888-957-9570.
Did you know that
Food with Butcher coming up at some point in the show?
Yeah, well, we can do it whenever.
Talk some Warriors.
Bobby Wagner's given up close to 400 yards or more than 400 yards in pass coverage. Jordan Brooks, who missed the playoff game last year, has given him more than 300 yards in pass coverage. And Julian Love, the safety, has also given up more than 300 yards in pass coverage. They can exploit Seattle tomorrow via running backs and tight ends. I expect another big game from George Kittle and Christian McCaffrey.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's about what the Niners do. It's not about the Seattle Seahawks. They can't run the football. They're 25th in the league at rushing. Good luck running against this front 7. And if you have time to throw, good luck. Because Bosa and Chase Young is going to be in your face. Javon Hargrave is going to be in your face. The Niners have their swagger back. They're not looking ahead to Philadelphia. They know what time it is. When you start stacking wins, the first goal of the season always is to make the playoffs, right?
Mm-hmm.
But then it's win the division. Win division.
Yes.
That's where it starts. Make sure the NFC West, and everybody knows, Arizona already knows, the West goes through San Francisco. The Rams, Sean McVay, they know, we can't beat the 49ers in the regular season.
Not right now.
Seattle, they're front runners. They think that they were in those games last year.
Well, they tinkered their entire personnel defensively to try to slow down the 49ers. Yep. They have 8 new starters on defense. I'm very interested. And now one of them is Bobby Wagner, who was an old Seahawk who came back after a couple years with the Rams. So I'm interested to see what it looks like personnel-wise. Witherspoon, their high-touted draft pick, is a monster.
He's
Baldy
a player.
Called him Ronnie Lott-like.
Yeah, he's a player.
Baldy, not me.
He's a player. But let's see him tackle Deebo Samuel.
I'm with you. Well, quietly, Deebo has been excellent, and so has Ayuk. They've been ultra efficient offensively against Seattle. Like, it is really, if you just look the last 3 games, Ayuk's been efficient, Debo's been efficient, both running and catching. Kittle's been monster. CMC's been a monster. Like, they've gotten anything they wanted offensively.
George Kittle's on a heater right now. 432 receiving yards in the last 4 games. It was funny. We're talking about him in Cleveland. How does he leave the field with 1 catch and 1 yard? Well, you know what? He hasn't done that since. 8 catches, 89 yards last week. He's in good form. He's healthy. And he has monster days in Seattle. He loves Lumen Field. That's basically home away from home.
And the all-whites?
I
love the all-whites.
Well, the Niners got the uniforms right. At least they got it right.
I'm going to make a plea.
No, do you like the human highlighters? Go ahead.
No, to a plea to the Niners.
On Christmas, I like them.
There's a subtle difference between the old logo that they're going to be wearing tomorrow and the one that's their modern one. The modern one has like a shade of gold on the inside or whatever, and it's good. I'm not saying it's not good. The old logo, the simplistic red, white, and black.
It's so much better.
It knocks.
It's so much better.
To me, that's the one they need to go back to permanently.
It's so much better.
Right?
You know, somebody actually, there was a tweet yesterday I saw.
What's that?
Where the new logo, the Niners that you're talking about with the gold and the white and the black, it's been around as long as that former logo.
Bet. Yeah, it doesn't
25 years or something like that.
Well, they made the switch back in the 90s, and the 90s were 30 years ago.
Yeah, we're getting old. Let's get back to the lawn.
At least they went back to saloon font.
Let's get back to the lines, man. We got a couple Richies on here. We got Candlestick. Let me go to Candlestick Reek.
Whoa.
He's out Union Square. He must be shopping right now at Union Square. Union Square.
Where did you sit at Candlestick?
Reek.
I sat in section 12.
Yo, what's going on? It's your boy Candlestick Reek tapping in with y'all. Long-time listener. First time, we'll call it first-time caller, basically. But, yeah, right here, Union Square. Got the tree glistening, looking nice.
I walk by it every day.
How you fellas doing this morning?
I'm doing great. I'm doing great. I'm ready to roll. There's no Thanksgiving break for you, boy.
Yeah.
We got Seahawks week. It's the Suns tonight against KD. I need to win that game. Like, I just, it's no holiday for me. It's a sport. It's sports. It's sports.
See,
it's a great sports weekend.
I had to pull out all the linen for my wife so she can set at the table for tomorrow. I had to get all of the cooking pans out. I had a lot of the honey-do lists yesterday. I know.
What's up, Candlestick Creek? What you got?
All right, so first off, I got to holler at your boy Shasky real quick. My man, Shasky, you know we love you. But all this Seahawks talk, you like Pete Carroll. First of all, Pete Carroll is annoying. Everybody knows he's annoying. He's like that old coach, PE teacher coach, smacking his gum, always wants to talk to you, act funny. And he's like cool, but he's also annoying. And those jerseys, you're tripping on the jerseys. First of all, that ain't the type of highlighter that the kids are into. They're into like the Volt green.
Right.
If you know what I mean.
I do.
Not
the
that
Bruce Bolt batting gloves?
Green that they're rocking right now. That is hurt. Hurt. We call that hurt, dirt, McGirt.
So there's these batting gloves for baseball right now. They're called Bruce Bolts. They're like $95 a pair, and all the kids got them. Batting gloves.
Parents must have a lot of money.
$95 a pop.
Parents must have a lot of money.
Or they love their children.
How much war do those batting gloves give you?
What?
How much war do those batting gloves give you if you're spending $95?
Hey, look, let me tell you this right now. Batting gloves are essential if you are actually taking hacks all week, because you are going to have callus buildup no matter what. Like the Hunter Pence days are over. No one's doing the Moises salute. No one's urinating on their hands.
And that concludes our baseball talk. Richie Livermore. We're not talking baseball today. It's Seahawks week. What's going on in here? It's Seahawks week. We're talking batting gloves and highlighter uniforms and Pete Carroll chewing his gum. What the hell is going on?
Well, the Pete Carroll part makes sense because
it does kind of make sense. It does. Gosh, I hate the Seahawks. We're showing love. Oh my God, where are we going? Richie Rich, what's happening?
What's up, my guys? B, what the hell's wrong with your boy over there?
Oh, no, Sausalito Shasky. I don't know what happened to him.
Man,
somebody kidnapped Butcher Boy and brought in Sausalito Shasky the day before the holidays, and that was driving me crazy.
He for sure woke up in Sausalito this morning. What the hell's wrong with you, Shasky, man? No one give a damn about no Pete Carroll.
Thank you.
With his dad wearing New Balance, man. That guy's annoying. I don't give a damn how old he is. We do not like nothing that has to do with the sea chickens, man. It's Niners out here. We about to smack them, eat this turkey on the 50, man. And on a real note, y'all, hey, thanks for keeping the morning lit, man.
Thank you,
half the guys over here in the garbage truck, man. We rock you guys.
Which garbage truck?
Man. It makes.
Where do you work?
I'm Livermore Sanitation.
All right, Livermore Sanitation. Shout out to you guys out there, Livermore Sanitation. We love you guys.
You guys, man. Thank you, man. But hey, have a good Thanksgiving, you guys. Be blessed and keep it going, man. Right on. Go Niners.
Thank you.
Look, I hate to be this guy, but look, the older I get, the more I respect certain people in industries that I wouldn't normally respect. All right? I'm just keeping it real. Pete Carroll is a local guy, born in San Francisco, raised up in Larkspur. Come on, man. You got to have respect for him. He went to Redwood High, for crying out loud.
You know what? Redwood High in 1997, the Washington Eagles played Redwood High, and we kicked their ass. Redwood High out in Larkspur.
Redwood High
we kicked their ass.
420.
The Redwood Giants. I don't care if they created 420. I'm going to smoke every day anyway. I don't need 420 to smoke. That's the casual smoker holiday. The real smokers smoke every day. The Redwood Giants, I don't care about the Redwood Giants.
He's a junior college guy like you. He went to College of Marin.
Good for him. College of Marin stinks.
He was a
Except for Lorraine
University
Russell.
of Pacific grad assistant.
Oh, great. The home of Michael Olawokandi.
He was a former 49er defensive backs coach.
Yeah, and we got smoked by the Green Bay Packers in the second round with him as a defensive coordinator. Oh, man, I don't care. He stinks. Pete Carroll, I'm not respecting anything with Seattle. I don't respect rivals. That's why they're rivals. You don't Sam Lubman, you hear the way Sam Lubman talks about my Florida State Seminoles? You know why? Because he's a hurricane. He doesn't respect anything of Florida State, and that's the way it should be.
Larry Bird, Bobby the Hutt Bowden.
See, that's how he should be.
Larry Bird said he'd play his game, and then he'd go into the hotel, crack a beer, and he'd watch and see the highlights to see what Magic did that night.
His rival, to make sure that he was one up on him. And he didn't respect Magic until like 87.
Well, it took me almost 20 years to respect Pete Carroll, and here I am. Come at me.
And you're like, I already did. The callers are coming at you. Richie in San Jose. Richie, I don't need to say anything. The callers can take it away. Richie in San Jose. You did it to yourself, Shasky.
Okay, what's up, guys? Yeah, I'm really excited to play the Seahawks. I hate the Seahawks, but like a couple things real quick. Shasky, just the Jay-Z thing. I'm the generation, growing up a little with Jay-Z and stuff. But he's kind of like a love-or-hate guy. I'm more of a Nas fan, so
okay.
I mean, I don't know.
I'm not big on Nas
for everyone.
Yeah, you know what, Richie? I do like Nas. Nas, he has some flops, but Nas is a very good lyricist.
Yeah,
I do like
kind
Nas.
of ruined Nas.
I feel like you have to choose one or the other because they kind of didn't like each other, right?
Yeah, no, I agree.
But anyways, going back to the Seahawks, a couple quick dynamics I think I've been to pay attention to this week. First of all, did you guys ever see Dre Greenlaw's thing with Fred Warner? They had a little thing on YouTube where Dre Greenlaw, they asked him why he seems to have like a special edge when he plays Seattle. Like he plays, like turns up his nastiness and up a notch even, And he said he had this story. I don't know if you guys heard it or not yet, but he tells about how basically Pete Carroll kind of dogged him and brushed him off during the pre-draft process. So he has like an extra edge when he plays the Seahawks. So I'm excited to watch that, see if he brings it.
Yep.
Yeah, and then I'm worried though about not too worried because our team is good, but it's going to be an intriguing thing to watch to see how the new rookie safety goes against them.
Yeah,
they have a good receiving core up there in Seattle. But basically, and then last thing I want to say, the Nick Sirianni thing. If you guys can, if it was hard to hear that, like exactly what he said on when it came out through the radio. So if you can tell me what he said, but I don't like Nick Sirianni at all. Like that guy. I'm really just hoping we don't get anyone injured in Seattle because but we can't overlook them. But at the same time, oh man, Nick Sirianni's annoying.
Hey, listen, we'll get to them next week. Hell of a call right there. Hell of a call. We'll play the Nick Sirianni sound. You got it right here. Go ahead and play the Nick Sirianni sound. So he basically said, I don't hear your bleep anymore, Chiefs fans. And he said, see ya, but he waited until he got into the tunnel where no fans could see him.
So he did the hold me back, bro?
The hold me back, bro. That was Nick Sirianni.
When your boys get in front of you and they're holding you back, you're like, hold me back, bro. Yeah. I'm going to fight this guy, but you have no intentions of fighting that guy.
It's the worst. So that's Nick Sirianni. But we'll get to him. We'll get to him next week. Right now, we need to lock in on Seattle. You know what? The last caller said something very interesting about Jair Brown. All right, I'll stand back on this one. We will be watching the rookie strong safety in his first game at Lumen Field.
It's a big one.
Against those receivers. Gino's going to be looking for him. But then I believe Steve Wilkes, who does specialize in secondary coaching, who coaches DBs very well, he's practiced all year long. You got John Lynch, a Hall of Fame safety, in the ear of Jair Brown.
Point.
I was told, at a practice earlier this year, in training camp, matter of fact, I don't think we were there, but he got a pick six. And John Lynch was jumping on the field. He jumped on the field and started patting Jair Brown in the helmet. Like, yeah, let's go, baby. So you got John Lynch in his ear. You got Steve Wilkes in his ear. And you got this veteran defense that's going to help him. Jair Brown's not going to be overwhelmed. He played Big Ten football. He's been in the big house. He's been in the horseshoe. He played in Happy Valley in front of 100,000 people. This ain't nothing he's never seen.
Well, I was surprised how high Baldy was on him. Baldy was talking him up like he's going to be special. And, safety is a very underrated position. When you find one of those special type of players, they're a decade-like player. Yep. And they make plays in the run game. They make plays in the pass game. So I'm excited to see it. He's going to get baptized by fire. You're going to see it at some point. And against a team that goes three wide, this is the matchup.
This is a great test. This is a great test for him, a great test for Jair Brown. So that's a very good point there. By the way, download the Odyssey app and listen to 95.7 The Game wherever you go. You can catch every single Warriors game live on the app, along with all the music and news the Bay Area needs. By the way, it's 7:35. We're going to do a special edition of Shameless Shoutouts in 10 minutes. Shameless Shoutouts in 10 minutes, 888-957-9570. We got a lot of special shoutouts here. I got some personal ones I got to get to, man, so bear with me on the Shameless Shoutouts. I'll let you guys do it, but I got some very emotional ones to get through today. I will say that. Shameless Shoutouts coming up in 10 minutes. 10 minutes, Shameless Shoutouts, 888-957-9570. Jair Brown on the clock. Anthony Slater coming up at 8 o'clock to talk some Dubs, Shasky.
Nice.
Gets Kevin Durant. He's still playing it. Kevin Durant's still special, man. I can't believe what is he in? Like, we talk about LeBron. Kevin Durant quietly. He dropped another 30-burger yesterday. I mean, these guys are just ageless wonders.
Who are you?
You're looking at him, Steph, Durant. I mean, there are different levels to each guy, but you're looking at, like, what, 3 of the top 15 players ever?
It's unbelievable.
Depending on who's ranking them and how you're weighting it and stuff. Like, yeah, he's unbelievable. But what's crazy when I watch Durant, he's still great. But when I watch him, I go, the Warriors got the prime Kevin Durant.
No doubt.
And I'm not hating on what he is now.
Yeah, he's 35 years old.
That's what I'm saying. Like, the years that we had of him might have been his physically most spectacular.
But think about this.
He's still amazing.
He's averaging over 31 points a game, 7 rebounds and 6 assists, and shooting 53.5% from the floor.
Lost a step.
And he's lost a step.
Quote unquote. I'm not saying
he's lost a step. And he's dropping 31, 7, and 6.
Well, they're doing it with no point guard. And right now, Booker's playing point guard for them.
He's not bad.
No, he's amazing. My respect level for Devin Booker's floor game is through the roof because of how he's assimilating his game. And when he gets his points, it doesn't feel like it's my turn, everyone back out of the way.
Right.
Like, when you watch them, that dude's next level. I think he's the MVP frontrunner right now.
All right, let's get back. 888-957-9570. Shameless Shoutouts coming up in 8 minutes. 8 minutes. Shameless Shoutouts. Let's get to Ryan and San Bernardino. San Bernardino, home of the San Bernardino, I want to say Junior College Wolverines. Really good basketball program down there in San Bernardino. What's up, Ryan?
That's not what I think of.
Hey, my brothers, how you guys doing?
Good.
Man?
Is that true? Is that true?
Making a mistake, and it's reminding me how you guys are cooking up over there.
Hey, Ryan, San Bernardino, the JUCO. What's the mascot down there?
Hey, I'm not native to San Bernardino.
Okay.
It's just where I live now.
Oh, okay, all right. It's all good.
I'm not the best historian, you know what I'm saying?
So you're out there in the valley, that's all.
Vontae got more knowledge about your hometown.
Yeah, there you go. Well, he said he's not from there.
Man. Well, I appreciate the shout out. I'm just a SoCal Niner fan, man.
Nice.
And I think the last time I called, we talked about Hufanga, how he was working through a little knee thing, and then he blew his stuff out. So, I'm sorry to hear that. But I think Jair is ready. He's a turnover machine. He already got his first pick. He looks a little, like he needs to adjust a little bit to the speed of the game, but I'm sure that will happen. But I wanted to chime in on the Pete Carroll thing. I don't know if somebody said it or not, although I was listening. Like, we haven't won a Super Bowl since the last time Pete Carroll was our defensive coordinator. So if you were going to say anything positive about Pete, it would say that he has some red and gold jewelry. And, he won a Super Bowl.
I don't think he was our D coordinator that year. Yeah, he wasn't our defensive coordinator.
I think he was
Ray
in
Rhodes?
New England at the time they won the Super Bowl. He was the early 90s for sure.
But he wasn't. I
think he was in New England.
His first Super Bowl was with Seattle.
He didn't win a chip with the Niners at all?
So he was the defensive coordinator 95, 96.
Yeah.
He was with the Jets as head
94.
coach
Yeah.
in 94. New England after the Niners.
Yeah, forget Pete Carroll. We lost to the Green Bay Packers when he was our defensive coordinator. Brett Favre lit us up. That was a dark day in Candlestick. Dark day on a Saturday afternoon.
He went Jets defensive coordinator 90 to 93, Jets head coach 94, Niners defensive coordinator 95, 96, Patriots head coach, and then obviously Belichick took over after him.
Yeah, there you go. Let's go to, all right, we got, Shameless Shoutouts coming up in 6 minutes. Let's get to Tyler Miller. Tyler Miller. It's not Tyler from YouTube, is it?
Bro, you already know it's Tyler from YouTube, man. I'm here to pull Safety. I'm here to pull Safety's card right now. Seattle Safety. What is going on this morning, brother?
I mean, I'm just out here respecting greatness. One of the few national championship head coaches and Super Bowl head coaches, and he's just rarefied air of Pete Carroll. Just respecting the excellence of a local.
And the highlight uniforms. The highlighter uniforms.
Well, I just said they're not the worst.
Shafty, your card's about to get pulled right now. Do you know on Bill Walsh's deathbed, Pete Carroll was right there at his side, and he made Pete Carroll vow to never be the head coach of the San Francisco 49ers on his deathbed. So that's why Pete Carroll, every time he sees the 49ers, it's personal. That's why it has to be personal with you, Shasky. Like, come on, bro. This is the dude that stole the Super Bowl title away from us, and we haven't won since '94. And you're up here giving them hand claps, and you don't understand that this man was chewing gum in front of Dre Greenlaw's face during the combine, and that's why Dre Greenlaw will never respect Pete Carroll and always ends up making plays versus the Seahawks. The Seahawks aren't even a real animal, bro. How do you want your Seahawk cooked tomorrow? Be real. You want it deep fried? You want it sauteed?
I'm trying to lay off the saturated oils and whatnot, the refined oils. So I'm gonna oven bake mine.
Okay, nice and oven baked.
Yeah, it's usually 13 minutes a pound unstuffed, 15 minutes a pound stuffed.
It's turkey on the 50 redemption game tomorrow, bruh.
Yeah.
They were on our field eating turkey on Thanksgiving.
Sure was.
How do you not have the energy for these men? I want them to look in Richard Sherman's face when they eat that turkey on the 50 tomorrow and let him know it's still not good. You are still the ops. Niners!
I love you, Tyler. But here's what I would say to you. Tony Soprano looked the other way with Ralphie because he was a good earner, and he had to respect that aspect of it. It's not personal. It's just business. And when I look at Pete Carroll, I respect that he is a great earner. The guy is a great coach. Do I still, does he drive me nuts at times? Absolutely.
The guy sold out the Legion of Boom to cater to Russell Wilson.
Yeah, that was probably the wrong move.
You heard Marshawn Lynch talk about that? We couldn't even talk to Russell Wilson. Pete Carroll, hey, if you got any problems with the quarterback, just talk to me. He caused the whole divide in the organization and then sold out the Legion of Boom. He's a backstabber. He did it to USC. He did it to Seattle. He did it to Sherman. He did it to Chancellor. He did it to Earl Thomas. That's why Earl Thomas flipped him off when he got on the cart.
Well, Earl Thomas has had a lot of stuff.
Yeah, but so what? He didn't take care of his own after the fact. So forget Pete Carroll. There's no respect for Seattle. I have none.
Not an ounce.
Not an ounce.
Okay.
They are our rivals. I want to beat them every day, every single game for the rest of my life. I hate them. They're the number one rival for me. No love for any of their fans.
Number one?
Pete Carroll allowed them to steal the 12s from Texas A&M. How about that? You're still in 12s.
Number
you got the
one.
fake crowd
That
noise.
part I don't like.
All the calls that get in Seattle. Remember the replacement referees?
Oh, my
and
God.
Golden Tate.
The
and
catch,
Pete
no
Carroll
catch.
sitting there.
That was the best. Aaron Rodgers, that sucker.
You know what? If we
What
start
did Russ throw? 3 interceptions in that game, and Green Bay still could win?
the NFC Championship.
Oh, my God.
That was the luckiest Russ
I
game ever.
I want to
threw 4
throw my
picks.
pen right now.
Yeah.
I legitimately
the
want to throw
2-point
my
conversion,
pen.
the 2-point conversion that was in the air for 15 seconds. The only thing that saved me that day, I was in Reno with Big Dog and Mo Money and everybody. I ripped all my tickets up thinking Green Bay was going to win. And I had to go, I had to patch, true story, I had to tape a ticket that I had a hedge bet with Seattle, which saved the day. I was like, wait, they're going to come back and win this game? And they did.
The nexus of my love of Tom Brady started in the fourth quarter against the Legion of Boom, throwing for 200 yards, down 13 in the fourth quarter. I'll never forget it. That's where it all started, right then and there. Because I hated Brady up until that point.
Shameless shout-out. So let's go. 888-957-9570. I have Pete Carroll. We're going to get to Anthony Slater at 8 o'clock. You think Anthony Slater is a Dolphin fan, likes Buffalo? Anything
no,
on
but
Buffalo?
I bet I bet he would respect Marv Levy. That's what I would expect. No?
Not if I was a Dolphin fan.
You reap what you sow, brother.
Floor is yours. I need a break.
Look, couple quick shout outs here. I want to shout out the Benedetti Foundation, my guy Gino and all the guys that do great work, Gino Benindetti, they raise a lot of funds for kids. They give it to Junior Giants. They host a big game at AT&T Park amongst some of the high schools, SISH, for example. San Marin played there. Marin Catholics played at AT&T Park. They do a lot of great work. The Benindetti Foundation did some stuff this weekend where they allowed us, and they helped with USF, the USF baseball program, for our kids to go use the field. It was one of the coolest days that we've ever had on the diamond, and I just want to thank all the guys at the Benindetti Foundation. I will post the link on a bunch of different sites. If you have a little extra couple of cash, this literally helps kids get into sports, and this helps them, have after-school activities. They sponsor a kid to go to a private school every single year. They do great work in the community, and all of the people that are involved with the fundraising and everything that goes into it, thank you, because you really are helping children. And my group of kids that I'm coaching really got to benefit by using a college facility for the day. It's one of the coolest baseball experiences I've ever seen.
That's awesome. Brandon Younger. I'm going to shout out Brandon Younger, formerly at City College San Francisco, now with the Foothill Owls. Quietly, the Foothill Owls, 10-0 going into the American Division Championship. Number one defense in the state. Shout out to Brandon Younger, man. We miss you at City College. We need you back at City College. Love you, Brandon. Keep doing your thing as a D coordinator at Foothill. But let's get to the calls real quick. Spinoni, Lubman, you guys got something real quick?
I was going to shout out Pete Carroll. Huge influence over one of our head coaches here, Bonte, here in the Bay Area. Do you know who? Steve Kerr. When Steve Kerr was a rookie head coach, spent time up in Seattle at their training camp learning under Pete Carroll on what it meant and what it took to be a head coach at the professional level.
And then he learned how not to lose.
And then they won in year one with Steve Kerr. Coincidence?
He learned how not to lose big games.
I think not.
Oh, come on. Get out of here.
Great minds
Get out of
alike.
here. Come on, man.
Kerr.
Man.
I can totally see Steve Kerr.
But Steve Kerr is not a 49er. Steve Kerr is an LA fan. He likes SoCal sports, so he doesn't know what it's like to be a Niner fan. And I love you, Steve.
Bay Area legend.
No, he's a Bay Area legend, but he has no idea what it takes to be a 49er fan. And I'll tell Steve Kerr that to his face.
Did you hear about that new sponsorship deal me and Steve Kerr signed for live reads here on 95.7 The Game?
No, what is it?
Wrigley, sponsored by Wrigley Chewing Gum. Me, Pete Carroll, Steve Kerr.
Well, you give away your Niner here. How can you be the biggest Niner fan out here?
I'm here.
Love it. Go ahead.
I know Pete Carroll was basically the architect of the Warriors dynasty then.
Yeah, give him all the credit.
I should rock some Nike Monarchs on Friday.
You should. You should wear lime green shirts too. Our new the new gear we're selling for I think we're going to sell merchandise. Sausalito Shasky needs to be on a T-shirt.
Lime green morning
we'll sell
shirts.
Hey, I'll tell you right now, Sausalito is one of the most underrated places on the planet. Yeah. Shout out Sushi Ron.
Yeah, it's a great place.
It's
a great place, but you know why we say Sausalito Shasky.
I can't afford Sausalito.
So you know why we call you Sausalito Shasky. Because you get a little soft.
All right, so my shout-out's going to go to my dad this week. It was his birthday yesterday. His favorite holiday is Thanksgiving, and I got to say, he's got one of the more strategically placed birthdays. Having your birthday right before your favorite holiday, it's a pretty good setup. So happy birthday, Dad, and you and I are both happy because the axe is in Berkeley where it belongs.
Happy birthday. Happy birthday to Mr. Lubman.
Yeah, happy birthday, Mr. Lubman. Shout out to Senator Teresa State's football out there in San Jose going for back-to-back CCS championships. That's pretty cool there. Let's go to Adam in the city. Adam, what's happening, Adam? Good morning.
Good morning. I just wanted to thankful for Brock Purdy. It was a year ago around the time that he had that little sick double pump fake touchdown to Kittle in Seattle to win us the NFC Division, West Division. So let's go Niners.
Let's go Niners. Let's go Niners. Good call, Adam. Happy Thanksgiving to you, one of our diehard roasters. Dominic in Oakland. Dominic, what's happening?
Hey, I got a quote. Speaking on Richard Sherman, before I say this, I love the years he wore the red and gold. I have nothing but respect for him. I was so happy when he joined the team. But, Shasky, you were quoting earlier Tony Soprano and Richie, so I got a quote for Richard Sherman this week, quoting Paulie from Goodfellas. Now I got to turn my back to you. It's a different week this week.
Well played.
It's
I like that.
week, so let's go, boys. Let's get it.
I like that.
Well
I like
played.
that. I like that,
Well
Dominic.
played.
That's really good. Joe in San Francisco. Joe, what's happening?
Yeah, good morning, guys. Happy Thanksgiving to both of you, Bonte, Joe. Hey, I just want to give a shout-out to my fellow Muni brothers and sisters at Potrero Division out here. And Let's go Niners and let's go Purdy perfect, man. That's what I'm talking about.
You know, one more shout out for everyone that's going to go crazy. If you're going to Costco, Target, the grocery store, you go to Guerra Meats and go get your food, Molly Stone's, wherever you're going today to shop, today, tomorrow. Shout out to all of the people that work in grocery stores, that work in retail. I've done this before. Black Friday is Friday. There's a lot of people that are working, making very little, that are busting their humps, working multiple jobs and things like that. Just be respectful of those people when you're out and about. You know, I worked in the grocery industry for almost 15 years, and it was some of the funnest times and hardest times of my life because we weren't making a lot. People treated us like garbage. So when you're out there shopping, have respect for those people that do help you get your food and whatnot, and just be respectful to each other in the parking lot.
And also, I want the people behind the register to be respectful as well. Don't need to be rude just because you're having a long day. It's too many times I've been going to the stores recently where I come in and pick up some food. Hey, how's your day going? You get nothing back. You're like, hey, thank you, and I tip you, and then just have an attitude about it. So everybody be respectful, whether you're working or not, whether you're having a bad day. Respect people, man. It's okay to be nice. It's okay. It doesn't cost anything to be nice.
That I agree with.
You know, and be courteous.
A smile can change someone's day.
Absolutely. Rory and Moran. Rory, what's happening? You're on a roast.
Hey, what's up, y'all? Happy Thanksgiving. Quick shout out, my boy, Uncle Alchemy. He's out on YouTube doing all this Warriors recaps and deep dives. That's my boy. Grew up with him. He's out in Arizona now. Just want to say shout out to him.
Nice.
And we got a lot to be grateful for, gents. We got a lot going on this weekend. We got to cook the Seahawks. We got to see Brock Purdy cook up there, man. I'm so grateful we got him as our quarterback, thriving like he is.
There's no doubt about
doing
that.
What you guys do.
Thank you, Rory. And Duke in the city. Duke, what's happening?
What up, Duke?
Come on, man. Y'all already know what it is, man. Happy Thanksgiving to all y'all. 95.7 the game, man. You know I love y'all, man. We're going to do it just like this. 95.7 the game. It's holiday time. We're dressing cranberry and sweet potato pie. Even Steph Curry shooting a 3 in your eye. JK flying high, going sick with the dunk. Klay Thompson off the big boy. You must be on YouTube and Twitch. I know you like to scroll, spit fire out my mouth, man. This stuff is gold. From the scope to the O's, the V to San Jose, the Niners and the Giants, it's the Golden State. All our teams on their way to be great. Happy holidays, 95.7 the game. I love y'all, man.
Duke, love you, buddy.
Love you
to
too,
you and your
Duke.
family. Happy Thanksgiving, buddy.
I got one more shout out here. I'm going to shout out my auntie Sherman. I want to shout out my family. Got some terrible news earlier today that I won't share publicly, but something that hit me when I woke up. You never want to get those texts. So this Thanksgiving, this holiday, because Auntie Shirley, my heart goes out to you. I can't wait to hug you. You never know when somebody can leave this world. You never know when somebody can leave this earth. So all your loved ones this holiday season and Christmas, there's going to be people out there by themselves. There's going to be people out there with no families to go to, no meals. Pick them up, man. Pick them up. You know, you just never know what could happen in this world. So love your family. Love your friends. It's okay to say I love you. You just never know when the last time that could be. So my heart goes out to Auntie Sherlyn. You know what time it is. My pops, I talked to him this morning before the show. And my prayers are going with you. It's a battle this morning. I'm not going to lie to you. I just talked to my cousin Mike at the break. So you just never know when somebody could leave this world. And you never know when the last time you say hi to them. You just never know. So shout out to everybody out there this Thanksgiving holiday, man. Hug these people. You never know. Somebody doesn't have anything, help them out. You know, hold the door for them. Say hello. Give them a meal. It's okay, man. Pick somebody up during this holiday season, you know, because the holidays really get depressing for a lot of people. They don't, you know, some people lose their parents. They don't have their parents. They don't have their siblings. It gets real emotional for a lot of people out there. So just, you know, what you said about the grocery stores and everything about people, just be nice, man.
Yes.
Especially during this time of the, you know, it's summertime and wintertime. I know we get all tired. We get all snarky with each other. We hate each other from time to time. But during the holiday season, make sure you pick people up, man. These are the time where people need some love.
You know, I'm glad you said that. It was very well said. You know, I love you, buddy. And I always say that to people when I get off the phone with them. I think people probably think I'm a crazy person. But to your point, you never know what's going to happen out there. And I always want people to know how much they impacted me and how much I care about them. And I might not always be in the best spot with them individually, but I'm with you on the, like, tell them you love them. Tell them thank you. Let them know how much that they've impacted you because, dude, life, you want to think it's long, but sometimes it's very, very short. So I'm glad that you said that, and you know my heart goes out to you, and I love you guys.
Auntie Sherlyn, man, I love you. I love you. Hang in there, Auntie Sherlyn. I'll see you soon. That was Shameless Shoutouts. With that said, Anthony Slater's coming up on the other side. The injury report right now. All right. 3 notable Seahawks are questionable for tomorrow night's game against the 49ers. Tyler Lockett was limited at practice with the hamstring injury, and no determination has been made for Kenneth Walker III as the team waits to gather more information about his oblique injury. He's not going to play, though. That oblique looked bad. I seen him when I was watching that game. I had the YouTube TV up with all the screens. It's pretty cool, man. I got to figure out how to get the NBA like that, man. YouTube TV is a game changer.
I don't know if they have that set up for them yet.
Maybe I could do the NBA League Pass on there.
Yeah, but they only allow you to stream one game at a time. I believe.
Okay.
If somebody knows otherwise, let me know.
All right. Yeah, because I need to know. Also, Geno Smith is also expected to suit up tomorrow despite dealing with an injury to his elbow. So Seattle's banged up. Boy, if they had to go to Drew Lock, oh, my God. But then Drew Lock could have one of those games. You just never know.
Yes.
So the Niners, I'm sure Steve Wilkes and company are preparing for both quarterbacks, Geno Smith and Drew Lock. All right, that was the injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Anthony Slater, our 95-70 game NBA insider for The Athletic. I love Slate, so we talk all the time at the games. He's down in Phoenix to watch the Warriors take on the Suns. Can the Warriors win their second straight game? They've actually been really good on the road, so who knows? Who knows? We'll do some Warriors, then we'll get right back into Seahawks and Niners here on the Morning Rush on 95-70 game.
Does your heart long to wander?
Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. Good morning to everybody out there getting ready for Thanksgiving holiday. Good morning to YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Good morning to everybody getting off their graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? We appreciate you all the garbage truck workers, all the janitors, carpenters, union workers, you know it, teachers, students, cops, highway patrol, SFPD, Oakland PD, Burlingame PD, Santa Clara PD. Seeing all you guys. Random dude yesterday walking up the street, Shasky up 10th Street. I had to get my brakes fixed. Just yells out the car, Bonte, I freaking love you, man. I love the roast. I love the roast. And I was like, man, that really felt good. He was an old white guy getting on the freeway, man. So you know who you are. People. Yeah, well, he knows.
Hey,
people.
By the way, Brianna is very popular amongst my friend group.
Why is she popular?
They love those drops.
I'm fashionable.
That one.
So I did slide in the DMs to say hi.
That one.
Does
I know people.
That one might be my favorite one.
Oh boy. Why y'all do it? Her follower count too. She's got over 96,000 followers. So
I'm gonna leave that one alone. Here's what I will say.
Love this your follows.
Here's what I will say. We're gonna talk to Anthony Slater. We're gonna do a little bit of Warrior talk, but I'm letting everyone know right now. Today is a day that was made for me. I was a real butcher for many years. You can ask me anything when it comes to the culinary space of Thanksgiving. Anything you want. Prep. You want to learn about a meal. You have meat questions. Whatever it is.
Sausage.
You want to power rank. You want to power rank certain foods. We could do that too.
Sausage?
Oh, yeah. Dog. If you don't have sausage ready for the Friday after when you're having a big family event, you're not doing it right. I'm telling you right now, ask your butcher, line them up, 888-957-9570. It's your segment. You have an opportunity to walk up to the meat counter and ask your butcher any question you want.
Yay! Also, YouTube, Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union, Comcast Business Text Line. I wanted to shout out to the strippers as well because the holiday season is also giving for them. The APEC event was just here. Hey, you know.
Was it the Apex?
Well,
I'm a little. I was a little in shock.
Hey, listen, listen. You know they made a killing. Probably bought some new condos. Definitely some new Gucci purses and Louis Vuittons. Anyway, let's get to Anthony Slater. Anthony Slater, our 95.7 The Game NBA insider. This is not television, Bonte Anthony Slater. This is radio version, and hopefully the television people aren't listening right now. How you doing, Anthony?
Well, I'm doing great. I don't know what's about to come in my direction after that comment.
Well, we're not going to get your top 5 stripper rating or stripper names.
You can't ask your butcher anything.
Okay, you're speaking of what came before. I would agree.
Yeah,
I hope your producer.
We're not going to, you know, Lubman had his rankings, and Shasky had his rankings. They were going like Diamond, Crystal, Porsche, and all that, Mercedes. Anyway,
Peaches.
Warriors.
Welcome Peaches to the stage.
Anyway.
Unlimited possibilities.
Hey, Anthony, it's okay. You're getting paid for this, Anthony. It's all good. The Warriors are down in Phoenix here. And a lot of people are talking about Klay and Wiggins and Klay. So I guess we'll just start there. Klay and Wiggins. Let's start with Wiggins. I've been encouraged over his last 4 games. Anthony, what about you?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I would go back further than that. I mean, we talked, 2 weeks ago, and it was like, hey, he's like trying to get offensive rebounds again. He's like being active defensively. Now, at the time, he was still, shooting mid-range jumpers off the side of the backboard, basically. I mean, like the offense was so cold at that point. His handle felt kind of broken, and he snapped out of it a little bit. And I will say, just being kind of around him, he's been pretty focused on like trying to rediscover some type of offensive groove. And I think the handle is a big deal with him. He loves that little, those little small moves that get to his little mid-ranger. But I remember in the Thunder game that they ended up losing, when he hit those 2 mid-rangers mid-game, I think it was like mid-third. It felt like he felt like he was in a rhythm again. Then he hits the 4 fourth-quarter threes. I'm hesitant to say he's like back. I don't think he's just suddenly going to go on some crazy surge right now offensively. But you feel a lot better about him lining up an open 3 than you did last week, right?
No doubt. 5 of 37 going into Saturday night, hits 5 of 8 against OKC. Then yesterday, or 2 days ago, goes 2 of 3 against the Rockets. 3-point shot looks a lot better. Now, Klay Thompson, 5 of his 11 full seasons, he has shot 41% or less in the first month of the season. Last season, he shot 35% of the first month. He's a career 46% shooter. We know about the slow start he's off to. But he does look different. There's no doubt. He's a lot older, a couple years removed from the leg injuries, but he's not moving the same. What do you make of Klay Thompson so far to start this season?
Those were some TV stats right there. That's a graphic.
You like
That's
that?
a graphic.
You like that? You like that? I'm tapped in, Anthony, like you.
There you go. I would say I'm curious how his next month goes, because if you look back last year, it was kind of some crazy symmetry, but he was 36% all the way up until November 20th. 36% overall, like 32% from three, something like that. Not only bad efficiency, but he was like hijacking the offense. You guys remember the Phoenix game where the shot selection became such a problem. Draymond Green's throwing his hands in the air. They have to have a team meeting, all that. Basically having the same conversation they're having now, which is like, don't go get your offense. Let the offense flow to you. Be patient. But November 20th last year against the Rockets, he makes 10 threes, scores 41 points. His season kind of takes off from there. Go look at his December, January numbers. Obviously, he ends up leading the NBA in threes. I'm not saying that is coming, and certainly he didn't hit 10 threes and score 41 points the other night, but on November 20th against the Rockets, he looked better. He stayed patient. He hit some shots. He scored 20 points for the first time this season. Maybe he's hitting a little bit of a resurgence. The one thing about Klay, like, I do think he's going to shoot 40% from three, right? Because as you mentioned, like, that is him. He shoots 40% from three. I thought he was going to do that until he's 38 years old. He just has to take the right shots. They're trying to get him to take the right shots. We'll see if it continues.
All right, so I'm looking at this team, right, at preseason, and I had a flow chart of success and failure, right? And on the success side, it was like, oh, yeah, Chris Paul will be a contributor and whatever. If they fail, Chris doesn't accept his role. He doesn't do well. Like, Chris has been outstanding, absolutely outstanding. I thought if things weren't going well early in the year, he would be the ire of Warrior fans' hatred, and that's not the case. Can't you make the argument he's been the second best player through 15 games?
First of all, Shaska, are you like making a flow chart in August? Like when you know the roster's complete, are you just
well, I look at it this way. Anthony, I look at it this way. Flow charts, right? I know how fans work, right? If the Warriors struggle, who are we pinning it on, right? Like, that's how it works in these situations.
Fans always have to have a scapegoat,
exactly.
Anthony.
For example, the San Francisco Giants struggled. Pin it on Gabe Kapler. Like, now look at the roster. Pin it on Kapler. So I'm looking at the
Giants flow chart. You don't want to.
Yeah, the Giants flow chart.
Let's not talk Giants right now.
It's a mess. But like, I'm looking at the Warrior flow chart. I'm like, okay, success. Kuminga takes a step forward. Wiggins is really good, and Klay regains the magic, and Steph's awesome, and CP3 buys in, and Draymond's a better version of himself. Like, almost none of those things has happened except Steph being really good and CP3 being excellent. And then, like, all these other problems, like Kuminga up and down, Klay inconsistent, Wiggins inconsistent. Like, I'm just shocked that CP3 is as good as he is and everything else isn't as good.
Yeah, no, he's been really good. I mean, honestly, my bigger concern with him, I think people overrated, like, oh, he had a down year and he was like, the career was declining last year. When he was healthy, he was pretty good in Phoenix,
I know.
I would say the scoring has kind of eroded a little bit, and you saw that early in the season, but he's kind of starting to hit jumpers now. And when he hits jumpers, like, he's still like a pretty high-level player. Obviously, the assist to turnover. He's slowed them down somewhat, which I still think they're trying to, find the proper balance of remaining like a kind of a frantic-paced, flowing team while still having that Chris Paul, authoritarianism type, offensive, style. So, but, you really cannot complain about him on or off the court. He's been great. To your point, I don't think it's gone like haywire everywhere else. I actually really like this team's depth. When Steve Kerr talks about, hey, look, we have 12 legit rotation guys, I agree in the sense of, like, both rookies look ready, right? We can all agree about that. Podziemski, Jackson Davis, Moses Moody, they need to play him more minutes. Dario Saric has been a great addition. They feel deeper. I think the bigger problem is the starting lineup just has not worked together because Klay and Wiggins' offense has been so off. And when their offense is so off, suddenly Looney becomes more unplayable in certain lineups because it's like the floor isn't spaced. He needs the floor spaced. And it's really just like, the starters and those veterans we're talking about has created awkward scenarios where, you can't necessarily play Moody over Klay for obvious reasons, but it's that's felt like a little bit more of a thornier problem. So, yeah, I mean,
what are the obvious reasons?
Yeah. I mean, he's Klay Thompson. Like Steve Kerr mentioned it the other night, like there is a patience you have to have with what he's been and what he can still do for this team. And the fact that they want a championship ceiling and the belief is Klay Thompson, as he did 2 years ago post-injury, so this isn't just a pre-injury thing, like he was a massive part of their championship run. And when you are a massive part of 4 championship runs, and you have shown to even in an older state matter not only to winning basketball, but also like locally, just from a legend perspective. Like, do you guys think Klay Thompson's earned a long leash?
I do, but I'll speak for myself. I don't know if you listen to the show, Anthony.
I mean,
we've traded him, we've cut him. I'm saying as a whole on the show when it comes to our callers and our texters, I think there is a patience. Again, he starts off slowly, and I get that he's a lot older, but when he is wide open, I do want to see him in lineups more with Sarge and Chris Paul, because I think
what I would
create for him.
yes.
And I don't know if the start works anymore for him, because Draymond and Looney, we know what they're about offensively. So the court is compromised a bit there, Anthony, right?
Yes, for sure. And, they're trying to figure out lineup combinations, and, maybe Steve Kerr goes over the top with this experimentation early in the season on, how many lineup combinations and data they're trying to gather. So I agree with, I think there's ways to put him in better positions, and there's certainly ways for Klay to be better, which, they talked about the other night. But at the same time, I think the bigger picture to what we were talking about is, like, this summer they doubled down on their core, which they were pretty transparent. Like, not only does Steph Curry deserve to go at it a few more times, but Draymond Green was back on a 4-year deal. They want to bring Klay Thompson back long term. Like, they just believe this dynasty core has earned the right to go get titles. And when you do that, you can't just pivot off Klay Thompson 13 games into the season. And so that's just not what they're doing. That's not what Steve Kerr will do. And I know it frustrates fans at times. And maybe you turn into the Giants. Maybe you're getting, crazy Giants, PTSD or whatever right now, because they probably held on to some guys too long, right?
Right.
But sometimes you just kind of earn that with your past, and Klay Thompson has.
Go back to Chris Paul for a second. He was talking about .5 basketball in the post-game presser. He talked about it with Millie and I on the post-game show at NBC Sports Bay Area. Is he able to play .5 basketball? Is he able to pick up the pace without being worried about him possibly breaking down? Because that's been the one knock on Chris Paul, is he does wear down at times with all the minutes that he plays, and he's been in this league forever.
Yeah, and he's always been like a 30-plus minute per game guy, and I don't know if you noticed it the other night, but Cal Kami asked him post-game, like, hey, you played 34 tonight, which, like, that's a lot this season. They're keeping him in, like, the mid-20s, and he was like, yeah, absolutely. Like, let's do it again. Let's do it every night, because that's just Chris Paul.
Right.
His belief that, he at least physically can start every night, can play 35-plus minutes every night, just like he's 24 years old. But I do think they're attempting to not only throttle him in the 20s, but they got to win some games for the sole reason, like, they got to get these guys maybe some rest nights at some point mid-season when we get to, January, February. So they can't just be on an every night basis, like, fighting to get in the play-in, although it seems like that's the direction they're going. And that is kind of the concern, right? When they got off to the 6-2 start, it was like, all right, they're doing what they need to do. They're getting the cushion. They're going to be able to handle some rough stretches or some rest nights or some minor injuries. Chris Paul tweaks something. Sure, let him sit 2 weeks. I don't know that they have that luxury. I'm not sure they're going to have that luxury, considering what the standings are going to look like.
Anthony Slater here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Anthony, quick ones for you here. Jonathan Kuminga. I think there's some numbers out there where when he's on the perimeter, he's not a good player. It's just not. He's turning the ball over. He doesn't make right decisions. But when he's on the block and he attacks the rim and he faces up, he's a lot better. Are the Warriors making it a point, Steve Kerr and company, to just keep him on the block or kind of tweak the system for him when he comes off the bench? Because when he's on the block, he looks like a very capable NBA player who could do whatever he wants to do. And when he's on the perimeter, we saw it against Oklahoma City, a couple turnovers, kind of throws the ball around. What's your deal? What's the deal with that and the coaching staff when it comes to Kuminga and his offense?
Well, yeah, I would categorize it a little bit differently. I'd say they believe he at this stage of his career can be a very good play finisher. Right. Score off others, cut, dunker spot, baseline, get out in transition, run the wing, catch and finish, dive on a pick and roll, but a play starter is the thing you're talking about, where it's go get your mid range, go to get your three, try to make a play for others, make a cross court pass that gets picked off going the other way. He is turnover prone when he's just trying to be a two-way all-star wing type guy. And the balance and the difficulty, I think, with the Kuminga experience through 3 years is, like, he believes long-term he can be that, give him the ball, let him run an offense type guy. And, that they drafted him 7th overall. I think they do think he may have that talent long term. And for guys that have that talent long term, they need to explore that early in their career. They usually get to explore that on bad teams. We've had this conversation before, but I do think that's the balance. Whereas, particularly this season, they're trying to show trust in him, and part of the trust in him is allowing him to make his own decisions on the court. But sometimes he does, in the Oklahoma City game, he was part of that horrible third quarter stretch where he had 2 really bad turnovers, and that changes the game. And it's like, that's why sometimes his playing time's lower than it should be, where if you could just program him in robotically, like just go out on the court and play finish, then he would be, I think, a better weapon for this team. But it's simple to say, very hard to do.
Right. No doubt about that. Kevin Durant, he's played at an all-time level, 31, 7, and 6 on the season. Last night he played 36, 37 minutes, but he's still playing at a high level. But I got to ask a question because we're talking about the Seahawks, Anthony. You're a big football fan. We talk football all the time.
Huh?
Yeah, well, we're talking, and Shasky says, rivalry. I can't stand Seattle. I don't respect anything about their organization. That's just how I'm wired.
Wow.
Shasky, he respects Pete Carroll. He's probably in the right here to respect Pete Carroll. Pete Carroll's done a lot of good for the game of football. But you as a Dolphins fan, how'd you feel about the 90s Buffalo Bills?
My brother was a Bills fan. It was weird.
What the hell was going on in your house?
So, I mean, to be honest with you, I'm maybe younger than viewers think. So, we're talking like, what years were the Bills in the Super Bowl exactly?
91.
92, 93, 94.
Yep.
Yeah, so I was 2, 3, 4 years old. So to be honest with you, I did not have like hardcore opinions. I was just trying to, learn how to eat. And
Marv Levy sucks.
Yeah, you don't know. Thurman Thomas is overrated.
Well, he did lose his helmet for national anthem, and it ended up costing them against Washington.
First drive.
But I do not. I'll tell you this: I don't really like the Josh Allen Bills. I'll tell you, not a big fan of them. So,
there you go.
Yeah.
There you go. My guy Shasky over here showed too much love to Seattle, man. It's like you, Anthony, showing love to the Oklahoma Sooners.
It's what happens. You get older, right, Anthony?
That's another household problem that I got. Bedlam house divided. So I feel you. I didn't know that was going on. I mean, he's just loving on the Seahawks all week.
No, I respect Pete Carroll, right? Like, the older I get, the more I see myself when I'm coaching, and I'm like, Pete has a lot of Shasky tendencies, and Shasky has a lot of Pete tendencies as I go third person.
There you go. So you were on the Pete Carroll side of the Russell Wilson beef or whatever you want to call it? I hate
Russell Wilson. I just think he's disingenuous. He's a phony. I don't like phonies.
Well, there you go. I got y'all on some subjects here.
Yeah,
there you go. Anthony, that's why
your favorite dish. Your favorite dish Thanksgiving. What is it?
Oh, I mean, I'm kind of like a mashed potatoes guy. There you go.
You like exasperated right there, Anthony.
Yeah.
It's like he wasn't even sure. He's like, I don't even care about Thanksgiving.
Well, I don't know. I feel like I like Thanksgiving. I like watching the football, eat a meal. I'm not an obsessive. I'll say that. I'm definitely not going to sit here and debate cranberry sauce over this or that, which I feel like might be coming from Shasky's side. He might be ready to kill my opinion that mashed potatoes are good.
You damn right about that. Go ahead, Shasky. Let him.
No, I love potatoes. Scallop potatoes. I love mashed potatoes. I love all potatoes. I'm Irish, Monte. We love potatoes. I have no problem with potatoes.
I mean, Russians love potatoes.
It's a veggie and a starch.
I think we all love potatoes.
Best part of Thanksgiving, no NBA games. Oh, I can chill at the house. So
there you go. There you go. You're in Phoenix right now, right?
I'm actually doing the fly day up, so I haven't flown out yet.
Oh, nice.
Good for you.
Nice. Good stuff, man. Anthony,
hit the Top Golf up in Arizona. Have some fun.
I don't think he has time for that.
Throw a couple back.
Will not have time for that.
Yeah, he's in and out. What is it, Sky Harbor International Airport?
It is Sky Harbor.
Yeah, Sky Harbor.
And then you got to walk hella far to go get it rental.
Yeah, but you know what? I love Phoenix.
Near downtown, though. It's near downtown.
Yeah, I agree. Actually, the stadium, I went there for the Game 6 against Denver. It's a cool little stadium. It's old, but it's nice.
Yeah, they've renovated it a little. Not one of my favorites, to be honest.
Yeah.
Anthony knows stadiums. He knows stadiums.
Yeah, he does.
But every one of them. Anthony,
field houses and arenas.
Happy Thanksgiving, Anthony. We'll see you Friday. All right, we'll look for your coverage tonight, and of course, we'll see you Friday at Chase Center.
All right, y'all.
See ya.
All right, man. Anthony Slater here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. NBA Insider. He's a mashed potatoes guy. Damn, his brother's a Bills fan. That's
kind of like a mashed potatoes guy.
That's so depressing.
We are starting to get, I wrote down some of the text messages on the text line.
Right.
Line them up, 888-957-9570. The next segment is all yours. can ask your butcher anything. I live for these days. 4th of July, Thanksgiving. These are food days. Food days.
Food loves you and you love food?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Who doesn't love food?
I know.
It's how we sustain.
How could you not be a foodie?
Kind of like a mashed potatoes guy.
It's the most gluttonous day of the year, probably.
That's why the soda diet has been so hard, right? It's like, man, you telling me I can't have pizza? Really?
Unlimited possibilities.
That guy.
Yeah, Nutrisystem.
What is that?
No, Guru did not hit him with that.
I'm not a system player. I am a system. Yeah, Nutrisystem.
God, I love him. Goo is the best. There's a drop for everything.
You know what? We're going to do this every single week now. Every single week. Because we love the callers, and we love the texters, and we love the YouTube audience, part of my First NorCal Credit Union. It's time for the caller of the week. Caller of the week, folks.
Oh, who is it?
This week's winner is Nick in Berkeley, who called it on Monday to put some respect on Brendan Ayuk's name. Nick in Berkeley, what's happening?
I'm so hyped right now. Look, all them cats talking about Ayuk trading for a first round. You can get a second rounder, third rounder. Man, how y'all feeling now? No doubts about Ayuk. No more. I don't even want to hear it. You know what I'm saying? He's one of the best receivers in the league. Look at his numbers. Purdy's finding him all over the place. You know what I'm saying? He's taking the emphasis off Debo, and then Debo gonna get his as soon as they blink and try to guard Ayuk. Debo gonna get his, and then where you gonna go? You can't double and triple team everybody. Shanahan is starting to expose these other teams for what they are, and that team yesterday was garbage, and we was taking out the trash. And we're eating turkey this week. It's turkey with all the fixings. All the fixings. We got side dishes everywhere. Let's go, Levi. It's turkey week.
Nick in Berkeley, your caller of the week. We'll do that every single week.
I love that.
Caller of the week.
I love that.
It's a high bar. Nick in San Jose won the first ever call of the week. Nick in San Jose was losing his mind. How's he spending Thanksgiving? Boy.
With the 7-year-old, hopefully?
Oh, yeah. Well, hopefully, yeah. Be with your kids, man. Yeah, hopefully he's not taking out a Niners game. Niners going to win tomorrow, man. They're not losing. They're going to win back-to-back games in Seattle.
That a boy, Drake.
Come on.
Back
to back. Here we go, back to back. That was a good song. He ripped McMill. All right, Food with Butcher coming up. Food with Butcher. This is going to be very, very interesting. I'm going to take a step back with this. I'm going to see how this goes.
Well, you better have questions ready.
No, I'm chilling.
Up.
I just want to hear what people...
Line them up.
I know how my family gets down when it comes to food.
Oh, well, let's hear it.
So the high bars, there's a high bar. So I want to sit back and listen to how people
What's the signature dish that Bonte Hill prepares?
I don't know. Oh, I don't prepare any dish. Are you kidding me?
Wait, everyone's got a dish that they make.
No. I don't make any dishes. The only thing I do on Thanksgiving is change the channel with remote control.
You don't even do the dishes?
Well, I do the dishes. Yes, I clean up, but that's not preparing a dish. I clean the dishes.
You gotta have some specialty.
No.
You don't bring a nice charcuterie plate.
No.
What a terrible family member.
No, I'm a great family member. My presence, they want me just to be there. My presence enough is alone is there. Bonte Hill, take out the trash.
Thank you, King.
Hey, Bonte Hill. Or when I do, or I'm the guy, hey, do you guys need everything? When I'm on the way there, hey, do you guys need anything? Yeah, Bonte Hill, go get a 12-pack of Coca-Colas. Go get some waters for us. That's what I do. That's my value. I don't burn up the kitchen. I'm not there. I know my limitations.
I hear you on that part.
I know what I don't know, and I know I can't cook.
Line them up.
What's coming up on the game sponsored by the Golden State Warriors. Food with Butcher, 888-957-9570, 888-957-9570. It is a Warriors game day brought to you by Xfinity, the Xfinity 10G network made for streaming live sports.
Kind of like a mashed potatoes guy.
It's that time again, Dub Nation. You hear the call. with Bonte and Shasky.
Dick Fan will join us at 9:20. He's one half of the Softy and Dick show in KJR 93.3 in Seattle. Softy Mahler, Dick Fan, the Softy and Dick show. We'll get the Seattle perspective of everything going on between the Niners and the Seahawks. Man, we got Food with Butcher right now. Food with Butcher, 888-957-9570. Before we get there, I have a special guest on line two.
Okay.
He's a father of Esa Winston Jr.
Oh, yeah.
By way of City College of San Francisco, Terranova High School. But now he plays for the Seahawks. And I know of Aesop, one of his brothers, Pat, who cuts my hair, District Barbershop, B Hill, was running material yesterday. So I got love for Aesop Jr. That's about the only thing I respect up in Seattle, only because he's a city native. So Esa Senior out there in Redwood City, aren't you supposed to be in Seattle by now, Aesop?
What's up?
Big Aesop, what's happening?
Man, what's going on, man? I felt compelled to call in all the Seattle and 49er talk, man, and just shout out my son, even though you're on the other side. But I fly up tomorrow morning, man. I leave on the first thing, smoking, going to Seattle, going up to the game. Man, I did not know they was taxing for them tickets like that. That's a big ticket up there, man. But I'm glad my son get the tickets for free.
There you go. There you go. And you tell Pat. He said he's going up there in his Niners gear. Now, I would just tell Pat. I would just say you lost his ticket, personally.
Yeah, now this was funny. I put on my Facebook post the other day, would it be wrong if I go to the family area after the game where the players come out in my Niner gear? And everybody said I shouldn't do it.
I love that. I love that.
Esop Senior. Hey, no, Esop Senior, seriously. We're proud of Esop Jr. We pulled for him. I remember during the draft process, we had him on the show. I saw him last summer, I think, last offseason, and I'm glad that he's still sticking with an NFL team, man. I know he's bounced around, but he's found a home in Seattle. So he's about the only thing I can root for in Seattle. That's about it.
Man, I appreciate that. I appreciate y'all having him on when y'all did, when he was going through the draft process. He came out in the COVID year, so that kind of sucked. He had a lot of teams interested in him. But, yeah, you're right. Like I tell my son, he get discouraged. But I said, look, man, you still part of the 1%. You getting paid to practice in the NFL. And he sent me the videos, y'all. He be cooking them cats in practice.
I see him.
It's just hard to it's hard to get in front of Metcalf, Lockett, and Webster, but he's sticking in, man. If an injury, he gonna be in there, man. But he definitely ready, trust me.
You know, what does he think of Pete Carroll? Because I respect Pete Carroll. I'm watching this guy at 70-something years old run around on the field throwing darts all over the place. I find him inspirational the older I get.
What do you think he's going to say about Pete Carroll? So to keep his job.
Man, I get a lot of the inside scoop, and I'm not going to lie to you. From everything my son tell me, those players love Pete Carroll. They got a great way they building team chemistry. They play a lot of games. They do a lot of competition. The way Pete is at practice, energetic. I mean, y'all see him chewing the gum, throwing the football in those dad shoes he be wearing.
I love it.
You know what I mean? But the players love him, man. They really do, and they play for him. And you can see that every week when they go out and they compete.
Tell your son we're always going to be rooting for him, and have a great trip up there. I hate to say this, but go Niners.
I know, man. Trust me. My son played for this. Now, it's kind of easy for me that he didn't get activated for this game because even if he had got activated and was playing, like I tell people, I'll be pulling for my son, score, but everything except the Seahawks win, go Niners.
Esop Senior, man. Hey, man, good stuff, man. Good stuff. It's really good hearing from you.
Hell yeah.
And yeah, you should be proud, man. We're pulling for Esop Jr.
Of the 1% of the 1%.
Yeah.
That's what you need to tell him.
Pride of City College, San Francisco, Washington State, and, of course, Terranova High School. Esop Senior's a good dude. Of course he's going to respect Pete Carroll. He's on his team. Wait till he leaves. Oh, that Pete Carroll lied to me. Blah, 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 blah. All right. Let's get to it, man.
Let's do it.
Because you brought a charcuterie board. I don't think I've ever been to a Thanksgiving, personally, with a charcuterie board.
You never been with cheese and crackers and salami?
Don't do that. Black folks don't do it. Do they?
You don't put cheese and crackers and salami?
No, we have the mac and cheese. We have the back.
That's
black
not
folks.
fancy.
Not black folks.
Well, charcuterie is an appetizer, so that's what you eat before the main.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
We kind of just go straight to the gumbo and the crab. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Everybody does things differently, and I'm not knocking it. Food Will Butcher, do we got to open for it?
Yes, we do. God, it's so good. Oh, my God. Is that the enemy?
Eric B. Enemy?
That sounds like my former producer. Back on a show called The Afternoon Delight. Remember that time? Boy, that was like 4 years ago.
You get way more mic time on this show.
That I agree with. My first segment would equal a week's worth of shows. No, I'm kidding. Oh, shout out to The Afternoon Delight.
Greg, he hasn't connected yet, huh?
Happy Thanksgiving to them.
I don't know about that. I don't know if he's going to like that. I love my guy.
All right. This is your opportunity right now, 888-957-9570, to text, call in, YouTube chat, and Bunty, you're going to have to filter through some of the questions. Ask your butcher anything. Let's go out to the phone lines. I think we've got some calls lined up, right?
We do.
I'm hoping.
We do.
All right,
we
let's
got
do
three.
this.
We got three.
Let's go.
We got some. All right,
Open lines.
Open lines here.
Open lines.
I'm gonna hold on. I want to start with somebody else, not Deli. Well, you know what? I'll start with Deli Boy.
Oh, is he on the line?
Yeah, he's got like 3 kids. He's probably got to change some diapers in a second. Deli Boy
to start with.
Yeah, no, I mean, boy, Deli Boy is stressing out right now. Deli Boy, what's happening? Happy Thanksgiving, Deli Boy.
Hey, what's happening, guys? How we doing?
We're doing all right.
Oh, hey. I just want to wish you guys first a happy Thanksgiving. Everyone at the station, a happy Thanksgiving. Safe travels. You guys are getting out of town. Yeah, it's going to be a busy Thanksgiving. We're going over to Pop's house tomorrow. It's going to be wild. Hopefully we can have some smoked seabird tomorrow with the Niner win. That's what I'm looking forward to.
Do you respect Pete Carroll?
No. No. How can you respect Pete Carroll? I can't stand the chewing of the gum. I can't stand him walking around. He's such a peacock. I can't stand him. So you have your own opinions. That's it. But here's my food.
I don't know what happened to the Butcher Boy. Somebody kidnapped the Butcher Boy. They brought in Seattle.
I'm starting to feel my mortality, and I'm seeing a 70-year-old Pete Carroll.
I know the Butcher Boy. Rest in peace to the Butcher Boy. Rest in peace to the Butcher Boy, who eats his Sausalito Shasky.
I don't know. He's eating something wrong. Let's put it that way. He knows food, but he's eating something wrong. He's got to put respect on.
Do you have a food question?
Yeah, I do have a food question for you, Butch. Here's my thing. I got a couple guys in the shop right now that are debating between either deep frying a turkey or smoking a turkey. So which one would you prefer? And here's the second question. Of all the side dishes for Thanksgiving, which is the one you think could go? Which one is one you're like, no thank you, I don't want any part of that, no good, I don't ever need to see it on my Thanksgiving dinner table. Guys, love you, happy Thanksgiving, I'll see you guys soon.
Well, here's what I'd say on the something has to go. I don't think anything has to go off the table because there's a lot of stuff I don't like that other people do, and I wouldn't want it removed because I want everyone to feel happy. To me, more food is always a good thing. When is more food not a good thing? Everyone should walk away with plates.
Let me help you out. There's a couple side dishes that can go.
Give it to me.
Green bean casserole should never be on a Thanksgiving platter.
I do try to mix in a little green bean early to get it out of the way.
Green bean casserole, get out of my house.
Tiny little,
get it out of my house.
Tiny square.
And cranberry sauce. Get it out of there.
I'm okay with the cranberry mildly used on specifically a Hawaiian roll when I'm making my little sandwiches on the second meal. You know what I'm talking about.
Green bean casserole, you bring that into my house, we will never talk again.
I'm not huge on cranberry, though. I'm with you there.
I'm with you on the cranberry, too. I think it's completely overrated. Everyone swears by it, but it's completely untouched.
Are we talking
for me.
real cranberry, or are we talking that sliced canned crap?
Just any of the cranberry
We're
sauce.
talking about the Irish band, The Cranberries. R.I.P. Dolores O'Riordan. There you go.
Leave it to a Laker fan to derail the show.
100%. Now, smoked turkey versus deep fried turkey. Deep fried turkey, in my estimation, is easier and better tasting, if we're just going to taste, than smoked turkey. Smoked turkey takes forever. You got to continue to throw on wood chips and things like that. It takes hours upon hours. Now, it's very low key. You're not going to burn your house down in the way that you could with a deep fried turkey. But deep fried turkey, the two biggest problem, people put way too much oil in it, and then they slam the turkey down, and it overflows, and it burns their entire deck. Or secondarily, they don't defrost the chicken, the turkey. They stick it in there frozen, which is so dumb.
Yeah, 415 asked on the Comcast business text line before we get out to the lines again. Jocelyn from the 415. What spices do your people put on a turkey? Do you put on a turkey?
Well, I mean, there's a lot of things. I mean, tarragon, salt, pepper, garlic, obviously. To me, salt, pepper, garlic goes on everything, right? So let's start there. And you also, are you brining your turkey? You know, how much of a salt solution are you putting in there? A lot of people like to brine it. They do the bag thing nowadays. I keep it nice and simple, all right? I like a little bit salt, pepper, garlic, go some rosemary. You can never go wrong with a little bit of rosemary. Don't overdo it. And then just go basic and then have your stuffing inside. It's going to be cooking for 3 to 3.5 hours, all right? By the time the thing's done, pulling it out, it's going to be nice, moist, and juicy. The key is basting it, though, the entire time you're cooking it.
There you go. Let's go to Don in Concord. Don in Concord. Food with Butcher. What you got?
Hey, what's going on over there in San Francisco, man?
Oh, you know, just another day in paradise. Yeah, we got you, Don. We got you. 888-957-9570. Food with Butcher. Call in. We're doing great. You don't even have to ask us. We're doing great. We got Niners and Seahawks, Warriors and Suns.
I'm a 49er fan. Everybody knows that. Okay, so I want to talk about veal knuckle. You can make your salt and boca, your veal salt and boca. So, Joe, what do you know about a veal knuckle and breaking it down? What can you tell the audience about that?
Well, what I would tell you is why would you be eating veal knuckle on Thanksgiving of all the things to be doing? What are you, slow cooking? You doing some ossobuco? Like, what exactly are you trying to accomplish? Like, veal of all, I'm going to be honest, I'm out on veal. I am not a 95-year-old Italian from the old country. I'm out on veal. I'm not a big veal guy. A, you find out how it was raised, and it's not very humane. And then B, I just think it's an overrated cut, personally. If you have to bread the crap out of it or slow cook the crap out of it, it's typically a weaker meat. Spadoni is offended.
I like veal. It's delicious, actually. It's nice and pasta right there. Oh, yeah.
It's baby
and
calf.
miss me with the, oh, no, it's a baby cow, as if killing the adult makes it so much better.
The way,
oh, my God. Miss me with that. We kill lamb. We kill every. Come on.
Pete on line 5. Peter's not thrilled with this holiday.
Not at all.
Not at all.
Pam Anderson on line 2.
Oh, man.
But why would anyone cook veal for Thanksgiving? Am I wrong?
I don't. Charcuterie boards and veal, yeah, I'm out on that. I'm out on green bean pass. So far, I'm out on all these foods and people will bring it up. Let's go to JJ in San Jose. Food with Butcher, 888-957-9570. Get your questions in on your meal, how you prep your meal, what's your favorite side dishes. Come on, let's go. JJ San Jose, what's happening?
What's up, guys? Happy Thanksgiving. Thanks for taking my call. So, yeah, Butcher, this is going out to you first off. My family, we kind of go a little extra, so we're doing steak tonight, too. So, are you Sausalito Shasky with the prime rib? Are you Presidio Shasky with the filet? Or are you San Fran Shasky and you're not even going to have meat tonight?
No. If I was going to go beef, if you're asking me to rank my favorite beef cuts, first off, the underrated one, the underrated one is either Chateaubriand, which is like a top sirloin, a double thick cut.
Can you say that again?
Chateaubriand.
Ooh,
I always have to say it that way. Shout out Robert Guerra out at Guerra's. Go to 15 Caravel.
Can you do it one more
Tell him
time?
Butcher sent you. Chateaubriand. But I also love a hanger steak. Very hard to find a hanger steak. It oxidizes very quick. It's what the butcher used to take home, the butcher's cut, if you will, because there's only one or two of them on an animal at any given time. So if I were going to say prime rib all day, I want a medium rare prime rib. Salt, pepper, garlic, stuff in some garlic cloves in there. There's also Golden Gate Spices does this really nice spice for prime rib, which is good on the outside for a nice crust. I am a prime rib guy. Filet mignon, kind of overrated to me. I think it's too small, number one. Number two, it doesn't have a lot of flavor. Flavor equals fat. Marbleization, that's what's going to taste well. I like that the best. So I like something that's fatty, high in fats. Prime rib all day. Ribeye steak, same thing. T-bones, which is a filet and a New York. That's usually also a porterhouse. It's okay. Eileen, if I was going to rank, prime rib 1, New York 2, filet mignon 3.
I like that.
All right, so we've had a lot of meat and the main course stuff. What about desserts, Shasky? We got 510 here from the Comcast Business text line. We going to talk desserts?
I will give you my dessert take. I have to have both of the pies. I have to have both pumpkin and apple, and I have to have 1 scoop each of vanilla ice cream on my plate with it. I want the cold-hot combo of the apple pie and the vanilla ice cream. Vanilla bean, plain ice cream. I don't know why. It's just something I have to have.
Respect. I want to know, is there a proper time that Thanksgiving dinner should be served at? Because we do a little earlier
4
at the
o'clock.
Spadoni. See, we do 3:30ish.
I'm good with that. I'm good with
we
that.
got children that got to eat, right?
I'm good with
I'm
that.
hungry. It's the day's starting to go. Second game's almost over. I need food now. 5 o'clock, 6 is too late for me.
I think any time between 1 and 4:30 is appropriate. Maybe you want to get that meal in right when the Cowboy game starts.
Early,
maybe
better than
halftime.
late. We all agree,
exactly.
right?
2 o'clock, maybe 1. Between 1 to 4:30, I think it's very appropriate. I heard Dan Dibley last night ask Steve Kerr, when does he sit down to eat? And Steve Kerr, I believe, said, if I'm not mistaken, he said between 4 and 4:30. If I'm not mistaken.
You know what the hardest part is not like the whole walk around for most people waiting till the meal is done. You don't want to overfill on all the artichoke dip and all the charcuterie and all the other stuff.
No.
It's very difficult.
Charcuterie board Thanksgiving. I've never heard of that. I've never.
Cured meats all the time. Just go cured meats.
Okay. It's very simple. A salami plate.
No, I understand. I know what a charcuterie board is. Yeah.
You don't like brie?
No, I love brie, but we don't do that on Thanksgiving. I don't think so.
I think every party that the Shasky family throws, we've got to have hors d'oeuvres.
That's a Shasky thing then.
No, that's in every family thing.
No, it's not in everything. It's not my family. We don't do
you guys do hors d'oeuvres?
Well, now all this talk is making me feel a little self-conscious about my Thanksgiving because my family, we do have a charcuterie board set up because we have like a time before dinner where we all kind of sit in the living room around the charcuterie board with the cheese and the crackers, shout out cheese board.
It can be whatever. It doesn't have to be that. It can be
and then we sit down for dinner at 5:30. That's when dinner is for us. So now
5:30.
That's always what's been.
That's a flag on that.
That's been normal to me. So now I'm feeling like really self-conscious about how my family does things.
All right. I got Worldwide Web chiming in, and I think Tyler Miller agrees with this. I think a lot of roasters agree with this. The best part of Thanksgiving is getting high all day waiting on the food. There's nothing wrong with that. A lot of people had a smoke break, and then they come in and get a fat plate of dressing, turkey.
Kind of like a mashed potatoes guy.
Mashed potatoes.
Or sometimes you slip out in between meals. Like you have your first plate, you'd finish that, take a quick jaunt outside, refuel, go back in, load up a second plate.
Our girl made money. She says she never had a charcuterie board at Thanksgiving. Maybe it's just a black thing. I don't know.
No, because I want to examine this some more. You don't have stuff on the table while the main dishes are being prepared in the kitchen?
Yeah, we may have some chip and dip.
That's
okay.
Right. That may not be quote unquote charcuterie board, but that all like to me it's a catch-all.
Right.
It's like, hey, we've got slices of salami, we've got some cheese, we've got crackers, we might have chocolate or something like that.
You can't go wrong with the chips and salsa, the chips and guacamole.
That's
green onion dip,
which is what I like to call the pregame joke.
To me,
we got the chip. Yeah, we probably do
too detailed.
No, charcuterie board. I think in charcuterie you got all the setup, the cheese and the salami and all that stuff, and it's a nice presentation. We just got, we go chips and dip, I think.
Yeah, it's called hors d'oeuvres.
Yeah.
Those are the same thing.
I guess snacks, yeah. I mean, fancy way, I guess. But yeah, not on the short. We just got it out the bag, grab a paper towel, grab a handful of chips, get some dip, boom, you go.
My number one most underrated seafood. Number one. I've been on a kick on these lately. The big, large scallops. And they got to be the good ones. They've got to be the good ones. And it's got to be prepared the right way. All right? Almost like you're undercooking it a little. That's the way to cook
a scallop. It's got to jiggle a little bit.
Yes.
Give a little wiggle.
It's got to be buttery. I love a buttery scallop. I'm all in on scallops.
I don't know if I've done scallops on Thanksgiving. I've done crab. Done some lobster.
There will be no crabs this year.
Why?
They aren't up to the size that we need. Because remember, you got to balance out the ecosystem here.
Size matters.
Absolutely.
No Costco crab?
I mean, you could get it from Oregon and Washington. It's just not going to be local.
Yeah, that's fine. Crab is crab to me. I love local crab. I love crab from all over the world.
Crab legs, you and Jameis?
Hey, Jameis had his jersey retired at Florida State. And that's national champion Jameis Winston, who beat an SEC team in a national championship in Auburn University, coming back with Kelvin Washington. Jalen Ramsey playing safety as a freshman on that football team. So he put some respect on his name. When was the last time Miami won a national championship?
They got more than Florida State.
One thing that I will not allow, turkey slander. There's a lot of people that come out of the woodworks and want to slander turkey. I look at you different. If you don't like turkey, like I'm not saying you got to love it and eat it all year round or whatever. Really, yeah, you hate turkey.
Well, they're also lying because they're definitely eating turkey sandwiches year round. I have a turkey sandwich at least once a month, it feels like. From whatever. From Safeway, from Nob Hill, whatever.
We got some calls coming in. 888-957-9570. Food with Butcher. We'll get back to the Niners. in a second. Rocco, you're funny. Shout out to Rocco, your boy Rocco. My boy Rocco. Had a lot of good times the NFC Championship game. What an iconic day that was until Chukowski Tart dropped an interception and Troy Aikman said, "Oh, Joe, I'm afraid it's going to come down to Jimmy Garoppolo." What a time to be alive.
The very popular thing right now is spatchcocking your turkey. I don't know if you know about this, Monte, but if you cook a turkey, as I ball up my fist, normally you cook it like this. Some people stuff it, some people don't. Spatchcocking it is splitting it open, taking the backbone out, and butterflying it.
You know what? Let me say something about turkey. As I get older, as I mature a little bit here
I eat more turkey now than I ever have.
I think turkey's starting to get overrated. I eat less and less turkey now. I do.
Processed meats aren't great for you, so I like the real roasted turkey.
Yeah, I love real roasted turkey, but I just think overall turkey's a little overrated. I do. Give me the sides. I'm all about the sides, man. What makes Thanksgiving is the dressing.
The carbs.
is the back. Oh, you're worried about health reasons. This is not the time to be worried about weight watching. If you're watching weight, just, man, eat a salad.
I don't know. You tell me, when you see that turkey get popped out onto the plate and you see everything, the steam rising up, and forget the breast. I want right to the leg and thigh. The leg and thigh is where it's at. The thigh, that little jewel, that tenderloin coming off of the hip, boom, give me that piece right there.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. I mean, I'm all about the other set, the potato salad. Oh, you got to have a good potato salad.
I mean, you got potato salad all year round.
No. But you got to have good homemade potato salad. Like the good stuff.
Yeah,
the homemade.
Little cayenne at top.
Little grandma special.
Little paprika.
Little grandma Essie special out there. Let's go. Crazy Taco, Montana has a food question.
Let's go.
Crazy Taco in Montana.
I'm good with tacos.
What's up, Crazy Taco?
Hey, what's up, guys? What's up? So, hey, I got a question for Joe. So if I'm cooking 3 tacos for Thanksgiving dinner for a company.
Okay.
I got the Banana Ramaslamma. That's a Filipino banana sauce with pickled daikon radishes, pickled carrots, fresh Fresno chilies, and cilantro on it. Second taco would be the mocha mole, which is a chocolate barbecue sauce that I do onion, cilantro, and a strawberry Fresno chili compote.
Dude, you sound like a real cook.
Yeah, can I stop you on mole?
Can I book you for a meal at the Hills?
Mole tends to be slightly rich for my palate. 1 at most is what I can eat of the mole. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. There's something about it. It tends to be a little rich for me. I like the first one.
No. I get that, and I get people saying that until they have it. Like, I had to give this taco away for free for about a month, and then now it's my best seller.
Where are you at? I gotta come see you.
No, come on. You already know I'm out in Montana, Billings, Montana.
Yeah, Crazy Taco in Montana.
The third one I'd be selling is the Thai Street Fighter. So I do a peanut saute with carrots, cabbage, and fennel tossed in a soy sesame glaze with a little sriracha and cilantro on top. Boy, this Thanksgiving dinner is about to be lit for this family. They hired me to come out, do a taco bar for them. It's going to be great.
When are you coming back to the Bay Area, Crazy Taco?
Tacos are good all year round.
Crazy Taco, when you coming to the Bay Area?
I'm catering a golf tournament out there in April, I believe. So I'm coming out there to cook for you guys in April.
Where?
It's going to be in Fresno. So just east. Yeah,
4
I
hours
know.
away.
Figure it out.
You said Bay Area, man. You didn't say Central Valley. We'll get you up here, Crazy
Happy
Taco.
Thanksgiving, man.
Well, he's spitting game right there. He lost me. He's talking about all kind of recipes, man.
The
Been a little
Barba
too
family,
advanced for this segment.
We've got a dear friend, family friend, Jose and Jen, and every one of their parties, they do the taco thing, and it's just, I can eat tacos all year round. Street tacos, I don't care who's preparing them.
Dude.
They're my favorite.
Tacos. Well,
tacos all year round.
Go to Cabo.
It's the mission in me.
We went to this taco spot in Cabo 2 nights in a row because they were so
That's what I'm
good.
saying.
They had this volcano taco. Oh my God.
Mexican
I don't want to eat
might
tacos.
be the only food I could eat every day.
Yeah, I can't eat like Cabo ruined tacos for me.
Well, and peppers. The pepper game in the Latin culture is through the roof.
No doubt.
And my appreciation for spices has gone through the roof since my wife has really introduced me to all the palette of peppers that are out there.
Before we get to Anthony and Vallejo, I do want to read this comment on YouTube. This is pretty funny to me. UC Steve. Oh, where did it go? UC Steve. Did we just delete it? He said there's, here it is. No, we deleted it, I think. He goes, he did say, there's tacos in Montana? What's more surprising is 95.7 The Game getting up in Montana. Yes, the Odyssey app, my man, UC Steve. Odyssey app travels, baby. You can listen to it all over the country, all over the world.
My aunt and uncle live out in Montana, out in Helena, the capital. So
I do want to go out there. They got some cool football stadiums. It was either Montana State or Montana. They're in those Division I AA. We know with the Dakotas and everything. Montana Grizzlies, I believe, and then Montana State. They got some dope stadiums. They get out there in football. It gets cold up there. They're all about it.
I feel like their basketball team always qualifies for the tourney.
Yeah, they do. They kind of do.
Yellowstone.
You know, Montana. I want to go there one day. Maybe I'll do a road trip through Idaho and Montana. Go see, the Dakotas or whatnot.
You know, one thing also that you have to have, I have to have at least one slice. I don't know how many. Sometimes it's more, sometimes it's less. One slice of ham. A little slice. Got to have a little spiral.
I'd rather have a lot more ham than turkey, believe it or not. Yeah.
Got to have mustard, though, with that ham.
Really? Mustard?
Oh, yeah.
I'd just throw some dressing on it and just, if the ham is good, it's seasoned right, I don't think you need mustard.
Oh, no.
Mustard on ham?
I just love mustard on ham, yeah.
Oh, wow. That's
spicy brown mustard, yeah. And I also love ground mustard.
I learn something new every day.
Yeah.
Anthony in Vallejo. Anthony, what's happening?
Give it to me.
Yo, how's it going, y'all?
What's up, Anthony?
Hey, Shaz, man. Hey, pumpkin pie. Come on, man. We have 3% of pie in my house, man. Pumpkin pie ain't welcome.
Why?
You gotta have that 3% of pie. That's the real pie right there.
Well, okay, look, I don't discriminate when it comes to my pies. My wife makes them from scratch, and she creates the crusts from scratch. She's very good at it. She does the crumble. I don't know what the heck it's called. Some crumble one. She always does apple, and she always does pumpkin. She does them all from scratch. My wife is an excellent baker, and one of her signature dishes is her pies, her dessert game. She does a banana cream pie that is to die for. And that one is, you want to talk about feeling heavy set. The banana cream pie is the one.
It's really good. Really good. Food will butcher.
And I'm with 925 here. Beaver Sweet Hot Mustard on ham is the world champ. You can get that at the old spot, Tommy's Joint. They have the Beaver Spicy Hot. And that mustard is like, we're talking horseradish, open the entire nostrils kind of mustard. That's my kind of mustard.
I've never had mustard on ham, I don't think. Maybe on a ham sandwich, I guess. I don't know. Just straight ham, mustard on the ham. I don't know if I've done that before. I may have to try that tomorrow. Yeah. Hopefully Disney Resort has some good Thanksgiving food.
Oh, you'll have the good food.
I hope so.
There's a killer Mexican food place outside where the old ESPN zone was.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Really?
Oh, yeah. That's not the restaurant. We went there. I forget the name of it, but it's right across from the beignet place.
Oh, you know what? I may go watch the Niners game there.
But
I may watch the Niners game there.
I would call up in the morning and get a reservation.
They got rid of the ESPN zone.
The ESPN zone's gone? Yeah. Oh, I've been there before. Yeah. All right, never mind.
I was underwhelmed.
Yeah, I was too.
Okay, I was underwhelmed.
I was too. It's just the TVs.
Hey, I'll tell you this. They have that. What's that female, where they get their makeup at? Come on, what's the name of that place?
Mac?
They had a Mac out front. That or Sephora. Maybe it was
Sephora.
both. Right. Out in front, out there. Oh, my God. The line at that place through the roof.
Got to have your makeup right. I got a little makeup kit for television. I get a little red sometimes with the bright lights. Got to powder up a little bit. Not a real light skin in me. You're listening
fashionable.
Was that good for you?
That was good for me. I learned something new every day. Everybody eats differently, right?
Of course.
Everybody has different dishes, so it's always good to learn about that. That's why I like traveling so much. The best part about traveling is the food. Like pasta in Italy, and ravioli in Italy, and pizza in Italy. It makes you not want to ever eat pizza in America again.
He's an Italian.
Well, the one dish that we absolutely slept on that I have to give my wife credit for, got to have the lumpia as the hors d'oeuvre. And you put out 50 or 60 sticks, okay? And then you got to have the sweet chili Thai sauce. And the hung foy is the one I like.
So do you hang with your mom? Do you hang with your wife's side of the family or your pop's side of the family? Or do you guys just...
Well, we go back and forth. It depends, right? So, but you got to have the lumpia out there. And I don't care who you are, the lumpia always hits. That thing goes first.
Shout out to the Dial family. John Dial, Beth Dial, Grandma Dial. She turned 90. I believe she turned 90 last year. She would make the fresh lumpias, what you're talking about.
Yeah.
And we'd be out there when you guys live in the Daly City. Fresh, hot.
The thin rice paper.
They'd be gone.
It's the best.
And she'd be making them all night long. So
it's the best.
Yeah, no, it is.
When my wife's rolling them, I don't love looking at some of the ingredients on the inside. You got to go with the frozen peas because if you don't have the frozen peas, it doesn't. They don't stay.
Are you calorie watching these days?
I am. I'm trying to lose weight.
Sometimes Thanksgiving, though, you got to just throw it out the window.
Why do you think I've been shredding for the wedding, leading up to me, marrying my turkey?
You're listening to 95.7 The Game. Oh, you know what? It's a shout out I wanted to give too, but after I read the legal, I do want to give this shout out. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and AC1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And do not forget that you can also watch us every day on our YouTube and Twitch stream, sponsored by our very good friends at First NorCal Credit Union. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. It is Warriors Wednesday. Brought to you by Freeman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit freemansappliance.com. And shout out to the Comcast business text line as well. Found out some pretty discouraging news. Ernie Chavez, our P1 roaster, sent me something from Horn Barbecue. Horn Barbecue in Oakland.
There was a fire.
Recent tragedy. Fire. So our hearts are heavy with them. lost their shop right now.
Yeah.
So they got to recover
Really
for that. So I
unfortunate.
wanted to shout them out because I got tipped off with this morning. And I meant to give them a shout out. Horror Barbecue, very, very good out there to East Bay. So it just, prayers up to everybody out there at Horror Barbecue. I know you guys will bounce back in a major way and get that shop up and running again, man. But tough news for them. Wanted to give some love, express some love to Horror Barbecue out there.
Here's the real question that no one has asked. If you're the one hosting the party and you're the one having the big feast at your house, what are you serving the night before? Is it a pizza night? Like tonight, for example, is it Chinese food? Are you going burritos? I'm doing pizza tonight. I'm going to Pizzeria in Windsor. I already know it. I'm getting the spicy. They got this signature dish. It's freaking incredible. Tommy Call, our boy, shouted me out on Pizzeria. He's the one who notified me of the place. Place is unbelievable. What are you serving the night before? It's got to be to go, right? You can't make a meal the night before.
Yeah, I'll be at Chase Center eating today. So, no, you don't make a meal before. Hell no. Hell no. Or some people may cook Thanksgiving food early and you get a little teaser. Little taste. My grandma, the late great Larry Williams, sometimes used to cook before Thanksgiving to have it ready. So she'd be like, "Come on, here, you want some of this dressing?" You're licking it out the pot.
Well, yeah, me and my brother used to fight over the cookie bowl.
Yeah, so
the raw cookie dough that everyone used to mash up. We would fight over who gets to lick the bowl.
Yeah, that was always good times. But the Warriors, the Warriors don't play at Chase Center tonight. I'm tripping. We're at the studio. What am I talking about? They're in the Valley of the Sun. So I don't know what the hell I'm going to eat tonight. I do not know. No, I got to pack though.
Sounds like a DoorDash night for you.
We'll probably
beat me by
DoorDash.
1 second on that one.
Dude, did you?
It was just about to say it was a DoorDash.
We need DoorDash to sponsor us. They sponsor us at NBC Sports. Maybe that's why they don't sponsor us.
I DoorDashed the other day.
You only sponsor with Bonte so much.
I DoorDashed the other day. They brought us unbelievable Noah's Bagels that the crew here just absolutely walloped down. That was delicious, wasn't that?
They deliver my boy Chris Lang, who used to be at NBC, used to be a sales at another station with me as well. We do those DoorDash commercials. Maybe they could DoorDash for tonight. Maybe, hey, Dave Burstein, if you're out there listening, John Sackey, let's get DoorDash tonight. Get whatever we want. Maybe we'll get green bean casserole. No, I'm kidding. Green bean casserole's got to go. I don't get the hype with that. Don't get the hype.
It's a staple.
All right.
It's like those little, what's the thin? I don't know what it's called. It's the spinach, but it's got layers of flaky stuff on it.
Yeah.
Come on, what's that stuff called?
They're on Brussels sprouts?
No. It's like a dish that's served in a little baking pan, and it's got layers of thin flakiness, and then on the bottom of it, it's like a creamy spinachy thingy.
Like a spinach dip?
No, it's not spinach dip. I don't know what it's called.
Sounds gross, whatever it is.
No. You got to have a little bit of greens, man. Got to mix it in and throw those carbs in between there.
We'll have some greens, all right.
You know what? It is Seahawks week. And I have a lot of hatred for that disgusting, overrated, inflated, new startup organization. So this week's King of the Hill, my top 7 Seahawks that I hate. I know it's just season of giving, and we're all spreading love, but not tomorrow night. No. Those highlighter jerseys and that fake crowd noise. I know there's going to be a lot. See, that's the underrated thing, too, about Seattle. Niner fans have slowly been taking over that stadium. So my top 7 hated Seahawks of all freaking time.
Time out. Let me close my eyes. It's got to be Jim Zorn.
May make the list.
Lofi Tatupu.
He might make the list. USC legend.
Lofa Tatupu.
Oh, my bad. Apologies.
Fight on.
King of the Hill brought to you by West Coast. King of the Hill brought to you by West Coast Men's Health. Successfully treating men for ED and chronic pain. Visit westcoastmenshealth.com. Number 7.
Cortez Kennedy.
Number 7. No, I love Cortez
Number
Kennedy, actually.
7.
Cortez Kennedy is a baller. That's the thing with Miami. They got some dope-ass players,
Mahler.
man. Number 7. It's Sean Alexander. I couldn't stand Sean Alexander and the way he ran that rock against the 49ers wearing number 37, and he won the MVP, but he wasn't the same when he got popped in that divisional round game against the Washington Redskins. So, Sean Alexander, number 7. Number 6, Matt Hasselbeck. Oh, my God. You talk about one of the best mediocre quarterbacks of all time. He was so thankful to have Mike Holmgren.
And we're going to score.
And then you throw a pick 6 in Lambeau Field. And then you don't win a Super Bowl.
Is that Al Harris?
Yeah, that was Al Harris. Pick 6.
That was such a great moment.
So number 6.
Thank
number
you.
6.
That's the spinach dish.
So Cordy, Sean Alexander, number 7. Cordy, Matt Hasselbeck, number 6. Number 5. Number 5. Oh, I got so many to choose from.
I
But
can't believe Sean
quietly-
Alexander's so low.
Well, that's because you got to see the top half of the list. Number 5, Jeremy Stevens. That chump. That overrated tight end. Jerry Porter put him in his place. Jeremy Stevens, Jerry Porter. Jeremy Stevens.
Joey Porter.
Joey Porter, excuse me. Joey Porter Jr. playing with the Steelers
Jerry
right now.
Porter was the
Joey
wide
Porter, that was the Raider receiver who
wore a championship
West Virginia.
belt.
West Virginia.
He was
he didn't
nice,
play it out.
though.
He was
Hey,
like
Jerry
Joey
Porter was
Porter,
nice.
Joey
84.
Porter, Jeremy Stevens. And Jeremy Stevens, how many passes he dropped in that Super Bowl?
Like 50.
Oh, my gosh. He's number 5. All right, number 4.
Number 4.
Michael Bennett.
Yeah.
He ruined us.
Jumped off sides.
He ruined us.
Over and over and over again.
And over again. All right, number 3.
Number 3.
It's a 2-headed monster. Actually, it's a 3-headed monster. It's Doug Baldwin. It's Richard Sherman.
Wait a minute.
And it's Earl Thomas.
What? You can't have.
It's a 3-headed. It's my list, not yours. 3-headed monster.
My God.
Doug Baldwin, Richard Sherman, and Earl Thomas.
Charcuterie plate of Seahawks.
Those dudes talk so much. Richard Sherman showed his ass the last year with the 49ers, counting other people's money. He was the ops. Got burnt in the Super Bowl. Did it on purpose. He didn't want the Niners to win. So you know what he did? He went out there and got cooked in the fourth quarter by the Kansas City Chiefs and Sammy Watkins. 3-headed monster. All those guys. All of them. I can't stand them. Number 3 on my list. Number 2.
Number 2.
Unlimited. Russell Wilson. Russell Wilson. Thank God he only got the one Super Bowl. Because you know why? They were so greedy up in Seattle. They refused to give the ball to my guy, Beast Mode. They didn't deserve to have Beast Mode. They didn't deserve to have a Beast Mode jersey up there. They didn't deserve Marshawn Lynch up in Seattle. He was too real for them. That's why Marshawn Lynch on his days off, he flew out of Seattle and spent this time in the town. He couldn't even stay in that town. He didn't even want to be there.
He's doing broadcasts on golf for the F1 Cup on Netflix.
Good for him. Get away from Seattle, Marshawn Lynch, because they wanted to give Russell Wilson the MVP. You know what he did? He threw an interception in the Super Bowl, and they never sniffed it again. Screw Russell Wilson at number 1.
Number 1.
That cheater from USC, the guy who sold out everybody.
John David Booty?
The guy who kept Matt Leinart away from the 49ers. Matt Leinart comes to the 49ers. Maybe he's a Hall of Fame quarterback, but now he had to go to that downtrodden franchise in Arizona, the Cardinals, and he was never the same, because that's where quarterbacks go to die. Just ask Kyler Murray. Pete Carroll, number 1 hated Seahawk. Number 1. So number 7, Sean Alexander. Number 6, Matt Hasselbeck. Number 5, Jeremy Stevens. Number 4, Michael Bennett. And those stupid little shoulder pads that he wore. Those little pop water shoulder pads. Remember those?
Yes, I do.
What was he doing?
Deion Branch doesn't make the list?
No, he was actually, I like Deion Branch. I did like Deion Branch. He was a baller.
My favorite part of that was maybe if the Niners drafted Matt Leinart, he would have been a Hall of Famer. He was not going to be a Hall of Famer.
never gonna be
Just let me cook.
Darrell Jackson doesn't make the list?
Listen, 16-17 in that Rose Bowl in the second half, he was pinpoint
Sean
accurate.
Springs doesn't make the list?
No, we pulled the Sharpie out on Sean Springs. That was our son. Come on, man.
Cam Chancellor?
No, I respect Cam
Brandon
Chancellor.
Browner?
Brandon Browner helped save the Super Bowl against Seattle.
I know.
With his great bumper run coverage.
Just asking.
The 3-headed monster with Doug Baldwin, Richard Sherman, Earl Thomas, Russell Wilson, number 2, and that damn coach, number 1. I could put Softy Mahler on the list. Maybe I'll put Dick Fan on the list, who's coming up next. He does the Softy and Dick show up in KJR up in Seattle. He'll join us. We'll see if this rivalry still hits up there in Seattle. I hate the Seahawks. Gosh, I can't stand them. They bet not ruin my Thanksgiving. I guess I'll just put on Mickey Mouse ears then. God, that would be a depressing day at Mickey Mouse Disney. What's coming up in the game? Presented by the Inns at the Tides. Relaxing days, stunning sunsets. Winter is magical in Bodega Bay. Come experience it all at the Inn at the Tides. Winter midweeks rates start at just $179 per night, folks. It's a good deal. And it includes breakfast and a bottle of wine upon arrival. Book ahead at inatthetides.com.
The Jeep Black Friday sale.
Hey, Dub Nation, it's Chris Paul, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonta Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Such a good song.
This is a good song. What is this? I like the beat. This is old school, right? Song came out in the 80s?
Nah,
It's a Philadelphia-based group.
Who?
It's a Philadelphia-based group.
Oh, Hollow Notes.
There you go.
I do it. Hollow Notes is really good. Really good.
Watch out, boy. He'll chew you up.
Hollow Notes, but they're for Philadelphia, unfortunately. We'll deal with Philadelphia next week.
She's a man-eater.
Don't worry. We got something cooked up for Philadelphia. Next week's going to be very, very personal on the Morning Roast. Those guys have tagged us in everything. They really, and you know what? They have a really good team. That's what sucks. I hope this doesn't become Cowboys-Niners the first couple years. I hope it doesn't become the Packers-Niners. But first things first, we have to handle those jokers up in Seattle. These wannabes. This startup company. I can't stand the Seahawks. Beating them 3 times last year felt so good. Going up to Seattle and clinching the NFC West in the hat and T-shirt game on Thursday Night Football. Brock Purdy with broken ribs. No Deebo Samuel. Had to feel good for Seattle, right? Then they come down to Levi Stadium and they get pounded in the second half. And the best part about it is Softy, Mahler, and Dick Fan were miserable all offseason. They had to start talking about the Seattle Kraken. And you know, they don't know hockey. Oh, wait, we got Dick Fan on? Dick Fan! Good to hear from you, man. 93.3 KJR up in Seattle. One of my favorite shows in the world. Dick Fan, so good to hear from you. Happy Thanksgiving.
What's going on, guys? How we doing?
Oh, I'm doing good, man. We get to play the Seahawks and get another win and get ready for Philadelphia and get closer to winning the NFC West. How is everybody feeling in Seattle about this game tomorrow night, Dick?
You know, I think everybody in Seattle just kind of realizes what the Seahawks are. And the Seahawks are a team that has a rebuilding defense similar to what they did 11 years ago. And that's not going to come to fruition with Geno Smith at quarterback as a Super Bowl championship team this year. And I think finally Seahawks fans have gotten through the whole, well, wait a second, we're the Seahawks. We're a Super Bowl championship team every year. I think they realized that once Russ left, had that down year, Geno came, was surprising last year, and then they spent all that draft capital and well-spent draft capital. I mean, you take a look at what this team has done in the first and second rounds of the last 2 years. It is absolutely ridiculous. I would put it up with the first and second rounds of any team in the NFL, and this defense is almost ready. It's not there yet. It's almost ready. It will be there next year, and we'll see what quarterback do they put with that defense. Will it be a Russell Wilson situation where they draft a guy and say, listen, your team is ready. You've got DK, you got Tyler to throw to, you got K-Dub right behind you, you've got a rebuild offensive line, and you've got a top 5 defense. All you got to do is don't make mistakes, and then next year, this might be the year that the team pops. But it's certainly not this year, guys. So, I mean, I'd love to play smack talk with you. I'd love to play, hey, we're going to get this win tomorrow. We're going to push you for the division title. Man, I handed you the division title on August 1st, guys.
Come on. Oh, you're not. Is this really Dick Fan? Is this his son?
Well,
is this his nephew?
I gotta be honest. I gotta be honest with you. I think the San Francisco 49ers are the best team, at least in the NFC, if not the entire NFL. And it was absolutely ridiculous. I hope your fans were smart enough to see through the 3-game losing streak and to realize slumps happen. And I hope you guys weren't jumping off the 49er bandwagon, because I was saying on the air up here, listen, don't worry about the 49ers. They're going to win their 12, 13 games. Don't worry about the 49ers. And look, you guys have looked like the 49ers the last couple of weeks.
Hey, Shasky, he's trying to pull the okey-doke on us.
I can psychological warfare.
He's trying to pull the okey-doke on us.
I don't buy it. I'm calling cap on that. And so talk about this defense right quick, because you guys got torched in that playoff game. And I think it was closer than it looked and closer than it ended up being in that fourth quarter. But you've got 8 new starters, and you referenced all of the young players. Bobby Wagner's still in the middle, even though he left and came back, and he looks like not the same Bobby Wagner. McCaffrey's been eaten in the 2 matchups against you guys. George Kittle's eaten in the last 2 matchups against you guys. How is this defense now, personnel-wise, set up to slow down the 49ers personnel?
Well, it's much better against the pass, guys. It's much better now because Devin Witherspoon is an absolute freak. I mean, as much of a freak as we thought Tariq Woolen last year was, and Tariq Woolen had a very, very good last year. He has been good this year. He has been every bit top 20 corner in the NFL. But Devin Witherspoon's built different, guys. Oh my God! You put him any place on the field. You want him to defend one-on-one, 40 yards down the sideline? He can do that. You want to put him on the edge and blow up a quarterback? He's done that like 3 or 4 times too. I mean, he plays the run. He is just a consummate corner. He is a consummate Pete Carroll cornerback. I mean, now we see why they draft him 5th overall. Because I tell you what, we were live on the air when that pick came out, and Softy and I looked at each other and we were like, a corner? Really? You're like 4 corners deep. Why do you need a 5th corner that's likely going to be a slot guy? Well, he can play in the slot. He can also play outside, and that dude never, ever, ever comes off the field. So their depth at corner is ridiculous. Boye Mafe, guys. Yeah. Boye Mafe off the edge. Had a good rookie year last year. He is Pro Bowler this year, damn near All-Pro. He just fell 1 game short of breaking Javon Curse's all-time record for most games consecutive with a sack for a first or second-year player. That's what type of pass rusher Boye Mafe is.
And you're already waving the white flag?
Yeah, because Geno Smith's the quarterback, guys.
I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it, Dick.
Listen,
No. Well,
listen, Geno's and the offensive line is not set yet. You're still a couple pieces short on that offensive line. Geno Smith, I'll tell you when to be afraid of Geno Smith, all right? Here's the situation on Thursday night if we get here that you should be afraid of Geno Smith. 2 minutes left in the game. San Francisco just scores a touchdown to go up 4. That's when you should be afraid of Geno Smith. Remember all those times you were afraid of Russell Wilson? Like, damn, Russell's going to do his thing in the last 2 minutes. For some reason, Geno Smith has got that in him. The problem is the rest of the game, when the game's kind of just, when he has to kind of read what's going on and he has to kind of build something over the course of the game, he's very mediocre. But he turns into a really good quarterback, down 3, down 4. You saw it against the Rams. You saw it against the Commanders 2 weeks ago. Led him to a game-winning field goal. You saw it against the Rams. If Jason Myers doesn't frickin' slice a 55-yarder into the trees like I do with my 5-iron for 175, the Seahawks would have had back-to-back wins on last-second field goals because of Geno Smith and his late-game heroics. That's when he's at his best. So I tell you what, you want to win this game, don't give the ball back to Geno up 1 score. Don't give the ball back to Geno up. Well, you better be up 2 scores if Geno's got the ball in the last 2 minutes of the game, or I'd say hold on.
So we got a couple things here, Dick, that I want to get to. Dick fan, 93.3 in Seattle, good friend. I love him. I obviously, Softy and Dick have treated me well through the years here as we get ready for Seattle and the 49ers. Brock Purdy just won Player of the Week in the NFC, 333 passing yards, 21-25, perfect passer rating. I don't even know what passer rating means. I refuse to get into that, but he was really, really good last Sunday. How do Seahawk fans, how do you guys view Brock Purdy from up north?
I think there's a healthy respect for Brock Purdy and a respect that Brock Purdy is in the perfect system for Brock Purdy. You put Brock Purdy on the Jets, he's better than Zach Wilson, but he's not Brock Purdy. You put Brock Purdy, on the Raiders, on the Saints, on most teams in the NFL, and he's just another starting quarterback like most of the starting quarterbacks in the NFL. But since he's on the Niners, and Kyle Shanahan is a magician taking less than great quarterbacks, Jimmy Garoppolo, and turning them into winning quarterbacks, not Pro Bowl quarterbacks, but winning quarterbacks, that's what he is. And I think the Seahawks have a great respect for it, and I think you've got the right man for the job right now because we went through that before. You got a guy that's making nothing at the quarterback position that's giving you quality play. That opens the door up for greatness, guys, because you can just buy everybody at all the other positions. That's what the Hawks did. They just loaded up the LOB. They got themselves wide receivers. They got themselves Marshawn Lynch from Buffalo, and they just said, hey, we got our quarterback making $500,000 a year. We are going to load this puppy up, and that is hopefully what the Seahawks are going to do next year when they get a quarterback that's making under $1 million.
The backhanded way you're talking about Brock Purdy really disgusts me because for like a decade, we did the same thing to your guy, Russell Wilson. Well, when you got Marshawn Lynch and, you got that defense, you just don't screw it up, and you got Pete Carroll, you're good to go. Like, isn't it ironic that you guys are now using the same defense that everyone used against Russell Wilson to slander Brock Purdy? Like, it's richly ironic.
Well, what is Brock? Put Brock Purdy on 20 teams in the NFL. What is he? Is he a Pro Bowl quarterback?
I'm watching a guy who's a very good player. He's an excellent player. Yeah, he's much better than Derek Carr, much better than Jimmy Garoppolo, much better than any of the guys you want to give credit to. Like, he's way better than Geno Smith. Like, that's undoubtedly. Yeah, he's an excellent upper echelon top 10 quarterback. Absolutely. The tape don't lie.
All right. Well, I would put him. I would put him in that probably 10 to 15 range with Geno because when I evaluate these guys, I say, okay, what would Geno Smith look like with Kyle Shanahan, and what would Brock Purdy look like with Shane Waldron? And my answer to that is Geno Smith would be a better quarterback with Kyle Shanahan in San Francisco than Brock Purdy would be in Seattle with Shane Waldron.
Yeah, again, I call cap on that. And I would also say to you, what would Joe Montana look like without Bill Walsh? I mean, like, we could do that till we're blue in the face. Like, really? Geno Smith has never been a better football player than Brock Purdy.
Damn.
That's good. That's like,
that'll make the rounds around here, Jake, all day long.
I'm not letting that slide. Like, watch the tape.
Don't tell me Brock Purdy's Russell Wilson, because Russell Wilson did it with Pete Carroll and like 14 different offensive coordinators in his first 5 years of his career. So don't tell me Brock Purdy's the next coming of Russell Wilson.
No, what I'm saying is the same way that people were slandering Russell Wilson, you're doing the exact same thing to Brock Purdy, basically blaming his circumstances and the personnel around him for why he's not good. Then why wasn't Nick Mullins good? Then why wasn't Jimmy this efficient? Why did Trey Lance not do anything? Like, we could do that till we're blue in the face. We've got to give the player credit at some point.
Well, I think you mentioned the name. I mean, Jimmy Garoppolo goes away from San Francisco and he's an absolute nothing. Jimmy Garoppolo takes you to a Super Bowl, almost wins it, takes you to an NFC Championship game. Jaquiski Tartt hangs on to a damn interception. We're not even talking about a Rams Super Bowl. We're talking about a Jimmy Garoppolo Super Bowl. So, I mean, that's what Seahawks fans see. They see, my God, Kyle Shanahan could turn Jimmy Garoppolo into basically a two-time Super Bowl quarterback. Then we're not, Brock Purdy is a victim in our minds of the success of Jimmy Garoppolo in San Francisco, because we see Jimmy now, we're like, dude, the guy's trash.
Well, what I would tell you is Niner fans thought that in real time about Jimmy.
Not all Niner fans. Not all Niner fans.
Some of it was he throws 3 or 4 Jimmy
I said
throws
that.
a game. That's what Niner fans said. He didn't score an offensive touchdown for like 6 quarters, and they won 2 playoff games on the road, for Christ's sake. Jimmy Garoppolo couldn't hold Brock's jockstrap. What are we doing?
Guys, I mean, he's a good quarterback. He's exactly what you guys need right now. But I'll tell you what, we are all praying in Seattle. Here's what we are all praying in Seattle.
What's that?
The day comes when we turn on 93.3 KJR FM and Softy and Dick are saying, ladies and gentlemen, Brock Purdy has just signed a 5-year, $400 million contract with the San Francisco 49ers. And we are celebrating. You realize how much we would celebrate the day that Brock Purdy becomes the top 5 paid quarterback in the NFL. We cannot wait. Meanwhile, the Seahawks will be in the midst of like their second year with a rookie making $800,000 a year, giving you a 95 quarter passer rate.
I love that. Dick, let me ask you before we leave, and I appreciate the time, man. You're a good sport as always. Does the rivalry still hit for Seahawk fans? Does it still resonate up there in the Pacific Northwest?
It absolutely does, and you'll feel it. You'll feel it on Thursday night. It resonates. The place will be hopping. It'll be packed. It'll be weird because it's Thanksgiving. We've never hosted a Thanksgiving night game before, so that's going to be different. I don't know if there'll be empty seats. I don't know. That means there'll be more 49er fans because Seahawks fans are at home, with their families watching.
Is that an excuse?
TV, so.
The 12s. I expect better from the 12s.
Come on.
I expect better from the 12s.
I can't criticize. I'm in your state right now. I'm not going to the game because I'm in your state right now with my folks for Thanksgiving. So I think there's a lot of people like that.
Are they Niner fans?
No. My folks? No. they're season ticket holders. So there's 4 right there. Who knows who they're going to? We sold them.
Oh, boy. Maybe some Niner fans because Niner fans have been
I want to make sure that I get the summary right of this phone call. Geno Smith is Tom Brady in the 2-minute drill down 3, and Brock Purdy is a victim of Kyle Shanahan and Jimmy Garoppolo's success. Anything else I missed?
I would probably preface your thing. Your first part of that is the best of Geno Smith is the last 2 minutes of the game. So very, very mediocre for 58 minutes. Very, very good for 2. But if there's 2 minutes, I want my quarterback to be very, very good. It's the last 2 minutes of the game.
I guess they legalized fentanyl in Washington.
Oh, yeah, there's plenty of it.
Yeah, there is plenty of it up there. I was there last year for Thursday Night Football. Real quick, Dick, 30 seconds or less, the running game. How's it going to look without Kenneth Walker III, a running game that has struggled this season, 25th in the NFL in rushing yards per game?
I love Kenneth Walker, guys. And I think that's – if Kenneth Walker doesn't go – I see, a 7 to 10 point win for San Francisco. I think Kenneth Walker means that much. I think if Kenneth Walker plays and they actually commit to giving him the football, which they've done sporadically this year and has driven me nuts. I got the same problem with my offensive coordinator of the Huskies, even though they're 11-0. They don't run the ball enough for my liking. I love what you guys do and how much you guys run the ball down there. But Charbonnet, I haven't seen the ability to be a lead back yet. He hasn't got that much opportunity to be a lead back. He's a really good complementary back. He runs hard, catches the ball out of the backfield really, really well. But they need Ken Walker if they're going to win this game on Thursday.
Thanks for having fun.
Dick Fan, you're always good, man. Tell Softy we said what's up. Happy Thanksgiving to you and your family.
No, don't tell Softy I said what's up.
Well, no, we know Softy and Shasky. They don't
tell
really
him
get
I said
along.
what's up.
I got no problem with Softy, man. I got no problem with him. He's harmless. Dick, happy Thanksgiving to you and your family, man. Thanks for spending some time with us.
Sounds good. You know what? Probably going to see a rematch in the playoffs in the second round when we face you guys again.
You going to wave the white flag as you come out of the tunnel of that game too?
Probably.
I'm not falling for it. I'm not falling for it. He's downplaying everything. The Dick Fan knows he wants this one. He is downplaying it all because if they do win on Thanksgiving, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. But you know what, Shasky, I got to say, I was very disappointed with you during the first hour. Very disappointed. Spinoni, give me a thumbs up if you got what I need. If you got what I need, give me a thumbs up. But I was just like, the respect for their jerseys.
No, I just said I didn't mind them.
You said you didn't mind them, kind of liked them, you kind of didn't.
It's unique.
A lot of love for Pete Carroll.
Like Guru, I like being different.
Yeah, very different. Sometimes different is not good. Sometimes it's okay not to be different. Sometimes it's just okay to be normal. But you know what? During that interview, this is why we love you.
Just when I think you couldn't possibly be any dumber, you go and do something like this and totally redeem yourself.
I mean, it's unbelievable. I didn't have to do anything during that interview. Sausalito Shasky was buried in the water in Tiburon, and out came the Excelsior. And out came Frisco Shasky. And all it took was another radio host from Seattle.
No, but this is what it is. And I'm gonna be very authentic here. My job is to be skeptical at every turn, okay? That's what I do. I watch every Niner game back. I've told you, I've been watching it back over and over for years.
That's
before I even got on the air.
That's kind of our job.
No, I understand that. But
that's what we do if we love football.
Right, no, I agree. And I'm looking for strengths and weaknesses, right? Every single week. And I'm just telling you, I've been watching Brock Purdy multiple times, every game, week after week after week after week. Do I think he's the greatest, most physically gifted quarterback who ever played? No, I don't. Do I think he's one of the smartest quarterbacks I've ever watched? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. And I think that he is ridiculously underrated.
Ever watched in a Niners uniform or in the NFL?
Niner uniform?
Okay,
in a Niner uniform. I think Tom Brady, I would
Peyton
even put
Manning.
Mahomes on that level in terms of understanding.
Jim Kelly, Dan Marino.
I wouldn't put Favre. Favre was reckless at times.
No, he was reckless.
He was
Very
reckless at times. I would not put Favre in there. Aaron Rodgers, extremely smart. Although Aaron Rodgers frustrated me with how risk-averse he would be in certain games.
Now,
that being said, watching Brock, he's a gunslinger that also takes care of the ball.
Yep.
He rips the ball down the field. I think one of the big misnomers is that he's not an explosive quarterback. It's completely false. The guy rips the ball down the field. You're seeing a version of Ayuk we were never going to see with Jimmy Garoppolo, okay? You're seeing a version of the check down game with Christian McCaffrey that is flawless. He is in synergy on these option routes on the underneath. His pocket awareness is criminally underrated. His feet
I don't think it is. I don't think it is.
His feet
you know why?
are unreal.
I don't think it is underrated. I think people were trying to tell us this last year. Baldy told us this last year. A lot of experts told us this last year that Brock Purdy sees it. That's why the hype was real with Brock Purdy. And I was like, you know what? These guys might be right. What he's doing this year is just an extension of what he was doing last year. And he's getting better and better and better. So I think we may have underrated Brock Purdy, but a lot of people were trying to tell us, Brock Purdy, think about Tim Ryan. We saw him the first day of training camp. And Tim Ryan was saying, look, dude, this guy gets it and rips it. He's the guy, no doubt about it. People need to get on board. He sees it. He feels it. And, maybe we came away from that saying, well, T-Rock's just being a homer. He calls Niner games. He's just being a homer.
Especially after how much we were all excited for Trey Lance, and it blew up in everybody's face.
Yeah, well, it blew up in our face. For sure.
Yeah, but you know what? But Bonte, like that's the healthy 49er fan skepticism, which we always are like, we'll see it. You know what I mean? Like, how are we going to lose in dramatic fashion in the NFC Championship game? When is our quarterback going to turn into a turtle? You know what I mean? Like, and shell up. So, like, if you play zone against Brock, he will anticipate throw your ass to death.
Yeah, no doubt.
He will destroy you. If you go man-to-man on the edges, he was like, you're going to guard Ayuk one-on-one out there? Well, guess what? I'm taking a deep shot one-on-one because Ayuk is going to cook you. Like, all the best aspects of Brock Purdy are exactly what I love in all my favorite quarterbacks.
Larry Krueger said he liked him out of training camp, but even I asked Larry Krueger, I said, did you think he was going to be this good? Larry Krueger looked me in the eye and said, no, I didn't think he'd be this good. Nobody thought he'd be this good. In terms of pocket awareness, footwork, anticipation, getting the ball out fast, using all of his weapons.
His toughness.
Pre-snap read. And then just commanding the huddle. Again, his toughness was on display last year in the Tampa Bay game when he got popped on the first play of the game. TJ Reeves reminded us of that last week when the sideline reporter from Tampa Bay when he joined us on the roast last week. His toughness on the first play of the game, they let him down to a touchdown drive. They didn't look back. Then he goes up to Seattle on a short week with broken ribs. They didn't even know he was going to play. Until about 30 minutes before the game. And he played in a Niners wore hat and T-shirts that said NFC West champs. And then we see the tour UCL. He had to go back in the game and had the ball off, trying to throw a screen pass and looked terrible. But he fought his way back to play this game. But what Dick Fan said, 888-957-9570.
He's unflappable.
888-957-9570. How many folks out there agree with this cut? AR46, Dick Fan. Brock Purdy, just another quarterback on a different team? Huh? Dick Fan thinks that. Do you think that?
I don't.
I think there's a healthy respect for Brock Purdy and a respect that Brock Purdy is in the perfect system for Brock Purdy. You put Brock Purdy on the Jets, he's better than Zach Wilson, but he's not Brock Purdy. You put Brock Purdy, on the Raiders, on the Saints, on most teams in the NFL, and he's just another starting quarterback like most of the starting quarterbacks in the NFL. But since he's on the Niners, and Kyle Shanahan is a magician taking less than great quarterbacks, Jimmy Garoppolo, and turning them into winning quarterbacks, not Pro Bowl quarterbacks, but winning quarterbacks. That's what he is. And I think the Seahawks have a great respect for it. And I think you've got the right man for the job right now because we went through that before. You got a guy that's making nothing at the quarterback position that's giving you quality play. That opens the door up for greatness, guys, because you can just buy everybody at all the other positions.
Dick Fan, I respect his opinion. But I'll respectfully say, I don't really care about his opinion. This is where I go with this. Brock Purdy's on another team, he's just another guy. Well, guess what? He's not on another team. He's on the 49ers. And right now on the 49ers, in this system, the same thing with Deebo Samuel. We talk about Draymond Green to go to State Warriors off. He's on another team. He's not this good. Well, he's not on another team. He's on the Golden State Warriors, and he provides maximum value, and the Warriors know how to maximize him.
If James Worthy was on the Atlanta Hawks.
Right. Well, he wasn't. He got drafted by the Lakers and stayed a Laker. Yeah, no, exactly. I know. So to my point is, Brock Purdy's on the 49ers playing under Kyle Shanahan. He's not on the Saints. The Saints had a chance to draft him. Every team in the league had a chance to draft him. They didn't. He's on the 49ers. And he's playing some of the best quarterback in the league right now. There's not many players. What quarterback's playing better than Brock Purdy right now?
When you and I used to chart all the Jimmy Garoppolo play, and I'm using Jimmy because Jimmy was a very high-level winner. And to his point, if you're watching from afar, I can understand that point of view. You and I used to do it. There would be 10-plus decisions in a game where I'm like, what is he seeing? What is he doing?
What did I say with Jimmy Garoppolo? It was
you
the
nailed
BSCG's days. I said, look, folks, Jimmy's fine. There's going to be about 4 to 6 no throws that we just have to live through. And you got to hope that they don't get picked off.
Now, in the 3-game losing streak, there were more, as in like 4 or 5 in the fourth quarter of both the Minnesota and the Cincinnati game. They were like, what are you doing here, Brock?
Right.
Decisions. But he had like 20-plus great decisions in both of those games. Cleveland game was by far and away his stinker. It was a stinker.
It was terrible.
He was off. The whole game he was off. The decision, the throw, everything was rushed. It was a bad game. He is like 95% hit rate in terms of decision making. And that's what I like. Are you a great decision maker? Do you put the ball in harm's way? Do you protect the ball? Do you negate big sacks? Do you get the ball to your playmakers for explosive plays? Check.
Well, the sack thing, that's the one concern I do have. When he's rolling out the pocket, defenses are starting to catch up to the way he rolls out the pocket, the way he wants to navigate when he goes around. So he's getting tripped up, and I've seen him tripped up a lot this year. That concerns me in a game like this, and it concerns me in a game like Philadelphia. He's got to clean that up.
They also have the 23rd best offensive line per PFF.
Yeah, but that's a problem. But we do that coming in.
No, I know.
We do that coming in.
To me,
so
that
don't
elevates
blame the offensive
Purdy.
line, but Shanahan gets the ball out quick. He knows how to scheme it up. So Purdy's playing. We know what elevates Purdy, though, is the weapons around him, which is no knock on Brock Purdy.
Same with Jalen.
He's maximizing his presence.
Jalen without AJ?
But that's what I'm saying. But no, he's maximizing his weapons around him. No doubt. We saw it without Debo and Trent Williams. At times, it was not pretty.
Agreed.
But they're back in the lineup, and now we're scoring 30 points again. Now we're back up to 28 points per game. I wanted to get to 30. We'll see if it happens. I would love to drop 30 on Seattle.
I think it's going to be tighter than that.
But you know what? Do you guys agree with Dick Van Der? Is he just another quarterback on another team? I personally don't care because he's on the 49ers, and he may be a 49er for a long, long time. Let's go to Scott Marin. There's another cut we want to play, too. Another cut that he said. But let's get to Scott Marin. What's up,
people
Scott?
Are doing mental gymnastics to try to prove that Brock's not good when all the data and all of your eyeballs are telling you he's really good.
Well, we thought this about Jimmy early on.
He's better than Jimmy.
Yeah, I think so, too.
No, I know so.
We thought so, too. You know, let's see it, though. He's got to do something that Jimmy didn't do. Get back to the Super Bowl and win it.
He's already done something that Jimmy didn't do, which is have a second half where he dominated from the pocket against Seattle and kicked their what.
Jimmy dominated from the pocket against Seattle to win the NFC Championship in 2019. But he didn't play Seattle in the playoffs.
I'm just saying.
He didn't do it in the playoffs.
You know, like Brock was excellent in that second half.
He was
against
excellent
Seattle.
in that second
He
half.
destroyed them.
But Jimmy was excellent in Seattle to clinch home field advantage and the number one seed in Seattle. He went 18-22 for 285 in that football game. So let's, I know we want to trash on Jimmy, but Jimmy was a good Niner. He was a good Niner. Now, it didn't end well. Let's not trash on him because he had some great games in the 49er uniform.
I just think Brock is a whole click above him.
Let's go to Scott Moran. What's happening?
Yeah, I mean it's not even close between him and Garoppolo. Not close. He attempts passes that he completes passes that Jimmy wouldn't even think in a million years to attempt. And the other thing I don't understand is this narrative, especially with people like Shannon Sharp and people who should know better. It's not who he's playing with. It's how he plays the position.
Exactly.
And that would translate anywhere. I don't care. This guy completes passes that I would say 90% of the league wouldn't even attempt. Those feathery balls over the linebackers into tight windows. Most guys shy away from that kind of thing, and he is fearless. So he makes plays that only great quarterbacks make. That's why he makes it look so easy. Only the great ones make it look easy. He makes it look easy. And so, to me, there was no question. I tweeted out in August of 2022 during the preseason that when it's all said and I said what's really wild is when it's all said and done, this guy's going to have a better career than the other two quarterbacks in this QB room. It was apparent immediately when I saw the guy play that he had something to him. And I only seen it one other time, and that was back in 1979. So that tells you who I think who he compares to.
Wow.
So,
We're going there. How about this one? How about this
Good
one
call.
before we get to Sean in Oakland? Dick Fan also said this, that Geno Smith may be better in Shanahan's system than Brock Purdy. Check this out.
I would put him in that probably 10 to 15 range with Geno because when I evaluate these guys, I say, okay, what would Geno Smith look like with Kyle Shanahan? And what would Brock Purdy look like with Shane Waldron? And my answer to that is Geno Smith would be a better quarterback with Kyle Shanahan in San Francisco than Brock Purdy would be in Seattle with Shane Waldron.
Yeah, I knew that was going to strike a nerve.
Well, so let me ask you.
That was going to strike a nerve.
Can I ask you this? If Patrick Mahomes was with Eberflus right now in Chicago.
Well, it depends on the weaponry, right?
No,
it
just right now.
It depends where you're at.
Just suspend everything. Is Patrick Mahomes the version of Patrick Mahomes that we see today?
Of
No, of course
but
not.
he'd be pretty good. He'd be pretty good, but he may not. But Eberflus is not an offensive mind, so Patrick Mahomes, his growth may be stunted because of Matt Eberflus.
That's what I'm saying. So like, I don't know why we do it with someone like Brock, and we don't take it the next step further and do it with other guys that we've already categorized as all-time greats.
I think the Bears are a legit contender in the NFC with Patrick Mahomes. With Cole Kmet and with DJ Moore, Patrick Mahomes is that transcendent. I don't think a lot of people are on his level.
He's drafted by the Bears. Time out. He's drafted.
That's different if he was drafted by him, but if you pluck him
you're
now,
saying this version of Mahomes.
And look,
okay,
they did
maybe
have a chance. The crazy part is they did have a chance to draft Mahomes.
Trubisky.
I know.
Trubisky, number 2 overall. They moved up from 3 to 2 to draft Trubisky. Who the hell was calling to take the 2 spot from the 49ers at draft?
If Josh Allen had been drafted by the Bears, does he become Josh Allen? I don't think so.
I don't know. It's hard to say, man.
Because they've made nice personnel decisions. Getting him Stephon Diggs, catapulted his growth. Here's
the common denominator. Quarterbacks get all the credit, but quarterbacks without weapons are nothing.
100%.
You know what I'm saying? Like and that's the thing.
Take Tyreek away from Tua.
Right. So Tyreek away from Patrick Mahomes, and I know they won the Super Bowl.
Very constipated.
But they do.
Yes.
But here's the crazy part. 3 weeks ago, during the 3-game losing streak, we saw one of Purdy's weapons and the left tackle.
Left tackle's important.
But even in the Cleveland game, Trick tried to play that game. You took away Deebo Samuel. How did his offense look like?
That's also the number 1 defense in the league.
Minnesota. They scored 17 points.
And he had the turnovers.
And he threw 2 picks.
Hey, look,
you know what I'm saying?
The quarterback turned the ball
Cincinnati. Yeah. They 3'd out right away.
Burrow dominated that game. They
struggled,
lost.
but the offense struggled.
He made some bad decisions.
You take away Deebo Samuel. My point is, you take away Deebo Samuel, and Brock Purdy wasn't played at an EVP level. He just wasn't.
Okay.
So the common denominator is all these guys need weapons. Tom Brady, I thought he was washed because of the lack of weapons he had in New England.
To Tampa Bay,
right? And he gets Mike Evans, Antonio Brown.
I agree.
Gronk. So all these guys need help. All these guys need help. So let's get more respect. Put more respect on guys like Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk's name. That's the problem around these parts. Brock Purdy's playing great. He's playing masterful quarterback. And I get it all starts with the quarterback because he's touching the ball every play. But let's put some respect on the guys around him. We don't do that enough around here.
Well, as we talk about Kansas City, quietly, no one will ever bring this up. Do you know who the number 1 rated center in NFL is from last year?
Kansas City center?
Yeah, Humphreys, the guy they drafted.
Yep.
The number 1 rated center.
Let's get this shot.
No one ever brings that up.
Yeah, and I don't know why. Sean in Oakland.
We don't talk about offensive line play, and I don't think we talk about the skill play elevating quarterbacks and play callers enough. You're right.
We don't get enough. Brandon Ayuk has 831 yards on 43 catches, 19 yards a catch. And people want to trade him for a second-round pick. Insane.
I'm not moving.
Sean in Oakland. What's happening?
Hey, what's up, Monte? What's up, Chasey?
What's going on?
Hey, man, I'm hearing all this talk about Purdy being this so-called system quarterback. And did anybody forget about when Geno came into the league, how he was just trash with the Jets and all these interceptions that he was throwing all these years until all of a sudden he get into a system like Seattle and he's balling out of control.
Yep.
So everybody getting on Brock Purdy about this and this and that, if he was here, if he was there, that's the same goes with anybody except the major elite ones like Peyton Manning, who went to Denver and did what he did, and then, of course, Tom Brady, what he was just talking about, and, of course, Joe Montana, who went to KC and did what he did. It's just a handful of elite quarterbacks that could take another team and do what they did at another team that they left. So Brock Purdy's in a good position. Yeah, is he like the fault of the matter that he's with the Niners and the system is good with all these weapons? That ain't his fault. So now Geno also showed that come on, man, he was a forgotten man till he went to Seattle. So I'm proud of him also. I don't like Seattle at all. I can't wait for this game to start or whatever it is tomorrow or something. But, yeah, it's like every quarterback needs to be in a certain system that works for him.
Right. The whole system quarterback thing is dumb because every quarterback runs a different system. You're all in the system. Purdy's in Shanahan's system. Kyler's in whatever system they have, Gannon's system in Arizona.
I'm not a system player. I am a system.
Stafford's running McVay's system. All right? That's the whole thing about system quarterbacks. It's so the narratives, man, around football these days is wild. But, boy, if we have more time, and we're going to be watching, Dick Fan, Seattle, believes that Brock Purdy's just another quarterback on a different team. And Geno Smith with Shanahan is better than Brock with Shanahan. That is a wild statement. Well, we got content for the rest of the day here at 95.7 The Game.
I get the point of view.
Turn your mic on.
Sorry. I get the point of view. But goddamn, watch the games. Just watch the games.
Yeah, nobody watches the games.
No,
they
you're
definitely
right.
don't watch it twice.
You're right.
You know, I rewind the game in real time. Yeah. Like that's why I don't text you guys during the game because I'm rewinding the plays. I watch it in real time to see what's going on. Boom, 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 boom,
Sam
boom.
gets mad at me because even after I've watched the Warrior game the night before and then watch you do the bread, I'll come back in and watch the fourth quarters or second halves, and he's looking at me like I'm crazy. I'm like, I'm watching. I want to watch it again.
I get mad when you don't go to Fast Five.
Damn, that was loud.
Well, happy Thanksgiving to you too.
Very, very fast. Very, very fast. Happy
Turkey's
Thanksgiving. Turkey is overrated. You said underrated or
Underrated.
overrated? Oh, it's overrated. Fast five. Happy Thanksgiving to all the roasters. Hopefully everybody has
Free
a great
Jim Harbaugh.
holiday. Have a great holiday, everybody. Enjoy your family. Enjoy your food. Enjoy football. Enjoy some basketball tonight with the Warriors and Phoenix Suns. Spinotti, love me. What you got?
LeBron James, just one of the greatest
All right,
players.
love it.
in the
Go
history
ahead.
of
Love it. Go
basketball.
ahead.
Keep an eye out later today, 95.7 The Game Twitter. My top 15 food concession items at Oracle Park since Thanksgiving food. I figured it would be appropriate, only 2 months late.
Wow. Spinotti, you
Big
know I love
surprise
you.
number one.
Love Lonnie Walker. Still haunts me to this day. That was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity, the next generation 10G network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now with Steiny and Evan Giddings. Should be a good show from 10 to 2. Have a good day, everybody.
Kind of like a mashed potatoes guy.
tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow.
Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All righty, Matt Steinmetz, Evan Giddings with you today on 95.7 The Game. Guru will be back next week. Thanksgiving tomorrow. Also, Seahawks, 49ers tomorrow on Thanksgiving. Tonight we got Warriors, Phoenix. Looking forward to having a good day today, Evan. How about you?
Me too. Look, we got 24 hours till the turkey is being spread. I don't know if you like the honey glazed ham. John in the back loves casserole, who Bonte disagrees with vehemently. Whatever your poison is on Thanksgiving, it's just a day to kick back and relax. And it's interesting that people will also have to worry about their team. Although I don't know how much 49ers fans are actually worried about this game. It is in Seattle. It's a rivalry game. You've got a short week. But this is a 49ers team that feels like it's beginning to find its stride. And so I'm curious to kind of take the temperature of how worried people are about this game, because I feel like it's going to be one of those turkey days where people can enjoy, sit back and just watch their team get a W.
Well, I'm looking at the schedule ahead and the schedule behind, and I feel like the 49ers are definitely back on the right track. They got to win this game, though, Thursday to make it official in a way that they're back and on the right track, because...
What, 3 in a row?
Yeah, but also more the standings. You don't want to lose this game to Seattle because, at least in the short run, they'll have the tiebreaker over you and the edge in the standings. So, in a realistic way, you'd have to say, hey, we're 11 games into the season, and we're not in control of our division. Now, it's not something they couldn't get out of, but what I'm saying is this is the kind of game where if you win and go 8-3, you take total control of the division. You still have Philly in your sights. You still can perhaps run the table, get a break on home field. But if you lose to the Seattle Seahawks, I think you're essentially giving up the number 1 seed. And at that point, you're just kind of playing for playoff seeding if you assume that they're still going to win 2 or 3, 4 more games after that. But they got to win this game to me, continue to establish they're one of the top 2 or 3 teams in the NFC.
Yeah, from the YouTube chat powered by First NorCal Credit Union, people chiming in about how division games matter more. It's a must-win, and I'm with you. Look, it isn't as if this game is not important to the 49ers, that they're overlooking it because of who's coming up next week. And I think that having sort of a mini bye built in means that if you do win this game, it can help set you up for a massive matchup with Philadelphia. But for Seattle, it's also not just the 1 seed, Steiny, but with Detroit playing so well, you might be in a position, you're looking up at the 2 seed. And so you might have to go on the road, and it basically, like, if the Eagles get knocked off, then you still might have to go to Detroit. There's a lot of factors at play here, but I'm curious what people feel. Like, is it because of the aura of Seattle? And look, the 49ers beat them 3 times in a calendar year last season. First time they'd done that in, a decade or over a decade. So is it, like, does Seattle still carry that aura? And does someone like Brock Purdy, whose first real road test was a short week at Lumen Field, and he went in and they took down Seattle? He has not been beaten by the Seahawks as starting quarterback for the 49ers. So does Brock Purdy give fans that kind of comfort, or does Seattle still have that kind of, dangerous atmosphere that you're worried about?
Well, I got to tell you, as somebody who's not a fan of the 49ers and just a fan of the sport, I don't feel like there's any aura anymore about the Seahawks if you're the 49ers.
In Seattle.
Correct.
See, I think just because of how many heartbreaking moments there's been.
Yeah, it doesn't mean it's not a difficult place to play. It doesn't mean you should go up there and expect to win. But I think the days of the rivalry are pretty much over. But it is interesting. It's the kind of game that, you're right, if Seattle does win that game tomorrow. Then you start looking at the 49ers record up there in the last 15 or 20 years, whatever it is. And I just put it in the it's a tough place to play category, not anything more than that.
Well, division games are always wonky. I mean, look what happened to Seattle last week against the Rams. Like, that's a game that they should have won. They had to go on the road, and SoFi is not even close to as hostile of an environment as Seattle is, and they lost that football game. So I'm not counting out some wonky things happening. It's also a Thursday. I don't understand how people's bodies can recover at the full rate that they do in 3 days' time. 49ers also have to travel, so I think they're leaving today, which means they have one less day of practice. Like, how you approach that. I know we're going to talk to KJ Wright, former Seattle Seahawks linebacker, and get into some of the nitty-gritty with him. But to me, this game is important the way that the 49ers are still looking up. And I do think the 1 seed is still in play. But you have to, like, you do have to win this game. I'm not sure you have to win it going away, though. But also the way I look at it, too, is I do think Brock Purdy gives me more comfort, feeling like the 49ers can handle whatever rivalry, atmosphere, anything you want to throw in there that would make this game difficult. Brock Purdy, to me, continues to pass every test, and this is going to be another one for him that I expect him to pass.
This is a game, to me, where the most important part of it is actually the standings. It's less, for me, psychological and more, you win this game, you're 8-3, you're 2 up on Seattle, and you already have a win against them in the back of your pocket. If you lose this game, you and Seattle are both 7-4. I know I'm just explaining what everybody can determine themselves anyway, but then you're even with Seattle. They have the tiebreaker at that point, and then you do have to look and say, well, now it's only a 6-game season. We got to be closer to really, really good to get the kind of seed we want. I think we all agree if they lose to Seattle, you can pretty much, not that it couldn't happen, but you lose to Seattle, you can't expect to be number 1. I still think there's a path to getting the number 1 seed, but it doesn't include losing to Seattle tomorrow. You got to sweep Seattle.
No, I mean, look, it's not looking like the Eagles right now are going to lose more than 2, maybe 3 games the rest of the way. So if you're the Niners, 13-4, which was your record last year, is probably the floor. Like, that is what you have to find your way into. So you got 1 loss, maybe 2, to play with. This can't be one of them. And as much as the 49ers have, even when they've been really good, and I think it is also aligned with times in which the Seahawks have been really good, Seattle does have that. It's not the 12th man. I don't buy too much into that, but I think that Lumen Field, just because of, I don't know, like, road games are tough in the NFL. And the 49ers have won every single home game this year. They've looked up and down on the road. And I don't think it's also a coincidence that during that 3-game losing streak, a couple of those heartbreaking losses also came on the road. So I guess the question is, how much adversity do you feel like the 49ers will face in this game? And Brock Purdy had a little bit of adversity last year against Seattle because he was playing with the broken ribs. It was his first Thursday night game. I think it was his first road game. And he pretty much passed with flying colors. I think this is a better Brock Purdy this season than last season. And I expect him to do the same. It's not, I don't expect him to go in there and blow him out. But if it happened, would you really be shocked if the Niners just waxed the Seahawks on Thursday?
Give me a score.
28-14. 27-14. Same score as the Buccaneers game.
Yes. I mean, no. I would not be surprised at 27-14. I thought you were going to throw a Guru special 38-3 at me. And that one I'd probably say, yeah, that would surprise me. What I'm wondering is if I'm talking to you and you're a Niner fan, and I'm saying, hey, you guys are going up to Seattle, big game. The winner will have the edge in terms of the division. What worries you the most going up to Seattle? You know what I'm not thinking right off the top of my head? Brock Purdy. he's not the first answer when I say, boy, what worries you about going up to Seattle? I guess what worries me if I were a Niner fan about going up to Seattle is just that it being a national game, Seattle coming off a loss. They know it's a big game. The atmosphere should be pretty charged, and sometimes in games like that, the emotion can get you off to a good enough start to carry you a long way. So that's, to me, what I'd be worried about if I'm a Niner fan. At the same time, what I'm describing is the 49ers falling behind a little bit early. Would that be the worst thing in the world? Knowing that that's the one area that Brock Purdy hasn't had a lot of opportunity in. That's the one thing that I heard Steve Young talking the other day about how at some point or some points in the future, he's going to have to rally his team from behind, which he's done infrequently because he's had to do it infrequently.
He's only done it once. I mean, he's got one fourth quarter comeback. That was last year.
Against Raiders?
Yeah.
That's the only one.
It's the only fourth quarter comeback he's had.
So that's if you want that process to start tomorrow, then he may have to do it.
I mean, I personally don't want to see it because then you run the risk of maybe losing that game. Like, yes, I do want to see Brock Purdy challenged. I want to see the 49ers challenged, but I would prefer that come next week in a game on the road against Philadelphia. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, to me, this game is, and there, I guess if I had a concern, and they're more smaller things, like there's no injuries per se to the offensive big boys. Like he's got Trent, he's got Debo, but Spencer Burford's questionable at the guard position. Aaron Banks was limited in practice. He might not play. So they're a bit banged up at the offensive line. That's going to impact the running game and potentially Brock Purdy and his passing, although he's been really good despite the offensive line statistically not being at a top flight level this year. So also, is Talanoa Hufanga going to be missed in the secondary? How much is Jair Brown going to be asked to step up? Like there's kind of those smaller factors, but to me, if we're talking about the quarterback position, then the only way that I feel like the 49ers don't have a chance in this game is if Seattle finds a way to outshoot them. And so maybe the secondary is a bit compromised, and Seattle's got some weapons. Geno Smith didn't finish that game. I think he's going to play on Thursday. But if it's Drew Lock, I'm not scared. If it's Geno Smith, then I think Seattle's only path to victory tomorrow night is to outshoot the 49ers. And with the amount of points that Brock Purdy has the ability to put up in a hurry, I like the 49ers' chances, whether it's a shootout or a dogfight.
I like the 49ers' chances because I think they're more talented than most of the other teams in the NFL. According to John Paul, since 2012, the Seahawks at home against the 49ers are 8-2.
Yep.
Now, this is what I love about stats. Now, John, you looked this up, correct? Okay. So you're going back to 2012, right? Now, that leads me to believe you went back to 2012 for a reason. You could have gone back to 2011.
Because what happened in 2011?
What happened in 2011? Who won that game?
The 49ers.
In Seattle. Okay, so now they're 8-3 and past 11. Hey, did they play in 2010 up there in Seattle?
The Seahawks might have won that one.
They did, and Seattle won.
Okay, we're going to just omit that one. Or we're just going to put that, so they're 9-3. And then, just real quick, what happened in 2009?
Seattle won again.
Okay, so we're going to stop it at 8 of 11.
Yeah.
Okay, they've won 8 of their last 11.
But that year is significant, the 2012 season, because that was the first year that Russell Wilson was quarterback.
Well, see?
And that was the first year we began to learn about the Legion of Boom. So,
what's your point?
My point is
it hasn't been that much of a house of horrors.
Well, it kind of has. Apparently, if you go back all the way to 2009.
8-3? You've won 3 times in the last 11 years. That's not bad.
In the Pete Carroll era.
That's not bad.
They haven't had much success.
It's a road game. First of all, when you play on the road, you're winning.
3 out of 11 is good.
I did not. Hey.
You just said that.
Hey, Spanoni. I said
Cut the tape.
I said 3 of 11. They're 3-8 in their last 11 at Seattle.
Who are you
know
talking
what?
to there?
That's not bad. That's not bad. I mean, I said that's not a house of horrors. A house of horrors is when the Warriors lost 26 in a row at San Antonio to the Spurs over a decade. Okay, that's a house of horrors. Come on now.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's not a Mahomesian streak against his division where, like, every team's beat him once, and it took the Broncos 13 years to do it. Well, not 13 years, but however long he's been in the NFL.
Bottom line is 49ers go up there and they win 30% of the time.
Yeah, that's not ideal.
No, it's not ideal.
Especially when...
I'll tell you what. I guarantee you we will find many, many teams that have won 3 or fewer games on a road venue over an 11-week period.
I'll give you 3 out of 11 if the 49ers were not favored in those games. Like, on tomorrow night, the 49ers are going to be, 6-7 point favorites?
They are 7.
Yeah, so they're favored by a touchdown.
Okay.
I guarantee you if they were 7 or more point favorites in Seattle, they would, you should be better than 3-8.
Right, but that's just this year.
No, but my point is, well, I guess I'm curious.
In other words, what did Tom? Can I assume Tom Sula and Kelly never won in Seattle?
Probably not.
Okay, that's 2 right there.
They shouldn't have won those games.
Of course they shouldn't have. So that's 2 you can throw out. And then what about the first 2 Shanahan years when they stunk? The 49ers. They win any of those? Was it 17-18?
No, because they hadn't won.
Sounds like a lot of excuses.
That's what it sounds like to me.
Well, when they've had...
So Shanahan's first 2 years, did he beat Seattle in Seattle?
No, because he won in 2019, right?
Okay, so in other words, 4 of the... Now we've determined... I love this. See, I should have been an investigator. So what we're saying is the 49ers, they've won 3 of 11 of the last games in Seattle. So they're 3-8. But what we've also found out is 4 of those losses in a row came Tom Sula, Kelly, Shanahan. That would be 4 of those losses at Seattle because all 4 of those teams, they stunk. Am I right?
Yeah.
Okay. So let's dock those 4. So really, the Niners, in years where they have a competent football team, are 3-4 in the last 11 years in Seattle. Oh my gosh. That's called, you know what? We may as well be in chemistry. No, not chemistry. Where do you dissect the frogs?
Forensics? What do you
Biology. We may as well be in biology because I just absolutely debunked this Seattle is a tough place to win. You're welcome, Bay.
But you're still below 500.
Yes, but you're on the road.
Well, and actually, you want to throw the playoff game in there.
Oh, my God.
3-5.
Michael Irvin. Oh, my God. I'll tell you what.
So you're saying tomorrow's a cakewalk.
I'm saying this may be the easiest venue the 49ers play in all year.
Oh, my God.
On the road. Certainly easier than Pittsburgh.
Cleveland?
Oh, God. The dog pound?
Minnesota?
Oh,
they're blowing the horn?
Dome? Yeah, the horn.
Yeah, you don't just walk into U.S. Bank and exit without a pound of flesh being taken.
Oh, my God.
Thank you.
You got to admit, anytime the Niners are good, they just go up there and win. Mm-hmm.
They literally don't.
You guys like that out in the Bay? This whole jinx, tough to win in Seattle. Let's look inside the numbers a little bit. Hey, there's a surprise. The year they went 1-15, they lost in Seattle. Wow. Can you believe that?
You want to check that first?
Tom Sula. They didn't win in Seattle under Tom Sula. You're kidding.
In the Shanahan era, he's 2-5.
But
that's not very good.
But
last time I checked,
knock off the 2 years.
Why?
Because we were rebuilding.
So he's 2-3. That's still below 500.
That's right, but that's
not good.
On the road, it's not anything that you'd think twice about.
If you're a team that expects to compete for a Super Bowl,
if you're 4-1, if you're 4-2,
should you be a sub 500 road team?
Oh, I'll bet you there have been several sub-500 road teams that have been very successful in the postseason.
John, how many times has Mahomes gone into Mile High Stadium and won?
Every time but once.
What's the point?
The point is that's a good team.
Who?
The Chiefs. And when they've had a good team, they have beat the Broncos just about every single time. So you're saying when the Niners are good,
right?
Going 2-3 based on your math, or 2-5 in reality is a good record.
No, what I'm saying is teams that make the playoffs usually go, I'm going to use a 16-game example, 6-2 at home, 3-5 on the road. That gets you, or 7-1. You go 7-1 at home, and you go 3-5 on the road. See you in the playoffs.
If you're okay with a 10-win season, and
most teams
probably going to go.
Most teams don't have a 10-win season. Most teams have fewer than 10. When you have a 10-win season, you're one of the best teams in the league. So in that 1 year, what if you happen to go 4-4? Shanahan wins tomorrow. Now he's 3-3.
Okay, the Warriors last year won 44 games. Were they one of the best teams in the league?
No.
But they were a top 12 team because they were a 6 seed. If you're a 10-win team, you're in the top third of the league.
I think you're a little higher than that. There's 32 NFL teams. How many teams won? Well, you can't do it with a 17-game schedule. I was using
10-7.
Well, 10-7's okay. So, the year I'm talking about, you go 3-5 on the road, 8-1 at home. Boom, you're 11-6. You don't have to be 500 on the road.
No, but you can't be below 500.
Like, look at the Niners. They haven't lost at home, right?
Yes.
That's why they're 7-3.
All the point I'm trying to make is it's going to be a lot tougher than you think in Seattle.
No, we don't know that.
Yes, we do.
How do we know that?
Because there's literal evidence to support that it's tough. I understand you're trying to calm the concerns of these 49ers fans. And, you're trolling, but
I am absolutely, positively not trolling. But if you play a team on the road 11 times, I think even good teams are going to go 5-6.
But the 49ers haven't gone 5-6.
Correct. They've gone 3-8.
Yeah, you're not good every year for 11 years.
Correct.
But that's what I'm saying.
So you're never going to go there. You're never going to be a good road team if you lose a lot of games, period. What I'm saying is the fact that they went up there and lost 4 straight, 2 Shanahan years and 2 before, that has nothing to do with the stadium. Those teams stunk.
Just really quick, I want to throw a little nugget there.
Only if it supports what I'm saying, Sam.
It might.
And I don't even know anymore.
In the history of Lumen Field, which opened up in 2002, the Niners are 6-16 there since that stadium opened. So John did the last 10 years, which obviously includes those Tom Sula, Chip Kelly years that don't count.
Right.
But this is going back to 2002, which includes the Mariucci teams with Jeff Garcia, then the other later teams with Alex Smith, some of those early Harbaugh teams.
Sure.
Does that kind of change your opinion at all, Steiny? That fact that they're 6-16 overall at Lumen Field?
I would need so much more data. For example, what the Niners' record is at every other visiting
6-16
venue.
doesn't sound that bad. I mean, if we're talking about road records here, right?
Not terrible.
No, that's literally terrible.
It's not good, but it's not terrible.
What is your definition of terrible?
Like 3-17. That's terrible.
That's awful. That is.
Well, that's what I just said. I'm more precise with my words.
3 more wins is not that bad?
Correct.
Steiny.
Good. I'm just telling you. Look,
you're cool with going 6-16 on the road in 22 years?
I'm not cool with it at all. What I'm saying is,
it sounds like you're smiling right now.
What I'm saying is that many other teams in many other cities have what they consider dry spells or tough places to play.
Sure.
And their record is far worse than 3-8 in their last 11 games at a venue. That's all I'm saying.
So basically, the 49ers could have lucked into a couple of those wins, but they didn't. That's why they're 3-8 in the last 11.
Maybe. You look frustrated. You almost look aghast.
Because I don't know what you're trying to explain right now. Like
I just told you, what I'm trying to explain is that the 49ers' last 11 years in Seattle haven't been as bad as people think. That 3-8, even though is it a good record on the road? No, but it's less of a bad record on the road than it would be at home.
But why is it less of a bad record because that's a tough divisional road game.
Well, because
which is what we're talking about.
Road games are harder to win. You're going to have a better record at home than you are on the road. So you have to adjust for the fact that all road records aren't going to be as high standard-wise as your home games,
yes,
numbers-wise.
Sure. Yeah, the Warriors won 9 road games last year. Weren't good.
I don't know what you're trying to say there, but I don't like it. Sounds like you're trying to stick it to me, quite frankly.
You got to hit a break.
You know what? It is Warriors Wednesday. Brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today. Also, that segment brought to you by Lucky California. More on the other side.
Looking for the best turkey prices? At Lucky, Jenny-O whole frozen turkeys, 12 to 24 pounds.
right.
You're in trouble.
In my never ending quest to find common ground.
No doubt.
It's why I am thinking politics at some point, because we need a uniter. So
good luck.
Sam Lubman just brought to my attention. So the Niners are 3-8 in their last 11
in Seattle.
Oh, I said that's not a house of horrors. I maintain that is not a house of horrors. However, Sam Lubman noted that from 2012 to 2018, the 49ers lost 7 straight regular season games in Seattle and a playoff game. I am more than willing to say from 12 to 18, that place was a house of horrors for the Niners. Since then, I do think that's over. That period's over.
Yeah.
And I also think, in a way, the way you end stuff matters. And if I'm not mistaken, the way that thing came to an end was Dre Greenlaw saving the day.
Making a big play.
3 inches from the goal line. So, what do you think?
Well, no, it sounds like what you're trying to say. They've exercised their demons in Seattle.
Sure.
So I don't know if they have or haven't, but to me, that's more based on who the teams are. And right now, the Seahawks, why I don't think the 49ers are afraid of the aura of Lumen Field, or formerly CenturyLink, is because of who's on the other sideline. Not because there's ghosts of Richard Sherman or Doug Baldwin hanging around. Not because Russell Wilson's still in the building, or even Pete Carroll. It's because they believe that they're a better football team than the Seattle Seahawks. But to your point, if you're asking about why it might matter to 49ers fans and why they might feel this way, who do you think the last 8 years, or 10 years, whatever, who's been the worst team in the NFC West?
Arizona.
Correct. In Seattle, since 2013, Arizona has gone into Seattle, and they have won 6 times.
Oh, looks like they got a little good fortune there.
Precisely my point, though, because these are, to your argument, these are tough road division games. And the 49ers since 2013 have won twice, was it?
Easily explained.
And the Cardinals have won 6 times. Meanwhile, let's go to the Rams. The Rams have had some good fortune too, right? They won a Super Bowl. They've been to playoff appearances. Sean McVay, since 2013, well, I guess he wasn't the head coach, but the Rams since 2013 have won 6 times in Seattle.
Okay.
So the 49ers have won the least at Lumen Field of every division opponent. That's why I think fans still believe that place to be haunted or whatever. Now, I don't think that applies to this year, but you can't tell me that fans don't have a case when they're afraid of Lumen Field when it comes to the 49ers.
I think they're living in the past, though.
Sure.
Because a lot of, and what I pointed out was a bunch of those losses happened when Seattle, you weren't good enough to beat them.
Well, neither were the Arizona Cardinals, but they've still won 6 times in 10 years.
Okay. That's I get what you're saying, but the reason that I bet the Cardinals were better than the Niners during those 4 years from the last 2 before Shanahan to the 2 after Shanahan started.
Yeah, but they're not a playoff team. They're not, they didn't have a string of great teams like the 49ers have had. All I'm trying to say is that I hear anyone that is worried about the Niners. Well, I wouldn't be worried about this game or this season. Well, actually, I take that back. I think these games are tough, and the 49ers fans have enough evidence, history, whatever, to feel like it's not going to be a cakewalk. But I still think the 49ers should and will win this football game because there does appear to be a new leaf turned, and that's at the quarterback position. Brock Purdy did not seem fazed at all the way that some quarterbacks under Kyle Shanahan have in Seattle. He played very well. He didn't turn over the football, and he played with broken ribs. All of those things don't apply to this matchup this week. And that's why I think Brock Purdy and the 49ers are going to handle the Seahawks the way they should. They're going to get right back into the NFC 1 seed race. And we're going to be talking on Friday like it's a victory Friday.
Who won last year in Seattle?
The Niners. 21-13, I think.
And in the regular season?
The Niners. They won.
Okay.
They beat them 3 times last year.
Okay. Twice in Seattle? Or
No,
once in Seattle?
No, once in Seattle.
Okay, then
Twice
what about the year before that?
They lost.
About the year before that?
In
Probably won.
2021?
Yeah.
No, they lost.
Okay, so they can even their record at 3-3
Yes,
after
can.
the last 6.
Oh, my God.
That's it. I mean,
Brock Purdy is 1-0 in Seattle. That's all I care about.
How about this? Find like my point is if you look at the 49ers road record during their miserable years, like they have let's move on.
Oh, you sure?
Thank you.
You tell me what we disagreed on though. That's like we didn't. You're right. 7 in a row is a house of horrors. I think that's over though. Well, you give me that.
But you
Yes, I can see how.
Sure.
Okay, so 49er fan.
I'll give you that.
It's going to be a tough game. It's going to be a tough game, but it's
no. I think
a lot of time. A lot has to do with.
I think what we disagreed on was your premise that going 3-8 in 11 years is okay.
I see. I never said okay,
or is not bad.
Well, it's not terrible for some teams on the road. You just don't win as many on the road.
No, yes, your winning percentage.
Pick another subject.
Your winning percentage is better at home.
Pick a subject
than it is on the road.
And Brock Purdy's 1-0.
He is, and that's why I feel good about this game because what is again, and not to rehash our argument, but if there is a difficult place to play or that's been shown difficult to play for a 49ers quarterback, it's been Seattle. And Brock Purdy passed that test, in my opinion, with flying colors. Because it was a short week last year, same situation as this year. He was playing injured last season, and I think it was his 3rd or 4th game or 3rd or 4th start in the NFL, and he went into that building and did not look like a rookie quarterback. And that's where, people in talking, I know...
He's never looked like a rookie quarterback.
No, but people are still waiting for him to.
In a way.
Well, all right, during the 3-game losing streak, he made some rookie mistakes. That happens. Our first-year starter mistakes. Last year's his rookie season.
I don't think Brock Purdy is, again, when I think about that game tomorrow, I don't go in there saying, boy, I'm worried about Brock Purdy. Now, it's going to be easy to say when we come back on Friday if he throws 2 interceptions, what are we going to say? We'll make something up, but the reality is he might have a bad game tomorrow. They may be 7-4, and he may have 1 touchdown, 2 picks, and he's still having a pretty good year.
Yeah, he is, but I think, and this is a credit to him, people are at the point in which a game against the Buccaneers, to some, is not impressive or is not...
I'm not going to disagree that some people don't think it was impressive.
But to me, that is a credit to him because he's already gotten to the point where we expect him to demolish a team that he's 2 touchdown favorites against. It's not like we expect him to all of a sudden turn into a mistake-prone quarterback. Like Brock Purdy has the highest quarterback rating or passer rating of any quarterback in their first 15 games in his career. That is the bar that he's set for himself and that the offense under his direction has set. So anytime he doesn't meet that, there's going to be people that are going to come down his road and they're going to be idiotic. But to me, Brock Purdy is a quarterback that I trust to win just about every single football game in the regular season and in the playoffs. Now, after I assume another 17 games, I assume he's going to get through the end of the season healthy. Brock Purdy gives the Niners a great chance to win the Lombardi.
Well, he gives them the best chance of anybody I think they've had under Shanahan.
And this is something, too, because in relation to the 49ers, like we were talking about off the Monday Night Football game, Philly and KC, I think there are some parts about Kansas City, even though the last team that beat the Niners at full strength, if we're talking with all their weapons, I guess Brock Purdy didn't play at this game, but McCaffrey, Debo, Ayuk, Trent, Kittle, the last team to beat them was the Kansas City Chiefs. I think this is a different Chiefs team than last year. So you could make the argument, and I believe it to be so right now, that the team that has the inside track to being favorites in the Super Bowl is going to come from the NFC. The top of the NFC right now has demonstrated it is better than the AFC, than the top of the AFC. And a lot of that is, you could say it's because of some injuries, and a lot of quarterbacks have gone down on the AFC side. But the top 4 teams, if you just look at the 49ers, the Eagles in no particular order, the Lions, and the Cowboys, are better to me than the Chiefs, the Ravens, the Dolphins, and pick a 6-4 team.
Can I take it that you're saying the 49ers were not beat at full strength by the Eagles because Purdy got hurt early in that game?
Yes.
Okay. I take a little exception to that, but I'm not.
Well, whether you
I don't want to get.
Whether you think the 49ers would have won that game or not, it doesn't matter.
Do you think they would have won that game?
I think it would have been close.
I mean, I don't know one way or the other, but I think I make a differentiation between a guy who's hurt coming into a game when. I
don't know how in that game you can say for sure one way or the other one team would have won.
Really?
Yeah.
I think most people. Would say, Philly probably would have won that game.
I think,
but who cares what people say now?
It also could have been a similar situation to Monday night, where I'm sure a lot of Chiefs fans feel like they should have won that football game because guy dropped the touchdown pass that would have given them the lead with 40 seconds left. And I'm sure a lot of Eagles fans are saying, well, you had 3 quarters to prove it, and you didn't. And Philadelphia is the better team. That's why they won the football game. So,
yeah, the only small distinction that I would make, again, is that I was thinking of when a team comes into a game and they're missing McCaffrey and Debo. Well, guess what? You're in trouble. But I look at it differently when Purdy starts the game and gets hurt. Like, that may have something to do with Philly, and how great they are and how physical they are. All I'm saying is I make a slight differentiation between, like, they started the game at full strength against the Eagles, is all I'm saying.
Yeah, no, they did.
49ers didn't just lose Curry in that game. They also had to go Purdy in that game. They almost had to go to Christian McCaffrey at quarterback. Yeah, I never figured out why they didn't. Because they were talking like he was their 3rd or 4th string quarterback.
I mean, that game was over the same way that the Cincinnati Bengals season is probably over because Joe Burrow's out for the year.
Steiny, based on what? Brock was hurt and they scored when their receiver dropped a pass and was called a completion. CMC was running all over. Oh, he's talking about the flag.
That's okay. Like, it's neither here nor there. You lost the football game. That's really all that matters.
Yeah. Yeah. And
that's why.
Yes, you're right. When who's beaten the Niners when they've had all. Yeah. Could you make a case that nobody has beaten the Niners when McCaffrey and Purdy have been healthy? And they've been healthy since those two. Yeah. Since those two have played together.
Yeah. I mean, look, the Eagles were favored in that game. I'm sure they're going to be favored next week, even though it's at home the 49ers are coming off of a longer week. The Eagles quietly have a pretty condensed schedule this next, this 3-game span between a short week on Monday night into Buffalo this weekend, and then the 49ers have a rest advantage going into Philly. But I'm sure the Eagles will still be favored in that game. I think it's why this game is important, because if you beat Seattle, you set up a chance to close within 1 game to Philadelphia. And if the Eagles lose this weekend against Buffalo, which could happen, I think Josh Allen is a quarterback that could go into Philly and will that team to a victory. Then you set up a chance to tie Philadelphia if you beat Seattle, and you'd also have the tiebreaker. So that's, to your point earlier, like, that's why this game is important. You cannot look Seattle, not overlook Seattle, not just because it's a tough place to play or whatever, but because you need the win if you want the 1 seed.
Well, that's what it all comes down to with me too. And what I said earlier is that the reason this is a big game is because of the standings, to me, more than anything else. And you just outlined it, laid it out perfectly. Bottom line is, if you win the game, you're in control of the division, and everything else is still at your fingertips. You lose this game to Seattle, you're not even in control of your division, and essentially you can throw home field throughout the playoffs out of the window. Like, that's what it – those are the reasons to me that it makes it a really big game. Because you don't – to me, you just got right. You're 7-3. It looks like you're ready to start to make that big push. You can't stub your toe here and then look and say, geez, after 11 games, we think we're having a pretty good year, but a little dry spell. We're not even in first place because we don't have the tiebreaker right now. Then what you're doing is putting a lot of pressure on yourself to basically beat Philly, then beat Seattle again, which they can do, but you'd rather get tomorrow.
Well, of course. And if you're the Seahawks, you also got a really tough schedule because you're going to have to play San Francisco twice in 2 weeks. I believe they also get Philly and the Cowboys. So, the 49ers have a chance to not just end the division, gain a game or two on Seattle and have the tiebreaker, but I'm not imagining that the Seahawks are going to go 3-1 in those 4 games. So they're probably going to drop one or an additional one. They're going to drop 2 or 3 games. And then the Niners can really look up and say, all we care about is either the 1 seed, or if you believe that health is the only reason that the Niners have not, with this current iteration, gotten further than the NFC Championship, if you think that health is the most important thing for this 49ers team, then this game is also huge, because if you have a lock on the division and you don't really think the 1 seed is attainable, or you lose in Philly, God forbid, then you can approach the rest of the season with more of a load management type approach, and you can find a way to be at full strength, believing that at 100% you can go into any building and beat anyone.
I mean, it's a fair question. Would you rather go full speed ahead, somehow finish 13-4, 14-3, and get home field throughout the playoffs, but you're kind of hurt, banged up? Or would you rather go in as the 3rd seed, but for lack of a better example, like the Warriors 2 years ago when everybody got healthy right before the playoffs started and they ended up running the table? They did it from the number 3 seed. That's always a question you kind of, I think, ask yourself. Let's go to Bobby. Bobby's in San Jose. What's up, Bobby? How you doing, man?
Good. How are you guys doing? Happy Thanksgiving.
Yeah, same to you.
Good. Have you guys heard of the QB School YouTube channel, JT O'Sullivan?
Yep.
Yeah. So I don't know if you guys saw the video this past week, but I wanted to ask a question about something in it. It was really interesting. I mean, these are always just great videos for anyone who doesn't know it. It's JT O'Sullivan just dissects quarterback play, and he did a whole video on Purdy's performance against the Bucs, and there was one part of the video that was really interesting. It was a simple play. I can't remember when in the game it was, but it was an incompletion to Kittle on the right side, like a short route. And what wasn't O'Sullivan was really critical of that play, and not just because of the incompletion. If you look to Purdy's left pre-snap, you'll see that there's just very clearly outnumbered on the line. There's $5 to 4 Niners, and the point he made was that itself isn't a problem, but the problem is, why would you leave yourself so exposed on one side if you know that your primary receiver is on the other side? And he kind of used that to catapult into a point that apparently he's made before, that the Niners are so chronically bad at protecting their quarterbacks in positions like this. And he said the simple solution would be, any quarterback could see that pre-snap issue. The simple solution would just be calling an audible, move an extra blocker to the other side. My question to you guys is that how much control Kyle Shanahan has over the play calling? I know that Purdy can't just call whatever he wants, but can he literally not even call to protect himself in a situation that seems to warrant it so badly? That's all I got.
Yeah,
have a great day.
And I'll tell you what, I'm not going to pull any punches. Evan loves this show.
I do.
With JT O'Sullivan, so you probably know more about the specifics of what he's talking about.
Well, in general, I don't think too many young quarterbacks have the ability to overrule their play caller. Like, for example, Jordan Love in Green Bay is probably going to take whatever Matt LaFleur gives him and roll with it and trust that his play caller is putting him in the best position to succeed. But to me, that's an example of a 23-year-old quarterback maybe misidentifying a protection. But also, I'd imagine throughout the course of a full football game, if Brock Purdy's going 21 of 25 for 330 and 3 touchdowns and not throwing an interception, then that is that's an example where JT O'Sullivan can take the one thing that he sees that might be a concern and extrapolate it to have a conversation, because otherwise you're going to go through the rest of the game and you're going to say, well, that was really good. That was a great read. That was really good. And just 20 times down, basically just apply praise to this guy. So you have to find some situation to probably teach, and that's the whole point of the quarterback school. So I don't think he's saying Brock Purdy is bad pre-snap. In fact, I've heard him say Brock Purdy's elite pre-snap, but he made one wrong decision among 60 offensive plays. I think that's a pretty good percentage.
Yeah.
Also, to his point, there was a play which I think demonstrated a little bit of growth from Brock Purdy. It might have been that first drive, whichever they went into the red zone and they came out with a field goal, and it was on 2nd or 3rd down, but Brock Purdy threw the ball through the back of the end zone because there was no one open. I wonder if in prior weeks, and especially coming off the Jacksonville game in which he did force a few balls into the red zone and he was rewarded with touchdowns, I wonder if that's a conversation that he has with Kyle Shanahan during the week, and Kyle says, hey, in that spot, I need you to throw the ball away. Because the only way that a team like the Tampa Bay Buccaneers is going to beat us is if you give them the ball, is if you give them extra possessions. It's okay if you take 3 points in that football game. It might be okay if he takes 3 points against Seattle because you got a great defense behind you. You got great weapons that you can go down and score with on the next few possessions. So don't be afraid to not get overly aggressive. That is who Brock Purdy, I think that's who Brock Purdy is. That's also a great thing that separates him from his predecessor. But as long as you take care of the ball, we can win games. And so I think in that situation against Tampa Bay, I saw some growth that I hadn't seen him do prior to. I think he is making better decisions with the ball.
I mean, look, he was 21 for 25, 3 touchdowns, 300-plus yards. That's everybody's wonderful fantasy day, right? Anybody would take that game from their quarterback. The reality to me is there's just only so many of those games you're going to have over the course of a season because the game plan called for him, or at least Kyle Shanahan thought so, to do that against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. The game plan may be different tomorrow against Seattle, and he'll only throw 19 times, and he'll only have 1 touchdown pass. But we'll see McCaffrey and the running game be a little bit better. That's to me the one thing that always gets lost in kind of the numbers is, why was Purdy great one day and terrible the next? Obviously, the numbers are going to imply why either way, but there's a lot more to it than that. That's all I'm saying. Hey, by the way, the Golden State Warriors, they play tonight in Phoenix, Evan, and I can't believe it, but we've missed one of the biggest storylines for tonight's game.
Oh,
and why tonight?
Tell me on the other side.
Oh, I'm going to tell you on the other side. I'm going to tell you on the other side on 95.7 The Game, and I'm going to tell you that now's a great time to download the Odyssey app during the holidays. You can listen to all 4 hours of Steiny and Goo, plus outstanding segments like the Morning Roast. They had Anthony Slater on today. Willard and Dibbs had Steve Kerr on yesterday. Great interview. Get it all on the Odyssey app. We'll be right back.
Get in where you fit in. AC
Turn up at me.
Talking about. I'm 7-4.
Yeah, go look at the standings. I got the tiebreaker.
Only because your name is closer to A than mine.
I don't think that's how that works.
Yes.
No, you do need a quarterback. It's okay. We can figure this out over the course of the
Do I go
3 hours that are left.
Do I go get Joey Flacco?
The elite quarterback? The first elite quarterback?
Here's one thing I was thinking.
Yep.
About the Golden State Warriors. They play Phoenix tonight. No Draymond Green. What's the latest on Peyton, by the way? You know offhand?
I haven't heard that he's playing. Well, he's questionable with the sprained ankle.
Day to day. We can jump into the Suns or go back to the Niners. Let's take a call here. We got Roy. Roy wants to jump in real quick. Roy's in San Leandro. What's up, Roy? How you doing, man?
Hey, how's it going, fellas?
Going well, man.
Good. I just wanted to mention to you, Sonny, about a month ago, I called in and I mentioned that I mentioned to you and Guru. I said it's 3 teams that are not afraid of the 49ers. I said the Eagles, I said Baltimore, and it's one other team that I mentioned. And I said, and then looking at that game on Monday night, I really don't think that the 49ers can either beat Kansas City or Philadelphia. Because what I'm saying in the late going, they struggled against Tampa Bay.
Right.
And I just don't think the 49ers have enough offense. I mean, you got Debo, and then you got the other guy on the other side, Ayuk. Excuse me?
No, I hear you got to turn your radio off, Roy, in the back. But you know what? You made some good points. Look, it's going to come down to how the 49ers play in the postseason.
Yeah.
Would I be surprised if in the postseason the 49ers could go into Philly and win? I wouldn't be shocked. There's nothing that would shock me. Any result involving the Cowboys, the 49ers, and the Eagles. I think on any given day, any one of those teams can win on anybody else's other field. I think it's going to be really – I would give the Eagles the best chance to win on the road in the playoffs, but that doesn't mean that I think they would beat the Niners in San Francisco in an NFC Championship game if the Niners had home field.
I would be surprised if the Cowboys beat either Philly or San Francisco on the road in a playoff game. But
be surprised, but I wouldn't be I could see it just because,
I actually couldn't. But
really?
Yeah, I just don't think the Cowboys.
One game. It's an any given Sunday league.
It is an any given Sunday league, and I think the Niners and the Eagles have separated themselves. To me, the team that no one's talking about that I think might be able to do it would be the Lions. Because I think the Lions are built better on the interior than the Cowboys, although you probably have questions in the playoffs about their quarterback because Jared Goff has had some shortcomings. But I think with your point about the 49ers, it's absolutely plausible that they can walk into Philadelphia and win that game. That's going to be a damn tough environment to do so, but that's one of the reasons why it's hard for a lot of people to not skip over this game against Seattle, because the one that everyone has seemingly been waiting for since the NFC Championship of last year has been Week 13. Everyone has had their eyes and their pens circled around the game next week in Philadelphia. And so for the 49ers, it does matter about the postseason, but we get, just like a lot of fans, and it's a reason why the Monday Night Football game was the most viewed since the 90s or whatever, because you get a preview at what you expect to happen in the playoffs, which is a meeting of heavyweight contenders. It's a meeting of titans. The Chiefs and the Eagles played last year for the Super Bowl. The Chiefs won on a last-second field goal. On Monday night, the Eagles won because they came from behind by 10 and a guy dropped the touchdown in the final seconds. Those are playoff-type moments, and so the 49ers have not had as many of those yet this year, but people are excited to see what might happen, and it's why I can't wait for tomorrow. I can't wait for next week. I can't wait for the rest of this season, and it's why the 49ers right now are extremely interesting because they have a legitimate chance to do something that no Niners team has done since 1994, and that's win the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I'm looking at tomorrow's schedule. What do we got? What's the first game?
It's Packers-Lions.
Packers-Lions, that's
Then
the 10 a.m.
Commanders-Cowboys, the 1 o'clock game.
That's going to be a tough watch. That game's going to be a tough watch. I think.
If you like Washington, it is.
Yeah. Hey, how often do you think about getting old?
Not too often, honestly. I try not to.
Really?
I mean, I feel it in my bones sometimes. I feel like I wake up more sore than I did when I was, even 27.
John? I think about it probably a little bit more often than Evan does, seeing that I have a few years on him. But yeah, it's definitely.
But he's also got a fiance, so he's got to think about not just himself, but someone else getting older with him. Congratulations, by the way.
So you've never thought about how you want it to end?
Yeah, I mean, I've had some morbid thoughts from time to time, but not like I don't walk around saying, "Is it going to be the bus? Is it going to be?"
Yeah, believe it or not, I
I don't know what you're asking.
I didn't necessarily mean that, but how you want things to wind down and
I'm still worried about
what your legacy would be, and here's your.
Still worried about my career, Steiny.
Fair. I'm watching our Warriors, and I realize, Chris Paul, he's going back to Phoenix. First time he's gone back to Phoenix. Oh, Chris Paul's 38. He came off the bench this year for the first time in his career. And we're watching Klay Thompson. I'm just throwing this out there because I'm kind of, it is hitting a little bit personally. Klay Thompson is getting older. His career's winding down. I started thinking, how do you want it to end? Whether it's your career or whether it's Klay Thompson, what's the best way to kind of go out? And to me, there's only a few ways you can go out. You can get hurt, and it's essentially a career-ending injury. You can come to the cold realization that no teams in the league really want you anymore. That'll cost you. That'll be the end of your career. You can start to accept a more friendly role as you get older, or you can leave on your own terms. And you and I both were thinking about this because you happened to watch the Barry Sanders documentary last night.
Yeah, Bye-Bye Barry. It's on Amazon Prime. It's incredible.
Barry Sanders, of course, former running back for the Lions who retired at 30. But I'm thinking of Klay Thompson and how this thing's going to wind down. And I was thinking, well, how do you want to do it? How'd Tim Duncan do it? Oh, Tim Duncan did it great. He was a star, and he morphed into a role player. He was perfect. Okay, then I think of Barry Sanders. He walked away on his own terms. No doubt about it. And so I'm just thinking of all these guys and how you want to do it. So I thought of this guy. To me, this guy did it perfectly. Perfectly. And it's a recent example. Buster Posey. Posey, to me, did it perfectly. He won 3 titles, still pretty good. Took the COVID year off, obviously, so that's a little bit of an outlier. Came back, had a really, really good season. Team won 107 games. Still pretty good. Night-night. Night-night. Posey did it perfectly, I think. So I was just starting to think, what's Klay Thompson's perfect? What's Chris Paul's perfect? What's Curry's perfect going to be? Will they walk away on their own terms? Will Steph Curry retire in a way before anybody sees it? Or will he maybe be a sixth man at 44? Who knows? You know what I mean? So I've just been giving that a lot of thought.
No, I think it's interesting. And from watching the Barry Sanders doc, because to your point about Posey, and I don't want to spoil it for anyone because it hasn't really been uncovered as to why he walked away when he did. I mean, he was a year removed from rushing for 2,000 yards and being the MVP of the NFL. But he defined walking away on your own terms. It was his choice. No one else had anything to do with it. And it wasn't because of outside factors. It was because of what he wanted to do. But I also think, to your point about Posey and then Barry Sanders, both of those guys did it appropriately because that's who they were. I don't think Klay Thompson is that kind of guy. Like, Klay Thompson to me is a hooper. He loves basketball. That's what he does. You know, I don't know his off the court persona but he doesn't have a family.
Right.
He's not the family man that Stephen Curry is. Even Draymond brings his kids into press conferences. Like, clearly they have other things that might be more important than basketball to them. I have a hard time believing that Klay Thompson right now has something in his life that's more important than basketball. And so when you're in a constant state of recalibration each year because either you're getting older or in his case you have 2 catastrophic injuries, it's probably really difficult to deal with that. And so I don't know how Klay Thompson is going to end his career. Someone like Chris Paul to me is maybe a little more clear because I think choosing to go to the 6th man role and coming off the bench is a sign that he's willing to go out on his own terms. Like, it was his choice to go to the bench. If he came into Golden State and threw a fit and said, I'm not coming off the bench, I don't think he would, because I also think the Warriors and Steve Kerr have enough respect for him to let him do that. But it was his choice to come off the bench, just the way it was his choice to immerse himself into Warriors culture, the same way it was his choice to make the most out of Oklahoma City or make the most out of Houston or make the most out of any one of his prior stops. So to me, the best way for Chris Paul to quote-unquote go out is to accomplish something that he hasn't before. And really the only thing he hasn't done is win a championship.
Yeah. I'm thinking also of, in somebody's regular old life, will there, will I get Steiny hit the pike? I could get Steiny hit the pike, and that's how it ends.
Anytime.
Or I could say, you know what? I'm walking away right now. Hey, stop cheering out there.
Well,
I just said I could.
We got 2.5 hours left, so.
But of course, I think
don't leave me hanging.
I think athletes are like everybody. They want to go out on their own terms.
But it's interesting though, because
but you can't always look at Carmelo Anthony.
Yeah.
He went out in 2 different ways. He screwed up, and then he didn't want to relinquish his star role, and it cost him a couple years in the league and made him a less effective player because he was bucking being a 6. Then he was didn't play and said, you know what, now I'm ready to go out a 6th man, and he was actually more useful as last year than the couple before that. So you look at a guy like, to me, Allen Iverson. He did not go out the right way. Not the right way, but Denver, Memphis, maybe not quite hanging on, but I wouldn't have wanted to. I wouldn't want to be Iverson and have to find out the hard way that, dude, you're not good enough anymore. And even if you are, you're just not worth it.
But at the same time, I also see, I kind of disagree because, Iverson did not ride off into the sunset. But I also think that's kind of who Iverson was. Like, that dude would drive his body into the ground every single season, and it was going to be his way or it was going to be the highway. And he went out pretty early compared to, now, Klay or Dre. I think he was out of the league by his time he was 33. But Allen Iverson wasn't ever going to be a bench player. That's not who he is. That's never who he was. And as much as I respect someone like Carmelo Anthony for, being willing to come off the bench or play more of a mentor role. I mean, Russell Westbrook recently just said he was going to come off the bench for the Clippers. I respect that. But I also respect someone that says, you know what? If I can't be the man, I'm done. I'm done.
Well, he didn't say if I can. Well, he said
someone told him you're not the man anymore. You can either be a bench player or you got to go. And he said, I'm out.
That's fine. I in a perfect world, you can make that judgment your own. But anyway, 888-957-9570. Matt Steinmetz Evan Giddings with you. We're just talking about how do you want to go out? I'm not trying to be morbid
How do you want it to end?
No, but because to me, and then the other question is, how important is it how it ended? It doesn't matter that I'll go back to me, the original guy who just could never, ever, ever retire. And that's Steve Carlton. Old pitcher for the Phillies. Used to be
a lefty.
Maybe the best pitcher in baseball in his time, and he just couldn't hang it up. And if you look at his baseball card, as they say, and you look at his last 5 or 6 years, you're like, oh my God, what happened? He was 40 or whatever. He was old, but he just couldn't. And some people point to that as the way you don't want to. I don't know. Maybe I kind of wouldn't, but I could see how you just keep playing till the wheels come off. I wouldn't want to be a shell of myself for too long as a professional, I don't think.
Sure. And in
an ideal world.
No, I'll hear that. But, okay, let's take someone like Kobe Bryant, who, after his Achilles injury, was, based on his career, like a shell of himself, with all due respect to the late, great Kobe Bryant. But Kobe went out on his own terms in a game in which he scored 60 points. Like, that was the crescendo to the end of his career. That was the exclamation point. And I don't think he'd rather have it any other way. He did it in front of his entire family. He said before the season he was going to retire. He got his farewell tour. And then he capped it off with a classic 50-shot Kobe performance. Yeah, he didn't make the playoffs that year. The team wasn't particularly good. And you could argue for the majority of his final 2 or 3 years, it was just kind of like, oh my God, I can't believe Kobe's still out there and he's shooting 40%, and he's not the guy he used to be, and he can never get back to that. But he gave you a glimpse. And I think for someone like Kobe Bryant, that was the perfect way for him to go out, even though that's not what you or I personally would envision.
Right. Yeah, I'm looking at some of Steve Carlton's numbers.
Like someone on the YouTube chat, First NorCal Credit Union, brought up Michael Jordan. I think it was Zick. I appreciate that. So we were actually kicking this around the other day at the cafeteria. Like, to me, Michael Jordan, I think that's how he wanted to end his career in Chicago, having won, going out on top, but then coming back and proving that if he really wanted to, at age 40, could go out and get you 20 to 25 points a game for a bad team. Like, he might not have had much fun losing, but for whatever reason, that dog, that competitor, wouldn't let him hang it up, and he had to prove it to himself that he could still do it. Like, if Michael Jordan could still play, I think he would try.
But
some guys just don't want to give it up.
He would, but he would reach a point where he would say, I'm no longer playing at this level. Like, Michael Jordan would never keep playing if he was averaging 9 points a game and the ninth man. I don't think. I couldn't see him ever being a ninth man. I almost think, and if you want to jump into the conversation, the number's 888-957-9570. What pro athlete to you went out perfectly in terms of his professional career? You were a pro athlete, let's say. How would you want to go out? You play until the wheels come off, if you could script it. Somebody mentioned Tom Brady. Obviously, Tom Brady, you go out on top, that's as ideal as it gets. But a guy like Michael Jordan, to me, in a way, I don't know that he went to Washington because of this, but I do think at 40 he wanted to see if he could almost do the same thing that he did early in his career, which was score a lot of points, but no, you're probably not going to win a lot, which is what happened when he got to Chicago. But he was still, I think he was a leading scorer on those two Washington teams.
Yeah, and he had a 50-point game. He scored a 50-point game, and he's the oldest person to do it.
Do you look at that as adding to your legacy or detracting from your legacy? Can a guy do something to detract from a legacy?
To me,
just because they stink at the end of their career.
Well, from what I have read and seen about Michael Jordan, to me, that's kind of quintessential MJ, right? Like, A guy that can just go out and prove that he can still score, and it doesn't matter who's on the floor. He's just going to go do it. He's the ultimate winner.
Right.
He's kind of also the ultimate eye guy.
True. Danny's in Richmond. What's up, Danny? How you doing, man? What you got?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Going well. Thank you.
Good. I just wanted to talk about Klay real quick and how a lot of people are saying, he would take it as a demotion or whatever by going to the bench. But if you look at the Warriors, and I've been a Warrior fan since Chris Mullin was a rookie.
Sure.
But I remember the Warriors didn't even start winning consistently until Iguodala kind of sacrificed and went to the bench. And he was a great player and a starter. And sometimes it just takes somebody to, swallow your pride or realize, what's best for the team. And hopefully Klay can see that and remember, it took Iguodala before we even started winning. Also, I think Dirk went out perfect in his career. He kind of taught Luka and then handed the reins over to Luka for the Mavericks.
That's actually a good point. I had forgotten about the Luka aspect of it. Thank you for the call, Danny in Richmond. Appreciate it. What's Steph's wind down going to look like? See, I do think a player's personality has a lot to do with it. Obviously, Klay Thompson, to me, it's going to be tricky for him winding down. But you know what? I think I would have said that 8 years ago. Believe it or not, because we knew who he was 8 years ago, and we all know what happens. But could you see Klay Thompson saying, "Hey, Steve Kerr, if you need me to come off the bench, I'll come off the bench"?
I actually could.
I could too, and this is where I'd be like, but damn, it's too bad that he didn't get a contract extension in a way before doing it.
Well,
because
I don't think he'd do it this year in a contract year.
Oh, okay. So
but let's say
I kind of meant this year, but that's
I
fine.
got you. I don't think he would do it this year just because of the future. But if Klay Thompson had 3 more years on his deal, I think you might see that because
I do too.
He's got something to fall back on. He's got a cushion.
I also think
there's more certainty in his future.
Exactly. That's why I don't think it's outside the realm of possibility that Draymond Green could go to the bench at some point in the next year or two. Maybe sooner rather than later. I mean, to Draymond, I got to believe he doesn't care that much. He's got the money. He's just going to want to me, the most important thing to Draymond as he winds down is to stay relevant, it is to me. I mean,
I think Draymond knows he can stay relevant through the media no matter what.
That's what I mean. But it's going to be tougher and tougher. Let's be honest. I mean, Pat Beverly has a podcast, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
I meant
he's an eighth man. I mean,
I meant more.
Draymond's a champion right now, starter and all that stuff. So,
and he'll always have that.
He will, but his skills are going to, once he gets washed, his podcast, do you think it'll be better?
No, but then that's a point in which you make the choice of, all right, do you want to go into television? And do you want to, do you want to join the ranks of the media? I mean, Charles Barkley is maybe more popular or notorious now than he was as a player.
True.
There's a ton of people from my generation that don't know Charles Barkley, the player. Charles Barkley is just a talking head.
888-957-9570 is the number. We got to go to break, now.
In this market, you'll find Fisher Investments is different than other money managers.
Different how? Aren't we all just looking for the hottest stock?
it's a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today. Matt Steinmetz in with Evan Giddings, and we're talking about how you want to wind down careers. But more than that, I want to bring something up that you said before the show, which I thought was interesting, about Steve Kerr and what happened in the aftermath of the Draymond Green suspension. And after the game, Steve Kerr was very deferential in terms of his response. I thought he downplayed it, and I thought he basically had Draymond's back.
Mm-hmm.
And the next day, as you said, he came back and said Draymond was wrong. He can't do that. He knew he was wrong. Terrible visual for the league. Very different tone. So what did you were the one who brought it up. I just wanted to set it up. I'm sure you did more than just notice. What do you think about that?
Well, I just thought the tone or the change of tone was interesting. And when we were talking about it, I think your point and the boss's point we're just talking about at the break is probably accurate, which is Steve Kerr went to the All-22. He went back and saw the tape.
Right.
And also from the angle that Steve Kerr was at, if you just watch the video, he probably didn't have a good look of what Draymond was or wasn't doing. But in the moment, he did see how long Draymond held on to him. And maybe he just didn't see how, kind of vicious or angry. I think that was the thing that stood out to me the most about Draymond's expression, is how angry he looked while he had Gobert in a chokehold, whether he was right or wrong.
Right.
So Steve Kerr, to me, slept on it, thought about it, and then once the suspension came down, perhaps it hit him just how bad of a look that was and how much that was going to hurt his team, most importantly. Because I do think Steve Kerr still believes Draymond is a valuable or invaluable member of Golden State if they want to win a championship this year. They need him. And you could even see the 2 games after Draymond was suspended. They could have used him in those games that they lost. So I thought it was interesting that Kerr was not defensive, but like you're saying, deferential. And then he immediately came out afterwards, and it was not quite a shot across the bow, but let Draymond know, along with the rest of us, that his actions are not going to be as tolerated as they have been in years past.
Well, we had Steve Kerr on with Willard and Dibbs, JD subbing in for Willard yesterday, and Steve Kerr was asked about Draymond. Take a listen to what he said. Okay, so that was mostly coach speak about his value on the Warriors, but I want to ask you if this is what you're saying, and if it is what you're saying, I'll probably agree with you to an extent, and then I really do want to know what Warrior fans think, because I do think we got to acknowledge Steve Kerr was conciliatory in a way, or pretty unemotional about the Draymond Green fight with Gobert or altercation with Gobert immediately after. I do think his tone changed afterwards, whether that was from seeing the video or not. But I think what you're speaking to is there a larger issue here where the dynamic between the organization and Draymond Green is starting to change? In other words, what Steve Kerr said on the morning after about he can't do that, terrible visual, are the Warriors trying to reset some boundaries here, or try to reset some boundaries here? is that a subtle message to Draymond that you're running out of chances here, or do you think I'm overstating the way you feel?
I don't think it has to do with the Warriors, or it might have to do with the Warriors as much as it also, to me, has to do with the league. Like, I think there were probably some conversations behind closed doors that were underlined in the first or second stanza from the press release about how history matters when we're doling out suspensions. And Draymond Green, like it or not, has a history. And so Steve Kerr is, maybe someone talked to him, I don't know. But the fact is, if Draymond does something like that again, you might get 10 games. If you do something like that in the playoffs, they might kick you out for more than one game. And that might cost you your season, especially with the margin of error that we've already seen the Warriors are playing with right now. If Draymond Green missed 10 games, they might lose 6 or 7 of those. And if Steve Kerr really does believe that Draymond is that important, and I think he does, then he does have to let him know, whether it's privately and now publicly, that behavior is unacceptable. And I get it. He's done this for a long time. This is the balance. I think Bob Myers said it perfectly to you guys last year when he talked about the water bottle that sits at the edge of a table. And if you waver it too much, it's going to fall. But that's the line you walk with Draymond. But you cannot walk that line unnecessarily. Otherwise, you're going to cost your team, and you might cost them a season like he did last year.
Right. 888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny along with Evan Giddings. We're just talking about Draymond Green. He won't play again tonight. This is the 4th game of his 5-game suspension. Warriors play Phoenix tonight, 7 o'clock. Then they play the San Antonio Spurs back here at Chase on Friday. Draymond will miss that game too, but he will be back, or he'll be ready to be back next Tuesday at Sacramento. Couldn't it be as simple as the Warriors last offseason were deciding what they were going to do, and Draymond came up? And look, we don't have to rehash everything. We know they were either going to let him walk or they were going to re-sign him. Don't you think part of the re-signing could have been, Draymond, look, yes, we're going to give you 4 for 100, but you gotta get better. You can't be the dude you've been. You can't be this distraction. You can't this, can't that, can't that. And Draymond probably said, you're right. And I think there's a chance that there might be some people in the Warriors front office saying, in a way, I know there's going to be people out there rolling their eyes saying, yeah, after 12 years, he's going to. But maybe Draymond did say, yeah, you know what? I'm not going to do this stuff this year. The organization is like, I cannot believe he did it again. Not so much again, but okay, he's done it again, and now we got to start the process of making sure he understands we got to start dropping more of a hammer. And whether that's the league saying more suspension, or whether that's the Warriors eventually saying we just gotta do something, whatever that is.
And who knows? I mean, it's a subliminal message that, look, we're not as worried about quote unquote losing you mentally. If you get suspended, if you have to, whatever goes down. I don't know. I thought that there was a different tone than we've heard.
I do too.
To me, Steve Kerr has been always consistent about Draymond. Whether it's he's done something terrible, whether he's done something great, he's always been consistent in his praise or, I don't know, criticism of Draymond. And for the first time, it felt like it changed, and it changed pretty quickly. So, yeah, it could have been a message from the league. It could have just been Steve Kerr going and seeing what he did and feeling like that was, in his own words, unacceptable. But to me, it was the first time we really heard him switch up when he's talking about Draymond.
Right. I think that's possible.
And it's a receipt we have now if and when Draymond does something else that's not in the best interest of the team.
Right. Tim's on 680. Tim, what's going on, Tim? How you doing, man?
Hey, guys. Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
So to answer your question, no, I don't think anything's changed. I think it's the same Steve Kerr, and it's the same Draymond. And you may not agree with me, but I just don't think that Steve Kerr is willing to stand up to Draymond. And then I want to just go back, if you allow me the courtesy, go back in time here, right? The Warriors could have moved off of him after the punch, right? And let's just face it. You know, I work for a California employer, right? If I turn around and deck someone, okay, I am fired. I am fired on the spot. And what irks me, even to this day, and I was a fan back in the Don Nelson days, and I respect Don Nelson a lot today because he could at least stand up to his players. It's why Steve Kerr can't, you know, as a guy who stands against violence, say, you know, enough is enough. You know, we have alternatives. We can win without Draymond, but he keeps sticking up for him, And I believe that I'm not the only person in the Bay Area that believes this.
All right,
that was my point. Thank you, guys.
No, hey, I appreciate it, Tim. So, Tim, he thinks Kerr, he doesn't think much of what we thought is Kerr's change of tone from one night to the next morning. And he's saying, stop trying to snooker me. This is the same everything.
No, I mean, but that's also part of it too. And like, I do think one of the reasons why Draymond hasn't changed, but Draymond knows how important he is to the organization. And that was also reflected this offseason in $100 million. And so, you know, maybe he's just going to continue to do the same stuff. But the one thing that I feel more strongly about than ever is if Draymond does continue to act the way that he does and he maintains his, I don't know, aggressive attitude towards others in particular situations, like the Warriors are going to be in more trouble than they already are. And I know you and I disagree about this. Like, I do think Draymond is arguably more important than ever because if Draymond missed a game, now if he missed the game in the finals, like that's a different story. But if he missed 5 games in the regular season 5 years ago, who cares? Like, you still had Steph in his prime. You still had Klay in his prime. At that time, you had Kevin Durant. You had Andre Iguodala. You had a great bench. You have some of those things now, but you don't have Klay playing at a two-way all-time level. You don't even have Wiggins playing at his averages for his career. You don't have a bench that is going to just will you to wins in certain games. You don't have a team that you can roll out, even like 2 years ago, in which the starters are sitting in Miami and go on the road and beat the Heat in a game that comes back to help you for home court in the NBA final. You don't have that team anymore. And so while Draymond is a lesser version of himself than he's ever been, I do think because of where the Warriors are at, and it's early in the year, but they need him. They cannot afford for him to miss games unnecessarily. If he gets hurt, that's a different story. But it can't be because you're an idiot and you're getting suspended. Idiot might have been strong. I apologize.
Yeah, I think also that what the league is probably and this is something that Draymond's going to have to deal with, and he would probably say, I've dealt with this my whole career, but I do think it's become obvious that the spotlight's almost brighter on him now than ever before, and it stems back from last year's postseason when they said we're taking into account a player's history, and that's the first time I ever remember that being in a press release. So it was the way for the NBA to put an umbrella, in a way, over the way to describe or the way to justify any penalty that they gave him. But I think we're clearly into the realm of if he does something again and it's similar, he's got 8 to 10 games. And then you have to ask yourself as a team and an organization, well, how many games is too many? How many games is he going to play? How important to us is he really? And I think Draymond's putting the Warriors in that spot more and more and more of having to assess what they may have to do with him. They want him to just play power forward for the most part and center 32 minutes a game, be the best possible player he can be, and not be a distraction. That's what they want him to do. And he's still not really doing it, but now he's might not be good enough to keep not falling in line.
Well, and one thing with relation to the team as opposed to a league-wide mandate could be, Draymond, I understand that Steph knows who you are and Klay knows who you are and Looney and even Wiggins knows who you are, but there are some players on this team that might not respect you as much if you act the way that you do. Your voice might be, not as loud in the locker room, might not carry as much weight. And that was something that Draymond said was a big reason that messed up last season, because he had no voice, and he stripped himself of that voice. But whether you believe he got it back or not, he didn't have it. And you got to earn it back. But like, just because the year turns over and the player that you're connected with in losing your voice is gone, doesn't mean that it's all the way back. And if you act a certain way, the younger players on this team, or even some players, your words might ring more hollow, and they can't, because he is a general on the floor. He is a good defensive player. He still can impact games, and you need guys that are in the foxhole with you to take your direction and apply it immediately, which is something that they might not do if they think that you're out of line.
And what about something like, and oh, by the way, Draymond, we know you're trying to get your voice back, but we're not crazy about you wanting to do that. But even if you want to do that, we're going to acquire a guy who's got a big voice also. And he might not be a 4-time champion, but outside of the rings, he's respected more than you. Outside of Draymond's 4 championship rings, Chris Paul is a more respected player than Draymond Green. And I definitely think that Steph Curry and his relationship with Chris Paul are starting to become the voice. And Draymond's got to be on board with them, believe it or not, because the other way around, that's not who Chris Paul and Steph Curry are, if you know what I mean. That kind of, in other words, it's at some point, Chris Paul and Steph Curry and Wiggins maybe and Klay, like, that's it. You know, like, we gotta. He's not with us. Like, he's not. We can't get him back to where we need to get him.
And Chris Paul's had a voice in every locker room he's been in. That's just who he is, and he's also pretty vocal the same way that Draymond is. Now, they're different people, but they're both, loud. They're both vocal. They both, their words carry weight, even more so than Steph's. Like, obviously, Steph is a leader, but I imagine, does most of his conversations with teammates behind closed doors. Like, he doesn't scream and pout and show much emotion. At least he hasn't recently. But, so for Chris Paul, like, do you view his voice as a necessity for this team? Because that's something that I saw when the story comes out, and Kerr talked about it yesterday on Willard and Dibbs, about how he's looking out of his office and there's 8 players on the practice court running through defensive sets, and Chris Paul's the one that's organizing it.
Right.
Is that something that, I don't look at it as dangerous, but you look at it as something like it's necessary for this team?
I think it's needed now. I mean, listen, there's no malice attached to any of this, but I do believe there's something. From the minute the Warriors acquired Chris Paul, they talked about his professionalism. And what I think, the more I learn about Chris Paul, the more I realize that he goes onto a team and he begins to lead it, plain and simple, in a very, very positive way. He walks the walk. He talks the talk. He has teammates' backs. He knows how to be a great contributor, all that kind of thing. So he comes to Golden State, and even though they're a 4-time champion, he still demands the respect of being one of the greatest leaders in the NBA. So now one of the greatest leaders in the NBA has paired up with Steph Curry, who's one of the greatest workers / teammates / players in the NBA. And so now Chris Paul and Steph Curry have a message, and they have some leadership. But they're not saying, Draymond, you do this, do that. No, they're leading in the way that they lead. And it's been so experienced and so proven that Draymond's going to have to respect that leadership of Chris Paul and Steph Curry. And if he doesn't, I think his way of not respecting it'll be to continue for this to happen. But I'm starting to think that maybe he could, in a way, buy in a little more. It's like, the way I look at it is, if Chris Paul gets in here with Steph Curry and Draymond Green gets worse, it's Draymond Green. Of course it's Draymond Green. He's got the track record. Chris Paul's been a team builder his whole career. So it's not like getting in Draymond Green's face and Chris Paul saying, you need to come around, even though I haven't been on this team. No, it's just Chris Paul's doing everything he always does, and he's setting an example, and he's setting a tone, and I think Curry is really on board with it, and I think Draymond's still working maybe under some old habits.
Yeah, I think personally he is, but in regards to Chris Paul, I think one thing, too, that has stood out to me is he's a guy who's never come off the bench before. And one thing that really matters to the Warriors and their players is your ability to sacrifice, or your ability to take less of your pie than you've had previously. Andre Iguodala is the best example of that. And I think it showed a lot to them that Chris Paul was willing to come off the bench, but wasn't willing to relinquish the voice that he's always had. And I think the Warriors wanted that. That's one of the reasons why they brought him in, is because Chris Paul can positively affect younger players. He has a track record of mentoring younger players. There's a reason why after the Oklahoma City game over the weekend, which was a terrible loss, that Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is walking to the sideline and hugging Chris Paul's family, because that was his rook when Chris Paul was in Oklahoma City. He has great respect, like you're saying, not just from the OGs, but from the young guys. And that's something that Draymond, because of his own actions, lost last year. That's why I think Chris Paul's voice is necessary for this team, is because he's someone that has the respect of course, Steph, Klay, and Dre, but he also demands respect from the young guys because he's willing to go out there and be a bridge to the next generation of what we hope can be a successful iteration of Golden State Warriors basketball.
All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. We see, I see a bunch of phone calls. We'll take those on the other side. But just to put it, what Evan essentially is saying is Chris Paul is a leader because he uplifts teammates, and Draymond Green is the kind that tears him down. Is that what you're saying? Not really. I'm putting words into Evan's mouth.
Come on, man.
But I do think there's something to Chris Paul's approach to mentorship and Draymond Green's approach to mentorship. I believe there is a difference there. That segment brought to you by Lucky California.
Looking for the best turkey prices? At Lucky.
Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. Happy Thanksgiving to everybody out there. Hope your day's going well. Be here for another 2 hours. Turn it over to Dibs and Larry Kruger.
Mm-hmm.
Larry Kruger. We're talking about Draymond Green and leadership, and Chris Paul and leadership. And what did you say? What did you have written down? Chris Paul's voice. Dangerous or necessary?
Yeah, that's the producer and me talking. We got to find the most polarizing way to frame this question.
Well,
but I do think Chris Paul's team on this voice is necessary.
I do too.
I don't think it's dangerous.
No, I don't either. In fact, I don't think it's dangerous. I think it's
is it threatening?
It might be threatening to one guy, but I think you could make a case it's needed. It's needed. So here's one thing I was thinking. Over the course of the last couple of days, we've been talking about Chris Paul, Evan, and you've made a point a couple times to say, he's helped develop a bunch of his teammates. And you cited, obviously, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Devin Booker swears by him, saying that Chris Paul was crucial in Booker's development into the next tier. I think you mentioned, who else? Blake Griffin, obviously, is somebody that Chris Paul helped nurture. And it couldn't, and we're talking about leadership and young players, and I couldn't help but then.
Classic Steiny.
It's like, I don't want to think about the nose.
Yeah.
I don't want to think about the nose, but I'm thinking, who has Draymond helped develop? Who has Draymond ushered in to this franchise and they've left a better player? Because Draymond had a lot to do with it.
Well, I don't know about left, but I would give Draymond Looney credit for Looney.
I don't. Because I'll tell you why, is because Looney had all his strong assets and attributes before he ever met Draymond Green.
But he was a raw, late first-round pick with 1 year of college experience.
No doubt. But what I'm saying is Looney was so mature, he could take Draymond's leadership / stuff and not succumb to it. Did he help? Has he helped Kuminga?
I'm sure he has, but it hasn't manifested itself in a way that's currently.
Did he help Wiseman?
I'm sure he's helped everyone off the court, but it is fair to ask the question of who he has been a mentor for that has turned into someone that has then helped Golden State.
Right.
Like, although the one guy, and I hate to bring it up, but I also do think that before he punched him, Draymond did help Jordan Poole. But all of that work that he did was undone the moment he put his paw on him.
Yeah, and I think that's a tremendously generous way to put it.
What?
In Draymond's favor, and that's fine. But this is.
Well, you asked me the question.
But this is what I'm talking about. Steve Kerr talks about going into the practice facility after a game, and they got 8 guys. And has anybody else noticed, real quick, who is really good with young players? Chris Paul. Chris Paul is encouraging to young players, and that's another thing. I'm not saying it was done consciously or anything like that, but don't you think the Warriors at some point might have said, we got to get somebody in here to really help these young guys? How come? Well, because Draymond doesn't really help them. He's too hard on him. And Steph's got so much other stuff on his plate. He'll do what he always does, which is great, but it's not enough. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I don't think Klay Thompson, he doesn't strike me as a guy that, you can make a case the best mentor on the Warriors last year was Andre Iguodala. And I don't know if that's exactly who you want. To me, it's hard to be a mentor and not also play. Like, if you're going to impact guys on the court, I think you also do need to be on the court. And Iguodala couldn't be.
Let me just throw this out. And this is not going to be a topic. It's just I just want an answer. Draymond Green a good teammate?
He has the ability to be.
The fact that you didn't say yes means it's not universal that he's a great teammate.
Do you think Stephen Curry is a great teammate?
Who's a better? Yes.
Exactly. Yes. To your point.
How about Chris Paul?
Yes. He also has a track record, and that's the reason why I think Draymond has the ability to be a good teammate. Because,
and I think at times he can be the greatest of all teammates.
Exactly. But he also can swing the pendulum in the polar opposite direction, which makes you have to pause when you ask the question. Chris Paul, maybe I've missed a story here and there, but I can't recall a time off the top of my head that Chris Paul, someone on his team at that time, has said, we got to get this guy out of here.
Right.
Or I can't play with this guy. Or I can't stand this dude. Even players from around the league, there's been talk about how he flops and maybe he's a bit of a dramatic player at times, but that's not a reflection of his personality. Like, Chris Paul is a consummate professional. There's a reason he was president of the Players Association.
Right. John said the only person who's really said they're not crazy about Chris Paul and want to play with him is James Harden.
Well,
that's another feather in his cap.
There you go.
Actually, you do want one guy who.
Yeah.
Let's take a couple calls. Let's go to D. Let's go to D. D's in Walnut Creek. What's going on, D? How you doing, man?
Hey, Steiny, pretty good. Hey, I agree with you. You know, Chris Paul, he's great with the young players. I've been watching everything he does, and I see him take Moody to the side constantly, you know, just putting his words of wisdom, and you can just tell it. Moody sits there, nods his head, and says, okay, and then moves on.
Yeah.
Now, as far as Steve Kerr, we all love Steve Kerr. He came down in defense of Draymond at the press conference, but, you know, you can bet that the league called up Dunleavy, and they put the brakes on Steve, and so he had to say something. He didn't have a choice.
So,
they had to squeeze the water out of the sponge.
Actually, we got a bad connection, D, but you're saying basically that was just window dressing, something that he had to do. I don't necessarily disagree with that.
I think,
when the league wants you to do something, you'll do it.
No doubt.
And that's been proven this year with the in-season tournament.
But also when we're talking about Draymond's mentorship, I think that there's been, like, for example, someone who's gone to Michigan State or graduated and is now in the NBA, I think can reach out to Draymond Green and he would help them. I think that is a connection that he has and has shown that he does have a lot of love for Michigan State. Like Jaren Jackson Jr., I think he never goes after him because he's a Michigan State guy.
Oh. I never thought of it that way. I was thinking more of it as a teammate.
But no, you're right. As a teammate, and I know I'm talking about Loon or, but Poole before the punch and some other guys, but no, you're right. And that's why I kind of brought up Chris Paul's importance from as far as the mentorship aspect is concerned, because he does have a good track record of helping everywhere he's been, and I don't think it's fake. Like, I think that is who he...
I agree.
Because he understands how important the young guys are if you really want to win, and even though he doesn't have a championship, that doesn't mean he doesn't understand the importance of everyone on the team being on the same page.
Yeah, I'm with you. This is who Chris Paul is. It's his 18th year, or whatever it is. I mean, he unless he's the greatest fake leader of all time, and he's been faking it for 18 years. CJ in San Francisco. Hey, CJ, what's going on, man? How you doing?
Hey, what's up, Steiny? What's up? How's it going, guys? Hey, so in my opinion, what I think is kind of holding the Warriors back is the entire situation from last year. And I know it's a bit played out. People are tired of hearing about it, tired of talking about it. Everybody is. However, there's no denying the fact that Andrew Wiggins and Jordan Poole were very, very close to one another. And there's also no denying the fact that after the incident, Andrew Wiggins was one of the more outspoken Warriors about Draymond Green, saying he has to get our trust back, blah, blah, blah. Now, I'm not doubting the reasons why he missed part of the season last year. I'm not doubting that reason. But to me, it just seems like there's some animosity or some negative thing in the air lurking between Andrew Wiggins and Draymond Green, because I think Andrew kind of came to the realization that we all came to, which is Draymond can damn near go and almost fight with Steve Kerr. They're going to keep Draymond. Draymond can cause a whole argument with KD. They're going to stick with Draymond. Draymond punches Jordan Poole. We're going to stick with Draymond. So the pattern here is Draymond is staying whether we like it or not. No matter what we say, what we do, Draymond is staying. And I think Andrew kind of doesn't like that, and I feel like he's trying to protest it. Not really, but he doesn't want to give it his all. So in my opinion, the biggest thing holding us back and the only thing that always holds the Warriors back is from the inside. We're always the ones that bring us down. So in my opinion, I think Andrew needs a new change of scenery. He needs to go somewhere where, I don't know, maybe put him there in Washington with JP. They can be buddies again, but he's holding us back. And I think, there's other players that can take his minutes and give us better production. What do you guys think about that?
I'll tell you exactly what I think about it. Thank you for the call. Appreciate it, CJ. It is not outlandish to my way of thinking, it is not outlandish to think that Andrew Wiggins might think Draymond Green is kind of a fool. We've seen Andrew Wiggins for 5 years as a Warrior. We see exactly the kind of player and person he is. He's understated. He's humble. He doesn't like to talk a lot, seemingly. He's got a reluctant smile. He seems like one of life's observers as opposed to wanting to be a grand participant. There's a sensitivity about Wiggins that's clearly there. I agree. Forget whatever happened last year. That's off the table. I absolutely believe there's a scenario in which Wiggins is like, I'm so over this guy, Draymond Green. He's not my guy. I'm just so different than him. I think that's very possible. But there's a leap I won't make to sabotaging or not playing well, because those two that does not happen. What happens is, if you have a teammate you're not crazy about, what happens is every day you go into the gym, you go in with a clean slate. You look for reasons to be a good teammate, and sometimes you can find those for a game, 2 games, 5 games. Sometimes you can mollify each other. But at some point, if you really aren't into it, it's going to impact your performance, because you're going to be like, not again. And it's just, that's what I think is very possible with Wiggins. He starts every game with the best intentions, but something happens. Maybe it's not even necessarily Draymond, but I think it can be. And he just kind of fades.
I think Wiggins is someone that is also a professional. I mean, his dad played professional basketball. He has always carried, he's been, a top prospect since he was a high school, played at a top flight university, number 1 overall pick, and he's been in a place in Minnesota that I think he went to the playoffs once. Like, he has had to kind of go through the motions at times throughout his career and remain poised and remain professional. I think I wouldn't leap to the conclusion that he doesn't like Draymond because of what he did last year or anything like that. But I do think there are probably at times, as there are with other players, where you conduct yourself like a professional. And I think this applies to all workplaces. If you conduct yourself like a professional and you see your coworker not conducting themselves like a professional, and you feel like they might be getting away with something, that they're treated differently than you, it's probably hard to not let that affect how hard you work. And I think Andrew Wiggins right now is he's in a slump and he's not playing very well, but I don't think he's not playing well because he's looking at Dre and he's saying, well, how the hell is this guy, getting away with this and blah, blah, blah. But, there might be some to that. To me, Wiggins is, I don't think Wiggins' issues right now have to do with Draymond Green. I think they have to do with...
I don't think they're all about Draymond Green. Absolutely not. But would you acknowledge that, and again, I'm right or wrong, would you acknowledge or say it? Kevin Durant got a little disenchanted with the whole Warrior thing.
You don't say.
Okay. Maybe Wiggins is getting disenchanted with the whole Warrior thing.
Like, the Warriors culture ain't what it was propped up to be.
Whatever he expected, it's a little different. And to me, is that even out of bounds to talk about?
But I don't
think so.
No, but when you're someone that's
what's going on with Wiggins,
when you're someone that's not homegrown, I also think that if you are introduced to a location and you get close to immediate success, like Andrew Wiggins was a part of a championship team, you then also have a reference point for every future season. If it ain't that, you're wondering, well, is it? How come it's not championship? Curry, Dre, and Klay have. They've been here from the beginning of this thing. They've built it, and now they might see it fall or they might see it be extended. Who knows? But Wiggins came into this thing during the middle of it. In fact, he came into it at kind of an inflection point. Okay. So he is kind of used to this thing being all over the place. And so he sees this might not be the championship year culture-wise, and it makes it more difficult to go to work.
No doubt. Absolutely.
In Draymond's words, because he said it was hard to go to work last year.
Right. I mean, I think there's nobody's saying that there's an issue, or nobody's saying they have a beef, but just like I don't think Kevin Durant left because of Draymond, I think it was.
You're saying he didn't help. Like,
he was part of the whole reason why Kevin Durant left.
Yeah.
There was many reasons, because there's never just one, but part of it was Draymond.
Yeah, and just like I don't think last season was a non-championship year, was a lost year because of Draymond. I think there was a lot of things that happened. And if the Warriors don't win the championship this year, they don't make a run, it won't be because of just Draymond. It's going to be because of a lot of different reasons. And hopefully, to Stephen Curry's point, because I think this is where Steph does lead behind the scenes, if we're talking about leadership, I do think he is trying to do everything in his power to make sure if the Warriors don't get it done, it will be because of basketball. It won't be because of a friction in the locker room or someone missing games or getting suspended. And maybe that's why we also heard Kerr's tone flip, because he also realizes, dude, if this thing is going to come to an end, if the future is not going to be certain and I might not be here, or I might, or Klay, this, that, or the other, I want it to be because a team in a 7-round series beat us, not because we beat ourselves.
Let's go to Austin. Austin's in San Jose. What's going on, Austin? How you doing, man?
Hey, fellas. Good to talk to you guys. Listen, if you guys don't mind, I want to push back a little bit on the whole mentorship thing, which I've always kind of been a little bit troubled with. This notion that some guys in the locker room are mentors and others aren't. I don't know that I buy that. I think it's really more of a media thing, and certainly, Stein, you may be able to differ since you did cover teams, but to me, it's about different. It's about individuals. Some guys gravitate more towards being mentored, and others don't. It doesn't make you bad or good. It doesn't mean that Draymond isn't a good mentor because he's had issues with certain players. There might be guys that actually see Draymond as a mentor, even given his disposition and everything else. So I think we have to be careful about assuming from the outside who good mentors are. And the second thing is Chris Paul. You guys are selling Chris Paul like he's an angel. Chris Paul had run-ins with coaches and other players throughout his career. So I think, he's an elder statesman now in the locker room, but I wouldn't go assuming that Chris Paul is this overall mentor that you guys are kind of selling it. Well, that's all I had, guys. Thanks.
Thanks. Appreciate it, Austin. I think if you polled NBA players and said, list the 5 most respected peers, I think Chris Paul would show up in the top 5.
I think so. Oh, but his point is throughout his career, he hasn't been the angel we're making him out to be now, which is fine. He's had reported arguments with like Steve Ballmer, Doc Rivers. I think he told Monty Williams off one time. But I can't recall a time in which Chris Paul has come into a situation and been an issue. Now, there might be a honeymoon period and then it fades, which is something callers have kind of illustrated to us in recent weeks. Like, we're getting too ahead of ourselves with Chris Paul. But I think Chris Paul is, after last season and everything that happened with locker room issues, like I do think he is someone that the Warriors identified and said, that guy can help us get back on track. And so far, I don't see a reason to believe that he hasn't helped them get back on track.
Chris Paul?
Yeah.
Chris Paul's been more of a positive this year than Draymond Green.
I would agree.
I mean, Chris Paul's been a better teammate this year than Draymond Green.
I'd agree.
Chris Paul, by default, has been a better leader.
He's been on the court more.
Because he's been on the court more, he's been a better player. And that's the part where that's kind of what I mean about Chris Paul. He's just going to do what he does, which is come in and be the consummate professional. So now you got him and Steph Curry. So you don't have to grab Draymond by the shoulder and say, get in here. But you also don't have to go begging to him when your only way of doing something is the right way.
I also think, too, just leading by example, having someone that has been outside of the organization and comes in could also push someone like Draymond after he gets over this suspension, could push him to be a better leader or mentor. And, when you see a guy that's calling practices that hasn't been here before but appears to be positively affecting your locker room, hopefully that has a permeating vibe. Hopefully that's something that is infectious. And I think that could be another way that the Warriors can dig themselves out of this sub-500 start.
Fair enough. All right, on the other side, I'm going to take some more of your calls. We're going to talk more about the Golden State Warriors. We'll also get into the Seahawks versus the San Francisco 49ers.
Tough road game tomorrow, Stanny.
That game is tomorrow.
Tough road game.
Yes, we will get into that we'll get into that whenever we damn well please, but we definitely are going to get into it at 1:30 when we talk to KJ Wright, former Seahawk linebacker. You're listening to 95.7 The Game.
Oh, not this song again.
Hello, Sarah. Real quick, if you had to choose, would you listen to elevator music all day or deal with payroll compliance?
Oh, payroll compliance for sure.
Wait, really?
Staying compliant is so much easier with Gusto. Gusto automatically calculates my taxes and files with all the right agencies for me.
That actually sounds great.
Hold up. Can Gusto help my small business with compliance too?
Of course they can.
Choose payroll compliance without the ups and downs. Visit gusto.com/radio to sign up for free.
The Gillette Intimate Trimmer gives you a gentle, easy way to trim your pubic region.
Such as team dynamics. In other words, I think there's a comparison. If you've been on a team at any level, there's judgments you can make then about other team dynamics. So what if I told you that in my little itty bitty teeny weeny little Division III career, I had some of the same traits as Draymond Green. I did. Got suspended.
You got suspended in college by the team, like a team suspension.
Well, I quit and then I got suspended. So it's kind of both for a short period of time.
Okay.
I never got technical fouls, but
early in the career.
No, I didn't get technical fouls, but I was a little volatile.
Oh, you?
Yeah.
Vault?
And during my 4 years at my itty bitty little teeny weeny Division III career, when I was there, I was like, I'm a good teammate. Everybody knows I want to win because I did. Because if I didn't win, I was had a little temper. And so it wasn't until after I was done playing that I realized, I did actually hurt some of the teams I was on. Actually. I thought I was a win at all costs guy. Well, I was if it was all going my way.
Yep.
So, but it took me a while to realize that. So that's why when I look at Draymond Green, believe it or not, I want to give him the benefit of the doubt, but maybe I would have 20 years ago, but I believe now that what he's doing is a detriment in terms of what he could be doing. And so from that way of speaking, I do believe that he's not helping the Warriors
right now
as much as he could, should, or should have in a perfect world.
Well, and that's the question I was going to ask you about your itty-bitty D3 career. I had one also, so. Bloop. But I was going to ask you if you felt like you were more of a, thank you, if you were more of a detriment to your team because of your attitude than you helped the team with your win-at-all-costs attitude, because that's always the balance you have to find. And I do think Draymond undoubtedly has a case, and I think everyone would admit he's helped them more than he's hurt them over his time in Golden State. I don't think that's outlandish. Like, he's got 4 rings. He's a huge part of it.
But look, let's say.
But right now is what you're saying. He hasn't helped them as much as he hurt them.
Well, it's not a matter of help and hurt. It's a matter of, let's say, as a player, he's always going to help you. But he could help you more if he brought more self-control. So he's leaving some of his game on the table, and because of the kind of teammate he is, there may be other players on the team, not all, who, because you're that way, you're not helping your teammates reach their potential.
Can you allow me to take the other side?
So, example, like I had a teammate, Ed Lackman. I did not help him like I should have helped him.
Poor Ed.
I was too critical of Ed Lackman. Chris Paul wouldn't have done that. And you know what? Ed Lackman would have been a better player with Chris Paul, probably. So I know that sometimes what Draymond does probably doesn't help. There it is. That's why I'm tough on Draymond.
But, and this is one thing I've learned from you, is how to be a contrarian.
Yeah.
I think part of it, like, yeah, Draymond isn't the leader that Chris Paul is in the same way. But I also think that he would tell you, I don't know, but I think also a lot of people would tell you that if Draymond tried to reel that fire in regards to helping the team, that he also might not be the same player. And so you do have to balance the fire with the production and the potential consequences of hurting your team. Like, Draymond Green throughout the years has done things that have hurt the Warriors. He's also done things that I believe outweigh, in his mind, the parts in which he's hurt the team.
Right.
Like, he's given you incredible production. He's given you a defensive player of the year. He's given you 4 titles. He's given you just, generational, quite frankly, defense. And I don't think he would be that player if he also had to think about restricting the characteristics that you are now viewing as a downfall.
Yeah.
So, and I think it's also one of the reasons why, not to stroke you, but as a player, you probably helped your team more than you hurt your team, because that part of you also allowed you to be the player you were.
Absolutely. But still left some money on the table. Still wish you would have done some things differently.
Not all of us can be Curry. Not all of us can be CP3.
That's true. But at the moment you stop helping your team is when the conversation begins.
And I don't think we've gotten there yet.
Fair enough. Dallas is in Oakland. What's going on, Dallas? How you doing, man? Dallas. All right, let's go to Chucky.
It's like the Cowboys in the Bay Area didn't show up.
Chucky, that's a 4. Chucky in Oakland. What's up, Chucky? How you doing, man?
I'm doing fine, thanks. I got a couple of questions I want to ask you. First, I'll make my comment on Draymond. And happy Thanksgiving to you.
Yeah.
Man.
Thanks, Chucky.
Absolutely. Thanks, Chucky.
Also, the Daryl, the Guru, Johnson, hope you have safe travels. As far as Draymond, when I called a couple of calls ago to sign you, when I said that the Warriors would be a much better team if Draymond had developed that little 12 to 15 shots and when the defenders play off of them,
yeah.
It would help the team. And you told me, man, you said it's too late. As long as he's been in the league, it's too late. And I'm saying the same thing about his behaviorism. I don't think he's going to change. I think he lied to Joe Lacob when he got there 4 for 100. I think he told Lacob that he was going to tone it back, and he didn't stick to his word. But if I may digress, I wanted to ask, is it coincidental or is it something to read into Wiggins playing better since Draymond been on this suspension? And also, do you have a take? I hope you have a take on Angel Reese and the LSU Tigers. Thank you very much.
Oh, boy.
Oh, we were actually talking about that.
we were. We're still trying to figure out, too.
Shoot, though. I said when we were looking at it, so has she not played in one or more games, or was she just sat in a close game because she was pulled out by her coach? I should know more of the details.
Well, the quote that made
you can look and help me, John, right now.
Yeah. I think the quote
to be fair, I don't think a lot of people in the nation know the details.
Yeah.
But I kind of think
it's the story.
Yeah, I kind of think it's interesting.
Because the head coach has told reporters, and that's what went viral and called attention to it, because someone asked about Angel Reese's absence.
Right.
And she said, I'm not telling you.
Angel Reese, among the best college women's players
National
in the
champion
country,
last year.
Won the national championship last year. Also became, even bigger because of the waving in front of the waving in the face. Yeah, that whole thing.
Yeah.
And I guess she hasn't been playing. And what's her name? Kim Mulkey. Kim Mulkey said, I could tell you, but I don't want to, and I'm not gonna, because we're gonna keep it in house. And it's like, look, these are kids, my kids, and if you disciplined your kid, you don't want to necessarily tell everybody what's going on. So we'll keep that in house, which I thought was fair. And yet, it doesn't temper your curiosity.
No, in fact, it probably calls more attention to it.
But the thing that I thought right away is it's got to be because these more and more college athletes have been empowered through NIL. And so guess what? Guess what? We got a little juice. We got some juice now.
Well, so it's not like I was reading a little bit into the story, and I don't think it's the same situation. Back in the day, Candace Parker, when she was at Tennessee, was disciplined by Pat Summitt for missing curfew.
Mm-hmm.
And so that was explained. She was out for personal reasons. And then she returned when she got herself under, basically served her time that was imposed by the head coach. And there's been some rumors about Angel Reese's grades not being up to par, or maybe she is taking her empowerment, because I think she is one of the top paid athletes in the country. She's making $1.7 million via NIL. So if she don't want to play, she doesn't have to play.
Right.
And no one really knows which side of, is it because it's Angel Reese's decision? Is it because of the coach? Was there some, discrepancy with the team? No one really knows yet. All we do know is that Angel Reese has not been present for the LSU women's basketball team in their last, 2 games. And I'm sure it's going to come out eventually, but for the time being, we're not going to know. Them's the ropes.
Think that's helping LSU?
Probably not. But all they need her for is a tournament, right?
I don't know. I'm just asking. Let's go to JD. JD's in Redwood City. Hey, JD, what's going on, man?
Yeah. Not much. Hey, I kind of like what Draymond did. You know why? Because he shows the toughness that the Warriors have on their team, and he's showing these youngsters, man, let's be tough, man, because we ain't tough right now.
JD, when you say
can't be the only tough one.
When you say you like what Draymond did, what specifically?
Just having his teammate back
with Gobert
at that. With Gobert, yeah.
Gotcha.
That. And then, we all want to run our tests on our team. We all want Dennis Rodman on our team to show that toughness. Why you think the Warriors got 4 titles out of this? Because of Draymond. Draymond is the key. He's the key to Curry. He's the key to Klay Thompson. Without Draymond, Klay and Curry is not where they at right now.
Thanks, JD. Appreciate the call.
Well,
I said, Evan, I was like, you could make a case that he just was protecting a teammate, which he was, and the Warriors' teammates might even be cool with that. My whole thing is, that's great. That's 5 games now. You're without him. I think he may, I think there's a chance that he's going to get targeted more and more and more. And all I'm looking at it from now is a practical standpoint, Evan, I mean, if something were to happen again and he gets 8 games, well, now that's a seat. Now you might not be good enough to fit. You know what I mean? Now you are really hurting the season, and that might not be fair, but that could be what happens.
And someone like Ron Artest, to the caller's point, might be a valuable piece to a championship team, but he also might be the guy that gets himself tossed out of the league for a season in a year in which the Indiana Pacers legitimately had a chance to win a title. Like, if you listen to Reggie Miller or Jermaine O'Neal, or if you just go watch the Mouse at the Palace documentary, those guys, Steven Jackson, all said that was their best team. They're coming off a conference finals appearance, and they had legitimate aspirations. They thought they were the best team in basketball that year. They could have won a title. But because of what Ron Artest did and the punishment, which was unfair or not, you lost him for the season. And what the Warriors cannot afford to find out is if the league is willing to do something that is greater than 5 games should Draymond get in trouble again. And also, if you're a player on another team, to your point, Steiny, now you have more reason to believe you could get Draymond ejected from a game. If you want to try and press his buttons, if you want to try and poke the bear, well, now he's not. He kind of has to reel it in a bit because the refs are going to have their eyes on him. The league's got their eyes on him. And they've already shown that because of precedent, they're not afraid to dole out on punishment that might be unfair. And it might be a situation where you're defending your teammate, but at the end of the day, you're hurting your team because you're not on the floor.
I completely agree. And you got to figure out what's manageable and kind of what isn't manageable. But Warriors play tonight, by the way. They play the Phoenix Suns.
Chris Paul revenge game.
I almost forgot about that. You know what I'm saying?
I think he does want to stick it to Phoenix.
I wouldn't doubt it.
Based on the way he left.
I think he feels like somebody stuck it to him in Phoenix. Don't you?
Yeah, it might be James Jones.
Hey, by the way, I may tease this. I forgot. Did you say you were gonna call somebody out at some point?
That was
a certain big time public figure.
No, I just
go ahead. You can
disagree a little bit. You want me to do it now?
Nah. We'll wait till about 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock? Yeah, because then we can get back into football. We got KJ Wright coming up at 1:30, talking about the Seahawks and the 49ers. It does have to do with the 49ers. And for the record, it's a very well-respected journalist that I just happen to have a difference of opinion with.
Get ready, Bay.
Not gonna crush him.
Let's go to Mike in San Jose. What's going on, Mike? How you doing, man?
Hey, it's that one day of the year I like to call in and say I'm grateful and thankful for the opportunity to listen to you guys for another year, for you guys to take my calls and have some friendly banter.
Thank you.
I think you guys do a great job. Evan, I hope you had a good trip to Italy back when you went.
Thank you.
Saw Goo with Dad. So, just a good day to be a Warrior fan. Can't get me riled up at Thanksgiving. The sun will still rise. And I never said this before, Steiny, but I know why I like you so much. It's because I went in the service, and then I used my GI Bill and went to Boston College in the 80s.
Good for you.
And sat in that same Boston garden as you for 6 years watching the Celtics. And that's where I got my love of basketball, and that's why I love the Warriors. So just a thankful year, and you guys have a great day.
Thanks, Mike. Appreciate the call. Mike's been a solid caller.
Mike, man.
I must say that I only went to the Boston Garden once to watch a game.
Really?
When I was covering the Warriors, I went, but I only went to one game at Boston Garden.
So all of your Celtics fandom was from watching them on TV?
Correct. It's correct.
Well, it's tough because you were never in Boston, right?
No,
you never lived there.
I was outside Philadelphia. Yeah. I hated the Sixers because of Julius Erving.
Well, no, but I'm saying
when he stiffed me for an autograph, I hated the Sixers.
Yeah, you still do.
I remain. Well, now I don't really.
Yeah,
care.
well, yeah, I'm glad to see.
I still can't stand Irving.
Glad to see you let it go.
And you know what? People like Steiny, you don't think Julius Erving's very good as a player, like one of the top 20 players in history? No, I don't. Why not? Because he stiffed me for an autograph. That's why. But he was great. I know he was, but he stiffed me. So he's not on my top 25.
Well, so you didn't see Julius Erving's greatness the same way you didn't see Stephen Curry's greatness coming. And we're talking about our worst.
Well, it's different. Irving came into the NBA and he was pretty much established. Curry,
the ABA, right?
Yeah, Curry. I missed some breadcrumbs on. On his way to greatness.
Oh, how come?
Oh, well, I mean, you want to. We can get into your biggest life sports take, freezing cold takes or turkeys. I didn't realize the game was moving. There were two things I didn't realize. I didn't realize the game was moving as fast as it was to the 3-point game. And you know what I liken it to? Did you ever go from 0 to 100? Let's say, in theory, in a car.
In high school.
You do realize that if you're going 10 miles an hour,
580.
You do realize that if you're going 10 miles an hour, it takes longer to get to 11 miles an hour than if you were driving 20 miles an hour going to 21 miles per hour. See what I'm saying?
Momentum.
If I'm going 10 miles an hour, okay, and I go 1 mile in a minute, if I go 20 miles an hour, I'm obviously going to go 1 mile in less time. My point is, as you accelerate, you go faster and faster and faster, and you get to the next mile per hour more quickly. It builds, people.
Yeah, velocity.
And what was I talking about?
I'm still trying to figure. We're talking about our worst takes. And so you couldn't see where the 3-point game was going because you didn't see the build.
So Curry,
in the NBA.
Yes, correct. And it just kept getting faster and faster and faster. It never leveled off. And also, Curry was shot it better than anybody else ever in the history of the game. That's what's hey, let me ask you, this is what kind of get. If I say, hey, Evan, he's the greatest passer in the NBA.
Right now?
NBA history. Next pass.
John Stockton.
Yeah,
sure.
Yeah, Kuzi. All right, Isaiah. Hey, who's the greatest rebounder in NBA history?
Mark Eaton.
Yeah, that was Chamberlain.
Okay.
Definitely Chamberlain. Russell. Who's the best defensive player in the NBA? Ever.
Bill Russell.
Nah, it was Jordan. It really was.
Okay.
Who's the best shooter in NBA history?
Number 30.
So, in one aspect of the game, there's no dispute. There's a dispute over who the greatest player is in the game. Some people would say LeBron. But what I'm getting at is there's nobody that disputes Curry's the greatest shooter the game has ever seen. Kill me. I didn't see it coming.
You were late to the party.
Oh, yeah.
The baby had already been born before you got there. No, so this was off of yesterday. John Dickinson was in for Willard, and JD was having some fun. And I was listening, and I really liked the segment. They're talking about their worst sports takes because JD had a tweet about Dan Campbell a while ago, got resurfaced. I honestly didn't think it was that bad, but JD was nice enough to have some fun with the Lions fans and talking about their worst sports takes. So I asked Steiny today what his worst sports take was, and late to the party on Steph.
Yeah, I guess the way I'd characterize it, yeah, I did. I was a little
skeptical.
We got to understand he changed something that nobody, he was a forerunner. When Steph Curry came into the league, they were point guards and they were shooting guards. And under an old way of thinking, it used to put limitations on a player. He is responsible for changing that, or the most responsible for changing that. So, yeah, that was a big, that's one thing. I mean, he came into the league, he was called a tweener because he wasn't a shooter, wasn't a point. And that was all. And so that's what Draymond's done too. They both came into the league tweeners or undersized for a 4 or 2 respectively. And they both, Curry more than Draymond, changed the way the game is played. All right. Let me see, 120. That's 1 now. Hey, you know what? It's always a good time, but especially now. Download the Odyssey app. It's free. You can listen to any show at any time, hear interviews. You can hear Anthony Slater. He was talking Warriors earlier, Steve Kerr yesterday. Download the Odyssey app on 95.7 The Game. And that was brought to you by the Golden State Warriors.
It's that time again, Dub Nation. You hear the call. In this arena,
I'm not a system player. I am a system.
Yeah, Nutrisystem. Hey, what's up? Mark Grandy's here. You look a little worried. You all right? Do you think I was going to make it?
We're all good.
Okay. Well, I'll be the judge of that, though. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm dynamite. Happy holidays. Happy Thanksgiving to everybody out there in the Bay. Absolutely. Got one more hour left. It's holiday time. Hope you're spending it with your loved ones. I know I will be. I'll be with my dog, Rosie.
Great dog.
And my cat. It's
Juniper?
not really our cat. But yeah, I'm looking forward to just a lot of snuggling with the dog.
You gonna take the dog on some hikes?
I think I am. Yeah, I'm gonna make sure to really get her out there. So if I know there are a lot of people out there that are more unfortunate than me. They don't get to spend the holidays with their dog. They have to spend it with their families. So I want to.
Or you get to spend it with both.
I want to say a little prayer for the less fortunate.
Yeah, is that more unfortunate or less fortunate?
No, it's Thanksgiving, as you know, big family time. Make sure you reach out to.
Yeah, I mean, look, for the longest time, I didn't get to spend Thanksgiving with my family, so I look forward to the fact that I can do it now. Like during college, I didn't.
Why not?
Home. Well, because
you didn't go home for Thanksgiving?
No, we didn't have Thanksgiving break. Like we still had class on Tuesday or Wednesday, so it just didn't make sense to drive down or fly back for a day or two. And then
where'd you go to school, in Slovenia?
Salem, pretty close.
You have Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday off. Why wouldn't you?
Not when the witches were burned.
After your last class on Wednesday, you drive back to the Bay.
It takes 10 hours.
Okay. I drive to Bandon Dunes for less time.
Who even went to their class on the Wednesday before Thanksgiving?
Liberal arts. It's,
I had
one of those.
We always had usually somebody'd stick in there a midterm or some crap like
exactly, because you got those professors that think they're, that they deserve your time and attention. There's like 3 people, and I was probably one of them. I was just a goody two-shoes in college. And of course, maybe you have a workout plan for, us itty-bitty D3 athletes. Anyways, I didn't get to go home for a long time. And then when I was working around the country, it also didn't make sense when I was in like Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania and North Carolina, Texas, Minnesota, North Dakota, especially, my God. And it just was expensive to get back for, 2 or 3 days. Plus, you're going to be home for Christmas break.
Well, that's true.
2 weeks later.
That I do. That I will. I've always. I don't know about you. Do you attach? I know I do. In general, I attach length of flight with shortest available trip. For example, the most I'll ever do is. To the East Coast would be a red eye on a Thursday.
Oh, I
get there Friday.
Maximize the amount of time.
And leave on Sunday.
Yeah, generally.
If it's any less time than that, I'm out.
I'll either take the earliest in the morning or the latest at night.
For example, let's say I said, hey, John Paul, you can go to London. It's going to be 3 days. 3 days from when you leave. It'll be 3 days when you get back. You want to go to London? It's like, no.
No chance.
Exactly. So what's the least amount of days you would need to fly all the way to London?
I would need 5.
I think it's a 6. It's about 11-hour flight.
Yeah, I'd say 5.
You do 11 hours for 5 days.
Yep.
I would, but only for a special occasion. Only for like an event.
Yeah, for like your daughter who lives in London.
What about Abu Dhabi?
Well, that's a little longer.
A 22-hour flight.
Yeah, and you're probably going to have to transfer.
Numerous times, probably.
Yeah.
Would you go for... What would have to be happening in Abu Dhabi?
I think it'd have to be
for
a
you
week.
to fly, for you to go there for 2 or 3 days.
Some great golf.
Really?
Well, somebody would say, dude, you're on a private plane. It doesn't matter.
Well, I've never flown anything but economy or coach, so I don't know what what that's like. Yeah,
That's a shame.
Well, not when you can fall asleep. It's usually okay.
Well, it's pretty easy on a private plane if you want to. You never been on a private plane?
No. Yeah. Why would I be on a private plane?
Yeah, you look like you could be in the know.
Why would you be on a private plane?
That's none of your concern.
Okay. Oh, I know what this is about.
What?
You got a trip coming up?
No, that's not it.
Okay.
No, it's not.
Just checking.
No. Well, I got a surgery coming up. All right, let's get back to some. We got to make our football picks. But you wanted to bring up someone.
So every Tuesday, Willard and Dibbs, JD was in yesterday for Willard. They do a fantastic interview weekly during the NFL season with Peter King, NBC Sports, famed writer. And there was, I don't know if you have the piece of sound, but he was discussing the DPOY conversation and was basically talking about how it's Myles Garrett and Fred Warner. And to me, I think there's a one-man race for that award, and it's not involving Fred Warner. I think it's Myles Garrett.
Bosa?
No, he won it last year. But Myles Garrett is, like, we were talking about MVPs, and honestly, Spadoni got me thinking about this because he was, well, occasionally during the shows you guys do, me and Spadoni, we'll chat because we're friends. And he said, in this season, with the amount of injuries that have befallen quarterbacks and also the lack of separation at the top of, say, the MVP charts, like, I don't know if Monday Night Football was for the MVP between Mahomes and Hurts, but I don't think either of them were that impressive for me to say that's undoubtedly going to be the MVP. So it could be a year where a wide receiver or maybe a defensive player has a name in the hat. And to me, if there's one defensive player that has a angle, that has a case to be named MVP, it'd be Myles Garrett. I don't think Fred Warner would be in that conversation, as great as he's played. That's where I disagree.
Somebody call Peter King, see if he wants a rebuttal. Yeah, let's hear what Peter King has to say.
Oh.
Sounds to me like Warner's only making plays because he's got a lot of weaponry around him. So you're telling me he's Brock Purdy? I'm kidding.
Well, no, but he also, it sounded like he kind of agreed with me too, which is Fred Warner's job is immensely easier because of the defensive line, which is also a reason why I think Myles Garrett is more impactful.
But couldn't you say, and I'm just being devil's advocate here, that the 49ers defensive line this year, they've been okay.
The defensive line?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, they've allowed more leaks than last year.
Correct.
So Fred Warner does have to clean up more.
Exactly.
Which is why he's a distant second.
Hey, I got a question for anybody, aeronautics? Anybody who's an aeronautics expert or an expert in the airline industry? Is there a difference? Like I said, I took a private plane. Well, maybe I didn't. Is there a difference between a private plane and a charter plane? A private plane and a charter, are they the same thing?
Well, we do live in a white-collar area, so someone's got to know the difference.
I would think so.
Your elitist background, you don't have knowledge on
my
that?
mother and father were high school English teachers.
Well, you're talking about private planes.
My mom and dad were high school English teachers.
I thought they worked in college.
In your face. My mom later became a college professor.
I'm just messing with you.
Yeah, I don't know. What? They're talking.
95.7 The Game breaking news.
All right, this per Adam Schefter. Geno Smith expected to play. Kenneth Walker out for Thursday's game.
Okay, so we had heard
that he was questionable. with a triceps injury.
Geno Smith, we always knew was going to play.
I think he was expected to play
all week. Kenneth Walker, I can't speak to.
He didn't finish the game against the Rams.
I smell something fishy.
I thought it was a bombshell.
Something's fishy, and I think I know what it is.
What, Aaron Jones being rolled out against Detroit?
No. Some interpersonal, professional dynamics.
Okay.
Charter planes are not the same as private jets. You see, this private jets you see in succession. Okay. Tomorrow night, 5 o'clock, 49ers, Seattle Seahawks. And obviously it's a big game. And the reason, to me, it's a big game is because you dictate that you have control of the NFC West with a win. If you don't, if you go up there and lose, now you're not in control of the division. And Seattle's got the tiebreaker. And it really, to me, is the difference between being 11 games into a season and honing in. What it does, Evan, is you win that game tomorrow and you can say we're 8-3. We're still, all of our goals are still out there. Period. They're all out there. We've had a season where we have put ourselves in control of our own destiny. Now, I get it. If the Eagles beat Buffalo, then even if you beat the Eagles, you're still going to be a game behind. But my larger point is, at 8-3, you could say season's going pretty well, like B+, A-. But if you lose, then all of a sudden you're thinking, you know what? Now you don't have a lot of wiggle room. In fact, you have none, because by losing that game, you now will not be the number one seed. Like, that's what you can't earn the number one seed with a win over Seattle, but you could lose it with a loss to Seattle.
Agreed. And I think it also means you're going to have to go to either Philadelphia or Detroit. And I think the Niners, actually, if they did play Detroit in a conference title game on the road, I think the 49ers would be favored in that game. Might be slight, but I think they'd be favored. I don't think they'd be favored against the Eagles. And as much as I believe the 49ers could still go into Philadelphia and win, the way that the Eagles have played throughout this season, it would be hard for me to pick the 49ers in that game, because
in Philly,
because Philly right now has shown themselves to be a team that can win playing from ahead. They can play from behind. They can run the ball against you. They can beat you up inside. They have great wide receivers. They have a capable quarterback. They got a pretty good defense, although I think it's lesser than last year. And so the 49ers right now are hoping that, like, in a match like that game, and again, this is all predicated on the 49ers winning against Seattle, and that's your whole point. This game is significant in the larger picture, because if you don't win, then you do have to go to Philly or Detroit, and it's no matter what, unless they fall off a cliff.
Sure.
So it comes down to me, and like the 49ers, the only way I think they can lose this game is if Seattle outshoots them. And I just don't see that with the way the defense has been playing since Chase Young entered the fold. I think that the Seahawks offensive line is fine. It's not great. I don't think their defense is particularly good. And I think Kyle Shanahan is going to be able to take advantage of a secondary and a linebacking core that hasn't, well, they got some good corners, but their linebackers are not great in coverage. So I think the 49ers have advantages all over the board. And now it's about going out there tomorrow and proving it, because if you don't, then you're going to have to figure out a way to win on the road in the playoffs. And I think they could do it. I just would rather have them not to.
Yeah, don't forget, we'll get more into this game at 1:30. 1:30, KJ Wright, he's a Super Bowl champion and Pro Bowler. KJ Wright played for the Seahawks, where he played in the Super Bowl twice, and he won it in 2013. He also has his own podcast, KJ All Day. So he's going to be terrific, and the reason he's going to be terrific is because we've had him on before, and he's got a sense of what's going on big time. And I'm interested to hear his thoughts on a short week after your team lost the game they should have won, essentially, which happened to Seattle. You know, you start looking at that game and think, well, what if Seattle had won that game? Now, if you're the Niners and lose that game, boy, as they say. But that's not the case. Anyway, I want to see if a short week, you know, if you think there's any kind of team that a short week
is better
helps for, without it being an imbalance of one team being on one and one team not.
I mean, it might sound simplistic. I think it helps the home team, right? Because you get an extra day, and when you only get 3 days, those days are valuable. Like the 49ers are using one of their days to travel. Now, they might be able to get a practice in. They might be able to get a lift in this morning. It's not that long of a flight, but still you're at a disadvantage when you got to pack everything up. You got to get to the hotel. When you get there, you got like your body has to go through the whole, you know, travel. You're not allowed to sleep in your own bed. I just think it favors the home team on a short week.
Okay, I got a question, and it's something I don't know if you guys will know or not.
Well, tell us what it is.
But those Thursday games, are those games usually where the proximity of the two teams is a reasonable flight, or will they, or are there games where it's a San Francisco, New England in New England on a Thursday night where the Niners have to travel, or the visiting team has to travel across the country on a short week?
Yes, I mean, the New York Giants played in San Francisco on a Thursday. I think it was now it was early in the year, it was week 2, but
weren't they out on the West Coast before that game?
They were in Arizona the week before.
Yeah. But
so they probably stick around.
I'll bet you they have some kind of rules about that. For example, you can't have two teams who played on a Sunday then play on a Thursday where one team has to fly cross country. Has that ever happened on a Thursday game? I wonder.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, Bears and the Panthers. Carolina's not exactly close to Chicago. You know, I don't know exactly where they were in the country at that point, but I mean, the point remains. I just think that there's a disadvantage, and also, I mean, you never know how quickly bodies recover. So those games always just feel a little wonky. Like when you're an underdog, I think you feel a little more confident on Thursday because things can happen that may not if you have more of a full week to prepare for someone. Now, this is different because it's a divisional game, and that's not always the case. But the 49ers probably feel good for a couple of reasons. One, you know, in the offseason, some coaches have said you spend the majority of your prep preparing for the division. Because if you go 6-0, you got an inside track to the playoffs. If you beat every guy in your division, you got a good chance. Also, from the 49ers' perspective, I believe the defensive coordinator for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and Steve Wilkes talked about this yesterday, the DC for the Buccaneers was formerly in Seattle. So some of the schematic stuff for the Bucs carries over to this week, and so their preparation, or sorry, the offensive coordinator, some of the carryover is already there. So that might help the 49ers also.
Gotcha. Look at you.
I mean, I'm just
a font of information.
I try to be. Yeah. Not always correct, but
happy holidays out there to everybody. Happy Thanksgiving. Time for family. Time for family. It is.
Well, you just spent the beginning of the segment going on and on about how you seem pretty gleeful about hanging out with the dog, and
it's a shtick.
Yeah,
it's to hide the pain. It's to hide the pain.
No, we all love being with family most of the time.
Yeah. Can I ask what? We're almost at the end. You got any? Oh, you're working tomorrow.
Yeah. So Lorenzo, Neal, and I are going to be on air from 2 to 5 or 2 to 5:15 about kickoff for the 49ers Seahawks. Okay. And then Mark Grandy and Sterling Bennett are going to have overtime. So I'm going to be working tomorrow. Nice. Looking forward to rocking with Lowe for 3 hours this time. Usually it's a 2-hour kickoff show presented by Habas Law. And tomorrow it's going to be 3 hours.
Hey, by the way, did you see my squad in college beat, I believe they beat number 1 Kansas.
Penn State?
Marquette.
Why's your team Marquette?
Marquette?
The Golden Eagles?
I got one of the better players in the country, Stevie Mitchell, from Reading, Pennsylvania.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, he's a good player. Thank you.
No, Ada Mahaney.
I'm looking forward to St. Mary's this year.
I saw Mahaney last night. I was out of Moraga for a women's basketball broadcast. He came by, sat down front row, and it was.
So he watched the game?
Yeah, I mean the whole men's team was there to watch and support the women's.
That's cool. We used to do that too.
Yeah, so that was fun, and also a reminder too. On Friday, we're going to be live and local on Black Friday. So from 6 to 6, and I'm going to be rocking with Butcher Boy, who I haven't hosted with yet.
When? 6 to 10?
6 to 10.
Ooh, that's going to be a struggle.
What do you mean?
Because you don't get up. You ready to get up at 4:30 on Friday?
No. I'm going to go to bed right after the Niners game, get my notes in, prepare. Be ready to rock, because I know post-Seattle, San Francisco, I've heard Joe Shasky's a different man. He's going to be energized, and hopefully it's going to be off a Niners win. So
I can honestly say I'm sort of built for this.
Niners favored by 7?
Yes, as of now. Line might move.
Well, the line has been moving since the show started. It started at 7, has gone up to 8, back down to 7.5, and now we are back to 7.
Interesting.
So they must have been listening to the show, because we were super high on him at first, and then Steiny poo-pooed the whole Seattle's a tough place to play thing. So the line came back down, and then it sort of, just evened out and balanced itself.
All right, this is in for the Comcast business text line. I'm just trusting the text line. Teams traveling more than 1,500 miles on Thursday games, this is a stat, are 0-4 as of a year or two ago. That's gutter trash saying you're welcome. That's all knowledge, I believe, is good knowledge. Not specifically what I was asking for, but gutter trash I appreciate, and happy holidays to everybody out there. Hey, by the way, it's a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today. Also, with the holidays here, no better time to download the Odyssey app. It's the best time because you can listen to all 4 hours of Steiny and Guru, plus outstanding segments like the Morning Roast today with Anthony Slater. He covers the Golden State Warriors. Willard and Dibbs yesterday. John Dickinson was in for Dibbs, and they had Steve Kerr, the coach of the Golden State Warriors. So download that Odyssey app so you can listen to all the interviews out there. Matt Steinmetz along with Evan Giddings coming up on the other side. Super Bowl champion KJ Wright. We're going to talk to him about tomorrow's game. It's a big one for the San Francisco 49ers. Do they take control of the NFC West, or do they put themselves in a position where Seattle can dictate? Talk to KJ Wright on the other side.
Hey, people talk about spreading holiday cheer. Overrated. I had some holiday cheer last year, and you know what? Lasted a couple of hours. Then whoosh, gone, just like that.
My dog Rosie and my cat.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, final segment, Steiny and Guru. Evan in for Guru. We are pleased to bring on none other than former Super Bowl champion, Pro Bowler, and linebacker for the Seattle Seahawks, KJ Wright. Currently host of his own podcast, KJ, all day. You can catch that on Spotify. KJ, appreciate you joining us before. Pretty big game tomorrow, 49ers and Seahawks. What's going on?
Man, big game. My guy's coming off an ugly loss last week against the Rams. We had it, but we're playing the big dogs this Thursday in Lumen Field. And so I'm excited for us to get back on track potentially, and it will not be easy facing the San Francisco football team.
Well, and I do want to start there, KJ, because you played 7 games against Kyle Shanahan when he was play caller for the 49ers and head coach. I'm curious what goes into preparing for a Kyle Shanahan-led offense. How difficult is that as a defensive player?
It is an absolute nightmare. I tell everyone all the time, this is hands down the best play call I've ever faced in my NFL career. And what he does so well is that when I play linebacker, there were some teams, some games where I could just come to the line of scrimmage, see the formation, see the down and distance. I knew, okay, they're about to run this play. They potentially about to run to the left side right here. I never got to the line of scrimmage before the ball was snapped and knew what Kyle Shanahan was going to do until after they snapped the ball. And so I was always reacting to everything. I was always, going one direction, having to go a new direction because of his crazy play-action game that he had. And so the way that he keeps you off balance as a linebacker, the way that he sets up his plays in the previous drive that comes back and attack you, like I said, it's an absolute nightmare. And so you add his play calling with these receivers, with this tight end, with a young Brock Purdy that's making really good decisions. It's a big-time test for defenses, and this San Francisco football team is a beast to beat.
Yeah, it's starting to hit me when you talk about having a defense off balance. I mean, you're really just talking about a step or two tops, maybe a count, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah. And as you know, this is a game of inches. It is a game of, as defensive players, we're always reacting to everything. So when I watch film, when I'm studying teams, I'm trying to see how can I get an extra step, a step ahead of my opponent. If I see this formation that I've seen countless times and it's down a distance, I have a really good, opportunity to take my shot on this play. When you face Kyle Shanahan, you cannot do that. You cannot do that because the way that they're always above the chains, the way that he has so many different type of design runs, his play action game, and obviously facing the Brock Purdy, this game manager talk that you're hearing with him, he's far from a game manager. This guy's getting to that line of scrimmage. He's seeing the defenses. He's putting everyone on the same page, and he can be explosive when he needs to be. And so Kyle Shanahan has found his guy. He has found this offense. They're finding their flow. And when they're putting up 30-plus points in these last few games, that's really, really hard to beat. And top of that, you got a defense on the other side of football that's playing at a really high level.
We're talking to KJ Wright here on 95.7 The Game, former linebacker for the Seahawks, Super Bowl champion, Pro Bowler. You can also catch him on Seattle's ESPN 710 AM, The KJ Wright Show. Well, one thing me and my partner KJ were talking about and kind of debating a bit is just, how much of an advantage it is, because you mentioned Lumen Field, formerly CenturyLink, and as someone that has played for the Seahawks, obviously we know about the 12th man, but the 49ers in particular, 3-8 in their last 11 games in Seattle. As a player, did you feel like, specifically against the 49ers, that being at home gave you an advantage? And is that something you can quantify, or is it just kind of an innate feeling that, hey, we've always defended it, and there's no way the Niners are going to beat us here today?
Listen, our fan base is always loud each and every Sunday. So listen up. When the San Francisco 49ers come in town, they take their thing up to a whole new level. They know that this is a cost-down rivalry. They know that this is going to have playoff implications. They know that some way, somehow, we're going to see each other down the line. And so they always bring it whenever we play the San Francisco 49ers. And so you just take it back to the Jim Harbaugh days. You just take it back when Colin Kaepernick, Patrick Willis, Frank Gore, all those guys came into town. This was a heavyweight match. And I do believe that when they see this San Francisco football team, everyone knows how talented they are. Everyone knows that they're going to some way, somehow end up as the number one seed. And so they know they got to bring it. And so when you talk about false start at Lumen Field, when you talk about the quarterback cannot hear at the line of scrimmage, there's going to be silent count. They're going to have to use a lot of signals. They got to, for sure, bring that extra energy, that extra juice. They want to have a chance to win tomorrow.
I assume for the most part, players feel the way they don't like Thursday night games. I'll just assume that. But my question is, after that game on Sunday, where you let a game get away that you think you should have won, any psychological factor come in because it's a short week? Could that benefit or be the detriment to Seattle?
Yes, I for sure think it benefits Seattle because what happens is on a Thursday, when you have a Thursday game, that Monday we don't even watch the film of Sunday's game. We watch highlights and we go straight to our opponent. So I believe for these guys, that type of loss in a regular week will definitely linger on for 2 to 3 days. But they have no choice but to just put that behind them and move on towards the Niners. And so around 2 o'clock, that's when they start practicing. That's when they start doing their walkthrough and just move on from that ugly, really ugly loss that we had against the Rams. And so it does play in Seattle's favor. What we just got to do, man, is our offense. Geno Smith, DK Tyler, we're getting down there. We're making some noise. When we get in the red zone, we're kicking way more field goals than we should instead of touchdowns. So I like what our offense is doing, but that's right now our Achilles heel to keep us from, having a better record. Get down to the red zone, find our identity, and find a way to punch it in for sixes. That's the thing that we're missing right now.
Former Super Bowl champion and former Seahawks Man of the Year, KJ Wright, with us here on 95.7 The Game. You can catch his podcast, KJ All Day. KJ, I do have to ask you about a comment from a former teammate of yours, Richard Sherman, earlier this week. When in talking about Brock Purdy, who you mentioned his ability at the line of scrimmage and what he's done to elevate this 49ers offense, but Sherman said that Brock Purdy would be a face of the league if he was not the Mr. Irrelevant 7th-round pick, but if he was a top guy. Do you buy that sort of draftism argument against Brock, or do you think that Brock Purdy is right where he should be, which is an ascending star?
He's right where he should be. He's an ascending star. He is talented, and he's winning a lot of ball games. Face of the league is a bold statement. I love me some Richard Sherman, but face of the league is a very, very bold statement. He hasn't even completed, how many games has he played? Is he at 17 right now?
Just above, 18.
Games? Yeah, let's let the man have a complete season, plus a little bit more, before we start talking about face of the league type conversation. And so, is there first round bias? 100%. Is there first overall pick bias? You better believe it. And so, he does have this Mr. Relevant seventh round pick on his back right now. Like, keep winning ball games, keep getting your teams in the playoffs, keep making that push, and then we can start having that conversation. So right now, way too fast for that.
As a former linebacker, specifically playing in the middle, when you look at a guy like Fred Warner, he's playing at an extremely high level, coming off an all-pro season, first team. Do you think he's the best middle linebacker in the NFL? And if so, what separates him from the rest?
Fred Warner is the standard. Fred Warner is what it should look like at the linebacker position. Someone that's always prepared, someone that brings tons of energy, someone that gets everyone lined up, and most importantly, someone that's making plays each and every Sunday. I've loved what he's brought to the table since he was a young pup. I would tell him when I saw him, I said, hey, man, you're going to be the real deal. You're going to be the real deal. Just keep working, keep at it. And he's the man right now. He is the best linebacker in the NFL at that Mike position. And rightfully so. He's always making plays. He's always finding a way to get to the ball, punching it out, getting interceptions. And so, when I look at linebackers, and you look at linebacker tape, everyone around the league should go back and watch Fred Warner. When Bobby and I was coming up, we went back and we watched Patrick Willis. What are those guys doing in San Fran? What is Barrow Bowman doing? What is Luke Kuechly doing? And so we always study other linebackers across the league. I believe that when linebackers come into the offseason study, they're looking at number 54.
That's high praise from KJ Wright, former Super Bowl champion with the Seahawks. And finally, I know last time we had you on for a 49ers Seahawks game, you don't want to give us the prediction. I'm not going to ask you to pick against your team. So instead, I'll pose the question like this. Do you think Thursday Night Football, 49ers Seahawks, is San Francisco's game to lose?
Well, look, I'm going to say this. If we could get our red zone woes figured out, we're going to win the ball game. We're going to win the ball game if we get our red zone woes figured out. But as of late, it hasn't been looking pretty. And so San Fran, they're playing at such a high level. It's not even fair how good they are. They're the best team in the NFL, in my personal opinion right now. But if we can get this thing figured out in the red zone, now defense does their thing like they've been doing all year, I got to find out victorious.
Okay. Well, we look forward to it.
That's a big if, though.
I got you. Well, I appreciate you coming on and coming into enemy territory, so to speak, KJ. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you, gentlemen.
Well, that is KJ Wright, former Super Bowl champ and Pro Bowler with the Seahawks. Additionally, a member of the 2022 SEC Football Legends class. You can catch his podcast, KJ All Day, and also hear him on ESPN 7:10 a.m. in Seattle. Well, I mean, that came about as close as we've heard KJ Wright to picking against his former team, and I'm kind of with him, Steiny. I just don't see how the Seahawks win this football game unless Brock Purdy turns it over 2 or 3 times, and we've talked about that before. I don't see that either.
Either that or fumbles.
Yeah.
By non-Brock Purdy personnel. But, yeah, I mean, I think it's safe to say, Evan, that if the 49ers play mistake-free football, somebody's going to have to beat them. And that's not going to be easy.
Yeah. Best team in the league per KJ Wright of formerly the Seattle Seahawks. Coming up next, we'll hit the crossover. Larry Krueger is in for Mark Willard today. Dan Dabley in as always. Steiny and Guru, Evan in for Guru, back with more after this on 95.7 The Game. And also a reminder, it's a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit freedmansappliance.com today. And finally, that segment was brought to you by Flag and Anthem.
It's game time at Flag and Anthem. Get best prices of the
cat.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, happy holidays to everybody out there.
Almost.
Thanksgiving coming up tomorrow, and I'll tell you what, it's just, let me tell you what I'm thankful for. 2:06.
Oh.
2:12.
Nice.
We already
today.
Gibbs, I'm telling you right now, if you dig your feet in,
Steiny,
I'll be defiant.
You can be as defiant as you want to be. You could leave now.
Don't tempt him.
But I know this. You got nowhere to go except home to a dog that you can't stand. So
I love my dog.
We do have somewhere to go.
Okay.
I love my dog. Welcome, Larry Kruger and Dan Dibley.
That ain't right.
Yes, sir.
What kind of dog you got, Steiny?
It's like a lab retriever.
She
mix.
is the absolute best. She completes me, this dog. She and I have a kinship.
White lab, brown lab, dark
She's a
lab?
golden.
Golden. Ah, golden.
She is red like the head.
Golden retriever. I have a golden retriever.
She's beautiful.
She's not a retriever, but she's kind of.
She has retriever tendencies, though.
See, the golden retriever shed more than the lab.
She
sheds a little bit.
Untrained and untethered. She's an open book. If she saw you, she would bark at you, growl at you, and then go two paws up on you and lick you like you were the last lollipop on earth.
Very friendly.
Very affectionate. She loves the dibber.
I wonder where that part came from, because I was with you like the first few characteristics, like, that's Steiny. He's just going to yell at you, growl at you.
Yeah, no doubt.
And then jump on you and lick you. I don't know where she learned that.
Well,
yeah, seriously.
Secretly, deep down, Steiny's full of love. And he doesn't ever want you to know that because he's got this gruff exterior.
Oh, no.
And I'm down on Draymond and this and that.
No, I'm a softie.
Steiny is as soft as it comes.
Big old teddy bear.
He's a sweetheart.
Ask my youngest daughter, who I've never disciplined in my entire life.
You?
In fact, more like vice versa. She tells me what to do.
I saw it when she was 2 years old.
Yeah.
Steiny and I were walking through his own living room, and this is going back now maybe 15 years. And we walked by in front of the TV without any comment. There was no eye contact. And this young lady looked up and said, "No, Daddy." And he was like, I didn't say anything. "No, Daddy." And it was like, okay.
How many kids do we have between us? Now, I have 4.
Among us.
Among us, sorry.
10. Not counting Evans.
TBD.
I have 4.
TBD.
I have 3.
That we know of.
7.
I got 3.
You have 4, Larry?
Yeah.
I have 4.
I got 3 not done.
You guys.
Yeah.
Evan?
Yeah.
Huh?
Hey, you know what?
0.
Well,
you know
we have
that's
to comb
exactly.
the greater
Precisely.
Salem area.
Yeah, I have lived around the country.
That
as far
still
as I
gets
know.
us to 10, which could win a bet. John has this bet.
What?
He says it's his Thanksgiving Day miracle bet. He's got 4 receivers in tomorrow's games that have to combine for 600 yards.
Oh, that's right.
But, 2 guys get 200. There can be a laggard. So if it was like, hey, you guys need 10 kids among the 4 of you, and you have 0, we still got it.
Still time.
I'm calling it the Turkey Day Miracle. It's Amon-Ra St. Brown, CeeDee Lamb, Terry McLaurin, Ayuk, combined for 600 yards or more, plus 45,000.
Oh, my God.
How much
you got
you
a
throw
shot.
on it?
You got a shot.
Yeah, so they usually average 150.
You put $10 on it, that's $4.5 right
You know
there.
what you need?
Yeah.
You need Devin Witherspoon and Tariq Woolen to bump into each other in the pregame, and then you might have a
Well,
shot.
you can go for 60, but Terry Mack can go for, $160 against the Cowboys somehow, some way.
CeeDee Lamb's been
Time.
hot, right?
I think that
awesome, man.
McLaurin is the big X factor
That's
to
what
me
John said.
because
Yeah.
Dallas's
Look at you guys.
defense has been good. CeeDee Lamb has been like $120 getting out of bed, and
Yeah.
Ayuk has been fantastic. And Amon-Ra St. Brown, sneaky, has been one of the top 5 receivers all year. So for me, it comes down to
Scary
McLaurin
Terry.
against
Well, you
because-
might be able to get garbage time points with McLaurin, right? Because Dallas is probably going to win that game.
You'd think.
Yeah, but the
So
problem is
they'll be throwing it in the second half.
wham, bam, here I am on his back. No one's been sacked more than Sam Howell. So you worry about Houston and, Yeah, I mean,
nobody's throwing for more yards than Sam Howell either.
Right, it's because he has to, because they aren't very good. They can't run the ball, and they're always trailing in games.
Yeah, but that's what he needs. He needs yards.
No, you're right. But Dallas's D has been, really good other than the Niner game.
Well, Washington's also quietly been in a lot of games. Like, they haven't won a bunch of them, but they've been hanging around. So.
Seriously, and they couldn't beat the Giants.
Tommy DeVito. I mean,
seriously,
right off his mom's couch.
Got DeVito?
Thank you.
That's good.
Hey,
too.
Who woke him up?
Is there
Oh my God! Checkout time. It's 11:30 at the motel.
He's got 4 minutes left.
Seriously, knock on Steiny's door. Excuse me, sir. You gotta go. I'm trying here, ma'am.
Any chance Sam Howell's not in our league right now?
He is, I believe, Lucas's quarterback.
Lucas, good.
Yeah. So sorry, Steiny.
Lucas also has.
Lucas is the commissioner and dominant in this league.
He's
right?
got Guy Charbonneau, the Seahawks backup too, this backup running back for Seattle.
He always seems like he gets. That's the only thing in playing that we have. Whatever. It's a 14-team league.
Yep.
Yeah.
It makes like waivers just like don't even bother with.
Especially when you have 17 bench spots.
Well,
thanks, Luke.
I've lost 3 quarterbacks. I'm down to Dorian Finney-Smith.
Well,
that's my quarterback.
It's actually Dorian Thompson-Robinson is who you have.
Yeah, Finney-Smith is with the man.
Oh, that's right.
But no wonder you're struggling.
Yeah. I'm
struggling.
7-4.
One of them's a good 3-point shooter.
Yeah, and you are.
Maybe you're not struggling. Excuse me, I've confused
you against me this week?
It's me that's struggling. Yeah, probably.
No, your team stinks. Your team was a get well soon for me last week.
That's because I did.
Light them up.
It was a bad week. It was a bad week.
Of course.
But you had a huge week.
I've had the same week I've had every week. My team is legit. Don't look at my record. My record is unsightly, but my point total, your team, you're fading. Your team is Michael Crabtree.
I know.
Steiny. You're running a fade route.
But that's solely because of the quarterback position.
4 weeks ago, you were bumping your gums about, you were doing press conferences and you were boasting about this and touting that. Your team you're on the way out.
I got
You will not make
Kirk
the playoffs.
Cousins, Daniel Jones. I picked up Zach Wilson, who just got hurt.
That's smart.
Well,
Deshaun Watson.
by a bench.
4 quarterbacks that I've gone through. But you know what? I'm like Kyle Shanahan. Just give me somebody, and I'll win.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
It's like Dib's team. I mean, you're kind of like the.
Better
Niners.
hope I don't get a Brock Purdy.
Should outsmart everyone with
Who does have Brock
13
Purdy in our
personnel.
league?
You're playing 3 tight ends, right?
Yeah, 13 personnel. I was playing 3 tight ends, and then I got rid of Dalton Knox. And now that I don't have Dallas Goedert anymore, I'm going to more of a classic 12 personnel.
Okay.
Or 21, actually, with the 2 running backs and the 1 wide receiver.
You're not afraid to go pro 2 style.
You know
pro
what?
Style
I will go pro style, and I prefer to go 11 personnel.
I'd like to see you go with a fullback.
That's one running back and 1 tight end.
I think check is out there.
I've taught you well.
Yeah.
My fantasy team is basically I should run 1 personnel, which is Tyreek Hill. Just get Tyreek the ball, and all the rest of you just do what you can to stay the heck out of the way.
By the way, Purdy is Willard. Willard has Purdy in our league.
Huh.
Oh, I thought it was
But he doesn't
Chris.
start him.
Chris O'Donnell or O'Connell.
Ocon piece.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
He doesn't start him?
I don't think so. I mean, Larry's
doesn't have
making
the
stuff
guts.
up. Larry's trying to transition.
No. John told me in my ear Purdy is a Willard, product.
Well,
He's on the bench
his team is
Willard.
named after Brock, but he couldn't get him. He's a little late to the party.
Yeah.
His team's also in trouble.
Brock-a-doodle-doo.
Hope he's listening.
Yeah, your team is solid. You're going to make the playoffs.
The genitals.
And I hate to praise JT Lucan, a guy who I all but ushered into adulthood.
JP.
That's a story for another day.
John Paul.
Yeah, John Tall.
Mm-hmm.
He's very tall. John Tall Lucan.
One with the mustache.
He's 6'3". That's what we call him. But
I thought so JP?
It's JP.
I'm 6'5". but-
Yes, JT. He's John Tall.
Classic.
His team is
Hands on his wallet.
Gotta
his team is
clarify his
also very good. Yeah.
So you're Matt's matchless
I
team?
didn't. I didn't.
He didn't come
If
up
I
with a
lose
team
this week,
name.
I've got
Lucas-
Mahomes, you got Zach Wilson. If I lose this week, I'm
not going to have Zach Wilson.
Just like draft night, he auto.
I'm going to I'll get Finney Smith in there.
Well,
or
don't
I'll
get me started, Evan, on what happened on draft
Well, you're
night.
still in the league, so I'm glad you hung around because I know
All
after
right,
draft
you're
day it was-
listening.
You do a
couldn't get my
Matt
money
Steinmetz
back.
walk out of the
Evan.
studio.
You got Taylor Swift's
You're
boyfriend
listening to
on this.
95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM.
You really are.
At HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube powered by First NorCal Credit Union. One of the things what Thursday meeting was that? It was a few Thursdays back.
Yeah.
Higgins said something like, Cross is just, it's free. It's free flowing, free flowing. You guys, You're not feeling it? Just
you can go long, you cut it short. I mean, just whatever you're feeling.
That's all.
Steiny.
Sounds like a guy wants to run to the parking lot.
Got 1 foot in, 1 foot out.
No, but now it's like...
Are you barding, by the way?
Now it's like Mr. Hand. It's like now we're on
our time. Exactly. But when you think about it from a selfless standpoint, if you know that this quarter hour, 2 to 2:15, is the highest rated hour for me, and I'll show you a picture of my baby because it's that important to me. Look at this, Steiny.
Is that what you're calling it these days?
Well, now I would make a self-effacing joke.
Look at that baby.
I don't want to see any more pictures of your freaking baby.
So
I got a bunch of pictures of this baby, and it's because of this quarter hour that I can afford diapers.
How do we know that if I don't walk out of here right now, ratings don't double?
Because they don't. We've seen it.
I don't think he's walked out enough to know yet. I think we need some more data.
I think there's a decent sample of him walking out.
Need some more data.
If you take Bart today, I hope you get the same guy that Barted in with me from the creek, who stood up in the car and said, "Nobody F with me." It's like, dude, really? Put his hands in the air. Nobody F with me.
Right.
All right.
Is he a Seahawk? Is he going to be playing for Seattle tomorrow?
I don't know, but he was inbound. He was going inbound. So maybe he wasn't going outbound.
Did you decide to F with him just on principle?
I mean, I just started laughing and shaking my head like, come on, bro. Seriously.
I am a big move to the next car guy. I don't need anybody. And God love him. But I just do your thing. I'll move to the next car.
Well, unless, of course, there's Bart.
You're non-confrontational at this point.
Exactly. Hey, by the way, I'd like to start a new... I was thinking about this as I drive home. This is not for nothing. Everybody says I'm heartless. I'm not everybody. So I'm driving home. Hey, Lucas. All right, I'm not going to tell you. Let me tell you what I'm not going to tell you. The skateboarders are going to be disappointed. Here's my thing. You know how when you drive on Embarcadero and you go by Justin Herman Plaza?
Yeah.
But then across into the middle where they skateboard?
Right.
These guys are unreal. Have you ever seen these skateboarders?
Yeah.
They're unreal.
They're decent.
They got skill.
I throw them a few bucks.
Oh, it's good.
I throw them some money.
The down payment for the meth.
Because you're
oh, boy.
There's no way they're doing what they're doing on meth. There's no way.
There's no way they're doing it without it being.
I was going to say, you could make the argument actually it enhances their ability.
Come on. No,
they're incredible.
I know a couple of, not those skateboarders, but I know a couple in that demographic and of that ilk, and they're not on the meth.
No, they might be on that. It's like
they might be dabbling in the lettuce.
I mean, there's probably no Shaun Whites in there, but there's a couple guys who know what they're doing.
There's some Shaun Greens.
You get to enjoy them for 2 to 3, 3 to 5 minutes when you're stuck in traffic.
Trying to paint the picture like it's the freaking X Games or something. Come on.
I'm just saying.
Well, have you ever tried to get on a
I'm just saying. I'm watching them. I'm on my way home. I'm in traffic, and I'm thinking, you know what? Thank you. These guys are good.
Did you guys have a skateboard?
Here's $3.
A skateboard phase?
I had a longboard.
No.
I was on a Big Banana in 1978.
Oh, look at you.
For sure. Yeah. So before the skateboard became the skateboard.
I seriously, I was like 12, maybe 11. I had was it something Peralta? It was sweet.
Johnny?
I loved it. Killer Santa Cruz board. Then I had a Peralta.
Mm-hmm.
Big on my trucks. I like to talk. I was talking a lot of trucks
Hot Wheels
back in the day. But now, not as much anymore. I got rid of that thing. I tried
Once
to buy
the
my
skateboard became an airborne device, I was out. Like once you got into, being able to ollie and like we're gonna jump and
slide down rails and
right. When it was a mode of transportation, I was in on skateboarding. And that's what it was in 1978 when I would skateboard from my house to the Marin Pizza Pub in San Rafael and play video games. I would steal quarters from my dad and skateboard down. The skateboard was a mode of transportation. But once, these kids...
It is now, too. There are guys with motorized skateboards.
True. But what Steiny's talking about are people who are doing...
Tricks.
Up steps and down railings and stuff.
And the fact that you take Embarcadero to get to the Bay Bridge is more troubling than your assessment of skateboarding.
Carpool. With carpool.
You do casual carpool?
I have a sticker.
You can get on right at the last...
I'll go Embarcadero. I'm not afraid to go Embarcadero.
Embarcadero's gotten better. Shut up, Steinmetz. Embarcadero I'd stay away from.
What do you do, Dibs? You wind through the city, a little left, a little right?
I do a wind through, yeah. I don't do battery. I do the...
APEC conference route?
Yeah, exactly. I go down front and then do a little... I don't think it's Stewart, but it's Maine. Maine to Harrison
eventually I
and
cut
up.
left and go to Embarcadero, and then
you're very efficient.
But right at the old Gordon Biersch. Remember the old Gordon Biersch?
Yes, of course, yeah.
It's a great
That's
spot.
where you would turn right to go onto the freeway.
That's Harrison, yeah.
Yeah, I go past that.
Right, because you have the.
Oh, wait a second. So you're going the carpool lane.
Yeah.
Correct. Yeah, the backside. The back.
Well, because he's got
Exactly.
that electric car sticker that he rolls with.
Look at you.
Yeah,
He's doing the right thing for the environment.
Well,
but
he's a
Bart-
1%.
Allegedly.
I took Bart during APEC. I will take Bart again.
You got a Tesla?
It's going to have to.
No.
Come on.
Hybrid.
You got a Leaf? What do you?
He used to have a Leaf.
What's your?
I'm actually driving.
What's your battery?
It's a VW
vehicle?
Volkswagen.
Okay.
But it was originally the original Volkswagen was supposed to be Susan's car, but she ended up not having to commute at the same time. I had to start commuting.
Gotcha. So you made the intelligent,
Right.
It's the nicest car I've ever had.
There you go.
Because I never needed a nice car.
My other car's a Tahoe, and then I came into the old lot at
Chevy
over on
Battery,
Sansom
yeah.
Battery, and I thought,
no chance.
not the right car for this
chance.
No, it's the reason why Guru generally has got the caddy.
Man.
Always in the lot because you don't want to mess around in there. It's a labyrinth. Kind of like occasionally San Francisco. But honestly, yesterday getting out of the city over to Oakland, I had to go out to Moraga. It took me like an hour and a half to get to Moraga.
Country,
It's amazing that you made it out of the mean streets of Moraga and you're back here today.
It was.
I gave him a pass. I let the people know he was coming.
Is that where your set is in Moraga?
I did, yeah, when I throw it up, I had to navigate a couple of bullet holes and pretty much paper airplanes being thrown in my car.
Yeah.
I was out there for St. Mary's. But
basketball?
Yeah.
Nice.
The McKeon Center, right? Or
used to be McKeon, University Credit Union Pavilion now.
I am definitely catching a St. Mary's game this year.
We got to go.
I know.
That Gonzaga matchup is always fun.
Big Randy Bennett.
Rivalry game, kind of like one we got tomorrow, right?
Who? Who's St. Mary's rival
He's
game?
trying to transition, but Stein.
Who is?
He's talking about Niners Seahawks.
No,
of course.
Who's St. Mary's rival?
Gonzaga. Yeah, Gonzaga. It should be Santa Clara, but it's not. And it could be USF, but it's not.
It used to be USF, right?
Right.
Well, logistically, but for men's basketball, since the two top teams in WCC, it's always Gonzaga. They win it most years. And then St. Mary's has snuck in conference title here and there. Kind of like, the last, 11 trips? Niners sneaking a win or two against.
That's funny. By the way, speaking of Gonzaga.
That was just so inflammatory.
How does Randy
earlier.
Bennett get all those international players?
Pipeline.
He was the original pipeline.
I know, seriously. I wonder how he established that.
He found one.
Patty Mills.
Daniel Kickert?
Oh,
well, yeah. Patty Mills first. Or was
Patty Mills was the first NBA Australian.
Yeah.
But they had
but the original Australian was only
Jock Landale.
Omar Samhan, where is he from?
I got terrible.
I think
he's from San Ramon.
He was a Bay Area guy.
Villanova knows him though. Yeah, he used to terrorize him.
I'll leave you this one. It's a big fella about Omar Samhan. I laugh every time I hear his name. He was really good in college, right?
Yeah.
Remember him?
Yeah. Did the Warriors bring him in for a tryout or something?
We were out one night with Travis Schlenk, who is was a front office guy. And
is he still?
No. This is back when he was with the Warriors
I know,
in his front office.
Okay.
He's with Washington now.
Oh, he is.
St. Mary's beat somebody in the first round. Dana goes to Schlenk. I figured out who you should draft. He's like, I know who the Warriors should go out.
The big fella.
And Schlenk's like, who? He's like, no, seriously, this guy's a game changer. Schlenk goes, who? And he goes, Omar Samans. Just to this day, because he wasn't very athletic.
No.
But he's a smart player.
Good college player, but not great
post. He was a big man, though. The Warriors needed a big man.
This is what I mean about our guy. This is what he did. This is what he said to me the other day. This is our guy, Dana. It was after the Warriors Oklahoma City game. He goes, hey, I told you that guy hologram is good. Meaning Chet Holmgren.
Yeah. That's so good.
All right, gents. Well, listen, I got to get to, I got some turkey to buy.
You're not buying turkey.
Yeah, or is it ham?
You didn't order it? If you didn't order it, man, I don't know.
I got
No,
it.
he's solo with the dog. He's getting
Not yet.
turkey
Not yet.
cold cuts.
We are celebrating a small one
Are you going
tonight.
butterball? I mean, you got a game plan here?
Somebody's got
Colt
a game
McKivitz told me yesterday Butterball is his turkey of choice.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
Butterball. They inject it with butter.
Yeah, that's spoken like a good offensive line.
That's McKivitz special.
No doubt. Hey, Steiny, have a great Thanksgiving.
Yes,
and,
sir.
I guess we'll see you back on Monday.
Yes, I want everybody out there to be safe. Happy Thanksgiving to everybody. Good job, Evan. Have a great one, everybody.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, yeah, it's a loosey-goosey Wednesday. It is Willard and Dibs here on 95.7 The Game. Matt Steinmetz is off for a good long weekend. Evan Giddings, great job filling in for the Goo as well. And it's my pleasure to bring in my good friend, somebody who I've known for, a long, long time in the business. My guy, Larry Krueger, in the building. What's going on, Larry?
Oh, somebody hand me my muff.
Yep.
Thank you.
And we'll get your camera set up too. It's these cameras are smart cameras, and so I actually accidentally just took your camera. So I need to figure out how to get my own camera. So I'll get me on me, and we'll focus you on you, and then we'll get everything settled here in the new studios at 95.7 The Game.
If you look at me and you say, "Man, there's a man in great pain," my wife for her birthday wanted to go for a long hike. And
Is it today?
No, it was Monday.
Okay.
And so we went down to, what's it called? Land's End? Right there.
It's a beautiful hike.
Oh.
Where'd you start? By the Lincoln Park golf course?
Yeah, right there
by the 17th hole.
And it's just a million stairs down, a million stairs up, a million stairs down. I said to her, "You're trying to kill me, right? You're trying to kill me off." I mean,
what's the life insurance like?
Yeah, seriously. I think that, said what you and your next husband are going to enjoy a great existence with the kids, spending whatever money we have left. So there you go. But
Did you go all the way to the Cliff House and back?
Yes.
You went all the way.
We did the entire thing. We walked all the way through the thing and all the way back.
Right.
And my quads are just dying right now.
It's a tough one.
Absolutely dying.
Yeah. The last long run I did before, when I was training to do another ultra marathon, I started right where you started, and I ran all the way to Fort Funston and back. So you go past the Cliff House,
stairs?
down. The stairs are brutal. So on the way back, I went, up and down to the Cliff House, and then you run flat along the Great Highway, and you go about 5 miles down past the zoo, and you go to Fort Funston, and then you turn around. I did a little bit of a loop actually around the lake. Is that Lake Merced?
Yeah, Lake Merced.
Did the Lake Merced loop, and then came back along the Great Highway. And it was about a 16 or 17 mile run.
Damn.
And I was feeling great. And then I got to the stairs on the way back. And your boy was dying. And I wasn't sure I was going to make it.
Oh, seriously. My kids were like, "Dad, you can be all right?" I'm like, swearing at them and, just all kinds of things that I can't say on the radio.
Totally. You're like, "Daddy's not going to be okay." And
like any of you care.
Right. "Hey, Dad, what's my college fund looking like? Because I'm, concerned about your ability to earn going forward."
"Dad, you might want to give me your codes right now because you may not make it back to the car." Oh, man. It was rough.
Yeah.
It was rough. But we did hit my favorite Cantonese place in West Portal for dinner. The great Shu Lung. Loved it.
Shout it out.
Great spot.
There was an old sandwich spot right there by the old train station that I used to go to. I can't remember the name of it.
In West Portal?
Yeah. It's right there, right by the train tunnel where you go underneath. It's on that same half a block.
Yeah, I think it was like a Mr. Submarine back in the day.
Yeah. That sounds right.
Yeah.
Great
by the
stuff.
Empire Theater.
Yeah, look at you.
Look at you.
Memories of West Portal. I lived on 16th and Vicente for...
the Inner Sunset.
Correct. For about a year. And I was living there during one of my most famous rants ever. It was before I was on the air. It was the night of the Rockets and Knicks NBA Finals game.
95?
Correct. And I'm watching the game, and all of a sudden they take the game and they put it into a little box on the corner of the screen, And in the big box, it's some dude driving a white Bronco through L.A., and I was furious. So I called up Kron at the time before I had ever worked
You didn't know it was OJ?
I knew it was OJ.
Oh, okay.
But I was infuriated by the fact that they had the game in the little box and they had a slow-moving non-chase in the big box. So I called Kron, and I would go on to work there 4 or 5 years later as a PA and then as a floor director with our mutual friend Gary Radnich.
The great G-Rad.
At the time, I was just a civilian, and I was infuriated. So I called Kron, and hello, can you do me a favor? Can you put the game in the big box, and can you put the chase in the small box? No, sir, we can't do that. I called back like 9 different times. I was so mad. Like, do I need to see a slow-moving Bronco in a full screen with, Ewing, oh, yes, in the small screen? Transpose it. That's all I wanted, Larry.
Have you ever watched the documentary, the 30 for 30 documentary?
I have, yeah.
It's a great documentary. If there's no narrator, they just go through it, I think, that whole day. Because that also was the day that Arnold Palmer had some big day at was it Oakmont?
It was his last round in the U.S. Open.
Yeah, last round of the U.S. Open. He was very emotional. And it's a really well-done documentary where they don't have any narrator, and it's really, really well done. But it shows Bob Costas as who Bob Costas really is, which is kind of a neurotic, nerdy guy. Okay. He's like, what do I say? Is it going to be, it's like he's sharing the deal with Tom Brokaw, right, who's there for NBC News. And he's like, but what do you mean? I already said I'm Bob Costas. It's like one of those kinds of debates with somebody in his ear, know. But it's a really well done documentary. 30 for 30 on whatever date that was, 1995.
It was June something.
It was also the Rangers parade in New York. That was the daytime event. Then the Knicks played the Rockets at the MSG, and then OJ's got the chase going. It's a good documentary. I would definitely recommend.
No doubt. Larry Kruger's in for Mark Willard. It's day 3 of my fill-in jamboree. I had Dan Devone, loved it. Had John Dickinson yesterday, adored it. And now I got Larry Kruger, and we're going to talk about all things Niners and Golden State Warriors. But today, I think with you, Larry, we do want to kind of drill down on this Niner game. It's a little bit of a Niner pregame, not to be mistaken by the actual lead up, the kickoff show tomorrow from 2 to 5 right here on 95.7 The Game, which will be leading up to the Thanksgiving night game. I think is that Evan Giddings tomorrow in Low Neal? Yes, it is. I got that right. I wanted, and Mark Grandy, are you on overtime tomorrow? That is true. Okay, look at me.
Look at that.
I'm pulling stuff out of the nether regions.
Same church, same pews, going to be on the pregame now?
I love it. I couldn't agree with you more. And I need to do one of those pregames with him. Neal. I do too. I love Low Neal. And just a quick Low Neal story, and I could
Low Neal belongs in the hall.
And I was the one who came up with the break the seal with Low Neal slogan.
Go to hell, Dibs.
Yes, Low. Eventually I will, and you know that. And it's one of the things that Low and I have talked about ad nauseum. So I did Jolo and Dibs for about 3 years and change. Great morning show here.
Epic extravaganza.
Low would show up at 4 o'clock, and the show was 6 to 10. Joe Fortenbaugh would show up about 4:30. And he'd be grinding on his pregame. Joe's got numbers and Joe's got data, and Joe would have his head down.
The Titans against the spread in odd number weeks against the NFC North.
11-4-1, Larry, as you know. And he would have all the data.
It was amazing with that guy.
And he still is. Yeah. And he's made a great career out of it.
It was amazing.
I couldn't be more proud of anyone other than Joe Fortenbaugh and what has happened with his career. So Joe would be in there grinding over those stats. And Low and I would sit out in the old green room, and we would talk about family, relationships, Jesus, life in the East Bay, golf, whether or not it was a forward lateral on that famous play that launched them.
Music City Miracle?
Yes. The Music City debacle, I called it, and he would always get mad at me. And Kevin Dyson 1 yard short in the Super Bowl. We had Kurt
Mike
Warner
Jones
on a couple weeks ago, all that. So I love
Low.
Low.
Made the tackle for the Rams.
Yeah, exactly.
Otherwise, Low would have been wearing a ring.
Exactly. And I think if Low was wearing a ring, he would be in the Super Bowl, or he'd be in the Hall of Fame, rather. Also, if
he
Low
definitely belongs in the Hall.
I also think that, and this is getting way off track, but a lot of times we look at people for the Hall of Fame based on what they are currently doing for NFL Network. And so I think that if Lowe was more of a fixture on national sports and football TV, he might have a better chance as well, which I think is a shame. But he belongs there.
He belongs there. He belongs there. I think of guys that belong in the Hall of Fame, I think of Roger Craig and I think of O'Neal. Those two guys. And by the way, not that they're going to make this a heavy topic, but Fred Warner, who I love, great guy, gave his top 5 linebackers of all time. Did you see who's on his top 5 linebackers of all time?
I did not see this, no.
Patrick Willis 1, Ray Lewis 2, Bobby Wagner 3, Luke Kuechly 4, Dre Greenlaw 5.
Okay, Fred. All right.
No Lawrence Taylor.
Well,
no Junior Seau, no Ham, no Lambert. I mean, I know you didn't see Ham and Lambert, but come on, LT. You can't have a linebacker list without LT.
Yes, but I guess when I think about LT, I don't think about true linebackers.
You think a defensive end.
Exactly. He was more of the original edge rusher to me. And I know LT did play some linebacker, and he was a great run stuffer. LT was an absolute game wrecker.
What do you think of Junior, though? I mean, you got to have Junior in there, too.
I think so. Junior was more of a true linebacker, although he definitely would rush the passer. He could cover.
Rushed the passer to
he
SC.
could tackle and all the rest of it. I think Junior belongs on there. And if you do a top 5 defensive player of all time, LT's on that list. So how can he not be on your top 5 linebacker list?
Yeah. Come on.
If you just did a top 5.
Yes, he bought cocaine on television, but still.
Fine. That was off the field.
Yeah.
And,
I got set up.
what did Ray Lewis do? And I love Ray Lewis. I met Ray Lewis.
Yeah, that's true. Ray Lewis.
The sunglasses I wear are from Ray Lewis's Super Bowl party in Miami that Low Neal took me to.
Nobody's had a more incredible rebound in life than Ray Lewis.
It's up there.
Yeah.
For sure. And so, I don't know. If you do a top 5 defensive players of all time, Lawrence Taylor's on that. So
he might be the greatest defensive player who ever played.
He might be. And I don't know, who else you would look at to be in that company. You could go to Reggie White, certainly. You could go to...
Dion.
Right?
I think if you go back to front, for me, I'm putting Ronnie Lott on that list.
Right.
But Ronnie and LT were in the same draft class, and LT got the hardware that year. So
Rookie
Reggie White, maybe Aaron Donald, to be honest.
Yeah. He's had a, good, long, prolific career.
Bruce Smith.
Exactly. And that's why with defense, I think in football, too, you have to kind of, cleave it to where you've got your front, your linebackers, your secondary, and then when you talk best of in that way. But it gets complicated because Lawrence Taylor was technically a linebacker, but he was just a straight-up game wrecker.
Awesome. Incredible. Most amazing play. So incredibly destructive. Just an absolute wrecker. The text line says Derek Thomas, too, the late Derek Thomas.
Yep, from the 925 on the Comcast Business text line, and I think that's a good one as well. We will talk Seahawks and Niners today. Dave Softy Mahler going to join us for a hot second. I was talking to Softy earlier, trying to book him on the show.
Right.
And his show actually starts at 3, but he so wants to be a part of this that he told me, I'll call you during my commercial break. So we're going to get Softy for about 6 or 7 minutes.
Dude, he was on the Krug show on YouTube.
He was?
Yes, he was. And let's just say this. Do not ask him to replicate what he dropped over there because it was expletive-laden tirade against people who rip Brock Purdy, and it was just epic.
Good.
Epic.
And I wonder about that. And we can get into this all show. It's Kruger and Dibbs here on 95.7 The Game, and we'll get into all the Seahawk nuance, who's up, who's out in terms of the health of the game and what the Niners need to do to win this game and how likely they are to win, and also go on and maybe capture the 2 seed in the NFC, maybe the 1 seed. Larry's got all the insight on the Niners and the entire conference as well as we get into what is a short week with the Seahawks game coming up now in just 27 hours.
Yeah. It's funny. Yesterday, they did all their prep in one day. They play Sunday.
Yep.
They were off Monday. They had everything on Tuesday. They're off today. They play on Thursday. And Matt Nahigian made a great point.
Look
about seriously. The Sunday Thursday thing is it just doesn't work. It just doesn't work. I mean, it's Thanksgiving, and that's great. We all want Turkey Day football. But you can't say over here we care about player safety, and then over here have guys play a football game on Sunday,
right?
And those same guys run it back on Thursday. And there's a lot of talk that the NFL is kind of dabbling with the idea of Saturday ball during the month of December as a way to maybe get rid of Thursdays and try to maybe get into that Saturday slate and maybe even compete against college.
Maybe, and I think in December it tends to be when college goes away anyway, so you can do that. I think that the best way to do it would be to have Thursday, but you only have a Thursday when you had a bye the week before. So you have that chance to get that extended break going into a game. So nobody would go from Sunday to Thursday. You'd go from the previous Sunday, and you'd have the extended bye going into the Thursday, and then you'd have the extended bye essentially coming out of the Thursday.
Yeah, I mean, that makes the most sense. That absolutely makes the most sense. I will say this. I asked the guys, what do you cut out? And they're like, everything, basically. Almost all of the preparation that you would normally do.
Right.
They're just, rapid fire. They're these guys are watching the film before they even get on the plane. They're watching the film from the Sunday game. They were home, of course, but if they had been on a plane, they would be watching it on the bus to the airport.
Yeah.
Hufanga told me that he watches the film like 5 times before the plane even lands.
Jeez. And we'll get into the Hufanga impact. I know you've got takes on Jair Brown and what he will mean for the Niner defense coming up tomorrow against Seattle. Kruger's in for Willard. We've got all kinds of Niner Seattle preview and breakdown. Softy Mahler will join us. A dollop of Warriors takes. I know Larry's got a lot of opinion on what's been going on and whether or not they're actually back or not. But 888-957-9570. How you feeling going into the Seahawks game, Niner fans? We want to hear from you. We are sponsored by the Caltrans Stormwater Program. It's Willard and Dibbs with Kruger in for Mark on 95.7 The Game.
Let's change this to that by picking up after our pets, reducing pesticide use, and
Stop whopping me.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
It's become a great drop here on 95.7 The Game, and the man who didn't want to be whopped anymore, Larry Krueger. Yes, and that's what the whop is. When
Stop whopping me.
When somebody drops a name, when somebody goes out of their way to name drop, you get the whoop. And that's what Larry was doing, and you took umbrage. Stop whopping me.
Seriously, if I said
you got mad.
If I mentioned the Krug show, all of a sudden I get whopped.
You do. It's more of a whoop, but you can call it the whop if you want, and it's kind of hilarious that you do. You know?
Yes.
It's great. Kruger's in for Willard here on 95.7 The Game. That's better. Okay. And coming up at 3 o'clock, and get the whoop ready because Larry's about to whoop it up with our guest at the top of the hour, Alex Boone.
The Boonster.
Do you know Alex at all?
Oh, heck yeah. He's my go-to guy, man.
Stop whopping me.
I made that guy.
Yeah, you did.
I made that guy. Yeah, between Boone.
I cuffed him around one time.
And Whitner. Boone, during the Harbaugh years, man, the locker room would open. A candlestick. Remember, it was really packed.
Oh, boy.
And I'd go right to Whitner and Boone because they were the best talkers on the team. They were independent thinkers. They had their own opinions. They would never give you I gotta watch the film. No, for some reason they didn't need to watch the film. They could give you their opinion in real time. So yeah, I love the Boonster.
Whitner and Boone would both do that for you.
Absolutely. And then the Tavares Gooden used to freestyle rap. Do you remember Tavares Gooden, former Miami Hurricane linebacker who was a special teamer during the Harbaugh era? Good man. But yeah, Boone's awesome. Boone's incredible. Boone gave me an interview when the Niners lost to the Ravens in New Orleans in the Super Bowl, and nobody wanted to talk. Of course, you just lost the freaking Super Bowl.
Right.
Nobody wants to talk. And he Saw me walking around. He's like, "You need an interview, don't you?" And I said, "I do, dude. Radio station put me in a hotel for a week. I've been, partying like a rock star in the quarter for 6 days in a row on the company dime."
Oh, what a week that was.
I got to show how many times can I, party with Chris Townsend till 4 a.m., 5 a.m. The show I was doing was on from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m., Dibs. 11 a.m. to 2 p.m., 9 a.m. to noon at the time, West Coast, 11 to 2 Central. And that might be the best time to be on the air during the Super Bowl week.
Bro, I was on.
Nobody's doing anything in New Orleans.
I was doing mornings, and so I was loving it because I was on from 8 to noon. Shout out the Rise guys.
Yeah.
Whitey Crides and Dibs. And our old producer, Mitch Moss, who we all now know from VSiN. Mitch Moss is doing VSiN out there in Vegas, and he has for years now, but he was our producer. And, man, we didn't quite get after it like all of you got after it.
Oh, seriously, passed out in a bush. It was that kind of a week.
Oh, trust me, I did what I could, but I still had to get up fairly early, and that was the trip where the whole station went. And then colleague Rick Bucher, I'll never forget it.
I came to your guys' dinner. Do you guys remember that?
You showed up at that dinner?
I showed up at the 95.7 dinner.
That's right.
When I was working at the other spot.
That's right. And you and I have always been boys, and so I'm sure I was not giving you the
Bucher
cold.
Covered that.
He covered the tab.
He covered the dinner.
And that's why.
There was 20 people there.
And, Rick didn't have necessarily a glorious run here on 95.7 The Game, but that night, I remember walking out thinking, damn, if I knew you were going to pick up the tab, I would have had a couple of appetizers and a couple more cocktails.
Yeah.
Because I was concerned about my pocket. But that thing was about $1,500 now.
Seriously, Rick threw down the
he did.
The whatever he had. MasterCard Black.
Amex, I think.
Amex Black.
Great call there. I forgot that you were there.
Yeah.
Because it was a table of
it was like when I walked
12.
in the room, it was like, are you kidding me? You brought this guy?
Yeah. Was it a Lund invite?
No, it was Townie.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, Townie. He's like, dude, come on, bro. We're bros, dude. You're going to this dinner, dude. I'm like, dude, I don't know. I don't know if the rest of the station's going to dig it.
Oh, that's so funny because it was Bucher and Townie at that time doing afternoons.
Right. And Papa was there. Papa, treated us very well later that night and got us into a bunch of places.
Right.
Great night.
Memories.
Great week. Great week.
Great week until the end.
Until the end.
I remember seeing
the power went out.
So every year, just to bring you all you folks behind the curtain, it's Kruger and Dibs, and it's a little bit of a hang loose Wednesday. So bear with us in story time. But
be safe on those roads as
always.
You're getting away to your Thanksgiving vacation.
And do me a favor, get off the roads before 6:30 when I need to get on the road, because I don't want to be spending an hour and a half in the car on my way back to the GA tonight. So
is that what you're calling it?
That's what I'm calling it right now. It's not Motown. That's Modesto. That's the real Motown, but we call it the GA.
The GA.
Or we call it Snoraga, whichever one you prefer. But one thing about the Super Bowl.
The home of TJ Maxx, by the way.
It's great knowledge, and we have a home goods to die for.
Yeah.
Every year at the Super Bowl halftime performer has a press conference, usually on the Thursday or the Friday of the week leading up to the game. And in New Orleans,
it was Beyonce.
It was Beyonce.
Yeah.
And I've been to 6 or 7 Super Bowls, and you've been to probably more than that. But
no, I've only been to a few.
Usually, that's an event that is kind of a pass. Like I don't need to see Shakira in a press briefing, but I decided I'm going to the Beyonce one. I walk into that press room, and there was about 800 people in there. And when Beyonce, the Queen Bee, when she breezes in for her press avail, you could hear a pin drop. The amount of gasping and breath collecting in that room, unlike anything I've ever seen, other than one other media avail that would rival it.
And that was?
Anna Kournikova at Stanford, fresh off the court. So I'm covering
she was
the old...
a tremendous tennis player.
She sure was. One title. So the old Bank of the West tournament down at Stanford.
I didn't know she won a title. Did she win a title?
One.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and it might have been WTA unsanctioned, but she's playing down at Stanford at the old Tawby Tennis Center, and she plays and she wins, and so we all go in the media room to interview her, and we're there for 10, we're there for 20, we're there for 30 minutes, we're there for 45 minutes.
You waited 45 minutes to talk to a woman who won one tennis tournament?
I'm in a room full of about 70 people, 68 males. She finally comes in fresh out of the shower, fresh off of a glam appearance with the makeup chair. And it was about a 5-question interview, but I other than the Beyonce...
Did you get a question in?
Excuse me, Miss Kornikova.
Dan Dibley, 95-7 the game.
Your two-hand backhand. I mean, your serve.
Did she date Roethlisberger? There was somebody she.
No, that was Gulbis, Natalie Gulbis.
Oh, okay. There you go.
Yeah,
God,
okay.
you know your tennis.
We're into something.
Dating.
Was that on the air, Lucas? No, that was
in your ear. I to peel back the curtain. I said, let's get into a conversation.
Okay.
No one. Okay. If I don't care about this, I can guarantee you, no one else.
Okay.
Good. So now that is good producing.
What's Seattle's base defense, Larry?
Thank you.
Is it a 4-3 or do they run a lot of nickel?
You know, it's funny.
And how does it match up with the Niners?
Thank you. Exactly. In the 21 personnel, don't steal.
It's Witherspoon going up against Ayuk. And
No, this is interesting.
No, it really
Change
is.
your tone of voice, Larry. Come on.
You got to sell it.
Well, no, I'm looking forward to this game, but I think it's going to be a Niner blowout. I do. I think the Niners are quite a bit better than Seattle. I really do.
Due to injury, due to just overall personnel, or
yeah, I mean the Niners have beaten Seattle a ton. Geno is, it was Russell Wilson who had ownage on the Niners. It wasn't Seattle. It was Russell Wilson. Russell Wilson is the guy that was 18-4 against the 49ers. It's not Seattle. So Geno's 0-3 against the Niners, and he doesn't give them problems. I think the Niners are going to win this game convincingly. I really do. And now we'll see. I mean, Brock Purdy's playing really, really well. The one thing about Seattle is they do have this incredible rookie corner, Devin Witherspoon from Illinois, who is looking incredible. Both Debo and Ayuk, yesterday in the locker room.
Stop whopping me.
We had to put that to bed because you could not form a coherent sentence if we kept doing it.
Totally.
But anyway, those guys both mentioned how Witherspoon is really, really good. And he does. He jumps off the film. He's one of the best rookie corners we've seen in the league in a while. You got Tariq Woolen on the other end, on the other corner. They call him Reek, and he's a gigantic corner with long arms. And they have the ability to man up on and play man-to-man against Debo and Ayuk and take those guys away. But look closer into this matchup, and you'll see Seahawks are thoroughly average. I mean, they really are. They've lost 2 of their past 3 games. The Niners are 7-point favorites on the road, but Seattle's mediocre. They're 6-4. They're -2 on point differential. The Niners are plus 122, I think. So I mean, that's it's 2 teams going in different directions. Seattle's good enough to beat. I mean, they're 4-1 at home, so and their place is loud.
Right.
Everybody knows how hard it is to play there. But to me, and the running back, the rookie running back that they have from UCLA, whose name eludes me, but with Kenneth Walker down, their rookie running back is good, and they use him on screen passes a ton.
Yeah,
and the Niners have struggled to stop the screen. So I mean, that's going to be a factor. Can the Niners defend the screen pass? But as long as the Niners are even reasonable against the screen pass, I like the Niners to win by 14.
Yeah, comfortable, and the spread 14 to 7. So
yeah, I'm thinking they're going to win by 14 to 17 points. Zach Charbonnet, that's the rookie running back,
exactly,
who's a hell of a back, right? And he runs super hard, but he runs upright, and the Niners, probably going to, Greenlaw and Warner are going to deal out a bunch of big hits on him. So I definitely like the 49ers to win this game, and I'm eager to see if Brock Purdy can keep it going. I mean, the last 2 weeks, Brock Purdy has played incredible football.
Yeah, fantastic.
Yeah.
Near perfect football. In perfect football last week, if you want to look at quarterback rating, which I find it a little bit surprising that you can have a perfect quarterback rating while not having a quote-unquote perfect game, but that's the nature of QB rating as it relates to the statistical reality of the way they compute it.
Yeah, I mean, Brock's playing great. And he's just, he had the turnover. It's funny, people reacted so strongly to those fourth quarter turnovers. And, Shanahan basically said, hey, I didn't consider making a change because when I watched the film of those games where he supposedly played bad or poorly, it really was just it was those isolated turnovers in the fourth quarter. I mean, obviously you can't have that, right? You can't be turning the ball over 4 times in back-to-back fourth quarters and win games in the NFL. But he's still, I mean, against Minnesota, I think he'd completed like 85% of his passes going to the fourth quarter. That Cincinnati game, Brock Purdy was probably the best 49er on the field.
Minnesota, I thought he was a little bit shaky, to be honest. Early in that game, didn't really, and they had a hard time moving the ball. Offensively, they struggled. The pass game was not as electric as it had been. And Cincinnati, they trailed for so much of that game in the second half that I think that he was put into a spot where the offense is not comfortable to begin with.
He was running for his life in the Cincinnati game. The Cincinnati game was about the 49er defense just was dragging. I mean, Joe Burrow did anything he wanted in that game. They wanted to run it to Mixon. They ran it to Mixon. They averaged 5.4 a carry. They wanted to throw it short. It was open all day. They wanted to throw a screen pass or two. The Niners were nowhere close to making the tackle on any of those plays. So to me, what's happened to Cincinnati since that game is really dramatic. I thought Cincinnati looked like a viable Super Bowl contender coming out of that game. And now Joe Burrow's done for the year, and they're probably done for the year.
Yeah, no doubt. And they're in a spot where, without a quarterback in that division, and they're already staring up at Cleveland and Baltimore and Pittsburgh, they're going to be in a tough spot. Brian Baldinger joined the Morning Roast earlier today, and he talked about what problems Seattle could possibly pose for the Niners. Take a listen.
Well, I mean, there's DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett. I mean, that's a problem. Because I don't care how well you rush the passer or how well you cover, both those guys are capable of making sensational plays. They just are. DK's been hot the last couple of weeks, and he can just change the game on one play. So that's a problem. And then defensively, like this Boye Mafe going into last week, I haven't watched the game yet against the Rams. I'm going to watch it this afternoon, but he had 7 straight games with a sack. Some of these young guys, like this Devin Witherspoon, is a problem.
Yeah.
Like this guy, he hits the way Ronnie Lott hit.
Wow.
Like this guy is a game-changing corner. And he's just an amazing, like he's got a big smile on his face, but that kid loves football and he loves to hit. And so Bobby Wagner is just as smart as they come. He knows this offense. He knows this division. So, you've got a division game. And they took the 49ers to the brink in the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
It took a great play by Amenahu to get the ball out of Geno Smith's hands right in when the game was in the balance to change the game. And that might take that on Thursday night.
Echoing some of the things that you're saying, that's Brian Baldinger from yesterday on with the Morning Roast and talking about the secondary matchups and DK Metcalf. And outside of that, I do think that if the Niners can protect Brock Purdy, I don't know if Seattle has enough defensively to stop the myriad of weapons that the Niners can employ.
Yeah, I mean, and I love Baldy, but Devin Witherspoon is not Ronnie Lott.
Right.
I mean, let's not go crazy on the hitting. Ronnie Lott was Ronnie Lott. Ronnie Lott was in his own category.
And no one nowadays can hit like Ronnie Lott used to hit.
Right. I mean, we had Icky Woods on the Bengal pregame with Lowe, and because he knows him, right? And I asked him about that hit in the Super Bowl, and he was just like, yeah, Ronnie got me. Ronnie got me. And it was a monster hit right in the mouth. And I don't think Icky ran the same way after that. But he's right about Baldy's right about Boye Mafe. That Boye Mafe is a defensive end, played at Minnesota, and like if you look at that box score against the Rams, he had no tackles. But man, he comes flying off the edge. He's just in incredible shape. And the 49ers' big problem in this game is their offensive line. Trent Williams is going to be there at left tackle, but we don't know about pretty much the rest of the line. I mean, Brendel's probably going to start at center. They're hoping that Aaron Banks can start at left guard.
Right.
And if so, he's got turf toe. But he's been out a few weeks now. If he can go at left guard, then Feliciano jumps from left guard over to Burford's right guard spot. Burford is not going to be able to go. Shanahan said yesterday that if the game were Sunday, Burford would be able to go.
Right.
But the fact that it's tomorrow, he's not going to be able to go. So if Banks can play left guard, Feliciano, who's been really good, can play right guard, and then McKivitz is going to, even though he's not 100%, he's got a knee and an ankle, and he's kind of limping around, he'll play that right tackle spot. But if Banks, for whatever reason, can't go, then Feliciano plays left guard. And then it's like Shanahan was asked, who's going to play right guard then? And it's like, I don't know. We'll see. And they signed a guy named Ben Barch off Jacksonville's practice squad. They could use Jalen Moore.
Right.
There's like 9 different guys that they potentially could go with. A bunch of practice squad guys, Corey Luciano, Jesse Davis. They've got 6 or 7 different options there. I would guess it will be Jalen Moore at right guard if Banks doesn't go and Feliciano stays at left guard. But it won't be Burford.
Right.
So,
and does Jalen Moore have the skill set necessary? And in this offense, a lot of offensive line movement in terms of, the zone read and, the stretch game. You have to be able to be mobile. Can Jalen Moore be that mobile at guard to make this run offense still work?
I think so. I think Jalen Moore's a lot more very underrated player. And he could, on many teams, he would be playing a more significant role than he's played thus far. He's ready to go. He's a veteran. He's been in this offense for years. Shanahan says he can play left tackle, left guard, right guard. I mean, they feel pretty good about their depth. So, but they, this is kind of their weak spot. It's like their offense. I mean, this is really what makes the Purdy story so amazing. The guy's number one in like 17 different categories, right. But the Niners' offensive line is like 28th in the NFL in offensive line pass block win rate, which is kind of like the preeminent O-line stat.
Right. So how is that he's able to be so effective with an offensive line that's not winning? Is it the quick pass game? Is it him being able to buy time, stand in to make throws, or all the above?
Yeah, it's a little bit of everything. The guy he processes what he sees. He throws really well with anticipation, so he knows where he's going to go. The ball's coming out pretty quickly. He also has a little bit more mobility than you think. I mean, in the Cincinnati game, he was running for his life, but he was running effectively. So I think it's a little bit of everything. Niners have a strong run game. They got a lot of weapons that they can throw to within 5 to 10 yards of the line of scrimmage. And it's just they've got a group. They got a nice group of talent. I mean, I think Debo could go off in this game. It seems like he's a prime time kind of a player. And I think he said the other day that he hadn't played in Seattle in a couple of years, but I would expect him to have a significant performance. Also, when you look at the Niners, the one thing about the NFL is that teams have a tendency to kind of distribute the touches in the Sunday, Thursday quick turnarounds to the guys who didn't touch it a lot on Sunday. So if you didn't get the ball, if you weren't prominent in the game plan Sunday, you're oftentimes prominent in the game plan Thursday.
Right. And that'd be Debo then.
And that would be Debo.
Yeah.
So, and then Kittle, Kittle's quietly having a Pro Bowl caliber year. I don't think people seem to realize that. I mean, a lot of people are kind of down on Kittle. It seems like people are like, oh, well, Kittle's been a disappointment. No, Kittle has not been a disappointment. Kittle's been really, really good. So, they come into this game. The Niners have it's like they've got 2 modes, Dibs, and from watching them. You were in camp this summer, and from just years of watching them. Under Shanahan, they've played at like one level pre-bye, and then the bye week comes, and they got so many kind of premier guys that they just kind of know, like, hey, you know what? It's time to get serious, get into the playbook. The real problem with the 49ers offense in the 3 games that they lost was not Brock Purdy's fourth quarter turnovers. It was the fact that they were committing all these penalties on first down and second down. They're getting into
behind the sticks.
Yeah, they're falling behind the sticks and asking the quarterback to do too much.
And they're not built to be a 3-wide and 4-wide team. We've talked about it before. We'll get more into that. Alex Boone going to join us coming up at the top of the hour. We are presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Larry is in for Mark. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Have you heard? The Xfinity Mobile Black Friday.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Happy pre-Thanksgiving. It is Willard and Dibs. I am Dan Dibley, Mark Willard, enjoying a nice Thanksgiving holiday, and it's my pleasure to be joined by Larry Krueger throughout the course of today, and an even bigger pleasure for our next guest, former 49er, friend of the program, a guy who I once had to manhandle in a hotel lobby in Santa Clara, and Alex, I didn't apologize then. I probably should have. I was a little rough on you, little guy. Alex Boone joins us. Have the bruises healed, Mr. Boone?
Dibs, the next time I see you, I am so coming after you. You're not going to even see me coming. I'm going to tackle you. I get on, and the producer's like, hey, just to let you know, Dibs talking about how he beat you up at a Super Bowl. I'm like, dude, it's on. It is so on.
First of all, and Alex, thank you for joining us. I cuffed you around in the Hilton lobby, and you took the opportunity to cheap shot me at the Super Bowl in Miami. And don't think I've forgotten that, Boone. You better watch your back, little man.
Can't wait. Hey, by the way, I grew a little bit more since the Iron Man. I'm back up to my fighting weight, like 290, so I'm ready to go. Let's do it.
Yeah, I'm also close to 290, but that doesn't help me at 5. Doesn't help me as much as it helps you.
He looks more Jerry Ball now. Yeah.
Exactly. Oh my God, I'm a little bit more Oompa Loompa than you are. Alex, and you've got your YouTube channel, the O-Line Committee, and we'll promote that again as we get into it. But I know you've just broken down the Niners O-Line. Larry Krueger's with me. We've been talking Niners O-Line. What have you made of the way that Brock Purdy's been able to thrive behind this line so far this year?
You know what? I love everything about it, and I think it all starts from Kyle. And this is what we talked about on the show, is that the fact that they can run so many varieties of plays. Brock Purdy has the option of doing so many things, and at the same time, not one single person on that defense is looking at him. We broke down the film, and I go, hey, pause. I want you to count all the eligible receivers. There's like 6. How many of those guys would be starters on other teams? And that's a fullback right there. They're double guarding him. Like, there's just threats everywhere. And then you pose in Trent Williams and what he's able to do for this line and the leadership that he brings and the pass-kicking ability that he has been still be able to bring. It's phenomenal. And then you turn around and say, Christian McCaffrey, we could hand it to you or we can throw it to you. Like, that's why this whole thing is working, and it's working at such a pleasure. And I know that Tom came out yesterday and was like, this is all mediocre and it's crap. And he's not wrong. But at the same time, if I could say that there's one team that continues to show up and show out, it's the Niners. And yeah, people are like quick to say, oh, they went 0-3. You know what? Everybody has a dry spell. But the problem is, the team that you see now on the field, do you really want to play them? You don't. Don't lie to me, because I'm not stupid.
Boone, good to talk to you, man. I got to thank you, because you were the guy who saw me wandering through the Ravens-Niners post-game Super Bowl without an interview and said, hey, man, I'll give you an interview, and I appreciate you for that. And you were my favorite go-to guy in the post-game back in the Harbaugh years. But I got to ask you about Purdy. I mean, it's amazing. I mean, the guy had the elbow surgery, but then his arm at the beginning of the year didn't look all that strong. Then the bye week came. He said he did some lifting and he didn't do any throwing. The last couple weeks, his arm has looked noticeably stronger. When you're watching that film, does that stand out to you at all? And give me your thoughts on just the way he's playing the position. We're talking about a second-year guy.
I think he's doing phenomenal, and I'm so sick of everyone asking, is he an elite quarterback? You know, so many people keep saying, is he elite? Dude, it doesn't matter what you think. He's leading this team on a great journey right now. He's doing a phenomenal job. Yeah, at times they kind of sputtered out, but now they're back to where they were. And I agree with you. I think that pass last week to Brandon Ayuk, the way that he just missiled that to him, it was like, dude, there was no question that nobody was catching that but Brandon. And something like that starts to show up to defenses and goes, hey, how are we going to stop this? This kid, he can sling it now. He can throw it over the top. What are we going to do? Because now we have to worry about so many different parts of the field. We have to cover boundary to boundary, sideline to sideline. The entire thing becomes unescapable. And that's why Brock Purdy can sit back there and go, look at these massive voids and all these amazing players running downfield right now. It's phenomenal.
How much of that is a creation of what Kyle Shanahan does, not only by scheme, but also by personnel? Because you have Kyle Juszczyk, who you can move up into the X receiver spot. You can move Debo into the backfield. McCaffrey can go out wide. How much of an edge does that give to Brock Purdy in terms of his ability to really carve up a defense?
Well, like I said before, the minute that you start moving people around, and we know Kyle's notorious for moving people around pre-snap, You've already got the defense talking about something. And then all of a sudden you start switching people around, like our X is now our running back is now the Z, the F is now the Y. People are just constantly communicating and out of position and trying to figure it out. And that's why it's so fun, because for Brock Purdy, a young player, to sit back there and have to diagnose these defenses, it's a lot. But if the defense is equally trying to diagnose what you're even going to do, then who's really at an advantage here? Because Brock knows, hey, this is cover 2. I know my boys are going to be here. Here's my first read. And they're looking at it like, dude, we haven't seen this formation. Where is he going? People start freaking out, and it's fun to watch, and I'm sure they see that. And as a team, they probably just pounce all over that energy.
You know, the play that I loved from last week's game, and I don't know if you diagrammed this thing or broke it down, but it was the first touchdown to McCaffrey where he goes in motion and then he just slipped through the trash right through the kind of the O-line, D-line, and he used the line as basically like a pick, and he was wide freaking open. I mean, and the ball, Purdy put it right on his hands, but he could have thrown that thing anywhere. He had all kinds of space between him and the defender.
I'm so glad you brought that play up. That was one of the first plays we broke down. And one of the things we talked about is, you said it, the minute that Christian McCaffrey starts to go in motion, the linebacker over him, if I'm not mistaken, was Levante David. And all of a sudden, or no, maybe it was Devin White, I'm not sure. But he's thinking, what? Oh, this guy's going to run a bubble swing. He's going to run a Texas route. He's going to run some sort of an out route. He's going to try and get me on an island all by myself out here. No. I'm going completely across the formation. And not only that, I'm going to slip through the A gap. You need to go watch the show, because I talked about how I've never seen a guy slip so clean through an A gap while a center is blocking a nose guard. It's just like he vanishes and then shows back up, and then there's 5 yards of separation, and it's almost like, how do you defend that? Because everybody on the other side is running a flood. You got Brandon Ayuk, Kittle. I mean, it's insane to see how much eye candy they draw, and then when they're running across the field, you just see Christian McCaffrey slip out. And that's a lot of Kyle Shanahan's philosophy. I'm just going to beat you. It's like a chess versus checkers match. It's super fun to see.
And how much does that play into the way they use Deebo Samuel as well, in terms of, constantly sending him in motion and at times giving it to him on the jet sweep, on the end around, faking it to him? That sort of eye candy, what does that do to a defense?
Slows them down and makes them start thinking. Safeties have to start watching. The outside perimeter has to start watching. Oh, by the way, there goes Brandon Ayuk on a play action. Like, that's why all of this works so well. And everyone keeps talking about, is Brock Purdy elite? He may be, he may not be, but he is still winning games with an elite team and an elite mindset. Like, you watch them go out, and the offense and defensively, like, they just play off of each other, and they get excited together, and it's like, hey, they're an elite team. That's all that matters. And if you have to play them on Sunday, you should probably look out.
He reminds me a lot of Russell Wilson, just from the standpoint of he plays with urgency. He's a little bit quicker than you think. He's a difficult guy to sack. And then he's accurate. The ball comes out on time. But he's just a great competitor. And whether it's on schedule or off schedule, Alex, I mean, this guy finds a way to beat you. And the play up there last year in Seattle, where he slid for the first down and extended the football forward, was so Russell. And I'm just kind of wondering, you played head-to-head against Russell many, many times, and we all know that Seattle got the upper hand in a lot of those battles. Do you see some of the Russell in Brock at all?
Absolutely, and I think I see it most in his confidence. It's his ability to stand back there and know that he is going to take on this blitz, but he's like, I know my reads. I know what's going to get me out of trouble, and at the same time, having the confidence to throw that ball across the middle as much as he does, it takes a lot. I've seen a lot, and you've seen a lot of young quarterbacks fail because they don't have the confidence to go out there and lead a team. That's why everyone keeps asking, is this guy elite? He must be, because the team is playing phenomenal, and normally if the team's playing well, the quarterback is an elite player. They just understand. He leads them down the field. He's very calm in the pocket, and when he needs to get out, he gets out very effortlessly. So, yeah, I do see a little bit of rust in him in a young age.
Alex Boone here on 95.7 The Game, former 49er. He was a Niner in 2014 when the Seahawks beat his team 19-3. And you know what, Alex? You guys could only muster 185 yards of total offense against Seattle, and then you let them eat turkey on the 50-yard line. Alex, I didn't have the courage to ask you then, but I'm going to ask you now. What the hell happened there?
That was a rough one. I remember walking into that game thinking, God, I feel like just complete garbage. And I know that everybody else did, and you're trying to muster it up. And this Seattle win, I think I actually had a holding call on Michael Bennett on an outside zone, and I was just livid with myself. And I was like, I can't believe this is happening. But You talk about a team that when we used to play Seattle, it was like a different game for everybody. And we would get out there, and the grudge matches we had with their D-line, and then the whole wars that we would break out there were just super fun. And it was sad, though. I remember going into the locker room thinking, I can't believe they're letting them eat food on our field. And it's one of those things where you look back and you're like, dude, we have some great rivalries, though. And it's fun to see it kind of burst back into the scene with the same San Francisco-Seattle mindset, dude. It's great to be a part of something like that.
The Niners are 2-2-1 all time on Thanksgiving. They played the Harbaugh Bowl in Baltimore against the Ravens, a low-scoring game. The Ravens won 16-6. What's it like playing on Thanksgiving, knowing the entire league, the entire nation is sitting around watching this game?
I can't lie to you, it's pretty cool, man. It is, and honestly, it's a great feeling. I remember when we were when I was with the Vikings, we went to Detroit, and it was when Aretha Franklin did the longest rendition of like the entire 15 minutes that she's singing. My heart's just racing. I'm like, please, hun, I need to get that first hit. I'm dying inside. And she kept going, and it's just one of those things where you know everybody's watching, and everyone's all hopped up on tryptophan and super mashed potatoed out, and you're like, dude, this is the game they all want to see. This is what they want to see, the clash of the Titans. And I remember back when the Niners and the Seattle would go, we had so much fun. We used to talk so much. We were so dirty with them, and they were dirty with us. And it was just one of those things where it was like, this is the perfect scenario when you talk about looking back on your career, when you're like, man, I played in so many Thanksgiving Day games. Everybody got to watch. We didn't win them, but we fought like hell, that's for sure.
You look at this team now, Alex, and you can't help but find similarities, right, between this team and your team in terms of good offensive line play and the physical defense. Do you look at this team and the way they run a lot of 21 personnel and think about the salad days of when Jim Harbaugh was at the helm and you were out there wrecking people?
Are you kidding me? I love it. I love when you see 21 personnel and you see a defense line up like they're going to stop the run, and then it turns out to be a play action. Or when you see them in a 21 and they're like, oh, it's for sure a pass, and they just pound it right in your face. Like, it's the whole behind the scenes. What's really going on? How are we going to try and trick them? And it's one of those things that, coming from a Harbaugh G-Row scheme, that was one of their biggest philosophies, was how can we beat them before they get off the bus? If we can have this personnel rise up and be a passing offense or be a running offense and be able to run out of this personnel, like you said, being able to move people in multiple positions, it just puts the defense at such a disadvantage because they're like, we haven't seen this, we don't know what they're doing. And then on the other side, as an offense, you're just laughing because you're like, you're never going to stop us today. This is going to be a great day.
How big of a deal is it to flip spots? I mean, like, John Feliciano right now doesn't know if Aaron Banks is going to go. Because if Aaron Banks is going to go, he's going to play right guard. If Aaron Banks is not going to go, Alex, he's probably going to play left guard. Does that complicate things? I mean, in some guys, is it easier, I guess, to switch from right to left, inside as opposed to outside?
No, it's never really that easy, but at this point in your career as a pro, it's almost expected, and that's one of those things where it's like, hey, as the season goes on, if you can have guys that can step up and play roles like that, 1 week I'm a right guard, next week I'm a left tackle, and then I go to center, you will fare a lot better than a lot of teams, because that's the biggest issue with the NFL is trying to keep guys healthy. So guys like John Feliciano, who I'm a huge fan of, always was when he was with Buffalo, just a grinder. You can plug him in and have a veteran-style player out there in a moment's notice. It's huge, but at the same time, you talk about going from right to left. It's almost like, hey, can you write with your right hand and your left hand? And you're like, do it. I need you to do it right now. Like, it's one of those things where you have to have a lot of time and prep, and to have a guy like John is huge.
Yeah, Alex Boone joining us here on 95.7 The Game. Alex, you're a big guy, and I'm actually catching up to you, and you should be worried. But as a bigger man, 290 pounds, self-announced, any advice to us aspiring heavy people on how to approach a Thanksgiving meal?
Oh, man, go crazy. I love Thanksgiving. It's a great day to get away with so much highway robbery and just be like, listen, it's Thanksgiving. Nobody's looking. Nobody's watching. I'm not here to stop you. Go crazy, Dibs.
Hey, I'll tell you, I was in the locker room yesterday,
crazy, folks.
And Boone, you'll love this one. I'm asking some of the guys, some of the O-linemen. I was sitting there with Brendel and McKivitz, and I was asking them about, their Thanksgiving deal and how much they eat and this and that. And you're an O-lineman, you're expected to eat a lot. And somehow the conversation got to the 49er O-line dinner. And Brendel starts talking about how McKivitz at the House of Prime Rib put away like 6 fat slabs.
Oh.
And this is like a tradition that goes way, way back. So I'm kind of wondering, back in your day, who was the monster? I mean, you had Yapati Big Anthony Davis, yourself, Goodwin. Who was do you remember those O-line dinners? And what was the record of prime rib in the house of prime rib for the Niner O-line back in your day?
No chance you could ever forget an O-line prime dinner. Those were one of the greatest times of the year. We always brought on guests with us. We voted them on, and they would come hang out with us for the night. It was super fun. But back in our day, it was either me or you potty. Or I should say you potty or I. And it was just, we would crush so much food. It was like the one night where you could go crazy, and it was almost like being at Fogo. Like you flipped the green card, and it just kept coming and coming, and everything was so amazing. But you can get in a lot of trouble because the next day you forget you have to practice. And that's when you're like, dude, that was a bad decision. I shouldn't have eaten that much meat. I will never do that again.
Was Staley a sneaky, skinny guy even back then? Because you look at him now, and he's about $194. Was he already kind of trying to aspire to lose that 100 pounds?
No, I think Joe was always just a thin guy that had to eat a lot to stay big. Because when I would always talk to him, I'd be like, dude, you're just so fast. And you're so sleek. And he was like, well, I'm naturally a runner. And he told me about how he held the record for the 4x1 in Michigan. He still has the record to this day. And I was like, are you serious? He's like, well, I was a tight end, and they moved me to left tackle. And I was like, oh, you're the guy that has to eat to keep it on. I got it. Luckiest life in the world. Like, you're just eating everything you want and still looking fabulous. Love the guy to death. Joe, miss you.
Hey, if the Niners, there's the talk that they may have to go with either a practice squad guy. Hey, they just signed a guy named Ben Barch off Jacksonville's practice squad, and there's a chance that he might go in this game. How much time does an offensive lineman need to get ready to play a game? I mean, could you walk into a new organization and play, on a Wednesday and play on Sunday?
I think the question is, do you have to? And if you do, then you better. I mean, that's one of the things that when you go into it, it's kind of like everybody knows the situation. They know you're probably not going to gain a lot of knowledge and know a lot. So they're like, I'll protect you. And at the same time, you just hope it doesn't come to that.
Alex, tell us about the O-line committee and what the O-line committee eating fest is like.
Oh, dude, it's amazing. We have a lot of fun. We just break down offenses all week. We talk about some of the stuff that we like around the NFL. We actually just did one of our first tributes to Tyron Smith. Been playing 13 years, still going at an elite level. Like, it's really just a time for us to go on and talk about what we love about what's going on around the NFL. We break down a lot of plays, like what's cool, what's new. The Niners are always a big hit because Kyle is just always scheming stuff up. And at the same time, we talk about what's going wrong, what teams could do to fix things, what we think as players, and people get to ask us silly questions, and we give real answers. And that's why we're on YouTube, because you know me, guys. I get myself in a lot of trouble. But it's the truth, so I can't really be in that much trouble.
No doubt. And I'm looking at pictures of you right now from the O-line committee on YouTube, and you're looking pretty slender, Alex. You may want to bulk up before you and I happen to, clash again.
Easy. Listen, no, none of that. I better see you at the Super Bowl this year, though, Dibs.
Dude, no doubt. Don't be ducking me like you have before now, Boone.
I won't be. I promise. I'll see you in Detroit.
Alex Boone.
Happy Thanksgiving to all the Boones out there. Thanks, Alex.
Dude, happy Thanksgiving, guys. Appreciate you.
Love him. My guy, Alex Boone, former 49er. Catch the O-line committee on YouTube, and I'm looking at their videos right now, and they are breaking it down, how the Steelers defense derailed the Ravens. There's a Mike McCarthy WTF question mark. There's all kinds of great video breakdown, and I know that you, Larry, as an X's and O's guy, this is the kind of thing that you definitely would get into.
Oh, I love it. I love JT O'Sullivan's breakdown, the quarterback school, and all that stuff.
Here's one.
It's really
49ers offense is bonkers. And it's like a 16-minute video on how the 49ers offense is, quote, bonkers.
Well, I mean, the one thing you can say about Shanahan, he's got weapons that can get open on their own, but then he has the ability to scheme them open. And when you have like that McCaffrey play that we talked about where he slipped through the A gap, I mean, literally that throw could have been 3 or 4 yards either way. Could have been a big looping throw. There was so much space there.
Yeah.
It was almost like a busted play.
Right, but it was such a great play design because you have McCaffrey shuffle left in not really motion. It was like shuffle motion before the snap, and you see the defender shuffle with him, and then on the snap, the 3 receivers right all do basically 2 yards, and then they cut to the left, cleaning the entire right side out for McCaffrey. And as Alex said, he goes through the A gap. How do you sneak a running back, a Hall of Fame running back, by the way, this running back, you sneak him through the A gap, and he leaks out to the right, and he's got 7 yards of space.
Yeah.
A walk-in touchdown.
It looked like they were going to run that little play that the Niners ran with Steve Young and Jerry Rice, where it's just a quick out to the guy in motion.
Right.
And so the linebacker's trying to get over it. So he overcommits, and then here comes McCaffrey quick through the A gap, and it was to the wide side of the field, and there was tons of room. And I'm watching that on the binoculars thinking, is this a busted play? And no, the linebacker just was so worried about not getting over to the other side that he couldn't reverse field fast enough, and then he had to close 5 yards of space, and he wasn't going to do it.
And that was a Shanahan touchdown to me. Just beautiful design, and Brock Purdy just had to lay that one out there into plenty of open space. The one that I give Brock a lot of credit for was the one to George Kittle the week before against Jacksonville, where he pumps to Ayuk down the seam, and he brings the safety over just far enough to where Kittle has a clean one-on-one down the right-hand side. It was man coverage anyway, but there was no safety help because Brock pumped the safety off to Ayuk down the middle and then threw a beautiful pass to George down the right side.
2 things that stood out in that play. One, I asked George about it. He said the motion, once he went in motion, he knew he was getting one-on-one with Devin Lloyd. So then, that matchup obviously is advantage Kittle. But it was also an incredible play from Purdy because Purdy's got, even though he's only 6 feet or 6'1", in that range, he's got big hands. He's got bigger hands than Trey Lance had. He's got bigger hands than a number of quarterbacks. And he ripped it like he was going to throw the in route to Ayuk and then pulled it back with one hand, didn't have to pump it, put his other hand on the ball at all, and then just without being able to step into it in a muddy pocket, without being able to really release, he just throws that thing. Shanahan described it as a grenade. And not only did he get it out there to Kittle, 45 yards down the field, but he let him. He let him away from the defender into the middle of the field, into the void. And just that right there, for those who say, you know what, the guy's got a dink and dunk arm, he doesn't have a big time arm, you're wrong. And that one proves it.
Right. And it's functional strength. And in that moment where he doesn't have the ability to step in and really get his full body weight into the throw, he was able to half step, if that, and he threw it perfectly. And like you said, not toward the boundary side, but toward the void side where there was no defender, and Kittle was able to hold off the defender, give a little nudge off, not a push off, but a little bit of a nudge, and create that half a shoulder to be able to collect it. And after he caught it, it was smooth sailing into the end zone. So we talk a lot about big arm. You just need to have a functionally big arm. And Brock Purdy has that. When you need to throw it 40 yards down the field like he did to Brandon Ayuk last week, that was a ball that traveled 41 yards in the air, and it needed to, and he had plenty of arm on that throw.
Well, the weird part is it looks like as the weeks go by that he's gaining more arm strength. But it also, one thing that is a big part of it is the guy throws with a solid base. That's why I would encourage everybody to go check out that J.T. O'Sullivan QB school.
Yeah.
Because he will kind of outline for you how Brock is throwing with a solid base. And it just gives him a lot more zip on his passes. And then the timing, the accuracy, and the arm strength together with the pre-snap recognition right now and Shanahan dialing it up, they're in their bag, as they like to say.
No doubt. Great appearance by Alex Boone right there. Dave Softy Mahler from Seattle going to join us here very close to the top of the hour. We'll get the Seattle thoughts on this game, but we'd love to get your calls in here on this Wednesday. 888-957-9570. How pumped are you for this as a rivalry game? It's Seahawk week, and it doesn't feel to me, Larry, maybe it's because it's a short week. Maybe it's Thanksgiving. Maybe it's the fact that Seattle doesn't seem to be quite as good as they normally would be, but this game's for first place in the division. Where's the rivalry vibe right now for Niner fans? 888-957-9570. Love to take your calls on that. We are sponsored by Consumer Cellular. Freedom calls. It's Kruger in for Willard. Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Consumer Cellular offers unlimited talk and text on every plan starting at $20 per month. Stay connected and
Don't lie to me because I'm not stupid.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Our thanks to Alex Boone for joining us. It is a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today. Larry's got Warrior takes. We're going to get into that here as the show goes on. We've got Dave Softy Mahler from Seattle joining us here at about 3:55. And Softy, friend of the program, I know you've known him for a long time. I go 20 years back with Softy. We're trying to get him on today because he is Seattle, and his show is about the same time as our show. And so we were texting back and forth, and he said, you know what? I want to be on your show so badly, I'll call you during my commercial break.
He's great.
So he'll go to break in Seattle. He'll call us, and we'll do about 6 or 7 minutes with Softy while they're in commercial.
Softy's dropped some LBs. I think he's down 30 pounds. I told him, I said, man.
He's down about 80 pounds from peak Softy.
I was going to say.
Yeah.
I always give him grief because he's got a gigantic Star Wars collection with action figures. And he did a YouTube tour of his man cave. And he's got all kinds of, this is my Princess Leia deal. This is my Luke Skywalker.
Right. That's so
it's
funny.
just ridiculous. But he thinks the Niners are going to rout.
He thinks they're going to win.
Yeah, he thinks Seattle's going to lose big, and he's right. I mean, I personally, I think the 49ers are going to win this game big. 49ers have beaten Seattle, I think, 3 straight last year, and they won by an average of like 15 points a game. So I project more of the same. I think it's going to be a very much a Niner party. I don't know how well the Niners are going to travel for this one. The Niners travel, Niner Nation or Niner Empire, whatever you want to call it, they travel exceptionally well. I mean, they really do. They go out and support their team on the road probably as well as almost any team in pro football.
But does that translate to Seattle? I wonder, because we saw it in Jacksonville where it was about a 55% Niner crowd, even though it was all the way across the country. And we've seen it in almost every road spot. Pittsburgh was not 50-50, but there was a presence. is
major
Seattle
presence. I mean, you could hear in that fourth quarter of the Steeler game, Dibs,
You could.
saying,
You
let's go Niners.
Yeah, and
the only thing it might not be as big is because it's Thanksgiving.
Right, and I wonder how many expatriate Niner fans there are up in Seattle, though, because we know that a lot of Californians have moved north.
Yeah.
With the cost of living here being so out of control, we know that Portland has become a bit of a satellite city for San Francisco, and Seattle to a lesser extent, but maybe earlier than the move to Portland was a move to Seattle. And I wonder how many of those Niner fans wait for this game and show up in force.
Yeah, and it's going to be loud. It always is up there. I don't know. They're the Niners, I think, for years thought that Seattle piped in noise, and I don't know if they do or don't, but that is one of the loudest stadiums of all time. Now, I don't know is it about the design? Is it about the pitch of the seats? I mean, usually the loudest stadiums are indoor facilities. This is an outdoor facility where the noise is off the charts.
I think it is partly the construction because, and I haven't been there, but just seeing it on TV, it kind of almost comes together at the top where the sound doesn't have an easy escape in terms of the sound going up and out of an open air stadium like Levi's is pretty open, but Seattle's a little bit more of an enclosure as you get toward the top.
Yeah. Niners have, as I said, have beaten them 3 straight meetings, and they've won by 15.3 points a game. But Shanahan, in the Shanahan era, Niners are only 5-8 against Seattle. So, this is big. This is big. The 49ers, they put themselves in a spot where they really, if they want to have home field advantage and they don't want the road to the Super Bowl to roll through Detroit or Philly, they pretty much have to run the table. If they, especially now that Philly beat the Chiefs on Monday Night Football in one of the highest rated Monday night games in years, that's now a deal where not only the Niners have to win this game, somebody else is going to have to beat Philly, and the Niners are going to have to run the table. And that means beating Seattle twice. It means beating Lamar and the Ravens on Christmas Day.
So you think that it's going to take 14-3 to be the number 1 seed in the NFC? That's what you're looking at? Because right now you got Detroit's 8-2.
And they have a great chance because they have probably the better chance than the Niners.
Their schedule's pretty soft.
Very soft.
Yeah. And Philadelphia's 9-1. So if you give the Niners win Thursday, and then
they have to win in Philly. Of course.
Right. So if the Niners win Thursday and then they win in Philly, and Philly wins and then they lose to the Niners, Philly would be 10-2. The Niners would be 9-3, but they would be holding the tiebreaker over Philly in terms of the head-to-head. So you need Philly to lose another one.
And this is Philly's rest of their schedule. They play
Buffalo, right, this week?
They play at Buffalo this week. And who knows, right? I mean, Buffalo needs that game badly.
Yeah.
So they get a desperate Buffalo team. That won't be easy, even though Buffalo looks terrible right now.
No, but season on the brink.
Right. But I mean,
and as Lo Neal would tell you, a hungry dog hunts best.
Yeah. Yeah. And then they get the Niners. Then it's at Dallas, and they struggled to beat Dallas in Philly, and that's a division game. So they maybe lose in Dallas. Then they play at Seattle, but then it's New York Giants, Cardinals at home at New York Giants. Now, granted, New York's a division game, but come on, Philly's going to probably toy with the Giants twice, and Arizona doesn't seem like the kind of team that's going to beat them either.
They're playing better, though, with Kyler Murray. Yeah. Calamari, as Lowe would call him.
But, I mean, I think, wouldn't you say that the 49ers pretty much have to run the table? I mean, I don't see a big losing streak coming there.
I do think that Detroit is a bigger concern in terms of that number 1 overall. I think that Philadelphia could get to, 14-3. So if the Niners do run the table, they get to 14-3. And if the Eagles are 14-3, that would include a loss to the Niners because the Niners would run the table, so they'd win that tiebreaker. Can Detroit get to 15-2? Now, I would think that the answer would be probably, but then you look at what happened against Chicago this past weekend. They were in real trouble. They were down trouble.
And that was a miracle finish.
Well,
I finished
Chicago.
I finished the pregame with Lowe. I'm given the scoreboard in the last segment, and I look down. It says 4 minutes and 26 seconds left.
Yeah, and they're down by what?
26-14.
They're down by 12. Yeah.
26-14 with 4 minutes left, and it showed Chicago had the ball. Now, I don't know. I'm looking at the ESPN scoreboard at the time. So maybe it was Chicago had just scored to go up 26-14, and Detroit was going to get the ball back. But who cares? It's 4 minutes and change, and you're down 12, and they score 17. 17 points. That was an amazing comeback.
Yeah, I'm looking right now
It was a
on
safety,
the
right? It was
ESPN win probability, and the score was 26-14 with 4:15 to go. 98.2% win probability for Chicago.
Wow. Yeah, I mean,
98%.
That was a major Bears gag job, is what that was.
Yeah.
But then go look at Detroit's schedule. I mean, Detroit's schedule is just cake. I mean, they really have an easy schedule down the stretch. They do not play a tough schedule. Now, I'd rather go to Detroit than go to Philly.
No
anyway.
doubt. So you're really more concerned about the 2 than you are the 1. If it's going to be Detroit, Niners, Philly in that order, you're happier than if it's Philly, Niners, Detroit.
Yeah, I think going to Philadelphia is going to be a really, really tough thing. I mean, Philadelphia right now is playing a brand of football that nobody else is playing. If they can get to 3rd and 3, you're cooked, because then unless they're inside their 20-yard line, they go with the brotherly shove or the tush push, whatever the hell.
Brotherly shove.
Whatever you want to call it. So 3rd and 3 to them is like a second down play because they're going for it on 4th down.
Right.
So you're going to have to defend them. Their brotherly shove gets what I don't know what it averages, but it's probably about 2.5 yards. They never blow the whistle. So they get a first push and they get a second push. Sometimes they get a third push. So that thing's unstoppable, literally unstoppable. I don't even know how you would even go about stopping it at this point.
Well,
so
there's two ways.
You got to
in my
beat them on
opinion.
1st down, or you got to force them to commit penalties on 1st and 2nd down to somehow get into 3rd. You got to get to 3rd and like 6
4 or 5. Yeah,
I mean at least 3rd and 5.
No doubt. And on the other side, their defensive line is as good, if not better, than the Niners in terms of nastiness and depth. So
and Byard now on the back end, he had a huge pick in the end zone against Mahomes. So I mean, they're Philly's really, really good. Now Philly's not perfect. They don't have Dallas Goedert. They're not going to have him for that game next week.
Detroit does have Minnesota twice, and they also have the sneaky good Denver Broncos on the schedule. It's a home game.
Yeah, that might not be bad.
Their schedule's not as easy as we're all making it out to be. They go to New Orleans, a team that'll be playing for
that's a good defense.
The division, and that's a tough spot going to New Orleans.
Yeah.
And you got Minnesota twice. You go to Dallas, so it's not an absolute cakewalk. I don't see Detroit running the table and going 15-2.
No, but I just don't fear Detroit as much because they lost C.J. Gardner-Johnson for the year.
Yeah,
they lost Emmanuel Mosley for the year. They're not great on the back end. I mean, they don't have a great cornerbacks. They don't have great safeties. I think their pass defense is just hanging by a thread. Where Philadelphia is a loaded team. Philadelphia added Byard. They've got big play Slay.
Yeah,
and Philadelphia's got a lot. Philadelphia's a really, really good football team, and Philadelphia's also maybe the best team in the league on the line of scrimmage.
No
doubt.
I
did think Kansas City outplayed them.
Yeah, but
they lost.
But they lost, and that's been Philadelphia's whole season, where their point differential would indicate that they shouldn't be with just one loss, but they are. 888-957-9570. Your chance to get in here before the Thanksgiving holiday. How nervous are you about the Seattle game? Is it still a big game in your eyes? It should be a rivalry game. I'm not really feeling the rivalry vibes, though, from Niner fans. We are presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Larry Kruger's in for Mark Willard. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Are you looking for a rewarding career and opportunity to serve your community?
Sports without the ups and downs. Visit gusto.com/radio to sign up for free.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Just counting it down as we head toward the Thanksgiving holiday. It's Willard and Dibbs, Dan Dibley here, Larry Krueger there, in for Mark Willard, who's got family in town, and he's settling in for a little Thanksgiving holiday of his own. What do you got planned for tomorrow, Larry?
Doing the in-law thing, going to my wife's parents' place, and just hopefully a lot of eating. Going to watch little Niners in the evening, and hopefully it'll be a fun day. No, it's always a good day, but this was as a younger man, I loved tonight. Tonight was a great night.
Yeah, always.
When you came
after it,
came back from college or whatever, and you saw your buddies, and
were you went to De La Salle, right?
I went to St. Nations.
Oh, you went to, I forgot. Yeah, you went to SI.
Go Cats, get them Cats. Go get them Cats.
Thank you. Where would you guys go in the city for the SI catch-up spot?
Well, it's like,
would you believe cocktails on Geary?
So, I mean, there's a bunch. That was the beauty of the city. There was always a bunch of different areas. It's like you could go like Union Street down there. There was always that. You could always go a lot of Portals in Walnut in West Portal. Yeah, it's like a big gathering spot, and then places out in the Sunset. Crescent Moon, or not Crescent Moon. Well, that was another one on Fillmore. What's the one with the crescent-shaped bar? Trader Sam's.
Trader Sam's on Geary.
With the Scorpion.
Of course.
Yeah, it was a good little spot.
We would go out to Huckey Haven when I lived out in the Richmond. That was like 44th and Balboa.
Okay.
Deep in the Richmond.
That's the fog belt.
No doubt. No doubt. It's Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit freedmansappliance.com today. It's a bit of a rivalry day, and it's Warriors and Suns tonight. It's the KD revenge game, the Chris Paul payback game, and it's also Niners and Seahawks. And I was asking people, and 888-957-9570, if you want to weigh in on the rivalry aspect of tomorrow. Are you feeling the rivalry at all, Larry, in terms of the Seattle Niner game tomorrow?
Well, I mean, definitely, because this is the biggest rivalry the Niners have in the division. And, I mean, what would you say is the bigger rival, Cowboys or Seahawks?
I think it's still Seahawks, you know?
So, I mean, there was the what's your deal, bro?
Totally.
The Harbaugh, Pete Carroll days. Now I just kind of feel like the Niners have the quarterback to, for it just seemed like the Niners could never beat Russell Wilson. He would always hold the ball for like one play in the game. He'd hold the ball for like 10, 12 seconds and break down their entire pass rush and defense. And he just won all these close games against them. But now with Brock Purdy, I feel like the 49ers have the upper hand. And I think the 49ers are going to have a huge, the thing about the Niners is that when they're fatigued, they don't play as well. When they don't get up for a game, they don't play as well. There's some early season matchups that sometimes you got to fear. But once they kind of hone in, focus, kind of turn for home, kind of tighten the screws a little bit, I just think they're on a different level than Seattle, man. I'm expecting a multiple score victory.
Yeah, I like that.
Especially on national TV.
Yeah, Dave Softy Mahler going to join us here any minute now, so expect that. He's calling us during his commercial break up in Seattle. We're going to get a quick 5 or 6 minute flurry from Softy Mahler. Plus, your call is coming up momentarily on the Seattle Niner game, the rivalry. Are you feeling it as a rivalry, or is it more just a big game because it's November and you've got the Niners with a 1-game lead on Seattle, and it becomes 2 games, really 2.5 games with a win here, because it'd be a 2-game lead plus the tiebreaker head-to-head. I know you play them again in a couple of weeks, but it becomes a bigger game based on where you are in the standings.
Well, I mean, Fred Warner yesterday said that they look at the division games as a double, like a double game almost, that they count twice as much. And these are also really difficult games because these teams know each other really well. And that's what you do in the offseason is you study the teams in your division and you try to match up better and better. And Seattle is not a team that's devoid of talent. They have some talent, and they'll beat almost all of the mediocre to subpar teams on their schedule. But Geno's come back to earth. They don't have Kenneth Walker. Geno's not 100%. Their offensive line on the right side is now Phil Haynes and Stone Forsythe. They've had some injuries there. Mooney Ward owns DK Metcalf. So we'll see. I mean, we'll see. Tyler Lockett, I'll say, is an incredibly savvy route runner, and that's going to be a tough cover for the Niners. And this Boye Mafe off the edge is really, really going to be a problem for the 49er offensive line. And they got these two great young corners in Woolen and Witherspoon. But, I think the 49ers, they don't have to go to Ayuk and Debo. Right. They have other weapons.
Yeah, and the other weapons are McCaffrey and Kittle and Debo Samuel and the different ways that they can utilize those weapons. Even Kyle Juszczyk a little bit in the pass game. And, if you need to go to Jawan Jennings, third and Jawan, if you go to the 3 wide receiver package, which they don't seem to do very often, a lot of 21. And against Jacksonville, they went to a lot of 22 personnel. They were using that second tight end.
Charlie Warner.
A lot. Yeah, Charlie Warner got a lot of snaps. And I wonder why Kyle Juszczyk's play count has gone down a little bit over these last few games. It seemed like they're going to a little bit more of either 12 personnel with the 2 tight ends or just straight up 11 personnel.
Yeah, that's a good point. And there's no real obvious answer to it either. But I will say this, Charlie Warner right now is blocking his you-know-what off.
Right.
I mean, this guy really has had some fantastic blocks. If you go back and look at the All-22 in the last month, Charlie Warner, now there are bigger, more physical tight ends, but this guy, if he locks onto you, good luck getting away from him. I mean, he just keeps those legs driving. He's had a number of really impressive blocks. So I kind of like the Niners in that look with the 2 tight ends with Warner and Kittle. It gives them an ability to run the ball. And then, McCaffrey, I think, is going to be big in this game as well. I think, Christian McCaffrey has had that kind of a year where runner, receiver, there's so many different ways they can utilize him. Debo and McCaffrey I could see going off.
Yeah, without a doubt. And, you saw it last week where you had McCaffrey get the ball almost exclusively in the run game. They used him in the pass game as well. He wound up, I think, with 26 overall touches. It was big. Well, also big is our next guest, and let's get right to him. Squeezing us in during his busy show, Dave Softy Mahler from Seattle. What's going on, Softy? How you doing, kid?
Not much. You got 6 minutes and 38 seconds, man. What's going on? What do you want from me? You ready for a ass-kicking tomorrow at Lumen Field? Niners come to town. Seahawks shock the world. They don't just cover the 7, but they send Brock Purdy and Kittle and McCaffrey and Shanahan and Johnny Lynch home crying on Thanksgiving Day. Let's go.
All right, now, Softy,
back in reality,
we reached the portion of the program where you actually tell us how you think and put the emotion aside and the 12s and all the rest of it.
Yeah.
How badly are you guys going to lose tomorrow?
I think we're going to get destroyed tomorrow. Is what I think is going to happen. What do you think is going to happen tomorrow? Because honestly, guys, and I'm not trying to be a smartass here. I think that losing streak that you guys had kind of woke up the beast a little bit, kind of woke up the monster. Am I crazy with that?
No, it's pretty accurate, and I think that combined with having a little bit of a rest during the bye has reinvigorated this defense, which ultimately is the key. Complementary football, the defense keys a lot for the ground game and what Shanahan likes to do.
Yeah, well, look, here's the deal, man. The Hawks are banged up, right? I mean, they obviously had a shot, but Kenny Walker's not going to play. He's out with the oblique strain. Abe Lucas is still not ready to come back at right tackle, so they got a 50-year-old and Jason Peters playing right tackle tomorrow. Jamal Adams is coming back, but who knows how effective he'll be. And then, oh, by the way, Gino hurt his elbow badly in the win against the loss against the Rams last week, and we don't know how effective he's going to be tomorrow in this game. So the Seahawks are dealing with a lot of injuries, man, before this game with you guys tomorrow. They're 7-point dogs at home. I'm curious to see what the crowd's like. It's on Thanksgiving. Guys, I got to be honest with you. I'm not going to the game. I gave my tickets to somebody who doesn't get a chance to go to a lot of Seahawks games because my wife would divorce me if I missed Thanksgiving dinner to go to a Seahawks game. And I've already been divorced once. I don't want to be twice.
But you're so lean now. How could she get rid of you now that you're lean? Hey, Softy,
you were sexy machine, baby.
Seriously.
This is all 100% man here, my friend.
Oh my God,
Dibley, he knows.
Yeah.
Oh God, we got to change your name to Hardy because you're not soft anymore.
I know. We're talking to Dave Softy Mahler from the Softy and Dick show on KJR, and I'm not joking. Hey, Dave, for those who did not catch the Softy outrage on the Krug show on YouTube, which was spectacular. Now, you asked me at the beginning of this, I said to you, hey, man, there's a bunch of Niner fans down here who are not rocking and rolling with Brock Purdy. And you said, can I swear? And I said, yes, you can. Now I'd like you to reenact it, but without the swearing, since we're on a radio station.
I'm shocked. I'm shocked that you're sitting here on radio, Larry, because Larry calls me up and says, you know what? This YouTube thing is phenomenal. I'm making like 6 times more money than when I was on radio in San Francisco. I don't need those stupid radio stations or those idiot program directors or those moron listeners. I can do my own thing. So what the hell, man? I thought you were done with radio, but you know what?
That was yesterday.
I beg him, Softy. I beg him once a month. I got to have him. I need his insights. Go ahead.
Okay, that's fine. I get it. But, dude, all those Niner fans that are whining about Brock Purdy, you sound like idiots. You really do. You sound like complete dipsticks. I mean, is he even making $1 million a year? I think he's making like, what, $875 or whatever it is this season. This is like a general manager's wet dream, to have a quarterback making no money and to have all that extra cash to go out and build a great Lombardi-ready team around the guy. He's leading the league in completion percentage. He's leading the league in QBR. He's leading the league in passer rating. And, oh, by the way, the team is 7-3. He's making $875,000. Would you rather have Geno Smith making $20 million? Really? Are you kidding me? For 1/20th of the price, you can get Brock Purdy, and you can go out and surround him with unbelievable talent. If you go out and get a better quarterback or a more talented, athletic quarterback, guess what you're doing? You're paying that guy. How many guys do you have to get rid of on the Niner offense or defense to bring in that quarterback that you schmucks want to replace Brock Purdy? So shut the hell up and enjoy what you got, you morons.
Softy. Dave Softy Mahler from KJR, keeping it real. Down to about the final 60 seconds with Softy. And, man, I don't know whether or not to pick the scab over the Mariners or drive home the point of the failing Seahawks, but we'll stay with football and just say, are you going to be in the market for a quarterback in the draft? What are you guys going to do?
I don't even have any response to what you're saying, because it's like you don't even know me, dude. Honestly. I mean, I thought we were pals. The Mariners, the Seahawks, the what? I got no clue what you're talking about. You know why? Because the freaking Washington Huskies are 11-0, baby, at number 4 in the country, and we're going to win the Apple Cup and go to 12-0 for the first time in 32 years. We're going to send a guy to the Heisman Trophy ceremony, and then we're going to Vegas for the Pac-12 championship, and we're going to make the Final Four, and we're going to win it. We want Georgia. We want Georgia. We want Georgia. Screw the Seahawks. Screw the Mariners. The Huskies are going all the way.
Whatever you do, Softy, just don't have the receiver drop the ball on the 2-yard line on his way in for the touchdown.
He wasn't a receiver; he was a linebacker.
Yeah,
Come on, you want to make?
That's right. Make a pick six. The pick six.
Get it right. No wonder you're on YouTube, for crying out loud.
That rant was perfect. All you needed was a Howard Dean at the end of it.
Hey, I got to go on the air. Great. Now I've lost my voice, and I have to do 3 more hours of radio thanks to you schmucks.
We love you, Softy. Thanks for chiming in.
See you, Softy.
That's our guy, Dave Softy Mahler, literally calling in during his own commercial break. And you've got to love to do the craft that we do so much, and also be a good guy. To call during your own commercial break. By the way, 7 minutes is a long break up there. I wonder how their TSL is, but that's a little too inside radio. But thanks to Softy for calling in during the commercial break.
Who are we kidding? He's a narcissist.
He's the best.
He's like, hey, wait a second. I've got people listening to me in this market. I'll get people listening to me in that market.
Totally. He gets so revved up. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. It's Kruger in for Willard and Dibs here on 95.7 The Game. We're going to go to the phones here momentarily. I thought it was interesting, his impassioned, soliloquy berating Niner fans about Brock Purdy, but he's not wrong. I think a lot of times we hear, Larry, in whatever market you're in, you get so caught up on looking at what might be or what could be or what you really want, instead of looking around at other teams. And you could pick any other team in the NFL, and 24 of the 32 teams don't have a quarterback situation as good as the Niners do. and it might actually be 28 of the 32. You're not envious of almost anybody in the NFL quarterback-wise.
No, I mean, and people, I just think, need to remember who Brock Purdy is. He is a second-year quarterback. You know, I mean, if you said and you're judging him, a lot of people are judging him very harshly against guys who have been in the league for 5 years, 6 years. It's almost like judging a second grader against a fifth grader. I mean, really, he should be judged against Desmond Ridder and Matt Corral and all the donkeys that were picked
Right.
in his draft. Instead, it's like, well, he's not Josh Allen, he's not Mahomes, he's not this guy, he's not that guy. Let's stop talking about what this guy isn't and start to appreciate what the hell the guy really is. I mean, through 11 weeks, number one in quarterback rating, number one in QBR, number one in completion percentage, number one in touchdown percentage, number one in passing success rate, number one in yards per attempt. I mean, there's like 20 categories.
Yeah, touchdown percentage is another one. He's
passer rating under pressure, number
yards
one
per
in that.
attempt. Yeah,
number one in
exactly.
completion percentage under pressure, yards per attempt under pressure, number one. I mean, this guy was the last pick of the draft. This is one of the great draft picks in the history of the NFL. And you know what? If you go in the room and talk to his teammates, they're sold. You know, you can find out the truth even though guys won't go on the record. No, you're not going to go into the locker room and have guys go on the record that they don't think their quarterback's good. But if you're in that room enough, you get a sense and you can talk to guys off the mic and off camera and get a sense of how they really feel. There is an amazing amount of respect and admiration for Brock Purdy from the coaches, from the players, and this idea that it was like Shanahan was on the verge of yanking his sheets and going with Darnold. No way.
No, he wasn't.
No, he wasn't. You know,
we talked, Mark and I, we talked about what it would take for that to actually be a conversation, and I said 7 straight losses. If they went from 5-0 to 5-7, and Brock Purdy played like he did in those fourth quarters and made those mistakes, and he didn't really cost them the game in any of those 3 losses. Cleveland, he let them down to a spot where they could kick a field goal and win, and they didn't. Minnesota, he played his worst game of the year, I thought, and Cincinnati was a scheduled loss based on the Bengals coming off a bye and the Niners at the long end of an 8-game stretch with no bye. I thought that was going to be a loss no matter what. Mark actually lost a bet to me. We bet babysitting.
Nice.
So he's
got a babysit now?
He and the lovely Christy have got to come over, and I told him I was going to...
He wanted to babysit.
I was going to feed my baby
You do
Chili.
have a cute little baby. Yeah,
She's
I'm
adorable.
Sure.
But
yeah, so he wanted to babysit.
I don't know how long it's been since you've changed diapers, but...
yeah, it's been a long time.
Yes, and I can tell you this, and we're going to go to the phones here in just 30 seconds, but indulge me.
Regular diapers, yes. Formula diapers, hell to the no.
She's not on formula. She'll never be on formula.
Okay.
She's drinking the cow's milk, but she eats big people food. And I'll tell you this, that what comes out of the human body is unchanged from what it was 20 years ago.
There's people getting ready for their Thanksgiving holiday, and you're talking about baby stool.
I haven't even Grandy always cringes when I get into this portion.
Grandy's
show.
like, I never
I'm just tuning it out now.
I'm sorry,
I never
Grandy.
wanted dibs on this station. I've told Matt I didn't like him.
I'll just say this. Nah, I'll move on because
Grandy's not the only one.
I know. Let's go to Vince in the city. Vince, help me pivot off of poopy diapers. You're on 95.7 The Game with Krug and Dibs. What's up, Vince?
Hey, what's up, guys? I just wanted to say that I don't really feel the same kind of lure that the Seahawks Niner games used to have. It's just not there anymore. I don't feel like there's that much of a rivalry. However, it is a big game because it's a divisional game. You know, this is either one up or one down in the standings, so it's important in that aspect. But I think it's more important to see the 49ers have another back-to-back solid win. Because they did just come off of 3 straight L's. They had a decisive win last week. So I want to see that continue and kind of bring back the fear for the rest of the league. Is, you know, you talk about Philadelphia and everybody's, oh, man, that's a hard team. I felt like the Niners were not talked about in the same way as they were after the first 5 weeks going into week 9.
Yeah.
So I'm looking for another big win.
That's
I agree.
fair, Vince, and thank you for that.
I agree with him. I think he's spot on that.
Well, I also think that, you know, part of that first 5 weeks was the opponents they played and they didn't really have that much of a tough spot. Now, the Rams gave it to them pretty good, but they still found a way to get that win. But, Pittsburgh has turned out to be just okay, and their quarterback has not been very good. And, you look at the other wins. You beat Arizona, and they had Josh Dobbs, who is now a Minnesota Viking legend.
You beat, if you go down the list, you beat New York Giants, but there was no Saquon Barkley.
Right.
So that definitely hurt them. Almost every team that they played in the first part of the year was without a key.
They were compromised,
key cog. So I think this is a big game, but the rivalry doesn't feel as juicy when you start to dominate it. And the reality is the Niners have won the last 3, and they've won by more than 2 touchdowns.
Right.
So I think that's a big part of it. If Seattle won a couple of these games, maybe we'd feel differently about the rivalry. But I do think this is going to be a major statement game for the 49ers because they know the nation's watching. They know every other team in football will be sitting there on their couch watching this game. And, right now I think the prevailing wisdom is that the Eagles are the best team in the NFC and that the Niners or Lions are number 2. But if the Niners go into Seattle and just wipe the floor with the Seahawks and really win impressively, that could change the way people look at Niners-Eagles in Week 13, which is next Sunday, a week from Sunday.
And also, if Philadelphia then goes into Buffalo and they lose that game, which they very well could. I mean, Philadelphia's running a gauntlet in their schedule, and you mentioned it, Buffalo is in a spot where it's not a must-win, but it's getting
pretty close.
Getting pretty late for Buffalo.
It might be a must-win, to be honest.
Well, they're 6-5, so if they fall to 6-6, and you look around the conference, and you've got Cleveland at 7-3, Pittsburgh at 6-4, Houston 6-4, and you start to think about Denver and other teams that are on the periphery. I think 11-6 is what you need to get into the AFC wildcard spot. So if Buffalo does lose to fall to 6-6, you can start to look at their last 5 games as being.
Look at that schedule. Buffalo has to have this game. They've got the Eagles, then they play the Chiefs at Arrowhead, then they play the Cowboys. Then they play what will be a for sure desperate Charger team. Then they play the Patriots. That'll be an easy game. But then they play in Miami against the Dolphins, and that's not going to be an easy game. So, this is a Buffalo team that was lost to Denver at home. So it's like they lost to the Patriots. So who knows? Who knows what Buffalo's going to do? I think Buffalo's one of the most baffling teams.
Yeah,
Ken Dorsey, I thought was going to be like the next hot name to be an NFL head coach. There were people clamoring for Ken Dorsey to be the Niners' future coach, and he gets fired. He gets fired as the OC. So, it's been an ugly year for the Bills.
Yeah. Buffalo, number 4 in the league in point differential at plus 104, yet they sit at 6-5 in a big one coming up on Sunday against Philadelphia. Adam, all the rest of the callers, we're going to get to you on the other side. 888-957-9570. How pumped are you for this Thanksgiving night game? 24 hours from now, the Niners and Seattle will tangle up at Lumen Field. We are sponsored by Flag and Anthem. It's Willard and Dibbs with Kruger in for Mark on 95.7 The Game.
It's game time at Flag and Anthem. Get best prices.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, closing in on the Thanksgiving holiday with my good friend Larry Krueger here on 95.7 The Game. Mark Willard is out, already enjoying his Thanksgiving holiday. It is a Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today. Got my washer and dryer from Friedman's Appliance. Quality set.
Nice. Out
Quality
there,
pair.
My neck of the woods, Pleasant Hill, Walnut Creek.
Yeah.
Friedman's.
Yeah, Pleasant Hill.
Fantastic spot. Great service. We got our fridge from Friedman's.
Okay.
Good people.
Love the showroom.
Great showroom. Amazing showroom, really.
Yeah. Shop for a kitchen, have a beer.
Great customer service. You're not going to get hassled. You're going to walk in there. They got a great selection, great prices. I mean, I'm a Friedman's fan.
Yeah, me too. Me too. As is Jim Kozimor, who you hear voicing the ads here on 95.7 The Game.
There you go.
Live from Nashville, Coz.
Right. I was going to say, do they have a secondary location that I'm unaware of?
I think they do, actually. They've got multiple locations, including they may have one in Nashville.
There you go.
I'm serious. I think they actually do have one in...
no, they don't.
I'll confirm it. I want to say that they absolutely do, but you talk and I will let you know.
Yeah, let me know. Let me know how that goes.
No doubt.
Somebody on the text line here in the 650 says, Larry, who's going to get overdrafted because of Brock Purdy, because of the Brock Purdy comp? Bo Nix? That's a good question, but that is the way it always goes, right? I actually like Bo Nix. I think Bo Nix is a pretty good player, but there will be some quarterback who's 6 feet and change, but processes really well, and they'll say, you know what? That could be the next Brock Purdy. I actually think it was in this last draft. There was some quarterback in this last draft that went higher because of Brock Purdy. I'll have to look it up, but it was definitely it's a copycat league, and people, you see Brock Purdy and you're like, guy's 4-year starter, played in a big conference, has the experience, can process what he sees. You know what? Who's like him? Oh yeah, that guy's like him. Great. Draft him 3 rounds too early.
Or maybe you wind up looking for quarterbacks at the back end of it in order to get exactly what the Niners have in Brock Purdy. Not only a good player, but a guy who's making peanuts. So if I'm a GM and I don't have a top pick in the first round of a draft, maybe you start to look deeper down the board to find value elsewhere, right? And you try to find value in later rounds, a guy who is going to make less than $1 million on that rookie deal. And if he turns out to be good, maybe not Brock Purdy good, but good enough to navigate your team for a few years and get you into the playoffs, then you can build a roster around him.
Well, I mean, in this last draft, there were a number of quarterbacks that were taken. There were a lot of quarterbacks drafted, and there were quarterbacks that were drafted, I believe, in the last couple of rounds. And probably a few of them were drafted with the idea that, hey, you know what? Take a quarterback. You never know. Take a quarterback in the last round, and maybe you'll luck out. The 49ers did, so maybe you'll see that in this upcoming draft. I could definitely picture that. I'm a big fan of Michael Penix, the University of Washington guy that Dave Softy Mahler was talking about, UW Huskies, and Penix is amazing. But Caleb Williams, Drake May, Michael Penix, J.J. McCarthy, Jaden Daniels, Bo Nix. I mean, all these guys could wind up in the first round.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. I'm looking at last year's QB draft, and only, 10 quarterbacks got taken. Dorian Thompson-Robinson might be the guy you're talking about late round. He was a 5th rounder. Clayton Tune is another guy who was taken late in the 5th round. Stetson Bennett out of Georgia.
I'll give you one. Max Duggan went to the Chargers. He kind of fit that same mold, kind of, good collegiate player, very, very successful college player. Chargers drafted him in the 7th round out of another guy who had big numbers in the Big 12. They probably are sitting there dreaming the Purdy dream,
right,
as they're handing in that card. So yeah, I mean, and maybe Dorian Thompson-Robinson. Dorian Thompson-Robinson's a very good call too, because in a lot of ways very similar, right? Played full college career, and has some mobility, has some pocket presence, and and I'm a big fan of his actually. Tanner McKee from Stanford went in the 6th round to the Eagles. Maybe somebody's thinking, hey, you know what? Guy's got some potential. So, I mean, there were definitely more quarterbacks taken later
right
this year largely because of Brock.
Yeah,
Jaron Hall from BYU, another guy. Minnesota took him in the 5th or 6th round out of BYU because they, another 6-foot quarterback.
Yeah, so you wind up, looking at guys with maybe good college experience, somebody who can see it, somebody who can dissect it, and like you said, a guy with a good, healthy amount of experience who you can mold, but probably won't take as much time as a project like Trey Lance or even Mitch Trubisky, who only played 1 year at North Carolina and had to learn on the fly and ultimately was never able to hold on to a starting job.
And it's the Trey Lance thing is so baffling because he just never developed, never got any time to develop. The Niners pivoted so quickly. The fans were frustrated because he didn't see a lot of field time. But obviously the 49ers saw a ton of Trey Lance in practice and in meetings. And obviously, they can say whatever they want about being optimistic about Trey's future, but the reality is they handed him to one of their arch rival teams,
right,
the Dallas Cowboys, for a mid-round draft choice, almost as if to say, we don't think you're going to be very good in the future. But I will say this. I've met Trey. I've talked to Trey. I think Trey is smart. I think he's athletic, and I think football's important to him. And to me, those are the 3 boxes that you got to check to be a good NFL quarterback. And I'm just not ready to sit here on, late November 2023 and just say, that kid's done. He has no chance of an NFL quarterback or future. I still believe that there's a chance that he figures it out because I know it's an unprecedented thing, but he's also kind of had an unprecedented career to date.
Somewhat, yeah, in that, the team moved up to take him and he had a little bit of a chance. He got hurt. He came back. He got hurt. And then he basically was shuttled to the bottom of the depth chart and then traded. And you look at his deal for next year, it's the final deal, his 4th year. I don't think that his 5th year option has been picked up, and I wouldn't anticipate that it would be. So he'll come back next year as a Dallas Cowboy unless they trade him, and he sits as the number 2 or QB3 again. And so it's another year of Trey Lance not getting what he needs more than anything else, Larry, which is experience. So,
and he had a unique, when I say he was unprecedented, no quarterback that was drafted in the first round in the last 40 years threw as few of passes as what Trey Lance threw at North Dakota State. So you're taking a guy out of the FCS, and then you mix in the pandemic. He had that 1 year where he just played Central Arkansas. It was a 1-game season. So he didn't play a lot. He needed to play. And then he played in kind of the Alabama of the FCS. So it's really hard to evaluate exactly what he did.
Yeah, because his competition was lesser virtually every game.
Right. And the Niners took a flyer because they loved him as a guy. They thought, this kid's smart and he's athletic and football's important to him. And it just, they just never really said to themselves, well, wait a second. Are we in a position or a point in our franchise where we're willing to invest 2.5, 3 years of playing this guy to let him develop? And the answer to that question is no.
Yeah.
So they moved him on, and now he still needs that development. I would love to see him go to like a place like Kansas City where he could just sit behind Mahomes, learn from Reed, a great proven quarterback guy, and see what he looks like in 2 years.
Yeah, no doubt. But right now he's sitting in Dallas where he's QB3 and he's not necessarily getting that same level of mentoring that he would get in Kansas City. 888-957-9570 is the phone number. It's Seahawk week, but I'm not feeling the heat from fans. Adam in San Francisco's got a question for Larry, and Larry's here for it. Adam, what's going on? You're on 95.7 The Game.
Appreciate you guys having me on. Larry, love your opinions, and honestly, I have a lot of respect for you, just the fact that not that maybe you foresaw Brock Purdy being this good, but you called it out a year ago how much you liked this kid and that no one was really talking about him. And look where we're at a year later. So with that in mind, I wanted to get your opinions on what you've seen from Jair Brown and what you think he could be. Baldy was on the morning roast and it was, made the proclamation that he thinks he could be the next great safety in Niner history or football, which is awesome. But with your, what you've seen and everything, I want to know about your opinion about Jair Brown because he has some big shoes to fill in for Hufanga.
Yeah, no, I love Jair Brown. Bruce Feldman is the guy who has that freaks list every year that he puts out. I think he writes for The Athletic now. And basically it's all these workout warriors and these guys who lift an incredible amount of weight and do they're just great workout warriors. Well, Jair Brown was on that list, and he also was one of the most productive, collegiate production safeties in all of college football, and he was coached by the great Manny Diaz at Penn State, and he was just very, very well coached. So you're talking about a guy who played in a great program, who's a physical freak, very, very strong. The only reason he was there in the third round is because he ran 4.65 for the stopwatch. But safety 40 times are not that vital. If he had run 4.45, he would have gone in the first round. He ran 4.65, so he went up in the third round. But safety's about instincts and running the right direction. And if you run fast, but you don't know where you're going, you're just further away from the play. This guy can cover. I think he can play the deep middle. He played a lot at Penn State of what they call cover 6, which is...
Please explain.
Well, it's cover 4. It's a combination of cover 4, cover 2. It's you'll hear guys say describe it as quarter, half. And I just think that he can play. In other words, he can play the deep middle in a cover 3, and cover all those blades of grass, or he can be a box safety like he's going to be for the Niners at strong safety, playing in Hufanga spot in the box, and he's really good at attacking the line of scrimmage. He's very physical. The reason he was a great pick for the Niners is they lost Jimmy Ward and Emmanuel Mosley last year, and those guys weren't just good players; they were true alphas. They were true leaders, and that's what this kid is. He's a leader. Football's really important to him. The thing that I love the most in Jair Brown's bio was he's the all-time steals leader. He went to Trenton Catholic High School in New Jersey. He's the all-time steals leader. He averaged over 7 steals a game.
In hoop?
In hoop.
Wow.
And what does it take to be great at stealing the ball in basketball? Anticipation, competitiveness, desire, hands, timing, a break on the ball, and that's what he has. And you already kind of saw it the other day. And just talking to him yesterday in the locker room, he's like, he knows. Seattle's coming after him, man. He knows. I got a target on my back.
Well, Tampa went right after him, and they hit on a big 40-yard pass play right over his head on his third snap that he was on the field.
He's got tremendous confidence. The guys in the room have tremendous belief in him. As I said, he's really well coached. He's really intense. He's really athletic, and he's an alpha. He's a leader. I expect that, and in some ways this is kind of a break because I think a lot of Niner fans wanted to see him maybe instead of Tayshaun Gibson, but Gibson plays the deep middle and that center fielder role. I think Brown's better in the box against the run, and so now taking over for Hufanga, this is the role.
It's a natural fit. It's what you're saying.
Natural fit, and I think there's a chance that he's going to do some things. I don't want to put too much pressure on the kid, but I think there's a chance that he will do some things better than Talanoa because he's a bigger, more physical hitter.
Would get a little bit nosy. I thought he would start to anticipate a little bit too much in the pass game, cheat up a little bit, trying to make the big play or the big hit underneath and get beat over the top. Is that something
Talanoa's an all-pro. Yeah, and he's really, really heady. He's got great instincts. And you saw him last year attack the mesh point in the run game up in the line of scrimmage and really detonate on the ball carrier and do it with pretty good consistency. It was almost uncanny how much he could time the mesh point. He's got superior instincts to lots and lots of players. But Jair Brown's got a better package of size, speed, strength, hitting ability. I think he'll strike ball carriers harder. He's a more authoritative hitter. And I think he's going to be much more of a force. I mean, the Niners struggled against the run. Part of it is that Hufanga, who I love, was falling off some tackles. Brown is much more likely to step into the hole and really blow up the running back. So he gives him a level of physicality. I saw him in the Rose Bowl against Utah last year, and he was the MVP of the game. And he had 8 tackles and a couple sacks, and he had a pick. I mean, and then you saw last week, he stood up. Wilkes was very impressed by what he did, and he won him the game with that pick. So great move to trade up to get him.
Gimme pick, though. I mean, he was in the spot, but the ball just feathered right down into his hands.
Yeah, but I mean, this is a kid who if you'd asked him in week 1 to step in there, Dibs, and say, hey, you know what? You're a rookie, but who cares? You're starting. there would have been a learning curve. But now that he's been able to be in this room, and I asked him, who helps you in that room? And he's like, well, Bullock's has been huge. Tayshaun's been huge. Hafanga's been huge. He likes to watch the film, he's a film junkie. He watches it, 2-3 times a day. He's watching it alone. He's watching it with his position mates. He's watching it with his coaches. So, and he understands how big the situation is. He really does. So he knows that this team is thinking Super Bowl. It's a unique situation, a unique opportunity. I expect him to thrive. I really do.
And now it's his job. It's his job for the losing, and there really isn't any opportunity for him to lose it. They need him in there. What about Isaiah Oliver now in terms of his role? Because it seems like they've shuttled him to the bench, and they're going in other directions in terms of the nickel corner spot.
Well, I mean, Wilkes loves him, and when he can't even talk about anybody else or Ambry Thomas or anybody without mentioning, hey, we still love Isaiah Oliver. But, it's like somebody who tells you they love you, but they show you they don't. Right. It's like Oliver went from playing lots of snaps to playing 3 snaps, and now Ambry Thomas is playing all the snaps. And the bottom line is Ambry Thomas is better against the run, and he's better against the pass. And I asked Shanahan 2 weeks ago, I said, hey, you said your team looked tired and slow against Cincinnati. I go, they got the bye week. That's going to make them, rejuvenated. But where are you going to get the extra speed? I said, is that an off-season thing? And he's like, you got any ideas? He kind of threw it back on my plate. And I wasn't expecting him to do that. I'm like, well, how about Danny Gray? And he's like, well, that's one guy, but I'm looking for team speed and this and that. Well, it's funny. He kind of, downplayed my whole question. And then that's exactly what they did. They took the 4-6.
Larry Shanahan.
Exactly. I mean, they took the 4-6 Isaiah Oliver, plunked him on the bench, and took Ambry Thomas, who runs 4.4 flat coming out of Michigan.
Flat?
Yeah, very fast. Very fast. And they put him on the field. And Ambry's better against the run, better against the pass. And shocker, you put a faster, more athletic cover guy out there, and your coverage gets better. So, I mean, but you can tell Wilkes loves Oliver. He doesn't want Oliver to quit.
Yeah.
He may need him again. He doesn't want to bury him. He says, you're going to see more of Oliver. And I wasn't sure if he was trying to reassure us or threaten us.
Well, 3 snaps, right? Last game against Tampa Bay.
And Oliver's a great guy, by the way. I love talking to Oliver. But, the bottom line on the thing is that it's about body control. He's a taller, lankier, older guy who doesn't have the ability to mirror really athletic receivers with second moves and third moves. And, he just can't mirror those players. Thomas can. And I know Oliver's more reliable than Thomas, but Thomas is more athletic than Oliver. And I think they're going with Thomas.
I love it. Great breakdown. Larry Krueger in for Mark Willard here. 888-957-9570. Your thoughts on the Niners-Seahawks game, which is now 24 hours and 50 minutes away. It's game 3 on Thanksgiving night. We'll have the warm-up show, the pregame show right here, 2 to 5 on 95.7 The Game. Evan Giddings and Lorenzo Neal. Make sure you catch that. And then overtime, featuring our very own Mark Grandy, immediately following the game. In San Francisco, we're going to take your phone call next. You're on 95.7 The Game. What's going on, Happy Thanksgiving. What's up, You're on the air.
Hey, hello. How you doing?
Good,
Yeah. Oh, pretty good. Yeah. Dealing with 13, Purdy. If he continues to do what he's doing right now, he's going to need some more coins. Because everybody keep on saying, we got this on $1.50 still. He deserves to get paid just like everybody else. So I'm looking forward to be successful this year and bring it on home. But he's going to have to get paid like everybody else. Have a great Thanksgiving, everybody.
You too, Thank you for the phone call. And is right, but unfortunately for Brock Purdy, he can't get that coin, and he can't get it until, after next season? And then the contract can't kick in until after year 4. This is year 2 for Brock. He's not eligible to be given any coin until after year 3, and that coin won't start until year 5.
I know, it's funny, too, because people are like, pay that guy. It's like, dude, they're going to pay him. I mean, it's like they're going to pay him. My favorite cut of the week, though, was Richard Sherman, who was like, you know what? This guy is not going to get any respect. He's just got to be of the mindset, I'm going to go take it. And there's a lot of people that, whether it was based on Kaepernick or Garoppolo or whatever, There's a lot of Niner fans that, put their heart and soul into those two guys and felt, disappointed by the way things went. And so it's like if you hear people talk about their skepticism on Brock Purdy, they almost can't speak to it without mentioning one of those two guys. Well, I thought Kaepernick was going to be great, and he wasn't great. I thought Garoppolo was going to be great, and so I'm not giving this guy any, It's like, hey, different people.
Yeah.
Different.
You have to assess every player in a vacuum.
They're different.
You can't look at, Beathard and Mullins, they were guys that Shanahan liked, and he drafted Beathard. And remember they drafted Jeff Driscoll? And that didn't work out.
I mean, it's like it's like just not the way it goes. You're just going to have to, judge each one of these guys independently. I will say this, though. I think now that we've seen 18 games of Brock Purdy, I think we've seen the good and the bad. What's the bad side of Brock Purdy? He's it's funny, the people that called him Dink and Dunk were so out to lunch because the guy's got plenty of arm. It's more
and
about...
he'll stand in there and he'll continue to look downfield and he'll try to make the big play.
He's attacking downfield.
Exactly.
To the point now where some of the intermediate stuff and the stuff underneath is starting to become increasingly open because they're taking shots down the field. He's throwing the ball down the field almost as much as any quarterback we've seen.
Well, he leads the league in air yards per attempt.
Right.
So that's all you need to know about him being a dink and dunker. He's not.
It's the ultimate lazy judging the book by the cover. He's kind of a smallish guy, and we know the Niners, Shanahan's big part of his game is he likes the short game, the quick game, the bootleg game, everything within 5-10 yards of the line of scrimmage, that kind of ball control passing game. But Purdy is more like a Brett Favre. He wants to drive the ball down the field. If there's a weakness in his game, it's that he might be a little bit, at times, too much of a gunslinger. And I asked him earlier this week, I said, hey, how do you balance the desire to be aggressive down the field, but then that voice in the back of your head saying, take care of the ball, take care of the ball, take care of the ball. And he's like, it's a process. And he admitted, he's like, you know what? I'm not there yet. I'm working towards it, but I'm not there yet. And it's just a matter of being patient and taking what the defense gives you and methodically driving the ball down the field. But at the same time, so what makes him is that aggressiveness to attack and that throw that he had to Ayuk. I mean, that was a thing of beauty.
Reckless. You're talking about the end zone, the touchdown pass?
No, I'm talking about the one this week where he
that was beautiful.
I mean, I
thought you were talking about the one in the end zone where he rolled left and he floated it all the way back across the field, and he was fortunate to have that be a touchdown pass.
Right. And yet, do you want to take that? Do you want to, take that aggressiveness away from the kid? In a lot of ways, make a play. That's kind of the mindset of the position. But at the same time, it's like, be smart with the ball. Make a play, but be smart with the ball. Make a play, but be smart with the ball. Make a play, but don't turn it over.
Right. Make a play, but don't float the ball all the way across the field into double coverage and get away with it.
And if there's one thing that I think, what's the bad, or the lesson there is, where have we seen him or Jimmy or any other quarterback struggle on the turnovers? It's late, over the middle,
exactly,
into a crowd with not a lot on it. You know what I mean? That's what he's got to kind of eradicate from his game. But the nice thing is he gets it. He knows that, you know what? I got a hell of a team, and I got the game in my hands because I got the ball, and I got to make sure that I protect that. And he understands what the Niners have going here. I mean, the Niners seriously could be a Super Bowl championship team. You heard Dave talk about it. This is their go time right now, when they're paying this kid $850,000 and not $22 million.
Exactly.
$27 million.
$45 million.
Yeah.
Or whatever he's going to get when he actually, comes to market in a couple of years.
Right. So this is their opportunity. They've got all the balance of that money spread around on their roster. It's not going to be as good of a roster when they're paying him big bucks.
Without a doubt. And you got some guys to sign in this upcoming year, and you can do that without having to pay Brock Purdy for at least one more season. 888-957-9570. Your thoughts, your excitement level for tomorrow night. Seahawks and Niners. It's Seahawk week. Where are the fans? Where's the excitement for this game, this rivalry game, Thanksgiving night? Mark, we see Jose, we see Jim, all on the line. We'll get to all of you on the other side. We are presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. Larry's in for Mark It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip of every Warriors game throughout the season as we get you ready for the action. Brought to you by...
all those Niner fans that are whining about Brock Purdy, you sound like idiots. You really do. You sound like complete dipsticks. I mean, is he even making $1 million a year? I think he's making like, what, $875 or whatever it is this season. This is like a general manager's wet dream.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
That was Dave Softy Mahler from earlier in the program, and I like his use of dipsticks. I'm going to start using that as opposed to the other dip. Oh. Thank you. Dip blank. Dipsticks is actually, it's good.
He's got his radio lingo, and then he's got his YouTube lingo. And,
yeah, for sure. And you had him on your YouTube channel, the Krug Show.
And he was swearing up
and
a
he
storm.
went off. But the point was the same, which is basically appreciate Brock Purdy. Appreciate what you have. And can't we all take a moment to be thankful for a quarterback who not only makes peanuts, but plays at a high level for a team that's a Super Bowl contender?
And, the caller tried to give me the credit for saying, oh, you called it ahead of time. I had a major advantage on you guys. The major advantage is I have a good friend who scouted him, who clued me in, heard me on draft day bash him and say I didn't like the pick, and clued me in and said, Krug, this guy is the guy. I've been to Ames. I've watched this kid. I've met him. He sent me a whole video breakdown on the guy. And even then I was like, I don't know. I really don't know. But then I also had the advantage of getting the chance to interview him face to face. And he reminded me of Brady. He reminded me of Russell. He reminded me of Breeze. He's got those same kinds of, super respectful, nice guy, but I absolutely live to win football games.
Fierce competitor.
Tom Brady's got that aw shucks thing going, but then he also will cut you to beat you. And that's what Brock Purdy is. So, I don't know. The 49ers are very fortunate. Very, very fortunate.
Yeah, fantastic breakdown right there. 888-957-9570. Brock Purdy, are you sold? Niners, Seahawks, are you fired up for this one? Because I'm starting to sense, Larry, that people are taking it a little bit for granted. The Niners are better than Seattle. There's no rivalry because Russ is gone. The Legion of Boom is now the Legion of Whom. And, Pete Carroll is winding down his career, and it doesn't feel like Seattle's putting up that much of a fight. I think about last year in the playoff game, and DK Metcalf gets behind Mooney Ward and goes in for the touchdown that gives the Seahawks the lead at the half in a playoff game. And I'm reminded that this game will not be a pushover. Even though Seattle has their quarterback hampered, looks like Geno's going to play. They're without their starting running back. And, they've kind of done it with smoke and mirrors for the most part. They're a -2 in point differential, yet they're 6-4 on the season. I still think this game's going to be tougher than many Niner fans are allowing themselves to believe. So where are you at, Niner fans? 888-957-9570. Where's the urgency for a divisional game that ultimately could decide and probably will decide the NFC West?
It's going to be a tryptophan special, right? I mean, people will be sitting there falling asleep, trying to stay awake, watching Niners. If you eat a bunch of turkey, maybe you eat it two. Some people dine at 2. Some people dine at 3, 4.
Right.
Thanksgiving's usually a little on the earlier side.
I asked Steve Kerr yesterday the hardest question I've ever asked him, and he got it right. I said, Steve, what is the appropriate time to eat Thanksgiving dinner?
What did he say, 3?
He said 4 or 5. And I allowed it because he gave 2 answers. The correct answer is 4. But 4 or 5, 5's getting a little late, especially with tomorrow in the Niner game being at 5:20.
I bet you there's a bunch of people that will make it a little bit earlier this year, just so they can make sure that they're finishing up by the time the Niners start. I don't know about you, but we used to go. My mom used to go pumpkin pie and mincemeat pie. Have you ever heard of mincemeat?
I've heard of it, but it scares me.
Yeah,
it scares me a little bit.
I'm not exactly sure what mincemeat actually is. It's some kind of a fruit, but never was a big fan. But not a big fan of pumpkin pie either. I'm not a big pumpkin pie fan.
Pumpkin pie with a little whipped cream. I'm in on pumpkin pie.
You like pumpkin pie?
Here's a little wrinkle for you, and then we're going to go to the phones. And I see Rich calling in, and Mark in Oakland, call back. For some reason, your call dropped. I was about to go to you. I'd love to hear from you. Unless he hung up for the 3rd time. not going to beg you, but
7 times.
yeah, thank you. Thank you, Lucas. I got married last year, the day after Thanksgiving. So we took half of our wedding cake and we put it in the freezer. And the tradition is that you defrost your wedding cake and you have it on your anniversary, which would be this Saturday. But I'm wondering if anybody's done that, and would you advise eating year-old wedding cake that has been basically frozen for the past year?
Sounds awful. I mean,
and you and I, we like sweets. You and I both in the vending machine here and there.
Yeah,
we'll get after it a little bit.
Well, we'll raid the candy counter during Halloween week or post Halloween.
Post Halloween candy. I'm in. I like desserts. I got a sweet tooth.
But
you're saying it's going to be a hard no?
Well,
on year-old wedding cake.
Yeah.
And the cake was delicious.
I'm not big on freezing things and eating it years later.
It's only a year.
That's a long time.
It is a long
time. And we're talking about dairy for a year in the freezer. I'm not big on, I'm just not big on let's thaw it out and then, though we do it, I will go to Costco. We'll freeze things like everybody else.
No doubt. I get the prime filet at Costco. It's a very good deal. Great steaks at Costco.
There you go.
Sneaky good steaks. We'll get our steaks from Costco.
Okay.
This cake was not from Costco.
What's your favorite steak cut? You're going
prime filet.
A filet.
Yeah. Well, I don't eat a lot of steaks, so when I do,
want high quality.
I want high quality. And actually, Costco's got great prime filet.
Okay. I like more of a sirloin. A sirloin.
Okay. I had some skirt a couple weeks ago. It was very good.
Can
be brisket at the in-laws.
Tough. Skirt's can be kind of tough.
Can be. And the mother-in-law made some brisket. I had some brisket last weekend. It's delicious.
Well, that I won't even do. That I can't do the brisket just because I never make it right. When I make it, I mean, you gotta devote the hours to brisket.
Yeah.
You either need a smoker or you need to cook it for like 12 hours. I mean, 6 hours, 8 hours, 10 hours. I mean, you got to really cook slow
you gotta commit
and
to
low.
the brisket.
Yeah, I mean, you got to have a plan for the brisket.
Yeah.
When I've done it, like I try to barbecue it. No, it's too chewy. It's like shoe leather.
Yeah, I didn't know how the brisket was made. It just showed up on the plate. And,
it's great if you got the time.
It's delicious. Yeah, thumbs up on the brisket. 888-957-9570. Brisket and year-old wedding cake are on the table. And also the 49ers. Let's go to Rich in Fremont. He wants to talk about the dangers of tomorrow. What's going on, Rich? You're on with Krug and Dibs.
What's up, guys? What's up, Larry? How you doing, man?
Hey, I'm doing great, man. How you doing?
Good. I'm doing good. I'm just getting off work. I'm looking at red lights and license plates, but I'm on my way home. Drive
safely, man. It's that day.
Always.
This is the last day of the year you want to get in any kind of accident.
Definitely. I agree 100%. Always stay at least 2 car lanes behind the car in front of me. But the thing is, I see this game as not a pushover game at all. I mean, it's true on paper the Niners should be better than Seattle, but the reality of the matter is that it's Pete Carroll versus Kyle Shanahan. Okay, and Pete Carroll generally gets the upper hand. Now, not in the last couple of years, but it's still them two playing chess. So, like I said, the Niners should beat them, but they're in Seattle. It's Pete Carroll, and anything's liable to happen. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, that's a good call. It's true. Pete Carroll's had the upper hand against the Niners. He really has. And with Devin Witherspoon and Tariq Woolen, the Seahawks have the ability to do to the Niners what I think is kind of Brock Purdy's kryptonite, which is rush 4, play man-to-man. Play man-to-man on Ayuk and Debo with, top flight cover guys, and then rush 4 up front. Now, their front 4 has added in the last few weeks, Big Leonard Williams. They traded for him from the New York Giants. He's a really good player. He can play inside, outside. And then they also have, they've added Frank Clark. But if you've watched Clark at all, either, before with Denver or recently with Seattle, he's a shadow of what he was.
Yeah.
He's not the same Frank Clark. But they do have, Leonard Williams. They got 2 big run stuffers in Jaron Reed and Mario Edwards. You got Boye Mafe sprinting off the edge. Jamal Adams is hurt. I don't know if he's going to go in this game. I kind of think Jamal Adams is hugely overrated, by the way. But, Quandre Diggs made 13 tackles last week, and Woolen and Witherspoon are awesome corners. And then also, there's always the PI and, potential, it seems like. Lockett and Metcalf, how's this game called? Do they call it real tight? Because I think Ward is a great matchup, or he matches up well with Metcalf, but the Niners struggle to defend Lockett.
Yeah, no doubt. It's going to be interesting to see if the Niners can handle the four-man rush, if Seattle has to send extra people to try to heat up Brock Purdy in order to get him uncomfortable, because if he can stand back there and pick apart Seattle's secondary, doesn't matter how tight your man-to-man coverage is with the Shanahan scheme, Seattle's in trouble. Warriors are back in action tonight versus the Suns, which means Warriors Live starts at 6 o'clock, brought to you by Xfinity, the Xfinity 10G network made for streaming live sports. Let's stay out to the phones. Let's go to Ryan in Newark. He's got a special request for tomorrow. What's going on, Ryan?
Hey, how you guys doing, fellas, man? How's it going? Larry, how you doing, Mr. Larry? How you doing, Mr. Dibbs?
Hey, man, we're doing great. How you doing?
I'm doing wonderful. Out here in the traffic, man. Not where you want to be right now, but, hey, we're doing it, working, making the money.
There you go.
Hey, I just want to say, man, I just want a clean game tomorrow. I want to see them shove it down their throats, protect the line, protect the pass rush. You already know Lockie's going to eat. They're going to get their little bit of yards, but just keep it to a minimum. And, hey, let's eat some freaking turkey on their 50-yard line. That's what I want to see.
Seriously. Now we're talking.
Yeah.
A little turkey eaten at the 50 payback.
Total payback.
Where's Michelle Tafoya? We'll bust her out, and you can sit there and serve Fred Warner and Dre Greenlaw turkey at the 50.
Yeah.
I would love to see it. I'll say the main reason I like the Niners tomorrow, the Niners in the last year against Seattle, 3 games against Seattle, Niners had 61 pressures on Geno.
Jeez.
That's where the Niners are going to win this game. Seattle struggled last year against the Niner defensive front. The defensive front the Niners have this year is even better.
Yeah, and if you can heat up Geno like they have in the past, you're going to have a pretty easy time in terms of shutting them down, especially without their prime running back to key their running game. And the Niners have been so good stopping the run. The third longest streak of holding opposing rush attacks under 100 yards. I think it's at 34 games now.
That's a big key, too, because Charbonnet runs hard. He runs upright, so you can take some big hits on him. But Charbonnet's big time, man. I mean, and just talking to Dave earlier this week, he was mentioning how they love to use Charbonnet in the screen game. And if there's been one weakness of the Niner defense, it's stopping the screens. They were better last week than they had been, but that to me is a major part of this game. Can they gang tackle Charbonnet on the screen passes?
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live in the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Former Niner offensive lineman Alex Boone coming up in 5 minutes. But first, out to Mark in Oakland. Mark, what's going on? Happy Thanksgiving. You're on with Krug and Dibbs.
Thanks for taking my call. I got the phone stabilized.
Jeez,
it took a little while.
Yeah, it did.
I'm up by Lake Temescal right now. It's gorgeous.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
So here's what I want to talk about. And as much as I appreciate the word dipstick being used, and it's making a comeback. Another friend of mine, my buddy, started using it like recently. I think there's like something happening there. But that was an irrational statement that the dipstick guy was making. And I mostly this just felt like a very reasonable, balanced approach y'all are taking. And the Purdy thing is like this question that I'm totally grateful the Niners are in the mix every year. I like that Purdy can win against like 20th ranked defenses and offenses. And I know they beat Dallas, but Dallas hasn't beaten anyone over 500, so I feel like they're kind of a hollow team. Anyway, the questions are the same as they've always been. This was already a team that got to the Super Bowl. They've already won NFC championships. They almost won the Super Bowl. We're nowhere near ahead of that in my eyes. The two questions and then the evidence. That's what I'm looking at. One is, can Purdy handle it when he gets, quote-unquote, punched in the mouth and it comes at him and everything's not going smooth? Can Kyle Shanahan handle it? Can he not, pass when he should be running or mess up the clock at the end of games? Those are my questions. And I would say the evidence, which is where I go by because I'm reasonable, not my hope for the future, the evidence is they can't yet. So That's where it's at to me. I think that's fair and reasonable. It doesn't mean I don't love the Niners, and I'm glad that they're in it, and that Purdy's $800,000 a year, and he's like a deal, and all that's awesome. But the questions are still there, and it is fun to watch, and I can't wait to see it. I love this kind of football, but that's very reasonable. So when people are like, oh, this Purdy's is unreasonable, no, they're unreasonable. They're like wishful thinking. I'm looking at the evidence. They haven't shown me yet. What do you guys think?
Well, I mean, okay.
Didn't mean to chop off the chuckle too soon, but Mark got his money's worth right there.
Personally, I mean, let's go back to the Browns game. Okay, let's go back to the Browns game.
They got punched in the mouth.
Now they get punched in the mouth. They're on the road. They lost Trent. They lost Debo. They had McCaffrey less than 100%. Or did he get knocked out too? They lost definitely Trent and Debo in that game. And they lost Trent. Didn't they lose Debo on the first play of that game?
Yes.
They're down in the fourth quarter against one of the best defenses in the entire league, whether it's the number 1, number 2, number 3, whatever. Cleveland's got a great defense. And Brock Purdy had been sacked 3 times. He had thrown an interception. He had a number of drops. He put a couple balls on Ayuk's hands that Ayuk had dropped. I don't know if they're technically considered drops or just incompletions, but the ball hit him in the hands. He gets the ball back in the fourth quarter, deep in his own territory, on a rainy, wet day against the number 1 defense, and he drove them down the field well into field goal range. And I think Shanahan kind of made a mistake of kind of getting a little bit conservative there. They could have run an extra play or two.
I thought they should have, absolutely.
And I felt like they kind of missed the moment. They put it on Moody. Thought he could make it easily within 40. Probably should have gotten to the 30. Instead, he misses the field goal. So for those who are like, well, Brock has never done that. He's never taken them from behind in the fourth quarter against a good team. Well, technically he did.
Well, he did last year against Vegas.
He did it against the Raiders. Yeah. And they were down 10 in the fourth, I think, and forced overtime and beat them in OT. Is that what it was last year?
I think they were down 10 in the third quarter.
Okay.
Because Shanahan's never had a team come from 8 or more down in the fourth quarter to win a game.
Okay. So they were down 10 at some point in the second half and forced overtime and beat the Raiders. Granted, it was the Raiders, and it was Jared Stidham, backup quarterback. So, I don't know that you could – it's like have the 49ers blown – I mean, what's Brock Purdy's record with the 49ers? They don't have a lot of examples of games where they were behind in the fourth quarter that they lost. They just don't. So I personally, I know we have to see it, and a lot of people are, hey, until I see him come from behind against a good team, I won't believe it. If that's what you need to dangle the carrot to believe in the guy, then go for it. That's fine with me. Everybody's entitled to their own, measuring stick on how they want to evaluate this quarterback. Personally, I think that he kind of proved it this year, and Jake Moody missed the kick.
One thing that we talked to Kurt Warner about a couple of weeks ago on this very program was the Niners not being built to come from behind based on the personnel group that they favor, 21 personnel. They're a run-first offense, a lot of play action, the stretch game, the zone game, and
the O-line.
The O-line and a lot of the shifts and the pre-snap motion. When you're down in a football game, all that stuff goes out the window. And you can't really run 21 personnel or 22 or 12 with the 2 running backs and the 2 tight ends. You got to go 3 wides and even 4 wides. And that's where Christian McCaffrey helps you, because you can go 3 wide receivers and have McCaffrey and put him out in the slot, or you can put him out as the X receiver. And you do have 4 wide receivers and you've got a tight end. So that kind of offsets your personnel shortcomings in that way. But that is one thing I think that the 49ers, by structure of their roster, aren't going to be as good at, because they don't have the personnel and they don't have the weaponry to necessarily go, 4 wides and have Brock Purdy just sit back there and sling it.
There was a price to be paid for investing all those number 1s and basically missing out on 3 number 1 draft choices for Trey Lance. Trey was 1, and the 2 picks they moved up to get him were the other 2. So they had 3 number 1s. Probably 1 or 2 of those picks would have been offensive linemen, most likely.
Yeah.
And so that's the payment. I mean, it seems like there's been no cost for missing on Trey Lance, but that's the cost.
Yes.
Is that you don't have another first-round offensive tackle that you probably would have had.
Yeah, and that's what you're going to need in the future because Trent Williams is getting a little bit long in the tooth, and that's something we can talk about when the draft rolls around again. Well, we did have a chance to talk to a former Niner offensive lineman on this program earlier today, and we bring you offensive lineman, Niner alumni, Alex Boone, former 49er, friend of the program, a guy who I once had to manhandle in a hotel lobby in Santa Clara, and Alex, I didn't apologize then. I probably should have. I was a little rough on you, little guy. Alex Boone joins us. Have the bruises healed, Mr. Boone?
Gibbs, the next time I see you, I am so coming after you. You're not going to even see me coming. I'm going to tackle you. I get on, and the producer's like, hey, just to let you know, Gibbs is talking about how he beat you up at a Super Bowl. I'm like, dude, it's on. It is so on.
First of all, and Alex, thank you for joining us. I cuffed you around in the Hilton lobby, and you took the opportunity to cheap shot me at the Super Bowl in Miami. And don't think I've forgotten that, Boone. You better watch your back, little man.
Can't wait. Hey, by the way, I grew a little bit more since the Iron Man. I'm back up to my fighting weight, like 290, so I'm ready to go. Let's do it.
Yeah, I'm also close to 290, but that doesn't help me in fighting. Doesn't help me as much as it helps you.
He looks more Jerry Ball now. Yeah.
Exactly. Oh my God, I'm a little bit more Oompa Loompa than you are. Alex, and you've got your YouTube channel, the O-Line Committee, and we'll promote that again as we get into it. But I know you've just broken down the Niners O-Line. Larry Kruger's with me. We've been talking Niners O-line. What have you made of the way that Brock Purdy's been able to thrive behind this line so far this year?
You know what? I love everything about it, and I think it all starts from Kyle. And this is what we talked about on the show, is that the fact that they can run so many varieties of plays. Brock Purdy has the option of doing so many things, and at the same time, not one single person on that defense is looking at him. We broke down the film, and I go, hey, pause. I want you to count all the eligible receivers. There's like 6. How many of those guys would be starters on other teams? And that's a fullback right there. And they're double guarding him. Like, there's just threats everywhere. And then you pose in Trent Williams and what he's able to do for this line and the leadership that he brings and the pass-kicking ability that he has been still be able to bring. It's phenomenal. And then you turn around and say, Christian McCaffrey, we can hand it to you or we can throw it to you. Like, that's why this whole thing is working, and it's working at such a pleasure. And I know that Tom came out yesterday and was like, this is all mediocre and it's crap. And he's not wrong. But at the same time, if I could say that there's one team that continues to show up and show out, it's the Niners. And yeah, people are like quick to say, oh, they went 0-3. You know what? Everybody has a dry spell. But the problem is, the team that you see now on the field, do you really want to play them? You don't. Don't lie to me, because I'm not stupid.
Boone, good to talk to you, man. I got to thank you, because you were the guy who saw me wandering through the Ravens-Niners post-game Super Bowl without an interview and said, hey, man, I'll give you an interview, and I appreciate you for that. And you were my favorite go-to guy in the post-game back in the Harbaugh years. But I got to ask you about Purdy. I mean, it's amazing. I mean, the guy had the elbow surgery, but then his arm at the beginning of the year didn't look all that strong. Then the bye week came. He said he did some lifting and he didn't do any throwing. The last couple weeks, his arm has looked noticeably stronger. When you're watching that film, does that stand out to you at all? And give me your thoughts on just the way he's playing the position. We're talking about a second-year guy.
I think he's doing phenomenal, and I'm so sick of everyone asking, is he an elite quarterback? So many people keep saying, is he elite? Dude, it doesn't matter what you think. He's leading this team on a great journey right now. He's doing a phenomenal job. Yeah, at times they kind of sputtered out, but now they're back to where they were. And I agree with you. I think that pass last week to Brandon Ayuk, the way that he just missiled that to him, it was like, dude, there was no question that nobody was catching that but Brandon. And something like that starts to show up to defenses and goes, hey, how are we going to stop this? This kid, he can sling it now. He can throw it over the top. What are we going to do? Because now we have to worry about so many different parts of the field. We have to cover boundary to boundary, sideline to sideline. The entire thing becomes unescapable. And that's why Brock Purdy can sit back there and go, look at these massive voids and all these amazing players running downfield right now. It's phenomenal.
How much of that is a creation of what Kyle Shanahan does, not only by scheme, but also by personnel? Because you have Kyle Juszczyk, who you can move up into the X receiver spot. You can move Debo into the backfield. McCaffrey can go out wide. How much of an edge does that give to Brock Purdy in terms of his ability to really carve up a defense?
Well, like I said before, the minute that you start moving people around, and we know Kyle's notorious for moving people around pre-snap, you've already got the defense talking about something. And then all of a sudden you start switching people around, like our X is now our running back is now the Z, the F is now the Y. People are just constantly communicating and out of position and trying to figure it out. And that's why it's so fun, because for Brock Purdy, a young player, to sit back there and have to diagnose these defenses, it's a lot. But if the defense is equally trying to diagnose what you're even going to do, then who's really at an advantage here? Because Brock knows, hey, this is cover 2. I know my boys are going to be here. Here's my first read. And they're looking at it like, dude, we haven't seen this formation. Where is he going? People start freaking out, and it's fun to watch, and I'm sure they see that. And as a team, they probably just pounce all over that energy.
You know, the play that I loved from last week's game, and I don't know if you diagrammed this thing or broke it down, but it was the first touchdown to McCaffrey where he goes in motion, and then he just slipped through the trash, right through the kind of the O-line, D-line, and he used the line as basically like a pick, and he was wide freaking open. I mean, and the ball, Purdy put it right on his hands, but he could have thrown that thing anywhere. He had all kinds of space between him and the defender.
I'm so glad you brought that play up. That was one of the first plays we broke down. And one of the things we talked about is, you said it, the minute that Christian McCaffrey starts to go in motion, the linebacker over him, if I'm not mistaken, was Levante David, and all of a sudden, or no, maybe it was Devin White, I'm not sure. But he's thinking, what? Oh, this guy's going to run a bubble swing. He's going to run a Texas route. He's going to run some sort of an out route. He's going to try and get me on an island all by myself out here. No. I'm going completely across the formation, and not only that, I'm going to slip through the A gap. You need to go watch the show, because I talked about how I've never seen a guy slip so clean through an A gap while a center is blocking a nose guard. It's just like he vanishes and then shows back up, and then there's 5 yards of separation, and it's almost like, how do you defend that? Because everybody on the other side is running a flood. You got Brandon Ayuk, Kittle. I mean, it's insane to see how much eye candy they draw, and then when they're running across the field, you just see Christian McCaffrey slip out. And that's a lot of Kyle Shanahan's philosophy. I'm just going to beat you. It's like a chess versus checkers match. It's super fun to see.
And how much does that play into the way they use Deebo Samuel as well, in terms of, constantly sending him in motion and at times giving it to him on the jet sweep, on the end around, faking it to him? That sort of eye candy, what does that do to a defense?
Slows them down and makes them start thinking. Safeties have to start watching. The outside perimeter has to start watching. Oh, by the way, there goes Brandon Ayuk on a play action. Like, that's why all of this works so well. And everyone keeps talking about, is Brock Purdy elite? He may be, he may not be, but he is still winning games with an elite team and an elite mindset. Like, you watch them go out, and the offense and defensively, like, they just play off of each other, and they get excited together, and it's like, hey, they're an elite team. That's all that matters. And if you have to play them on Sunday, you should probably look out.
He reminds me a lot of Russell Wilson, just from the standpoint of he plays with urgency. He's a little bit quicker than you think. He's a difficult guy to sack. And then he's accurate. The ball comes out on time. But he's just a great competitor. And whether it's on schedule or off schedule, Alex, I mean, this guy finds a way to beat you. And the play up there last year in Seattle, where he slid for the first down and extended the football forward, was so Russell. And I'm just kind of wondering, you played head-to-head against Russell many, many times, and we all know that Seattle got the upper hand in a lot of those battles. Do you see some of the Russell in Brock at all?
Absolutely, and I think I see it most in his confidence. It's his ability to stand back there and know that he is going to take on this blitz, but he's like, I know my reads. I know what's going to get me out of trouble, and at the same time, having the confidence to throw that ball across the middle as much as he does, it takes a lot. I've seen a lot, and you've seen a lot of young quarterbacks fail because they don't have the confidence to go out there and lead a team. That's why everyone keeps asking, is this guy elite? He must be, because the team is playing phenomenal, and normally if the team's playing well, the quarterback is an elite player. They just understand. He leads them down the field. He's very calm in the pocket, and when he needs to get out, he gets out very effortlessly. So, yeah, I do see a little bit of rust in him in a young age.
Alex Boone here on 95.7 The Game, former 49er. He was a Niner in 2014 when the Seahawks beat his team 19-3. And you know what, Alex? You guys could only muster 185 yards of total offense against Seattle, and then you let them eat turkey on the 50-yard line. Alex, I didn't have the courage to ask you then, but I'm going to ask you now. What the hell happened there?
That was a rough one. I remember walking into that game thinking, God, I feel like just complete garbage. And I know that everybody else did, and you're trying to muster it up. And this Seattle win, I think I actually had a holding call on Michael Bennett on an outside zone, and I was just livid with myself. And I was like, I can't believe this is happening. But, you talk about a team that when we used to play Seattle, it was like a different game for everybody. And we would get out there, and the grudge matches we had with their D-line, and then the whole wars that we would break out there were just super fun. And it was sad, though. I remember going into the locker room thinking, I can't believe they're letting them eat food on our field. And it's one of those things where you look back and you're like, dude, we had some great rivalries, though. And it's fun to see it kind of burst back into the scene with the same San Francisco-Seattle mindset, dude. It's great to be a part of something like that.
The Niners are 2-2-1 all time on Thanksgiving. They played the Harbaugh Bowl in Baltimore against the Ravens, a low-scoring game. The Ravens won 16-6. What's it like playing on Thanksgiving, knowing the entire league, the entire nation is sitting around watching this game?
I can't lie to you, it's pretty cool, man. It is, and honestly, it's a great feeling. I remember when we were when I was at the Vikings, we went to Detroit, and it was when Aretha Franklin did the longest rendition of the entire 15 minutes that she's singing. My heart's just racing. I'm like, please, hun, I need to get that first hit. I'm dying inside. And she kept going, and it's just one of those things where you know everybody's watching, and everyone's all hopped up on tryptophan and super mashed potatoed out, and you're like, dude, this is the game they all want to see. This is what they want to see, the clash of the Titans. And I remember back when the Niners and the Seattle would go, we had so much fun. We used to talk so much. We were so dirty with them, and they were dirty with us. And it was just one of those things where it was like, this is the perfect scenario when you talk about looking back on your career when you're like, man, I played in so many Thanksgiving Day games. Everybody got to watch. We didn't win them, but we fought like hell, that's for sure.
You look at this team now, Alex, and you can't help but find similarities, right, between this team and your team in terms of good offensive line play and a physical defense. Do you look at this team and the way they run a lot of 21 personnel and think about the salad days of when Jim Harbaugh was at the helm and you were out there wrecking people?
Are you kidding me? I love it. I love when you see 21 personnel and you see a defense line up like they're going to stop the run, and then it turns out to be a play action. Or when you see them in a 21 and they're like, oh, it's for sure a pass, and they just pound it right in your face. Like, it's the whole behind the scenes. What's really going on? How are we going to try and trick them? And it's one of those things that, coming from a Harbaugh G-Row scheme, that was one of their biggest philosophies, was how can we beat them before they get off the bus? If we can have this personnel rise up and be a passing offense or be a running offense and be able to run out of this personnel, like you said, being able to move people in multiple positions, it just puts the defense at such a disadvantage because they're like, we haven't seen this, we don't know what they're doing. And then on the other side, as an offense, you're just laughing because you're like, you're never going to stop us today. This is going to be a great day.
How big of a deal is it to flip spots? I mean, like, John Feliciano right now doesn't know if Aaron Banks is going to go. Because if Aaron Banks is going to go, he's going to play right guard. If Aaron Banks is not going to go, Alex, he's probably going to play left guard. Does that complicate things? I mean, in some guys, is it easier, I guess, to switch from right to left, inside as opposed to outside?
No, it's never really that easy, but at this point in your career as a pro, it's almost expected, and that's one of those things where it's like, hey, as the season goes on, if you can have guys that can step up and play roles like that, one week I'm a right guard, next week I'm a left tackle, and then I go to center, you will fare a lot better than a lot of teams because that's the biggest issue with the NFL is trying to keep guys healthy. So guys like John Feliciano, who I'm a huge fan of, always was when he was with Buffalo, just a grinder. You can plug him in and have a veteran-style player out there in a moment's notice. It's huge, but at the same time, you talk about going from right to left. It's almost like, hey, can you write with your right hand and your left hand? And you're like, now you're like, do it. I need you to do it right now. Like, it's one of those things where you have to have a lot of time and prep, and to have a guy like John is huge.
Yeah, Alex Boone joining us here on 95.7 The Game. Alex, you're a big guy, and I'm actually catching up to you, and you should be worried. But as a bigger man, 290 pounds, self-announced, any advice to us aspiring heavy people on how to approach a Thanksgiving meal?
Oh, man, go crazy. I love Thanksgiving. It's a great day to get away with so much highway robbery and just be like, listen, it's Thanksgiving. Nobody's looking. Nobody's watching. I'm not here to stop you. Go crazy, Dibs.
Hey, I'll tell you, I was in the locker room yesterday,
crazy, folks.
And Boone, you'll love this one. I'm asking some of the guys, some of the O-linemen. I was sitting there with Brendel and McKivitz, and I was asking them about, their Thanksgiving deal and how much they eat and this and that. And you're an O-lineman, you're expected to eat a lot. And somehow the conversation got to the 49er O-line dinner. And Brendel starts talking about how McKivitz at the House of Prime Rib put away like 6 fat slabs.
Oh.
And this is like a tradition that goes way, way back. So I'm kind of wondering, back in your day, who was the monster? I mean, you had Yapati, Big Anthony Davis,
Mike.
yourself, Goodwin. Who was do you remember those O-line dinners? And what was the record of Prime Rib in the House of Prime Rib for the Niner O-line back in your day?
No chance you could ever forget an O-line prime dinner. Those were one of the greatest times of the year. We always brought on guests with us. We voted them on, and they would come hang out with us for the night. It was super fun. But back in our day, it was either me or Upati. Or I should say Upati or I. And it was just, we would crush so much food. It was like the one night where you could go crazy, and it was almost like being at Fogo. Like you flipped the green card, and it just kept coming and coming, and everything was so amazing. But you can get in a lot of trouble because the next day you forget you have to practice. And that's when you're like, dude, that was a bad decision. I shouldn't have eaten that much meat. I will never do that again.
Was Staley a sneaky, skinny guy even back then? Because you look at him now, and he's about $194. Was he already kind of trying to aspire to lose that 100 pounds?
No, I think Joe was always just a thin guy that had to eat a lot to stay big. Because when I would always talk to him, I'd be like, dude, you're just so fast. And you're so sleek. And he was like, well, I'm naturally a runner. And he told me about how he held the record for the 4x1 in Michigan. He still has the record to this day. And I was like, are you serious? He's like, well, I was a tight end, and they moved me to left tackle. And I was like, oh, you're the guy that has to eat to keep it on. I got it. Luckiest life in the world. Like, you're just eating everything you want and still looking fabulous. Love the guy to death. Joe, miss you.
Hey, if the Niners, there's the talk that they may have to go with either a practice squad guy. Hey, they just signed a guy named Ben Barch off Jacksonville's practice squad, and there's a chance that he might go in this game. How much time does an offensive lineman need to get ready to play a game? I mean, could you walk into a new organization and play, on a Wednesday and play on Sunday?
I think the question is, do you have to? And if you do, then you better. I mean, that's one of the things that when you go into it, it's kind of like everybody knows the situation. They know you're probably not going to gain a lot of knowledge and know a lot. So they're like, I'll protect you. And at the same time, you just hope it doesn't come to that.
Alex, tell us about the O-line committee and what the O-line committee eating fest is like.
Oh, dude, it's amazing. We have a lot of fun. We just break down offenses all week. We talk about some of the stuff that we like around the NFL. We actually just did one of our first tributes to Tyron Smith. Been playing 13 years, still going at an elite level. Like, it's really just a time for us to go on and talk about what we love about what's going on around the NFL. We break down a lot of plays, like what's cool, what's new. The Niners are always a big hit because Kyle is just always scheming stuff up. And at the same time, we talk about what's going wrong, what teams could do to fix things, what we think as players, and people get to ask us silly questions, and we give real answers. And that's why we're on YouTube, because you know me, guys. I get myself in a lot of trouble. But it's the truth, so I can't really be in that much trouble.
No doubt. And I'm looking at pictures of you right now from the O-line committee on YouTube, and you're looking pretty slender, Alex. You may want to bulk up before you and I happen to, clash again.
Easy. Listen, no, none of that. I better see you at the Super Bowl this year, though, Dibs.
Dude, no doubt. Don't be ducking me like you have before now, Boone.
I won't be. I promise. I'll see you in Detroit.
Alex Boone.
Happy Thanksgiving to all the Boones out there. Thanks, Alex.
Dude, happy Thanksgiving, guys. Appreciate you.
Alex Boone, former Niner, and all-around good guy. And deep down, I hope that he knows I'm joking, because Larry, I don't like my chances if we happen to go head-to-head again, Boone versus Dibs.
I don't like your chances either.
Yeah.
I don't like your chances either.
He's a big guy.
He's, 6'8",
right?
About 320 pounds, and he's a nice guy on the radio, but he's a pretty nasty offensive lineman.
Super nasty.
Yeah.
And it's funny because I did catch him at the Hilton. It was before or during the NFC Championship game a few years ago, and the lobby was absolutely packed. We had done a broadcast from there, and he was just walking across the lobby to try to go about his business, and I stealthily kind of rolled up on him and just hit him from the side. And I'm only 5'8", so I basically jumped on him like a spider monkey, and he caught him off guard and, gave him a couple of shots in the ribs, jokingly, ha, ha, ha. And then we had him on at the Super Bowl a couple weeks later, and he was just peppering me with lefts and rights. Not full-on punches, of course, because he would ruin me. He would end me. But even like his play punches, I was just trying to grimace and take them. But the dude packs a punch.
Well, these guys who play on the line of scrimmage in the NFL, and then they get physical with you. I'll be at training camp, and Tim Ryan will walk up behind me and be like, I'll hear his baritone.
T-Rock.
I'll hear his
Stop whopping him.
baritone voice and all of a sudden he'll bang you on the shoulder, and it's like, dude, you almost dislocated my shoulder. It's like, Tim's a monster, man. And it's like, he'll bear hug you from behind or something, and all of a sudden, oh, jeez.
And you mentioned Low Neal, and when I did Joe Low and Dibs, we used to Joe and I used to joke around about like how quickly he could end us, and Joe would joke about like how he would go about doing it, because he'd get to Low, he'd make Low like play angry and then a little bit like real angry.
Oh, no.
Dibs. And, like you'd think about like if Low wanted to pull me apart like torso from legs, or snap me in half, or throw me through the window, or you start to think about just how he could go about ending it.
He could put you in a different church in a different pew.
Seriously. That's a solid 4
there you go.
From Larry Krueger. It's time now for the Defensive Play of the Week, and it's brought to you by the East Bay Law Practice. When you need the best defense, you need to call the Bay Area's top criminal defense attorney. Visit eastbaylawpractice.com today. We take you back to Sunday. The Niners held a 13-point lead late in the fourth quarter, but Maker Bayfield, as Lowe would call him, or Baker Mayfield, and the Bucs were driving, about to cut the lead down to just one possession. 3rd and 6 from the 49ers 9-yard line, and that's where we witnessed this week's Defensive Play of the Week.
Niners looking like they're going to bring the house. They back off and rush just 4. Incomplete. And back in the end zone. It's picked off of the hands of Godwin and intercepted. And it is Jair Brown, one play after another, and it looks like that's going to hold up.
Joe Davis from Fox with the call. The pick held up, the lead held up, and that was a great defensive play from Jair Brown, but not the only great defensive play he made in that game, Larry.
Oh, he was spectacular. The guy made a number of plays. Did you hear the live mic, though, of that play? Because he landed on the ball, and I think he lost his air.
Oh.
And he was down on the ground, Brown was. And he's like, you want us the game, boy? You want us the game, boy? He's like, get up. And then he's like, you all right? You okay? You all right? Well, stay down. He's like, stay down. Catch your breath. Then he got down right in Jair's face. He's like, man, you want us the game, boy?
Nice. That's funny.
It was a sweet moment. The veterans on that team love Jair Brown because they know he's a real one, man. He's real.
Yeah. The Defensive Play of the Week was brought to you by the East Bay Law Practice. East Bay Law Practice knows how to go the distance for you by providing the defense you need to help reduce or eliminate your penalties. Visit eastbaylawpractice.com today. Jair Brown, now a starter. He goes from backup and highly drafted for them. He was their top draft pick, but a 3rd rounder, and now he is inserted into the starting lineup. The future starts now for Jair Brown, replacing Talanoa Hufanga, who's out with the torn ACL. A clean tear, though, and according to the medical people that we've talked to, Dr. Nirav Pandya joined us earlier in the week. It should be, based on the reports of it being a clean tear, it should only be in that 9-month range.
Well, it's amazing how, the one thing we don't talk about it a lot because it's, it's medical stuff and not real sports. But really, I mean, when you think about the evolution of injuries from when just in the last 20 years.
Yeah.
Amazing. Truly amazing. I mean, Achilles used to be like, oh, you're done. You're totally done.
Right.
Now, I mean, Klay Thompson tore his Achilles. He was moving around pretty good. And the surgery, I guess now, is once you tear your Achilles, they kind of lock your Achilles in place so you could never really have like a secondary rupture of the Achilles tendon.
And even the ACL repair
is much more streamlined.
I tore mine in, it was 99. It was, tax day. And I hadn't done my taxes yet, by the way. April 15th, 1999, on an ill-fated trip to the hoop in a San Rafael High B game. It was B League.
Oh, man.
And torn ACL, fractured arm on the landing. And so I went the cadaver route for the replacement. And now I don't think they do the cadaver even as an option in terms of the ACL replacement.
Okay, I didn't know that. But the nice thing about the ACL is that not only are we seeing guys come back very quickly, but they're oftentimes not losing flexibility. It's a far less intrusive surgery than it seems like it's been in the past. There's less scarring, there's less swelling, and it seems like guys regain full speed.
And faster, too. The rehab and the recovery is a lot faster than it used to be in terms of, your ability to do exactly what you're describing.
Well, I mean, even Aaron Rodgers is talking about playing this year.
Right.
Right? I mean, and this guy tore his Achilles in week 1.
And it looks like, just based on all the videos, you see him out there, throwing the football and not pushing off hard, but he's planting and he's throwing and he's stepping into it. And I'm not going to put it past him that he can return this year.
Yeah, I mean, it's just amazing, the modern medicine, and they just refine the techniques and the procedures. And, it's like the difference between, I mean, you go to like an East-West Shrine game or an old football game and you watch some of those old scouts or just old former football players walking around. I mean, they're not moving that good. There's guys it's bone on bone, and they're because they had surgeries in 1974 or 1981. And now here we are, in 2023, and the surgeries have been perfected to an incredible degree. And it just kind of shows that in modern medicine, man, the advancements keep getting better, and guys can come back faster, and injuries that used to be like career threatening are no longer. Injuries that used to be, 2 years of rehab are now more like 6 months to 9 months. So it's awesome.
And like you said, injuries that used to be career enders are now just obstacles in order for you to come back. And you mentioned Klay Thompson, and we can spend some time here to talk about the Golden State Warriors before they get into it tonight with the Phoenix Suns. John Dickinson is coming up at the top of the hour.
JD.
With Warriors Live, and we'll get fully into Warriors pregame mode at that juncture. But Klay Thompson, he's had 2 of the career enders, injuries that if they would have happened 25, 30 years ago, his career would have been over. The torn ACL in the NBA Finals, and then the ruptured Achilles in the rehab as he was trying to make his way back on the court. And yet here he is, Klay Thompson. He's not back to where he was as a 34-year-old NBA player, but remarkably, he's a lot closer to being the pre-injury Klay than we would have ever imagined.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. I don't know that I'm with you on that one as far as I don't think he's anything close to the player that he was. He doesn't seem, right now, he doesn't look like the player that he used to be. On the defensive end, for sure.
Notorious slow starter, though, if you look at his career.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I thought last year he wasn't going to get it back, and he wound up having one of his better years statistically. But, man, I mean, Klay Thompson in the first part of this year, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what to say. I mean, the Warriors don't look like a title contender right now to me because Wiggins doesn't look like Wiggins and Klay doesn't look like Klay. I know Wiggins had one good bounce-back game and Klay looked better in the last game, but, man, through the first 15 games, these guys don't look like I thought they were going to look. I mean, Wiggins is shooting 25% from 3. He ranks in the 7th percentile of effective field goal percentage. Klay's effective field goal percentage, 50% ranks him 24th percentile of all wings. He's shooting just 34% from 3. That's not Klay Thompson numbers. So either he's off to a real slow start or this guy's regressed, and the Warriors are going to have to make a difficult decision because I get the sense from listening to Klay that Klay feels like a big money long-term extension is his birthright. And I don't know. There's lots of different ways to look at it, Tibbs. I mean, some Warrior fans are like, hey, they should give it to him and be loyal to him. They wouldn't have won the titles without him. Okay, you can look back or you can look forward. If you look back, maybe you want to pay him. If you look forward, why would you pay him?
Right, and you might pay him commensurate with what Draymond's getting. And I think that when you look at Klay Thompson's next deal, for me, it feels like a 3-year deal, which would make him coterminous. It would make his deal be up the same year as Draymond. Steph Curry would be done a year earlier than the two of them, but Steph can stay as long as he wants. If Steph wants to, sign on for one additional year. He's going to own the team
at some point.
I don't know about that. He might
not going to own it outright, but he's going to own a piece.
He can basically do whatever he wants. I think if Joe Lacob, if he went to Joe Lacob and said, Joe, I'm looking for 5%, Joe would give him 5%. But remember, Joe Lacob and Peter Guber are not the only owners. And when you look at Warriors ownership, I believe it's between 10 and 12 different entities and or people.
Right. Venture capitalists.
Yeah, it becomes a little bit of a crowded room. And, where is that piece of the Warriors going to come from? Is it going to be Joe Lacob giving up part of his piece? Is it going to be the collective group all siphoning off a little bit of their ownership. It's not as easy as, yes, Steph, we're going to give you a piece when you've got multiple owners in the building.
Okay, so I put out a poll question on Twitter today. I said if the Warriors had to trade one of these two players to build a legit title contender around Steph, who would you prefer to move? Jonathan Kuminga, Klay Thompson, both, or neither? Where are you? Let me tell you where the poll question is at.
For me, it's Jonathan Kuminga because I still...
Despite his upside?
Well, I don't know if he can fulfill that upside. And
he's not developing.
Right. And, the idea of his upside, to me, is more of an unknown than what Klay's upside is. And I'm not going to look at Klay's career upside. In other words, what Klay once was. I look at what Klay can be right now. This Klay, post-surgery, nearly 34 years old Klay. What can that player be? And that player, to me, is still better than Jonathan Kuminga's quote-unquote upside. Let's get into this more on the other side, Larry, because I do think it's an interesting question.
I'll give you the numbers on what the audience voted on. Over almost 1,000 votes.
No, that's a great tease. I mean, your Twitter audience is going to absolutely keep me.
Absolutely.
Are you sensing sarcasm, Lucas? Because I see you smiling in there. I'm dead serious right now.
Stop whopping me.
Boone's not the only person that's going to rough up Tibbs.
Let's go. Take a number. This segment sponsored by AC Transit. Larry's poll coming up on the other side. That'll keep you on 95.7 The Game.
Don't lie to me because I'm not stupid.
Are you a mechanic with that?
I've played this game. I've coached this game.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
One of our great callers here over the past couple of weeks. I've played this game. I've coached this game. Great insights right there.
There you go.
On.
Listen to me, damn it.
Yeah, totally. It's a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today. John Dickinson comes our way at the top of the hour with Warriors Live, and we see your calls, and we're going to get to them. But first, Larry's poll. He's very proud of his poll.
Very proud.
And he
of my
wants
poll.
to share his poll. So without any further pomp and or circumstance, ladies and gentlemen, your Thanksgiving gift from me to you, it's Larry's poll.
Thank you very much. And if you follow me on Twitter at SportsLarryK, you can read my poll firsthand. Okay, almost 1,000 votes. The question was, if the Warriors had to trade one of these two players to build a legit title contender around Steph Curry, who would you prefer to move? And I said, this will tell me what kind of Warrior fan you are. The four options were Jonathan Kuminga, Klay Thompson, both or neither. 38% said Klay Thompson. 26% said both. 22% said Kuminga. And only 14% said neither. Now, a lot of people in the comments were, saying, hey, Warrior fans are so... It's sad. They're saying it's sad that Warrior fans, are not more respectful of the fact that Klay Thompson delivered championships. But I don't know. Maybe I don't judge it quite as harshly because I look at it as sports fans are always looking to the future, not necessarily to the past. You know what I'm saying?
In terms of this sort of a topic, yes.
Well, like the Niners won 5 rings, and the DeBartolos own the team, and they still own the team. And yet you would swear...
Well, they haven't won one in 30 years.
They haven't won one in 30 years, but they also have won more than like 20 teams in the league combined.
Correct.
But nobody cares about the 5 they won.
It's been 30
They're
years.
obsessed with the one that they still... The next one.
Well, if you look in the other room and you've got Grandy and Lucas, I don't think
haven't lived
either
through it.
one of them is even 30.
Right.
So
there you go.
I know Grandy's not, and Lucas's organs might be 30.
I'm an old man. I'm 32.
My bad.
You're 32?
I'm a man. I'm 30.
It's funny, when I speak to you, you seem so immature.
I love the young people.
Yeah, Grandy, get him. Get him, Grandy. And I think that's part of the reason. I answered Kuminga because I am less of a believer in his upside than I am what Klay is. And, forget Klay's slow start. I don't think this is what Klay is going to be all year. I don't think Klay is going to average 22 a game anymore, but Klay can be a solid contributor to a team right now. This team with Steph Curry, I'm not sure what Kuminga is going to end up being. He's 21, and hopefully for his sake, he's a long ways away from his peak.
I think to trade Kuminga right now is to trade him at a reduced value. He's not playing well. It's year 3. He's got enormous athleticism and enormous potential, and he demonstrates it from time to time. But don't you think to sell him right now would be risky? Because don't you think he's likely to be much better in the future than he is right now?
But when? And that to me is the big question, because...
So you're saying you're lacking patience.
I'm not lacking patience, but I'm trying to maximize...
Your patience are running out.
I'm trying to maximize the Steph Curry window. And so if Kuminga is going to be great in 5 years, that's too late. If Kuminga is going to be great in 3 years, that's too late. I need Kuminga to be great by April. Now, obviously not 23 and 8 great, but I need to see signs from Kuminga that he has put in the work to be the player that we need him to be. And so far, I see an inconsistent effort, which has me most concerned.
Okay. A lot of people blame Kerr, say that he's just not good at playing young players.
I think that is I think that's misguided. Jonathan Kuminga has been given a lot of opportunity this year. And what I see from Kuminga as a shortcoming is not from coaching, it's more from effort. Let's go to Polo in Redwood City, who wants to weigh in. What's up, Polo? Happy Thanksgiving. You're on the game.
Same to you, man. I just want to say this. I'd rather have Klay Thompson. The reason why I say that, in years to come, for him to still be on the Warriors, you got to think about it. We have Kyle Korver. He played 17 years, right? Knockdown shooter when he was starting, and then when he got off the bench, a knockdown shooter. Then you got Kuminga. You can always find another Kuminga and another Kuminga with a better shot. With Klay Thompson right now shooting 35%, I would take that over Kuminga's percentage any day.
Yeah, thank you, Polo.
I'll say this.
Appreciate
What's clear
that.
to me is that there needs to be some changes. I don't know if it's Wiggins, Klay, Kuminga. The answer is probably, if I had to vote, I'd probably say both. Because
I don't know if you can trade both and get anybody.
I think you'd have to trade Kuminga. I think you'd have to attach Kuminga
to a Klay trade. So you're looking at $50 million worth of player. Who are you going to get back? Who's a $50 million player out there that the team has soured on who's any good?
Well, Levine is the one that you hear the most, but he's not 50. But I mean, you'd be Levine and something. Levine and Caruso.
Sure.
Levine and whatever. Williams, whoever, whatever combo. But Levine's the guy who makes $40 million. I think that
I'm
a lot of people
on
are
Zach Levine.
You're not a Levine guy.
Not a Levine guy. Good offensive player, but defensively a sieve and prone to injury.
Yeah, I mean, there might not be a perfect scenario here. I mean, that's the other part of this.
I think the perfect scenario is
they need a secondary
stick
scorer.
and stay.
They're leaning
you
an
got to
awful
ride
lot
this
on.
out.
They're leaning an awful lot on Steph, point wise.
They are, and I think that you can, get to a spot where Klay is that secondary scorer, and I think you're going to look at when things are going well. Steph's going to get you 30, Klay gets you 18, and Wiggins gets you 15. Sharich gets you 14. Draymond can get you 12. I think you're going to have to piecemeal it in terms of a second scorer. I don't think you're going to have, like Jordan Poole getting you 20.
Supposedly they want to move Jordan Poole already, the Wizards do.
Exactly. And have you seen Jordan Poole this year?
Terrible.
He's been awful. And his behavior has been poor as well.
Well, and I think the Warriors were smart to get off of him because as that continues, his massive bloated contract that they gave him becomes more and more difficult to move to the point where if they wait long enough, they'll probably have to attach all kinds of other assets just to get it moved.
Yeah, and
where Chris Paul is going to help you win games, you would think, and the closer it gets to the end, there will probably be some team that wants to hit the reset. That if you wanted to offload Paul, you're probably going to have options. That would be my guess.
Well, and Poole has Chris Paul has a contract that you don't have to bring back next year.
Right.
So you can just let him go. Washington leading Charlotte 91-85. Jordan Poole, I mean, if this isn't a perfect Poole line, I don't know what is. 15 points, 2 assists, 2 turnovers. He's 5 of 14 from the floor. 3 of 8 from 3. And he's a -5. Every other starter for Washington is a plus. Kuzma's +22, Gafford +24, Jones +20, Avdia is a +2, Jordan Poole's a -5. So there you go.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Jordan Poole, I mean, and you can see the looks that if you watch any of those Wizards games, some of his teammates are shooting him some death stares.
Right.
I mean, Avdia looks like he just absolutely despises the guy.
Well, he is not showing a lot of maturity, and he's not making his teammates better. And that was kind of the knock here and the problem here. I think the Warriors are in a spot where this is the team they're going to have, and they got to make the most of it. I don't think there's a trade that they can make or that they want to make in order to get better.
There was one, Dibs. And
to make?
If there was a trade to make that they could add a piece that would help them become a more legitimate title contender. But it also meant that Klay moved on.
It would have to be Klay.
Would Steph sign off on it?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I don't think so. I mean, 4 titles, my sense is that...
So he'd rather not win and stay with his dudes.
He'd rather try with his dudes than bring in new guys and try with them.
Right.
Because there's no guarantee either way. Sure. Larry, this was fun.
Yeah,
Have a great Thanksgiving.
You too, dude.
And let's stay in touch over the holiday. And
I'll be here Friday, by the way.
Yeah, I won't be. So let's maybe talk on Saturday.
Will you listen? Will you listen to me and Jason Dumas?
What's coming up on the game is...
look at that.
I just went right by that.
That was just wrong.
That was totally rude. I'll keep it locked. 2 to 6.
That was a G-Rad move right there.
What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. It's Warriors Live with John Dickinson ahead of Warriors versus Suns. Don't miss Larry and Dumas on Friday. I'll have it locked. Thank you for tuning in. For Grandy and Lucas, for Larry Kruger, and all of us here at 95.7 The Game. Happy Thanksgiving. We'll talk to you all soon, and here's JD coming up.
The holiday season is a time